Have you heard? Lu Ming seems to have struck the jackpot recently. He's suddenly quite the favorite among the girls, one of the boys in the front row remarked. That seems a bit exaggerated. When did he become so close with the goddess of our department? Another responded. Look at them, chatting and laughing together. Lu Ming truly is infuriating. My goddess smiled at him. I buy her milk tea every day, yet she has never smiled at me. At Jiangqing University, the boys exchanged idle chatter, while Lu Ming, overhearing them, offered a faint smile but had no time to engage with their banter. He was preoccupied, enjoying the company of several girls nearby. To his left sat Lu Xinqing, the campus beauty. In the past, Lu Ming would never have had the opportunity to converse with her. Yet now, Lu Xinqing seemed quite familiar with him. Lu Ming, I truly appreciate your help these past few days, she said. I've been feeling rather unwell lately. Had it not been for your massages, I might not have been able to attend class. I'm so grateful that Yu Qian introduced me to you. I was initially skeptical, but I never expected you to possess such a deep understanding of traditional Chinese massage. It's a pity you didn't attend medical school. It's good to be of assistance, Lu Ming replied with a smile, graciously accepting the compliment from the campus beauty. His gaze wandered down Lu Xincheng's fair neck, recalling the moments spent massaging her over the past few days. Truth be told, he had no real skill in massage. Helping Lu Xincheng was merely an opportunity for him. Yet, he understood the reason behind her malaise. The apocalypse was imminent. An unknown energy permeated the air, undetectable, yet causing varying degrees of discomfort among people. Lu Xincheng was affected, her symptoms just more pronounced. Lu Ming happened to possess a remedy for this affliction. He was a time traveler and a reincarnate. When he first traversed into this world, it was not long before it was engulfed by chaos, monsters rampant. Lu Ming awakened his superpowers and managed to survive for 20 years in this apocalyptic world, only to meet his end at the hands of a monster. Then, he found himself reborn, 2 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse, endowed with the privileges of a protagonist. Upon his rebirth, his first action was to seize a treasure from the monsters before they awakened. With the acquired treasure, Lu Ming was able to awaken ahead of the impending apocalypse. He awakened to an unknown profession called human mother. In essence, with superpowers, Lu Ming could assist others in adapting to the superparticle phenomenon. Lu Xincheng's discomfort vanished as a result of this. Of course, after alleviating her symptoms, Lu Ming did not let her off the hook, continuing to massage her daily under the pretext of eradicating any lingering issues. He recognized Lu Xincheng's potential. In the previous world, she was the pinnacle of combat power within their province during the apocalypse. Lu Ming desired to have her by his side. With Lu Xincheng, he would no longer need to struggle as a mere exploration team leader in someone else's survivor base, constantly battling at the front lines and racing against death, ultimately perishing in his position. Now, reborn, he had acquired the human mother profession. Although he had never heard of this profession in his previous life, he understood from its inherited knowledge that it possessed a unique affinity for kin, enabling him to evoke affection from his subordinates, gradually winning their reliance and loyalty. Such a powerful vocation, combined with his past memories, made it a grave mistake not to cultivate relationships with formidable professionals from his previous life and establish his own influence. Lu Xincheng was his first target. At that moment, Lu Xincheng noticed Lu Ming's gaze lingering on her and recalled the events of the past few days. A wave of warmth surged within her, and feeling a bit uneasy, she shifted slightly and hesitantly spoke up. Are you free tonight? May I come over to your place? I would like to settle the payment for another month of traditional Chinese massage. Upon seeing Lu Xincheng's expression, Lu Ming smiled, realizing that she had likely developed a sense of dependence on him. Her symptoms had completely subsided for 2 or 3 weeks, yet she still sought him out daily, naturally enjoying his company. Lu Ming was more than willing to accept. Traditional Chinese massage certainly came at a cost, and Lu Xincheng had already paid him nearly 8,000 yuan over the past half a month. The opportunity for a campus beauty to pay him for his touch was something he could have only dreamed of before. However, regrettably, regarding tonight, I'm afraid I can't make it today. I have some matters to attend to this evening. Perhaps next time. Lu Ming declined, as tonight was, by his calculations, when the apocalypse was set to erupt. Oh, Lu Xincheng replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. At that moment, the girl seated to Lu Ming's right, having overheard their conversation, suddenly leaned in closer. What's this? Lu Ming is leaving our Xinqing tonight? Our Xinqing will be heartbroken. The girl was Huang Yuqian, Lu Xincheng's roommate and the one who had initially introduced Lu Ming to her. She was a cute girl with an endearing demeanor. Though she usually played a supporting role next to Lu Xinqing, when considered on her own, she was quite a beautiful and lively girl. Huang Yuqian's words were intended to tease Lu Xinqing, yet her actions towards Lu Ming held a hint of flirtation. She rested her chin on Lu Ming's shoulder, her face close enough for Lu Xinqing to notice, causing her to purse her lips in displeasure. Lu Xinqing had developed feelings for Lu Ming. Just a month ago, when she was feeling lost, it was Lu Ming, introduced by Huang Yuqian, who had been there for her, providing care not only through massage but also in her daily life. As a result, she had grown quite reliant on him, feeling at ease whenever she was in his presence. Lu Xinqing believed she had indeed developed feelings for this boy. Thus, during the recent period, when she sensed that Lu Ming's massages were becoming increasingly intimate, she had remained silent. Afterward, she would even offer him a little extra as a token of appreciation. Being somewhat traditional, she had begun to view Lu Ming as a potential boyfriend, willingly doing all this for him. However, Lu Ming's intention seemed increasingly perplexing to her. It appeared he had no interest in pursuing a romantic relationship, nor did he take the initiative to court her. Of course, she wasn't so obstinate as to refuse to confirm their relationship if given the opportunity, but Huang Yuqian's close rapport with Lu Ming left her uncertain about how to proceed. Though they insisted they were not dating, Huang Yuqian consistently played matchmaker, yet they often behaved intimately. Huang Yuqian was the one who had known Lu Ming first and had introduced him to Lu Xinqing, making her feel inevitably conflicted. Lu Xincheng's inner turmoil did not escape Huang Yuqian's notice. Huang Yuqian quickly realized and hurriedly removed her chin from Lu Ming's shoulder, playfully sticking out her tongue at him in apology. Still, taking advantage of Lu Xincheng's momentary distraction, she winked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pretended not to understand her subtle hint, raising his head to focus on the lecture. Chapter 2. The Thief. After class, Lu Ming ascended to the top floor of the teaching building, approaching a stairway leading to the rooftop. Just as he rounded the corner, a petite figure darted out, colliding directly into his embrace. Without surprise, Lu Ming extended his arms, enveloping the figure within his warm grasp. This was a clandestine rendezvous spot he frequently shared with Huang Yuqian, a Ming, upon her arrival. Huang Yuqian leaped onto him, entwining herself like an octopus, her small lips peppering affectionate kisses across his face. Lu Ming, with a hint of exasperation, gently ruffled her hair, soothing her exuberance. Once she settled down, he inquired, "What prompted such boldness today? Did you signal me during class for a meeting?" "I missed you," she murmured, nuzzling against him with a touch of melancholy. "You mischievous rogue, after having your fill of me. You promptly turned your attention to Lu Xinqing, making it so challenging for us to meet." "Ha ha ha, wasn't it you who said you would help me pursue Lu Xinqing?" Lu Ming chuckled. "I warned you that the world is on the brink of a transformation, and the existing rules will be entirely rewritten. When that time comes, both of you can accompany me, and no one will bat an eye. You'll grow accustomed to such things." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuqian hesitantly questioned, "Is that truly the case? I've been subtly probing Xinqing for you. If you were to express your feelings, she would undoubtedly agree to date you. Yet, being as conservative as she is, it would be difficult for her to accept a boyfriend with another woman. Are you certain this scenario will unfold? You're not just trying to placate me, are you? After winning over Lu Xinqing, you wouldn't he find some excuse to cast me aside, would you?" With her large, pleading eyes fixed upon him, Lu Ming couldn't resist pinching her soft cheek. "Why would I ever abandon you for Lu Xinqing?" Huang Yuqian pondered for a moment before responding, "Is it because I'm not as beautiful as she is? In my eyes, you and Lu Xinqing are indistinguishable. Besides, you have already given me your first time. How could I bear to part with you?" His words flushed Huang Yuqian's cheeks, and she playfully bit his shoulder. "You know that, don't you? I am already yours. You mustn't truly abandon me. That will never happen." As Lu Ming stroked her head, he couldn't help but reminisce about the time they had spent together. Upon his rebirth, he had dedicated a week to retrieving a treasure and then set his sights on Lu Xinqing. However, due to a lack of interaction with her and the affliction that kept others confined to their dorms, he found it difficult to connect. Eventually, he devised a plan. In the months leading up to the apocalypse, the affliction had emerged, causing individuals to become disoriented and resulting in numerous incidents. before his rebirth. There had been an incident at their school where a girl named Huang Yuqian fell off her bike during an episode and was tragically run over by a passing truck. Thus, Lu Ming began to lurk at the entrance, hoping to save Huang Yuqian and have her assist him. To his surprise, his natural charm and the favor of saving a life worked wonders. When he rescued her, he had no time to lift her. Instead, they huddled together beneath the truck, narrowly avoiding disaster. The shared experience of escaping the accident, combined with helping Huang Yuqian navigate her affliction, quickly bonded her to him. For over half a month, they had been inseparable, engaging in everything without formally dating. Huang Yuqian, perhaps sensing Lu Ming's interest in someone else, had merely expressed a desire to be his little follower and requested little more. Later, when she learned of Lu Ming's feelings for Lu Xinqing, she proactively offered to play matchmaker. It was only after Lu Ming promised to bestow upon her the same status as Lu Xinqing that Huang Yuqian seemed to find hope. Constantly nurturing that aspiration, the girl as innocent as Huang Yuqian was a rarity for Lu Ming, who cherished her dearly. In her previous life, she had met an untimely demise, leaving him uncertain of her potential to awaken a profession. Regardless, he intended to guide her through the apocalypse. Recently, however, Lu Ming had discovered another ability within himself, allowing him to assess others and glean the information he desired. To his astonishment, he found that Huang Yuqian possessed considerable potential. Huang Yuqian profession, none rank, none potential, B score, 86 loyalty, 92, unwavering. The score was merely a trivial matter, representing an amalgamation of appearance, physique, and temperament, a personal quirk of Lu Ming's. The potential was unexpected. Most individuals lack the ability to awaken as professionals. Those with potential began at F grade, the highest being a first-tier professional. E grade potential could ascend to second tier, while D grade to third tier. Following this logic, B grade potential indicated that Huang Yuqian could grow into a fifth-tier professional. In his previous life, the leader of the survivor base he belonged to was a fifth-tier professional, a true expert and ruler in the apocalypse. Thus, in this life, having Huang Yuqian, who was utterly devoted to him, by his side, even without Lu Xinqing, was more than sufficient for him to thrive. Rescuing Huang Yuqian had proven to be a fortuitous decision. Her loyalty had grown profoundly. She was now willing to devote herself entirely to Lu Ming as the one he trusted most. Even more than Lu Xinqing, he confided in her about the impending apocalypse. While Lu Ming continued to caress Huang Yuqian's hair, tousling it into a delightful mess, she relished the moment, resting her eyes against his chest. Ming, are you asking me out tonight instead of seeing Xinqing? I can skip returning to the dorm. No. I mentioned that the apocalypse is about to commence. In fact, there's something I need your assistance with tonight. What is it? Just tell me, Ming. I will do anything you ask. Huang Yuqian opened her eyes, gazing at him with joy, as if helping him brought her immense happiness. Tonight, before 8 p.m., gather your dorm mates and visit the supermarket downstairs. Send me a message once you arrive. Do I need to bring my dorm mates? What about Ho Yu and her friends? I might not be able to convince them, and no need for those two. Huang Yuqian's dorm consisted of 6 individuals, and Ho Yu and her friend didn't get along well with the others. These two were troublesome, often gossiping about Lu Xinqing and causing discord. Lu Ming's professional abilities were unlikely to change their inherent natures. Bringing them along would likely slow the growth of loyalty and lead to complications. In the initial stages of his venture, he had no intention of including such troublesome individuals. Upon receiving Lu Ming's instructions, Huang Yuqian nodded earnestly. Chapter 3. The apocalypse approaches. As dusk settled, Lu Ming sat on a bench within the campus, enjoying the cool breeze and relishing the last moments of tranquility before the impending apocalypse. He had not sought to gather supplies. He had methods to acquire those resources right here on campus. This place was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with talent and other assets, making it the perfect starting point for his rebirth. As the clock approached 7 p.m., Lu Ming sensed the superpower elements within him surging. The superpower elements in the air had fully revived. The body, previously weakened by the environment, was now fervently absorbing the superpower elements. His strength as a first-tier professional was swiftly restored. Half an hour later, while resting against the bench, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Extending his hand, a peculiar manifestation of superpower elements appeared, which he gently tossed. Upon striking a nearby tree, the trunk exploded, and the unbalanced canopy slowly descended. Such formidable power, Lu Ming marveled, astonished. The concentration of superpower energy significantly amplified his attack strength. This was the manifestation of a professional skill. Skills could only be comprehended by professionals with D-grade potential or higher. In his previous life, Lu Ming had possessed skills, but it was only after enduring countless battles and tribulations that he had finally grasped them. It was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly employ a skill now, with the superpower environment just beginning to revive. Typically, professionals capable of so casually utilizing skills would undoubtedly unlock even greater abilities later on, indicating that their potential was far beyond D-grade. Urgently, Lu Ming checked his information. Lu Ming profession, human maternal body rank, first tier potential, unknown score, 100, professional bonus. Indeed, his potential had shifted to unknown. Previously, it had displayed as under investigation, and Lu Ming had presumed it was due to the environment's failure to revive and the complexity of his profession. Now that the superpower environment was fully revitalized, his potential had crystallized into the realm of the unknown. There was no doubt that his profession as a human maternal body had fundamentally altered his innate abilities. It appeared this profession was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Enhancing his very talents, he had never heard of a profession that could alter one's potential. Consequently, in this life, he could rely not only on his professional subordinates but also on his own strength. It was time to accede. Lu Ming glanced at his phone. Huang Yuqian had already sent him a message. After replying with "I'll be there shortly," Lu Ming rose from the bench and made his way toward the girls' dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, a boy lurking in the corner had witnessed his every move. The boy stared at the fallen trees for a long moment before suddenly realizing what he had seen. Exclaiming, "Damn! It's a superpower! The Dragon King novels I've read are real." Mid-sentence, his eyes widened in shock, and the words seemed to choke in his throat, unable to escape. His eyes, like fish eyes, grew larger and larger, nearly bulging from their sockets. Struggling to lower his gaze from his round eyes, he noticed the skin on his arms gradually turning a sickly hue. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had arrived at the girls' dormitory area. Having become a first-tier professional, Lu Ming felt significantly lighter and invigorated, his body brimming with strength, allowing him to walk with greater speed. Ming. Just as he reached the vicinity of the supermarket, he heard a familiar voice, saw a familiar figure, and felt a familiar bump as Huang Yuqian leaped into his arms. He savored the softness against his chest. Lu Ming contemplated whether he should voice his thoughts. Despite Huang Yuqian's petite and adorable stature, she possessed certain assets that could rival Lu Xinqing's. "Why are you here alone? Where are the others? They're waiting for you inside the supermarket that I came to get you. It's just a short distance. I could have made it on my own. Why go out of your way? But I wanted to spend some time alone with you." Huang Yuqian pouted, nestled in Lu Ming's embrace. "Once we're with Lu Xinqing, I won't have this chance anymore." Gently stroking Huang Yuqian's back, Lu Ming was accustomed to her clinginess and held her for a moment. Such warmth was a rare comfort in the post-apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a series of piercing screams emanating from the playground outside the dormitory. The cries were filled with confusion and fear. Huang Yuqian, startled by the noise, furrowed her brow. She stood on her tiptoes, peering over Lu Ming's shoulder toward the playground. After a lengthy pause, she asked, "What's happening over there? Why are so many people running away?" Lu Ming stood his ground, unfazed, and replied, "The apocalypse has arrived. Some have turned into zombies. After the resurgence of superpowered environments, a small portion of people have awakened their potential, while the majority remain ordinary. However, among these ordinary individuals, a significant number have failed to adapt to the new superpowered environment and have completely mutated. They have lost their sense of self and become zombies. This is the first challenge humanity faces in the apocalypse." "Zombies?" Huang Yuqian recalled Lu Ming's warning. She squinted and saw indeed a few grotesque figures pursuing fleeing people across the playground. Her face turned pale. What should we do, Ming? It's really zombies. The apocalypse you mentioned has truly come. What are we supposed to do?" Huang Yuqian clung tightly to Lu Ming's waist, her anxiety palpable. Despite Lu Ming's prior warnings, her sheltered life in a peaceful era made it difficult for her to fathom such horrors. Now, confronted by the reality of zombies, she was understandably frightened. Lu Ming reassured her. "It's all right. I can protect you. No, I don't want to be a burden to you." Ming. Huang Yuqian, demonstrating her B-class potential, quickly composed herself. She glanced toward the playground and then tightly grasped Lu Ming's wrist, saying, "Ming, let's hide for now. Don't engage with those monsters. I'm scared." "All right, Let's head to the supermarket, Lu Ming nodded. Although he was now a first-tier professional capable of handling zombies, those creatures often traveled in packs. The initial wave of zombies could account for 2 to 3% of the total population and spread rapidly, soon exceeding 50%. The apocalypse began with this first hurdle, inundated with monsters. Upon entering the supermarket, they were met with chaos. Screams and the sounds of shattering glass filled the air as two ashen-colored monsters chased after staff members and several customers. One customer found herself in a perilous situation. Having been grabbed by a zombie, facing the creature's gaping maw, she screamed in sheer terror, her voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums nearby. Lu Ming recognized her. She was quite striking and was also from Lu Xinqing's dormitory, namely Xinting. Xinting, be careful. After Li Xinting was seized by the zombie, Lu Xinqing did not abandon her. Instead, she grabbed a baseball bat from a nearby shelf and swung it at the zombie's head with a resounding thud. Astonishingly, the solid bat rebounded from the zombie's skull, while the creature showed no signs of injury and lunged toward her. Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. He had instructed Huang Yuqian to bring Lu Xinqing down, intending for her to face danger early, yet it nearly led to her demise. Had she waited for the official notification, she would have understood that ordinary people were ill-equipped to combat zombies. The zombies in this world were not mere cannon fodder. They were infused with superpowered elements and viruses that granted them strength surpassing that of humans, coupled with an innate fearlessness. A single zombie required the combined effort of several individuals to take down. A lone person could only flee. At that moment, Huang Yuqian spotted zombies in the supermarket, urgently pulling Lu Ming away, prioritizing her safety over her friend's. Lu Ming remained still, shaking his head at Huang Yuqian. Seeing the zombie approach Lu Xinqing, he sprang into action. As Lu Xinqing faced the zombie's sharp teeth, it lunged at her, and she felt a wave of despair wash over her. The creature's reaction speed exceeded her comprehension. She knew she couldn't escape in that instant. She felt a pang of sorrow, questioning why she had to encounter such monstrosities. Yet, the next moment, she realized that the zombie's fangs had not sunk into her neck. Instead, it was retreating, shrieking in confusion. Lu Ming. Looking up, she saw Lu Ming grasping the zombie's head, lifting it effortlessly, saving her in the nick of time. Lu Xinqing felt a rush of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Lu Ming gestured for her to remain silent to avoid attracting other zombies while swiftly severing the zombie's iron grip on Li Xinting's arm. He then kicked the creature outside, flinging its severed hand along with it. With a thud, the zombie collapsed outside, lifeless. Upon closer inspection, the creature's skull had been completely crushed under Lu Ming's strength, rendering it immobile in mere seconds. He had dispatched the monster, leaving Huang Yuqian, who had been anxiously following behind. In stunned silence, Li Xinting clutched her injured arm, momentarily disregarding the pain as she gazed at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with admiration. However, before she could utter a word, Lu Xinqing embraced Lu Ming tightly. Lu Ming, what just happened? The cashier suddenly transformed into a monster and lunged at the customer in front of him. Then that customer turned into a monster too, and both of them chased after us. What is going on here? What are those two things? Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Xinqing found her anchor, allowing her emotions to spill forth as she leaned against his shoulder, softly sobbing. Her voice was gentle and fitting for her usual graceful demeanor. Lu Ming patted her shoulder, reassuring her. It seems that some unimaginable changes have occurred in this world, but do not worry. I saved you, didn't I? He glanced at the zombie outside, realizing that dispatching it had been relatively easy. Even without the use of skills. At this stage, zombies were formidable for ordinary people but significantly weaker than first-tier awakened individuals. In a future context, they were referred to as zero-tier monsters. However, after a period of feeding, they would evolve into true first-tier monsters, or even higher-level creatures. This was why Lu Ming could defeat zombies with ease but refrained from recklessly venturing out, as they traveled in packs and evolved quickly. Lingering outside could attract first-tier or higher-level zombies. Bro, stop hugging the girls and come help us. A voice suddenly broke Lu Ming's train of thought. Turning to the source, he saw 5 or 6 individuals struggling to push a metal rack in an attempt to trap a zombie. This was the other zombie Lu Xinqing had mentioned. The one that had been transformed after being bitten by the cashier zombie. It had not caused any trouble earlier because it was being contained by the group. But it seemed that their efforts were about to fail as the zombie gnawed through the metal framework. As the group faced imminent danger, They looked to Lu Ming with hope after witnessing him toss the other zombie out. Without wasting time, Lu Ming approached them, and under their astonished gazes, he effortlessly pushed aside the rack, crushed the zombie's skull with one hand, and tossed it aside. His fluid movements left them dumbfounded. They were aware of the immense strength of this particular zombie, which could easily overpower 2 or 3 people, and it had taken their combined efforts to pin it against the wall. Yet, they could not approach it, as its attacks could easily destroy the metal rack. But here was a man who had effortlessly obliterated the zombie, resembling a superhero in their eyes. Having resolved the zombie threat, Lu Ming cast a glance at the 6 individuals, disregarding their astonishment, and issued a command. Go and secure the supermarket's main entrance and draw down the iron shutters. Without waiting for their response, Lu Ming continued on his way, heading to the restroom to cleanse the zombie blood from his hands. The 6 exchanged silent glances. 5 minutes later, upon his return, Lu Ming observed that the supermarket's doors had been firmly closed, and the iron shutters were tightly drawn. The 6 sat quietly on the floor, appearing rather subdued. It seemed they had already witnessed the dire situation outside. The area had been overrun by monsters, and it was indeed the moment when the zombie contagion spread most rapidly. Stepping outside would mean being pursued and killed by the swift and formidable undead, while remaining inside might offer a chance for rescue. Noticing that they had not fled, Lu Ming felt no need for pleasantries and reiterated his orders. Keep an eye on your phones. Given the magnitude of this incident, the authorities should issue a statement shortly. If you wish to seek rescue, I will not hinder you. Should you choose to remain, please report to me any supplies you wish to utilize from the shelves. Private appropriation is strictly forbidden. The group fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. In such a tense atmosphere, they tacitly accepted Lu Ming's role as their leader. His earlier display of strength had been nothing short of astonishing, effectively silencing them. In the current environment, a capable leader was indeed a necessity. Satisfied with their compliance, Lu Ming nodded, intending to bolster their loyalty and assess whether they were worthy of his trust. He returned to where Lu Xinqing and her companions were gathered. Awaiting him was the charming Lu Xinqing herself. Lu Xinqing occupation, none rank, none potential. S-score, 94 loyalty, 90, unwavering until death, though he had seen her attributes before. No matter how many times he gazed upon them, Lu Ming still found Lu Xinqing's stats to be terrifying. He had possessed the ability to discern such attributes for some time, yet he had never encountered anyone with higher stats than hers. With an S-tier potential, she stood at the pinnacle of practitioners in the province. Once she matured, Lu Ming truly feared no opposing force. Her loyalty had also ascended to unwavering, likely due to his recent act of saving her. Chapter 5. Lu Xinqing's roommate Lu Xinqing appeared somewhat anxious. Lu Ming, come quickly and take a look. Is Xinqing infected? She tugged at Lu Ming, leading him to the wall where Lu Xinqing was crouched. Clutching her arm in agony, her complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The area on her arm where a zombie had grasped her was now marred with bruises. Observing the scene, Lu Ming approached but was halted midway by Lu Xinqing's grip. You'd be careful. While you can easily handle those monsters, it's still dangerous. There's no need for concern. Those creatures are in their nascent state and present little challenge for me. Lu Ming replied with a smile. He noted that not only Lu Xinqing, but also Huang Yuqian, looked worried as he approached Lu Xinqing. He took this moment to reassure both of them. Upon reaching the wall, Lu Ming extended his hand toward Lu Xinqing. However, she concealed her hand behind her back, forcing a smile as she breathlessly stated, "There's no need to check. I can feel the pain coursing through my body. I must be infected. While I'm still coherent, grant me a swift end. I do not wish to become a monster. You are overthinking it. You've merely sustained a grasp on your arm. There is hope. I can assist in removing the infection." Without further ado, Lu Ming grasped her wrist, employing his powers to eliminate the residual energy from the zombie's influence. The zombie virus was not as exaggerated as it seemed. It was a byproduct of failed superpowers, lacking in potency. Contact with the skin allowed the wound to permeate slowly, causing her discomfort, yet it was merely her body struggling to adapt to the superpowers. Such injuries could be remedied by someone like Lu Ming, who lacked medical abilities, as long as he used his powers to forcibly expel the residual energy from the zombie. Lu Ming was not willing to abandon Lu Xinqing. He opened her status panel. Li Xinqing occupation, none rank, none potential, E-score, 82 loyalty, 88, dedicated to the utmost. Lu Xinqing was not unattractive. Lu Xinqing's dormitory was filled with beauty. which was why it had earned the moniker Goddess Dormitory. The key was that she also possessed the potential for awakening. Although her potential was low, any awakening was a boon, and talent was scarce in this apocalyptic world. Thus Lu Ming aimed to retain her. Her loyalty had also notably increased. Lu Ming recalled that just a few days prior, it had barely reached 80. He surmised that his recent actions had bolstered her loyalty, especially after saving her from the clutches of the zombies, leading to a significant surge. Presently, her loyalty was even on the rise. Seeing Lu Ming grasping her arm, earnestly treating her, Li Xinting's gaze grew complex. Lu Ming was Lu Xinting's prospective boyfriend. They were all well aware of this. However, it was also evident that Li Xinting harbored feelings for Lu Ming. It was difficult to articulate why, but affection had blossomed, likely stemming from the care he had shown her prior. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xinting cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xinting behind Lu Ming, her eyes downcast, lost in thought. Lu Ming feigned ignorance of Li Xinting's subtle actions. As he expelled the zombie's residual energy, he noticed Li Xinting's forearm returning to its smooth, unblemished state. He stood and retracted her panel. Her loyalty now hovered around 89, possibly even higher. It was likely she would surpass the threshold of unwavering loyalty by the end of the day. Once the treatment concluded, Li Xinting gazed at her newly freed arm, feeling not the elation one might expect, but rather a hollow emptiness within her. She could not help but feel melancholy. Is Xinting all right? That's wonderful, Lu Xinting and Huang Yuqian exclaimed, relieved to see Li Xinting restored to health. Though they worried for Lu Ming's safety, Li Xinting was indeed a dear friend, and her survival brought them solace. Yet, Lu Ming's attention drifted to the ground, where he caught sight of someone crawling towards them, bemusedly asking, "What are you doing?" "I twisted my ankle." Qiu Qing replied pitifully. She was the last member of Lu Xinting's group. When they had entered the supermarket, Lu Ming had noticed her lying on the ground, initially assuming she was feigning death and thus had ignored her. Now, hearing her explanation, he realized she had fallen while escaping and was unable to rise. "Qiu Qing, let me help you up." Lu Xinting attempted to assist, but Lu Ming interjected, "Let her remain seated for now. I'll take a look with that." Lu Ming approached and promptly removed her shoes. Qiu Qing immediately panicked. "Wait, what are you doing? You can't just take off a girl's shoes without a word." "I haven't washed my feet since coming downstairs." Despite her protests, she did not struggle as Lu Ming swiftly removed her shoes and white ankle socks, revealing a delicate foot. Qiu Qing's face flushed, her heart racing. Lu Ming examined her foot, declaring it to be exquisite. Though Qiu Qing was not conventionally beautiful, her allure was undeniable, particularly in her long legs. Typically, she wore shorts that showcased her shapely thighs, which were particularly eye-catching. Now, Lu Ming discovered that her foot was equally attractive, resembling a piece of art, with cute, translucent toes and a smooth, streamlined arch. After observing her foot for a while, Lu Ming noted some swelling on the left side of her ankle. Gently probing, he remarked, "Fortunately, you haven't injured the bone." "Oh." Qiu Qing replied weakly. Lu Ming began using his powers to alleviate her discomfort. Even without healing abilities, his powers could assist in unblocking her meridians, promoting circulation. He could indeed treat her injury. Qiu Qing occupation: none rank, none potential. F score: 77 loyalty, 82, dedicated to the utmost. Qiu Qing's loyalty had also seen a slight increase, likely rising from around 76 points. This was entirely due to the assistance he had provided her through her adaptation phase. The recent zombie onslaught had granted Lu Ming yet another opportunity to enhance their loyalty. He had successfully elevated the loyalty of all three women to unwavering. While Qiu Qing had surpassed 80, there would certainly be further increases. In this newly transformed world, they were all feeling unsettled. As they were led by him, their loyalty would surely grow rapidly. Once it reached 100, it would signify eternal loyalty. "All right, you can rest a bit, and you'll be able to walk again." Lu Ming noted that the swelling in Qiu Qing's foot had subsided, and he gently placed her foot back down. Qiu Qing felt an urge to kick him for his nonchalance. "What a scoundrel! He touches me and then just walks away, without even helping me put my socks back on. It's always like this. He comes to tease and then disappears, taking no responsibility." Qiu Qing recalled the first time she had met Lu Ming. She had suddenly felt faint from low blood sugar. He had helped her to a bench, bought her water, and helped her catch her breath. That moment, she had thought she had encountered love. Yet, just a few days later, She had seen him appear as Lu Xinqing's prospective boyfriend, and she felt a surge of resentment. Chapter 6. The black box. Lu Ming had successfully boosted their loyalty. At this point, an hour had elapsed since they had taken refuge in the supermarket. Lu Xinqing and her companions had checked their phones several times, monitoring the situation outside. After tending to Cho Qing's ankle, Lu Xinqing turned to Lu Ming with a worried expression. Lu Ming, I've seen the news. It seems that the apocalypse has truly begun. Zombies are appearing worldwide, and chaos reigns in some remote areas. Communication networks have already failed. Moreover, many modern weapons are rendered useless. Chaos is not the most frightening aspect. The loss of communication is. Without official updates, order in various regions may truly collapse. Upon hearing this, both Li Xinting and Cho Qing, who were seated on the ground, bore grim expressions, aware of the gravity of the situation. Only Huang Yuqian remained unfazed, for Lu Ming had long forewarned her that the world would descend into chaos. With monsters rampant and technology rendered obsolete, it seemed that the days of peace were irrevocably lost. And even if they could return, it would be a distant and uncertain future. According to the tales of the apocalypse, it might soon become a challenge just to secure a meal. However, was it not true that our situation here was already quite favorable? At the very least, we had Lu Ming. His prowess was undeniable. As long as we complied with his directives, he would undoubtedly guide us through this desolate world. While Huang Yuqian reassured everyone, she subtly hinted at the necessity of adhering to Lu Ming's commands if they wished to survive. The sudden onset of the apocalypse presented her with an opportunity. If everyone became Lu Ming's women, she could openly be with him. After all, as Lu Ming had previously stated, in a world devoid of order, it was entirely normal for the powerful to maintain multiple partners. Even if the apocalypse were to conclude, the fact that they were all Lu Ming's women would remain unchanged. Li Xinting and the others fell silent, uncertain if they fully grasped the implications. Yet, Lu Xinqing turned to Lu Ming, asking, by the way, Lu Ming, how did you become so formidable? Did you foresee the apocalypse? Whether he had known or not seemed inconsequential. Lu Ming chose not to elaborate to Lu Xinqing, instead stating, Huang Yuqian is correct. The apocalypse is upon us, and soon, securing even a morsel of food may become a daunting task. During such times, people will be holed up in their homes, let alone producing anything. Merely surviving the onslaught of zombies will be a struggle. As for the supplies in the supermarket, Xinqing, keep an eye on them and ensure that they are used judiciously. We must not squander what we have. He gestured toward the 6 individuals in the distance. Although Lu Ming had little regard for the meager provisions in the supermarket post-rebirth, he recognized that resources in the apocalypse were as valuable as gold, and thus they must be cherished and utilized wisely. Lu Xinqing glanced at the seemingly obedient 6 individuals, hesitating. There are so many of them. I can only assist you in watching over them. She was well aware of her limitations as a girl and knew she could only leverage Lu Ming's influence to manage them. In the event of a crisis, she doubted her ability to withstand it alone. She understood all too well how vital resources were in an apocalyptic setting. They equated to life itself. Thus, she delicately conveyed to Lu Ming her concerns about her capacity to oversee the situation. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, it's all right. You will gain the strength to manage them in due time. Let us not linger here. We should head to the warehouse. He motioned for Lu Xinqing and the others to follow him as he led the way toward the warehouse. Upon noticing Lu Ming's urgency, Li Xinting and Cho Qing abandoned their rest and quickly stood to follow. Behind the supermarket side door lay a warehouse. As Lu Ming beheld the small entrance, memories flooded back. Inside lay an object he needed upon returning to school. The gathering of Lu Xinqing and the others here was also motivated by the presence of that item. Whether he could obtain it represented the assurance of future resources for Lu Ming. This place was of paramount importance in the post-apocalyptic landscape. As he opened the door and stepped into the warehouse, an enveloping darkness descended. It was already past 9 in the evening, and due to the outbreak of the zombie tide, many areas were left in darkness. Fortunately, the supermarket still had power, and Lu Ming activated the warehouse lights, instructing Huang Yuqian to close the door behind them. The group huddled together in the cramped space, and Li Xinting felt a strange sense of security. Suddenly, Huang Yuqian pointed curiously at a pile of boxes, asking, what is that strange black box over there? What does it contain? Lu Xinqing and the others turned their attention to the box. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already approached the black box, lifting it with care. As he opened it, he murmured, with the advent of the apocalypse, peculiar occurrences are bound to take place. The outbreak of the zombie tide and the mutation of monsters may seem sinister. Yet surely, some fortuitous events will arise as well. Take this treasure chest, for instance. I believe it may be a remnant from a bygone era of superpowers, randomly appearing in various locations, offering humanity unique opportunities. Lu Ming's words trailed off. Much of this was merely hearsay and not necessarily accurate. However, there was one thing he refrained from disclosing to Lu Xinqing and the others. During the initial 5 days of the apocalypse, no treasure chests existed. This could easily be verified by checking the news on a mobile device. Treasure chests were the source of class-awakening items, yet no news had surfaced about anyone transforming into a superhuman within the first 2 days of the apocalypse. Because no class holders had emerged during this period, treasure chests had yet to reveal themselves to the public, and humanity had not yet discovered the channels for awakening their classes. The black box before him contained neither class-awakening items nor superweapons. It was a special box, capable of manifesting at any moment during the apocalypse. Lu Ming had never encountered such a special box in his previous life. His knowledge of its existence stemmed from tales told by the city lord of the survivor base. It was said that the upper echelons were aware of an individual who had discovered a precious artifact within a black box located in the warehouse of a supermarket in Jiangxing University's female dormitory. This person had nearly sustained Jiangxing and several nearby provinces with that item. Lu Ming did not know who had obtained it, perhaps deemed unworthy to know, even more enigmatic than Lu Xinqing herself. However, he had heard that Lu Xinqing had once admitted that not acquiring that treasure was her greatest regret, especially since she had been so close to it yet had failed to notice. In a certain sense, that item was far more significant than Lu Xinqing's own strength, for possessing it equated to an inexhaustible supply of resources. As Lu Ming opened the special box, he found within it a small black container and several peculiar stones. He ignored the stones for the moment, focusing on the black container. Black box, instant noodle factory function. By consuming super energy, it manufactures instant noodles in a spatial factory. By inserting super energy crystals, one can produce instant noodles. Price: 1 first-tier super energy crystal, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 24 packs. Super energy crystals are dropped by first-tier monsters upon their demise. Presently, no one possessed such items, but they would become commonplace in the future. The critical aspect of the black box was its ability to produce food. As long as one survived by defeating monsters, a continuous supply of resources could be ensured. This feature was invaluable in the apocalypse. Chapter 7. Zero-tier class holders. In his previous life, Lu Ming had heard numerous tales of the apocalypse while accompanying the city lord. For instance, these black box-type items were among the world's most precious treasures. Each one was a unique and mysterious spatial factory, with each serving a different function. In the 30 years following the apocalypse, only 5 black box-type items had emerged. The first of these to surface was the very one Lu Ming now possessed. With this item in hand, he would no longer need to exert effort in gathering food. Of course, he was determined to acquire the remaining 5 black boxes, as they were world-class artifacts, and only 5 had ever appeared throughout the apocalypse. Lu Xinqing and the others gazed at the items within the treasure chest, their curiosity piqued by Lu Ming's description of the treasures that would emerge in the post-apocalyptic world. In that moment, Huang Yuqian seized the opportunity to praise him, saying, "Lu Ming, you are truly remarkable. You possess such deep knowledge of this apocalypse. From now on, us few girls will undoubtedly rely on you. Rest assured, we will not be idle. If anyone dares to oppose you, we shall take them on." Huang Yuqian cast a sidelong glance at her friends, effectively selling them out by declaring their intention to be Lu Ming's subordinates. She was genuinely fulfilling her role as a devoted follower, constantly seeking to bolster Lu Ming's ranks of women. Fortunately, no one detected her ulterior motives, interpreting her words merely as a commitment to assist Lu Ming. And thus no one voiced any objections. Lu Xinqing nodded in agreement. "Lu Ming saved my life and has taken great care of me. Naturally, I will stand by him, no matter what happens in the future." Unlike Huang Yuqian, she did not presume to decide for others, but merely expressed her own stance. Li Xinting added, "He saved my life as well. Since Xinqing intends to dedicate her future to repaying him, I suppose I shall follow suit." She smiled at Lu Ming. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xinqing's gaze fell, feeling a pang of discomfort. What did it mean to say she would repay him with the latter half of her life? Was that not somewhat ambiguous? Even her quasi-girlfriend had not made such a declaration. Could it be that Li Xinting harbored feelings for Lu Ming as well? At that moment, Qiu Qing chimed in. I have no objections either. I've always thought Lu Ming was quite impressive. Following him seems like a good choice. Lu Xinqing felt a jolt of alarm. I don't know, her friends? Surely they wouldn't all be vying for Lu Ming's affection? Until now, she had only had to contend with Huang Yuqian, but now it appeared that several of her friends were expressing interest in him as well. Huang Yuqian merely wanted them to choose Lu Ming as their leader. They only needed to express their agreement, yet they were discussing all these extraneous matters. Ultimately, with Huang Yuqian's encouragement, everyone clarified their positions. The small circle of Lu Xinqing was united in their decision to follow Lu Ming and serve him. Lu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that openly stating this would facilitate his future arrangements for them. Yet, Lu Xinqing merely pursed her lips, feeling anxious. She worried that she had delayed confirming her relationship with Lu Ming and wondered if it was still possible to do so in time. Would her friends steal him away? Huang Yuqian, standing nearby, observed Lu Xinqing's expressions closely, fully aware that she was still preoccupied with thoughts of monopolizing Lu Ming. It appears that a private conversation with her is imminent. In this apocalyptic era, Lu Xinqing's ideology is on the verge of becoming obsolete. The future belongs to those with strength, and individuals like Lu Ming will undoubtedly not squander their resources on a single woman. Rest assured, those who choose to follow me will not be treated poorly. These items are what I have procured for you. Liu Ming placed the flat black box into a side pouch specifically designed for his waist. He then retrieved the remaining stones from the treasure chest. Lu Xinqing and her companions turned their gazes toward him, their curiosity about the stones palpable. The stones exhibited bizarre shapes, adorned with enigmatic deep purple patterns. Super Energy Forging Stone, capable of bestowing a modicum of super energy upon objects. This is a valuable item, as it can create super energy weapons. Although these weapons are not particularly powerful and lack ranks, their strength is suitable for ordinary individuals. In my previous life, those who wielded such super energy weapons were referred to as zero-rank practitioners. After glancing at the item information, Lu Ming kicked open a bag lying on the warehouse floor. Instantly, several solid metal bats clattered to the ground. Counting 4 bats, Lu Ming distributed them among Lu Xinqing and her companions, along with a stone for each of them. Ouch! At the moment she received the stone, Qiu Qing inadvertently dropped it, wincing in pain. Lu Xinqing and the others also struggled to hold onto their stones. Liu Ming, unfazed, informed them. You are not practitioners, and your bodies cannot interact with super energy. This evening, you will begin to smear your blood on the stones, allowing the super energy within to recognize your essence and be borrowed by you. Tomorrow, I will channel the super energy from the stones into the bats, and henceforth, you will possess super energy weapons capable of combating those zombies. Afterward, remember to periodically smear a bit of blood on the bats for maintenance. A weekly application will suffice. These super energy weapons can enhance a person's strength, and the super energy attached to the weapons will counteract the monsters transformed into zombies by super energy. They can also suppress ordinary individuals. A single strike can inflict excruciating pain due to the embedded super energy elements. With 4 zero-rank practitioners, Lu Ming's team has gained a preliminary capability to confront zombies, along with the ability to recruit and manage ordinary people. The next step is to venture out of the supermarket and develop toward the nearby female dormitory. After explaining the use of the forging stones, Lu Xinqing decisively bit her finger and began to smear blood on the stone, biting again when necessary. In a wonder she is destined to survive and rise to the pinnacle of her province. She showed no signs of discomfort. Li Xinting and the others hesitated for a moment, but in the spirit of survival in this apocalypse, they steeled their resolve. The warehouse fell silent as everyone tended to their respective forging stones. They refrained from questioning Lu Ming about the source of his extensive knowledge regarding the apocalypse, appearing quite understanding. Liu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He then re-established the tasks for them, Xinqing and Li Xinting. You two are responsible for managing the 6 individuals outside, including monitoring the consumption of supplies. Tomorrow, you will be able to wield your weapons, and at that point, you need not fear their defiance. The super energy within the weapons can enhance your physical capabilities, enabling Lu Xinqing and you to dominate those 6 ordinary individuals. From tomorrow onward, you will be akin to the zombies outside, zero-rank practitioners, capable of wielding super energy. Chapter 8. The supermarket situation. The next morning, within the supermarket, Lu Xinqing, accompanied by Li Xinting, collected a bag of bread salvaged from the shelves yesterday and stood behind the counter, clapping her hands to announce, "Time to rise. Come and collect your breakfast." As her voice echoed, The 6 individuals still sprawled on the floor stirred awake. Having personally witnessed the arrival of the apocalypse, none had slept well the previous night. However, no one wished to go hungry at such a time, and they rose with remarkable speed. Gathering at the cash register, although few in number, they lined up obediently, a consequence of Lu Xinqing's earlier admonitions. The breakfast she distributed was meager, with each person receiving a single piece of bread and a sausage. This sufficed for the girls, providing enough sustenance for one meal, yet among them was a male student. Li Donghao, who had entered the supermarket with his girlfriend the previous day. Li Donghao, slightly plump in stature, typically required more than one piece of bread to satiate his appetite. Yet, despite his hunger, he accepted the food from Lu Xinqing in silence and departed without a word. Last night's display of Lu Ming's formidable prowess lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of fear that he and his girlfriend might be cast out of the supermarket like zombies. Furthermore, Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting, who were now managing, had mysteriously attached 2 peculiar bats to their waists, adorned with swirling purple patterns that bore no resemblance to human craftsmanship, leading one to wonder if they had acquired some extraordinary power amidst this apocalypse. This realization rendered them all the more hesitant to resist. Fortunately, Li Donghao's girlfriend, feeling sympathetic, offered him half of her leftover bread, ensuring he would not suffer from hunger. After devouring the bread, Li Donghao noticed Lu Xinqing and her companion eating behind the counter and couldn't help but steal a glance at the tightly closed warehouse door. Whispering to his girlfriend, "Do you think that person obtained something from the warehouse? Lu Xinqing and her roommate's bats were not there last night." "Hush, do not discuss this," his girlfriend quickly admonished, covering his mouth. "Did you not see how they tightly shut the warehouse door behind them? Clearly, they do not wish for us to know what lies within. It is prudent for us to pretend ignorance and refrain from such discussions." Li Donghao nodded in agreement. Yet, 3 minutes later, he couldn't resist saying to his girlfriend, "Do you think if we align ourselves with him, we could also acquire those bats, or even gain powers like his?" His girlfriend scoffed at the notion. "You are overthinking it. Look at the people he has accepted. Our campus belle, Lu Xinqing, and her beautiful roommates. What right do we have to join them, if you ask me? The only one among us who might catch his eye is Lu Jiaying." Lu Jiaying, as she mentioned, was a girl who had been trapped in the supermarket with her close friend. Last night, the 6 of them had exchanged pleasantries and learned that one among them was a class flower named Lu Jiaying. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Li Donghao cast a glance in Lu Jiaying's direction. He noticed her engaged in conversation with her friend, frequently glancing toward the warehouse, evidently discussing the enigmatic figure within. Observing Lu Jiaying's delicate features and exquisite visage, Li Donghao couldn't help but sigh. Such a beautiful girl was soon to be tainted. His girlfriend was right. With Lu Jiaying's looks, it was impossible for the person in the warehouse not to take notice. Lu Jiaying appeared quite willing, and Li Donghao could already envision the future transformations she might undergo. How infuriating it was that he lacked the capabilities himself. He felt a mixture of envy and confusion. If the person in the warehouse did not accept him as a subordinate, where could he seek opportunities? Should he consider leading his girlfriend away from this supermarket? Li Donghao rubbed his unsatisfied stomach, cursing under his breath at this damned apocalypse. Within the warehouse, Lu Ming was enjoying a bowl of noodles. The noodles had been prepared by Qiu Qing, whose culinary skills were reputed to be commendable, enhanced with instant snacks and braised beef. After savoring a satisfying half-bowl, Huang Yuqian, seated beside him, leaned closer, offering a wet wipe to carefully clean the grease from his cheeks. The warmth from the alcohol lamp enveloped the warehouse, shielding him from the impending chill of winter outside. Lu Ming exhaled deeply, reflecting that although his current entourage was small, he was already living like a sovereign in the apocalypse. Shaking his head, he dispelled any thoughts of decadence and began to analyze the present situation. After a night of contemplation, Lu Ming had gained insight into the circumstances of the 6 individuals outside. Point 2 of the staff were students from the same school. Working in the supermarket. Point 2 girls had come from the neighboring dormitory to shop. Along with a couple who had stumbled in total, there were 5 girls and 1 boy. The boy, lacking any potential for awakening, was of little concern to Lu Ming. The remaining girls, though not particularly gifted, could be nurtured into 0-rank practitioners. In truth, within the apocalypse, 0-rank practitioners were quite capable, as those with awakening potential were a rarity. 0-rank practitioners represented the pinnacle of ordinary individuals. They were self-sufficient and formed the foundational combat strength needed in the survival bases of the previous world. Lu Ming's current plan was to cultivate a batch of zero-rank practitioners and then appoint select practitioners as leaders. With this framework, he would be well-equipped to thrive during the early stages of the apocalypse. However, the pressing issue at hand was the scarcity of forging stones. Only 2 stones remained in the black box. It seemed imperative to leave the supermarket promptly and seek opportunities in the adjacent dormitory, which housed a wealth of resources in the previous life. That location was where Lu Xinqing had established her foothold. Nonetheless, the dormitory was sizable, an 8-story modern building, with over 30 rooms per floor. To explore it, a larger team would be necessary, as it was uncertain how many survivors remained inside. Upon reflection, Lu Ming cast his gaze towards Qiu Qing, who was crouched in the corner, eating. Qiu Qing, please inform Lu Xinqing that we should gather some of the refugees outside the supermarket over the next few days. We need to rally more personnel as we will be preparing to relocate soon. Hearing this, Qiu Qing hurriedly wiped her mouth with her hand, disregarding her meal, and rushed out to convey the message to Lu Ming. It appears that loyalty tends to increase easily in the apocalypse. Even Qiu Qing's loyalty has risen to 85 during the day. I should frequent the supermarket to cultivate the loyalty of those 6 individuals as well. I must also find owners for the remaining 2 forging stones to bolster our combat strength. As Lu Ming contemplated, he suddenly felt a soft figure settle onto his lap. Looking up, he saw Huang Yuqian, who, taking advantage of Qiu Qing's departure from the warehouse, had perched herself on him, grinning widely. Chapter 9. Gathering people on Ming. Now that Qiu Qing has stepped out, shall I take this opportunity to help you relax a bit? Before Lu Ming could respond, he felt Huang Yuqian slightly rise from his lap. After a brief rustling, he helplessly gazed at her and asked, "Last night, you sneaked into my bedding. Are you missing me again today? Aren't you afraid of being caught by Qiu Qing, who was resting in the warehouse with us?" "What does it matter?" Huang Yuqian replied, her face slightly flushed, perhaps due to the exertion. "Even if she knows, what can she do? Sooner or later, they will realize that you are our master. Their current modesty is merely a reflection of their ignorance regarding the rules of the apocalypse. How considerate of you." Lu Ming thought absent-mindedly, pulling Huang Yuqian a bit closer. "I'm just trying to be with the one I like." Huang Yuqian playfully rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and then leaned in, covering his mouth with hers. Neither of them noticed the slight movement of the warehouse door, which ultimately remained closed. Inside the supermarket, Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting sat behind the counter, eating while glancing at their phones. They noticed Qiu Qing returning to the warehouse door, only to turn back again. Lu Xinqing couldn't help but ask, "Qiu Qing, what's the matter? Is there something else? Your face is so red. What happened?" "Nothing," Qiu Qing awkwardly chuckled, fanning her face with her hand. "It's just too stuffy in the warehouse. I think I'll stay outside with you for a while. Those 2 inside are a bit too much." While I had already suspected that Huang Yuqian and Lu Ming shared an extraordinary bond, I did not anticipate them to be so blatant about it. Since last night, they have been rather bold. What on earth is Lu Ming thinking? Has he truly chosen Huang Yuqian over Lu Xinqing? Leaving aside their differences, if Lu Ming had indeed opted for Huang Yuqian, he should have openly acknowledged their relationship. Now, they are merely sneaking around in the warehouse, which only serves to prove that they are not officially together. Does that mean he intends to be with Lu Xinqing while simultaneously indulging in Huang Yuqian? Does he plan to have them both? Qiu Qing's thoughts were muddled. Lu Xinqing, however, did not dwell on it for long and helped Qiu Qing pull up a chair. After Qiu Qing settled beside them, she cast a glance at the 6 individuals nearby and feigned indifference as she inquired, "Xinqing, are you and Lu Ming not in a relationship yet?" Lu Xinqing's hand holding the phone stiffened momentarily. Then, she casually replied, "Not yet. We'll discuss it in a couple of days. This isn't the time for such considerations." Observing Lu Xinqing's expression, Qiu Qing understood that she had likely discerned the unusual dynamic between Lu Ming and Huang Yuqian. Their situation was indeed quite intricate. Qiu Qing shook her head, opting not to concern herself further. She feared that doing so would only lead to her own turmoil. Shifting the topic, Qiu Qing looked at Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting, who were huddled together, engrossed in the same phone. "What have you 2 been looking at since earlier? Wasn't Lu Ming asking us to shelter some nearby refugees?" "We were checking the school forum for updates regarding the situation around here," Lu Xinqing replied, pulling Qiu Qing closer to show her the screen. Qiu Qing merely glanced at the display and was taken aback to see several narrow cages with girls lying inside. "What is this? Why are you looking at such things?" Lu Xinqing patiently explained, "This is our school's basement. Some individuals have taken advantage of the chaos of the apocalypse to engage in vile acts. And it has come to light. How could this happen? The apocalypse just began yesterday. How could such things transpire so quickly, especially in our school? Qiuqing found it hard to believe. You underestimate the depravity of modern individuals. Lu Xinqing replied earnestly that as long as there were laws to restrain them, they behaved. Now that the apocalypse has unleashed their restraints, it is their time to erupt. You're aware of the situation outside. Countless lives have been lost. And bodies litter the ground. Even if order were to be restored tomorrow, how many evildoers do you think would be held accountable? No one understands the true extent of the situation. Most would likely attribute it to the zombies. The lack of consequences for wrongdoing is precisely why those individuals feel emboldened. Qiuqing fell into silence. After a moment, she inquired, "So, do you intend to rescue them?" Lu Xinqing shook her head slowly. Her tone heavy. "We cannot rescue them. The basement is located deep within the staff dormitory area, far from us. All we can do is post on the forum, using the abundance of resources at the supermarket as a lure to draw the remaining girls here so they do not stray into peril. This aligns perfectly with Lu Ming's plan to expand our numbers." Qiuqing nodded in agreement with Lu Xinqing's approach. She was not a saint and understood that there were some matters beyond their control. "Xinqing, let me handle the post." Qiuqing offered. "I'm from the news department, so I know how to craft a post that will attract people." After some thought, Lu Xinqing handed her the phone. Qiuqing began to edit the content, first crafting a shocking headline that depicted how splendid life was amidst the apocalypse, contrasting it with the hellish conditions outside. She then elaborated on the supermarket's abundant supplies and even claimed that their team had acquired unique powers in this new world. Lastly, she set a 3-day deadline for recruitment, emphasizing the urgency. It bore a hint of hunger marketing, but it was also due to their impending relocation in 3 days. Once settled in the new place, they could issue a new post. Done. After completing the post, Qiuqing exited her thread and casually scanned the forum for other enticing posts for comparison. To her surprise, she encountered numerous dubious advertisements. Seeking beauties? Abundant supplies part-time fitness trainer. All lovely ladies welcome. Safety guaranteed. Provided you become my woman. Lu Xinqing, unfazed, remarked from beside her. In times of apocalypse, many men start seeking multiple partners. It is said that many women are willing. Qiuqing couldn't help but scoff. Men. Yet, the next moment, she felt a pang of anxiety. Yu Ming seemed to fit this mold as well. He was eyeing Lu Xinqing while also indulging in Huang Yuqian. Wasn't he? However, he had never forced anyone and appeared far less desperate than those posting on the forum. Yet he, too, was a man. If others desired multiple women, could Lu Ming truly be satisfied with just Huang Yuqian and Lu Xinqing? Qiuqing's mind wandered back to the peculiar gaze Lu Ming had cast upon her in the past, along with that day he had stared blankly at her feet. Suddenly, she felt a warmth rising in her legs. Chapter 10. Individuals worth noting. Why are you only returning now? As noon approached, Lu Ming feigned ignorance, observing Qiuqing as she entered through the open warehouse door. Qiuqing had no words to retort. Thinking to herself, when I come in depends not on me but on you all. However, it had indeed been quite a while, and upon reflection, Lu Ming was quite impressive. Qiuqing felt her previously cooled face flush once more. She discreetly glanced towards the back of the warehouse, spotting Huang Yuqian lying motionless on the ground, uncertain if she was asleep. She better not be dead, Qiuqing muttered, avoiding Lu Ming's gaze as she quickly walked past him to her breakfast. As anticipated, her noodles had turned to mush. She would need to prepare another pact. As Qiuqing pondered this, she heard Lu Ming say from nearby, "Hurry up and eat. I'll check outside the warehouse." With that, he opened the warehouse door and stepped out. Qiuqing responded, turning to look at the door that Lu Ming had closed behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. She had been lost in her thoughts earlier, and Huang Yuqian's situation had left her feeling somewhat apprehensive about facing Lu Ming. Qiuqing resolved to eat her meal to calm herself, just as she retrieved a pack of instant noodles from the box and stood up. She heard Huang Yuqian's voice softly call from behind, "Qiuqing, have you realized our situation?" Qiuqing tightened her grip on the noodle packet. She was unsure how to interpret Huang Yuqian's direct question and could only respond vaguely. "I don't know. What do you mean?" "Stop pretending." Huang Yuqian chuckled behind her. "My night vision is excellent. I saw you biting your finger last night. You wanted it too, didn't you? What are you talking about?" Qiuqing's composure began to fray, exasperated by Huang Yuqian's blunt inquiries. She opened her mouth, struggling to organize her thoughts for quite some time, and could only utter a single phrase. If you are worried about what happened last night, you need not fret. I am not one to gossip, and I want to divulge this matter to Lu Xinqing. However, Huang Yuqian shook her head. I did not come to seek your secrecy. Then what do you mean? I am here to invite you to join us. For a moment, Qiu Qing found herself perplexed, unsure if Huang Yuqian's words were even in Chinese. Just then, Huang Yuqian approached her, leaning in to whisper softly, Qiu Qing, surely you do not wish to be devoured by this terrifying apocalypse, do you? Then seize the opportunity with Lu Ming. You must understand, our mere beauty holds little value in this cannibalistic world. Lu Ming is different. He is capable of anything. Although that may sound exaggerated, you must have seen the news recently. Have you not come across anyone as adept at dealing with zombies as he is? He possesses knowledge of many wondrous things. You must find his actions rather peculiar, no? I can tell you that he foresaw the coming of this apocalypse long ago, for he confided in me. In this world, following him is undoubtedly the wisest choice. But why does he continue to care for you? Is it merely because you are Lu Xinqing's close friend? When our team expands, will you still enjoy such privileges? We are not Lu Xinqing. She is intelligent and possesses some managerial skills, and we pale in comparison to her beauty. We should actively seize this opportunity rather than passively await Lu Ming's abandonment of us. Huang Yuqian's voice echoed in Qiu Qing's ears like a siren's call, awakening thoughts that she had tried to suppress. Hesitantly, Qiu Qing inquired, what do you mean by saying all this to me? I simply wish to encourage you to think clearly. Huang Yuqian gradually explained, if you do not join, how can I? It would be rather awkward if I alone were to let Lu Xinqing down. Wouldn't he it? If I do not join, how can the others? Should we allow Lu Xinqing to monopolize Lu Ming? Will he continue to care for each of us as he does now? Only by becoming Lu Ming's woman will he hold us in his heart. Otherwise, can you truly find peace? Qiu Qing, if I am not mistaken, you also have feelings for Lu Ming, do you not? Huang Yuqian's final statement caused Qiu Qing to stiffen. Shortly thereafter, she heard Huang Yuqian chuckle. In the past, I could have told you that you had no chance, for Lu Xinqing stood in your way. But now is your opportunity. In this apocalypse, where monogamy is non-existent, if you like him, be proactive. Lu Xinqing is no longer your obstacle. Huang Yuqian's persuasion left Qiu Qing in a state of inner turmoil. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, but wouldn't that be too unfair to Xinqing? She will come to terms with it. The apocalypse is ruthlessly unforgiving. Huang Yuqian nonchalantly patted Qiu Qing's shoulder, yawned, and turned to leave. When Qiu Qing looked back, she saw Huang Yuqian had returned to her bed, and silence enveloped the room. It seemed she was quite exhausted and had fallen asleep. Outside the warehouse, Lu Ming made an appearance in the supermarket. His purpose was twofold, to reinforce the impression he had left the previous day, and to ensure they remembered him as their leader, hoping to garner some loyalty. Unfortunately, the 6 individuals sat quietly on the ground, without any incidents occurring. Upon Lu Ming's arrival, they dared not meet his gaze directly, only stealing furtive glances after he passed by. The impression he had left on them was one of overwhelming strength. Lu Ming surveyed their loyalty levels, noting that most were above 60. His loyalty assessment panel was shaped by his own understanding. To him, a loyalty level above 50 indicated compliance, above 60 signified obedient followers, and above 70 marked loyal supporters. Currently, these 6, having only followed him for a day, exhibited average loyalty, with only one exceeding 70. He took special note of her. Lu Jiang occupation, none rank, none potential, E-score, 87 loyalty. 72 She was the sole individual among them with potential for awakening. Although her potential was not remarkable, her loyalty was rising quickly, suggesting she held him in high regard and was worth nurturing. Her appearance also left a strong impression on Lu Ming, as she was the most beautiful among the 6. Her score comparable to Huang Yuqian's, slightly taller than Huang Yuqian, and exuding a youthful charm. Quite promising. Once her loyalty stabilized above 70, she could be groomed as a Tier 0 practitioner to manage ordinary people. The supermarket's clientele was already expanding, with the roll-up door raised halfway. Lu Xinqing stood at the entrance alongside Li Xinting, conversing with several individuals smeared with blood. They appeared to be nearby refugees seeking refuge in the supermarket. Chapter 11. New arrivals. The 5 newcomers were all females, likely residents of the nearby girls' dormitory. However, their expressions bore signs of urgency. Lu Ming approached just as the leading girl, her face bloodied, anxiously implored, Lu Xinqing, please let us in quickly. The zombies are closing in behind us. We beg you. Whatever you need to say, please let us in first. No, Lu Xinqing replied flatly, refusing the girl's plea and turning her around. She was inspecting them for wounds, checking if they had been infected by the zombies. Lu Xinqing examined them meticulously, her expression one of utmost seriousness. She would not allow entry without thorough scrutiny. She even tugged at the collar of one, despite the awkwardness of the situation, as they were all girls. Most importantly, 2 zombies had already flanked the entrance. Seeing this, the girl being examined nearly burst into tears. It's over. We want to have time to close the door now. That moment. Lu Ming's voice resonated from behind them. Xinqing, let them in. I've checked. They're fine. Lu Ming's probing ability could ascertain whether someone was infected. After surveying them, he concluded that all were healthy. They would not dare bring an infected individual along, as they, too, feared for their lives. Upon hearing Lu Ming, Lu Xinqing ceased her examination and obediently responded. All right, I understand. You all may come in. The girls, who had just been barred from entry, were momentarily stunned. They turned to Lu Ming, pondering who could command such compliance from Lu, the school beauty. We pleaded for so long. And yet he only needed to say one word for her to listen? Is this man the leader of the supermarket? Stop dawdling. Hurry inside. Someone shouted, snapping them back to reality. In that brief moment, 2 zombies lunged forward, grabbing one of the girls, prompting a chorus of screams. Oh no. We were so distracted by Lu Xinqing that we forgot about the zombies. The creatures, unlike those in movies, charged directly at them, making it impossible to shake them off. Seeing the zombies behave so differently from what she had imagined, Lu Xinqing furrowed her brow. Li Xinting, come help. Undaunted, she seized the baseball bat and swung it at the zombie. As she struck, she felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through her, enhancing her power considerably. Lu Ming had previously assured her that her prowess with the bat was sufficient to handle a normal zombie. Trusting Lu Ming, she did not regard the 2 zombies at the supermarket entrance as a serious threat. If things became dire, she could always call for Huang Yuqian and the others from the warehouse to assist. Requiring no intervention from Lu Ming, as expected, her powerful blow struck the zombie's arm, bending it as if it were made of steel. The supernatural force infused in the bat caused the zombie to convulse momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xinting pushed the captured girl away and stepped in front of another zombie. The combat prowess displayed by the duo astonished the 5 girls at the entrance. Having spent time outside with the zombies, they were acutely aware of the creature's formidable strength. Their bodies were as tough as steel, their movements swift, far beyond what a human could contend with alone. How could Lu Xinqing, a seemingly frail girl, be so powerful? Lu Ming observed the scene for a while, considering it a training exercise for Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting. After they had held their ground against the 2 zombies for a spell, he finally spoke. All right, you 2, usher the others inside. Ultimately, they could not be left to battle for too long. Otherwise, they would only attract more zombies. Lu Ming decisively kicked one of the zombies aside, freeing Lu Xinqing. She hurriedly ushered Li Xinting and the 5 newcomers into the supermarket. Lu Ming remained outside, smashing the skull of one zombie and dispatching the other that lunged at him with a swift blow. A Tier 1 practitioner could handle 4 or 5 Tier 0 monsters simultaneously. With his enhanced skills and abilities, Lu Ming could easily manage even more. 2 Tier 0 zombies were hardly a challenge for him. Once Lu Ming had dealt with the 2 zombies and lowered the supermarket's iron curtain, he noticed that the 5 new arrivals were now silent, seemingly aware of why he was the leader of this establishment. The individuals in this supermarket truly possess a unique power characteristic of the apocalypse, just as it was described in the forums. It seems they have made the right choice. The 5 of them felt a sense of security by joining this team. Their gazes towards Lu Ming imbued with reverence. They believed him to be far more formidable than Lu Xinqing and the others, effortlessly dispatching those monsters without even needing weapons. Lu Ming clapped his hands and introduced himself to the group. Welcome to our team. My name is Lu Ming, and I am the leader here. Since you have chosen to come here, be prepared to adhere to the rules. The distribution of supplies is managed here, and any hoarding or troublemaking is strictly prohibited. I hope you can integrate into this environment swiftly, he casually remarked, but took the time to thoroughly assess the attributes of the 5 individuals. Regrettably, none of them had awakened their potential. It was to be expected. Aside from Lu Xinqing, the chosen one, It was rare for even 1 or 2 individuals out of 10 ordinary people to possess potential. Moreover, many who did might not even have the opportunity to awaken their professions. With a hint of disappointment, Lu Ming instructed them, "Please head to the supermarket restroom and wash off the blood. We wouldn't want you to contract any diseases." The group, led by Li Xinting, departed, leaving Lu Xinqing behind to watch over the original 6. With the first wave of recruitment concluded, Lu Ming returned to the warehouse. Upon his return, he discovered Huang Yuqian still asleep. He couldn't bear to disturb her, so he sat beside her, admiring her adorable sleeping posture. However, as he settled next to Huang Yuqian, Qiu Qing immediately stood up, saying, "I need to step out for a moment to discuss our recruitment post with Lu Xincheng." Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He had no intention of doing anything inappropriate with Huang Yuqian. Was it really necessary to be so cautious? Nevertheless, he remembered that when he entered, Qiu Qing seemed to be deep in thought. So he assumed she had something important to attend to. After Qiu Qing left, Lu Ming lowered his gaze and gently pinched Huang Yuqian's cute little face before returning to his own sleeping area to rest briefly. Life in the apocalypse was indeed tedious. With games down, there was no one left to keep the servers running. Chapter 12. The second woman. Lu Ming awoke after a short while, roused by the sound of knocking at the warehouse door. Peering outside with his probing ability, he saw Li Xinting's interface and replied, "Come in." The warehouse door swung open, revealing not only Li Xinting but also the 5 girls she had taken to clean up. At this moment, as Lu Ming called out, "Come in," the 5 girls, herded by Li Xinting, entered in a single file. The critical detail was that they were all clad in thin nightgowns, evidently from the supermarket's substandard stock. Some of them, due to ill-fitting garments, had their chests straining against the fabric, exposing far more than was appropriate. He cast a puzzled glance at Li Xinting and asked, "What are you bringing them here for? And what about their clothes?" "They can't wear those stained with blood," Li Xinting replied with a smile. "It's inappropriate for them to be out there dressed like this, especially with boys around. I thought it best to bring them here." With only Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing present, the manpower might not be sufficient. Why not let them assist you with your daily needs? I've seen leaders of newly formed survivor organizations with several women attending to them. Li Xinting's implications were abundantly clear. Everyone understood the connotation behind those survivor leaders seeking multiple women for their care. She was essentially asking him if he wanted to take these 5 girls as his own. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words at Li Xinting's suggestion. He possessed the human maternal profession and could take his time. There was no need for coercion. Casting a glance at the 5 girls, he noticed they were all timidly looking down, clearly aware of the situation but too frightened to resist, whether it was due to the mysterious bat Li Xinting held or Lu Ming's imposing presence. Lu Ming shook his head, replying, "No need. Take them out. There are suitable clothes in the staff lounge. Once they adapt to our environment and contribute in the future, they can gradually be promoted to assist me in management. Let's avoid any forced situations. Take them to eat something. They've been on the run all night." Upon hearing his words, the 5 girls exhaled in relief, a sense of gratitude blossoming within them and their hearts. They began to consider that perhaps Lu Ming was quite handsome and powerful, making him a suitable person to rely on in this apocalypse. "Perhaps, Li Xinting, you could help us strike up a conversation?" When others sought them out, they would refuse, but when someone showed them value, they yearned to give. Such is the nature of people. Lu Ming noticed an inexplicable increase in the loyalty of the 5 girls. Initially around 60, it had now risen to approximately 65, with some even higher. Indeed, it was only through a blend of kindness and authority that loyalty increased swiftly. Although Li Xinting's method was somewhat perplexing, it effectively intimidated the girls, and Lu Ming's subsequent act of kindness further boosted their loyalty. This approach was undoubtedly more effective than coercing them. Naturally, Lu Ming's refusal stemmed from the fact that the girls' scores were not particularly high. The highest among them was only around 70, even lower than Qiu Qing's. He had other priorities and felt little interest in them for the time being. "Very well," Li Xinting replied, though her disappointment was evident. After a moment, she reluctantly asked, "Are you truly not planning to take several women to serve you like those leaders outside?" Lu Ming glanced at Li Xinting, paused for a moment, and suddenly understood. "So, you hope I would take several women so that you might have a chance?" It was hard not to draw parallels between her and Huang Yuqian. A fleeting glance at the sleeping Huang Yuqian confirmed that the two likely shared many common interests. This matter could wait for another time. Lu Ming instructed Li Xinting to take the girls away. However, Li Xinting assumed his disinterest in multiple women indicated a lack of desire, which dampened her spirits as she left. Lu Ming couldn't help but check Li Xinting's loyalty, discovering it had risen to 9-2. No wonder she had acted in such a manner. He would have to find an opportunity to discuss this with her later. If he recalled correctly, Lu Xinting's loyalty was even higher. When he saw her during the day, it was already at 96, yet she had never mentioned finding him other women, suggesting that people varied greatly. Some were simply more reserved. In the afternoon, Lu Ming summoned Xiao Qing back and took the opportunity to roam the supermarket a bit more, hoping to boost the loyalty of the 10 or so individuals present. Observing how obedient they were becoming, Lu Ming felt that his life in the apocalypse was finally on the right track. The next step was to set his sights on the girls' dormitory. One should not underestimate that building. Its population was akin to that of a small community. That night, after receiving another wave of survivors alongside Lu Xinqing, Lu Ming ordered everyone to secure the supermarket doors before returning to the warehouse for rest. The nights in the apocalypse were far from tranquil. Outside, clear sounds of impacts echoed, and faint screams could be heard in the distance. Lu Ming awoke drowsily at one point and, turning over, accidentally bumped into someone. The remaining space in the warehouse was limited, and their bedding was quite close together. Huang Yuqian, who had curled up beside him like a little kitten the night before, seemed to have had enough sleep during the day and had snuggled closer. Lu Ming, feeling emboldened, casually wrapped an arm around her. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The body he was holding felt unusually stiff, and the embrace felt different, too large. "Xiao Qing?" Lu Ming whispered uncertainly in the dark. In the dim light, he could see the other person's ear twitch in response to his breath, yet they remained silent. It became evident that he had mistakenly embraced Xiao Qing. Had it been Huang Yuqian? She would have eagerly responded if awake, rather than remaining so unresponsive. Lu Ming withdrew his hand, sensing Xiao Qing's tense body, and decided against teasing her. However, just as he pulled back, Xiao Qing grasped his hand. "I'm fine," she whispered in the dark. "I have always had feelings for you. And now more than ever, I need to rely on you to survive. Do as you wish. I won't tell Lu Xinqing." Lu Ming was taken aback. It seemed Xiao Qing, while nervous, was mentally prepared. Indeed, her position was not too close to him, yet she had chosen to lie beside him while awake, making it hard not to believe she had moved closer intentionally. With that understanding, Lu Ming felt no need to hold back. He had long coveted Xiao Qing's long legs. As a first-tier professional, he possessed formidable enhancement capabilities, and he certainly didn't want to waste such an opportunity. Chapter 13. Changes over the past few days. Xiao Qing profession. None tier, 0, armed enhancement, potential. F score, 77 loyalty, 92 in the morning. Lu Ming gazed at the sleeping Xiao Qing beside him and couldn't help but gently play with her tousled hair. Her loyalty had finally surpassed 90, and the loyalty of Lu Xinqing and the other three had reached a satisfactory level. What remained was to wait. The apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior, and achieving full loyalty would be challenging, but it wouldn't take long. A pair of fair legs lay exposed, marked with several faint bruises, and Lu Ming couldn't help but feel he had gone too far. Reaching out to cover her with a blanket. Outside the warehouse, Lu Xinqing and Li Xini spent the night in the cramped staff lounge, and upon awakening this morning, they discovered an unexpected presence beside them. "How did Huang Yuqian end up here?" Li Xinting cast a glance at Huang Yuqian's sleeping face, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was she not supposed to be sleeping in the storeroom? Perhaps she had mistakenly wandered in while heading to the restroom during the night. Yuqian had always been a bit daft. Lu Xinqing shook her head, gazing at Huang Yuqian's drowsy visage with a hint of exasperation. She then turned to Li Xinting and suggested, "Let her continue to sleep. We need to go distribute food. Today is likely to be quite busy. I have a feeling we might receive a few more people throughout the day." It wasn't until Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting left the lounge that Huang Yuqian quietly opened her eyes, stealing a glance at their retreating figures and sighed in relief. She then comfortably claimed the bed for herself, preparing to indulge in a good sleep. Only as an observer could one truly comprehend the extent of the ruckus caused by Lu Ming and his companions. She had spent the entire night without a wink of sleep. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, considerable changes had taken place within the supermarket. All the shelves had been cleared to the walls. The supermarket's hall was now covered with makeshift bedding, and during the day, groups of people sat together. A rough count revealed approximately 25 or 26 individuals, and with Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing included. The number of occupants in the supermarket exceeded 30, forming the preliminary foundation of a small stronghold. Once the population surpassed 30, Lu Xinqing ceased to accept new arrivals, sealed off the entrance, and diligently managed the existing group. At that moment, Lu Xinqing sat behind the cash register, scribbling calculations. 5 minutes later, she rubbed her temples in frustration and glanced at Lu Ming, who was seated nearby sipping tea. She informed him, "Our supplies may not suffice. Sustaining these 30 individuals entails expenditures without any income. The supermarket can probably only last for a month." Lu Ming, however, remained calm, observing the attributes of the newcomers while admiring their loyalty, and replied slowly, "A month is quite ample. After tomorrow, we won't be here anymore. We cannot take all the supplies from the supermarket. Most of it consists of bulky snacks that don't satisfy hunger." Lu Xinqing, still feeling uneasy, responded, "Moreover, if our objective is the dormitory next door, there won't be much in terms of supplies there. No one in a university dormitory would stockpile resources. It's unnecessary." Yet Lu Ming reassured her, saying, "There's no need to worry. I have a plan for the supplies. You just need to assist in managing the people. With so many individuals in the dormitory, the mutated zombies would surely be numerous as well. It would serve as a natural hunting ground. Coupled with the black box in his possession, there would be no shortage of resources. Furthermore, with a larger pool of individuals, not all of these 30 people would necessarily leave with him." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Xinqing finally felt reassured. She had come to trust Lu Ming completely. He had become her sole reliance, and she firmly believed in everything he said. After making his rounds in the supermarket, Lu Ming returned to the storeroom. He was currently enjoying his time there, spending mornings with Huang Yuqian, afternoons with Qiu Qing, and evenings entertaining both, reveling in a life of nightly festivities. The downside was that in recent days, Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing had been sleeping in quite a bit, no longer appearing outside the storeroom. Upon entering the storeroom, he found many eyes following him, having been blocked at the door. With the increase in people, the supermarket hall had become somewhat noisy. Particularly at the moment Lu Ming returned to the storeroom, it was when discussions about him reached their peak among the others. "Li Haodong, are you really certain that guy named Lu Ming possesses some unique power in this apocalypse?" The speaker was Chen Peng, a tall young man and the only male among the groups in the hall. Li Haodong, one of the original members of the supermarket crew, was the boyfriend of one of the couples. When Li Haodong heard this, he nodded and replied, "That guy is practically a monster. He can effortlessly dispatch zombies with his bare hands. Many people in our supermarket have witnessed it firsthand." "What monster? Let's not deify him," Chen Peng chuckled, pulling Li Haodong closer and whispering, "If you ask me, even if he possesses strength, that power must surely stem from the weapons in Lu Xinqing's hands." Chen Peng's gaze landed on the counter where Lu Xinqing was stationed. Next to her lay a metallic baseball bat adorned with flowing patterns. Chen Peng had experienced the bat's power firsthand. It was this very weapon that had repelled the zombies chasing them when he first entered the supermarket. After 2 days of observation, he concluded that it was not Lu Xinqing who was formidable, but rather the weapon she wielded. If he could acquire such a weapon, he believed he would surpass Lu Xinqing in strength. Thus, despite his outwardly obedient demeanor over the past few days, he secretly looked down upon Lu Xinqing and her companions, convinced they were merely fortunate to have a strong man to rely on. The man in the storeroom, however, piqued Chen Peng's interest. After all, he had managed to establish such a stronghold in such a short time, indicating he possessed some clever ideas. Chapter 14. Lu Xinqing's discovery. Chen Peng looked at Li Haodong with an insidious smile and quietly asked, "Tell me, don't you want to become as powerful as they are?" "What do you mean by that?" Li Haodong was taken aback by Chen Peng's question, as he began to suspect what Chen Peng was hinting at. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Chen Peng whispering like a devil in his ear, "Let's go seize those people's weapons. Then, we too can possess their kind of power." "Are you out of your mind?" Li Haodong's emotions flared, clearly terrified by the notion. If this plan were to fail, he could not bear the consequences. Chen Peng, however, continued to coax him, "Look at this supermarket. There are so many girls, don't you want to claim them for yourself? This doesn't seem right. I already have a girlfriend." "Ha! You have such a narrow perspective." Li Haodong died in this apocalypse, who still adheres to the notion of one person having one girlfriend. In this environment, if you possess strength, everything is yours. Don't think that having 1 or 2 women is all there is. If you want 100, as long as no one can overpower you, no one can stop you. Chen Peng patted Li Haodong's shoulder and asked, "So, what do you think, Haodong? Have you considered it? Li Haodong bowed his head in silence. Offering no reply, Chun Peng instantly grasped his mindset. As long as he didn't outright reject the idea, he likely harbored similar thoughts. Thus, Chun Peng unleashed his final weapon. Stop overthinking it, Li Haodong. If you don't act, you'll just have to wait for others to come and take from you. Do you truly believe you can keep your girlfriend safe in this situation? Once the women here are nearly exhausted by that guy in the storeroom, your girlfriend will be next. Though the words were harsh, they undeniably struck a chord with Li Haodong. He couldn't help but question. Do you have a plan? Seeing Li Haodong relent, Chun Peng released the grip on the knife he had been holding in his pocket and smiled. Of course, a well-thought-out plan. They would not always keep their weapons in hand. During meals and sleep, they would surely set them down. When it came time to eat, they would either have their weapons tucked into their waists or laid on the counter. They would have to strike when the others were unable to reach their weapons in time. Li Haodong inquired, what about the people in the storeroom? What should we do with them? We strike simultaneously, sending people directly in there. They should also be eating. However, if we fail, we still have these two weapons outside. Chun Peng outlined the final element of the plan. At that moment, we will need an escape route. You should persuade your girlfriend to test the waters with the other girls, find a few willing to join us, and have them guard the supermarket entrance. If we can't deal with the people in the storeroom, we'll take Lu Xinqing's two weapons and flee. Once outside, with these two weapons in hand, we can easily establish our own survivor stronghold, and you will be one of the founders. Li Haodong pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat tempted. The key was that if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Once new strongholds are established, being one of the founders, wouldn't that make it easy for women to choose? With this thought, Li Haodong nodded in agreement. He bent down, rose, and walked to the other side. His girlfriend was engaged in conversation with several other girls, and Li Haodong gently tapped her shoulder, whispering, "Come here for a moment, I need to discuss something with you." He felt confident in persuading his girlfriend, as she was always attentive to his wishes, even saving a considerable amount of food during the apocalypse to share with him, willingly enduring hunger herself. As it turned out, his instincts were correct. After explaining the situation to his girlfriend, although she was initially taken aback, she gritted her teeth and agreed to his plan. Subsequently, she scanned the hall, contemplating the behavior of everyone over the past few days, considering who might be swayed to her side. At that moment, however, Li Haodong couldn't help but steal a glance towards Lu Jiaying. Upon seeing her youthful face adorned with a perpetual smile, he hesitated for a brief moment before saying to his girlfriend, "Try to persuade Lu Jiaying as well. Chun Peng and the others wish to take her along." This reasoning was fabricated by him, as he himself desired Lu Jiaying to join them. Upon hearing his words, his girlfriend furrowed her brows but ultimately agreed without further thought. Seeing her compliance, Li Haodong felt a sense of relief. Indeed, his persuasion by Chun Peng was fueled by selfish motives. Over the past few days, he had viewed Lu Jiaying as his shining beacon, unwilling to let her remain here to be sullied by others. While they quietly proceeded with their plans, unbeknownst to them, all their subtle maneuvers were observed by Lu Xinqing, who stood behind the cashier's desk. She had long been wary of this group of boys, and seeing their suspicious actions now, she mentally noted them down. Feigning indifference, she glanced at her phone and quietly said to Li Xinting beside her, "Xinting, let's head to the lounge later and prepare our weapons. Something might happen later, so be careful not to lose control of your powers." Li Xinting was taken aback by her words, but upon seeing Lu Xinqing's confident demeanor, she nodded seriously. Lu Xinqing's abilities spoke for themselves. She had managed the supermarket exceptionally well these past few days, and naturally, Li Xinting trusted her best friend's words. In a corner of the hall, Chun Peng observed Lu Xinqing, who was engrossed in her phone at the cashier's desk, feeling disdainful. "Continue to be complacent. You won't be able to enjoy this leisure for long." Turning his head, he then glanced at Li Haodong's girlfriend, who had been incited by him to try and recruit others, and felt quite satisfied. He subsequently summoned 3 boys who followed him to discuss their upcoming plans in detail. Chun Peng no longer paid attention to the girl's side, and thus missed the sight of Li Haodong's girlfriend sitting beside Lu Jiaying shortly thereafter. 10 minutes later, Li Haodong's girlfriend emerged with a satisfied smile, leaving Lu Jiaying, who was seated, equally cheerful. She was genuinely delighted, and as she watched Li Haodong's girlfriend walk away, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "I never expected to encounter such a delightful surprise." Lu Jiaying casually glanced toward the warehouse, having longed for the person inside, yet had previously struggled to find a reason to approach it. Now, It seemed circumstances had changed. In the afternoon, Lu Ming, along with Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, indulged in a game of do diju. Midway, he excused himself from the warehouse and took a refreshing break in the supermarket restroom. Upon washing his hands, he nearly collided with an attractive girl. "Sorry," she exclaimed, quickly halting her steps and repeatedly apologizing. Lu Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, recalling that her name was Lu Jiaying, one of the few individuals outside the warehouse who had captured his interest. "It's nothing," he replied, forgiving her. Yet he was acutely aware that she likely intended to engage with him deliberately, as she had rushed towards him only to stand still upon encountering him. Showing no intention of heading to the restroom. Chapter 15. Lu Jiaying's revelation. Lu Ming turned on the faucet to rinse his hands. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Jiaying, who had been waiting beside him, finally stepped forward and blocked his path. "Hello, I'm Lu Jiaying." She lowered her head, displaying utmost respect. Lu Jiaying. Occupation: none. Rank: none. Potential: E rating: 87. Loyalty: 79. Lu Ming scrutinized her for a moment before retracting his gaze and inquiring, "Do you need something?" Lu Jiaying nodded and looked up to inform him, "Earlier outside, someone mentioned some troubling matters to me, so I wanted to report it to you." Lu Ming pondered for a moment, likely guessing what she wanted to report. He had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the supermarket, particularly noting that Lu Xinqing and her group had brought in a few unruly characters. Scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was approaching, he reached out and grasped Lu Jiaying's arm. "Come inside and tell me." He swiftly pulled her into the restroom, locking the door with a decisive click. This restroom, located in the employee corridor, was a unisex single-stall facility. Once Lu Ming pulled her inside, both stood within the cramped restroom, leaving Lu Jiaying feeling quite bewildered. "He pulled me into the restroom. What could this possibly mean?" She had never imagined she would find herself alone with a boy in such a setting. Nevertheless, as Lu Ming had yanked her in, she complied without any resistance, feeling an inexplicable urge to acquiesce to this man before her. The intimate atmosphere caused her to momentarily forget the purpose of her visit. Standing there in a daze, Lu Ming lightly tapped her forehead, his expression serious as he asked, "What are you thinking?" "There's no one here. You can speak freely." It was indeed more convenient to lodge a complaint in such a place. Oh, Lu Jiaying abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing she had overthought the situation, and hurriedly organized her thoughts before speaking. "It's like this. Just now, Li Haodong's girlfriend approached me, asking if I would be interested in going somewhere else, if I could help them open a door. They would take me away and lead me to the authorities." However, Li Haodong's girlfriend's intentions were far from straightforward. She concocted numerous reasons in an attempt to deceive Lu Jiaying into joining her faction. Lu Jiaying feigned hesitation for a considerable time before ultimately agreeing. Turning to Lu Ming, she divulged, "I suspect they intend to seize Lu Xinqing and her group's weapons to take over the supermarket. If they fail, they plan to escape through the door we opened." Lu Jiaying articulated her suspicions, and then continued, "I noticed that Li Haodong's girlfriend has not only contacted me but also reached out to others to open the door. I can rally the other girls in the hall to help guard the entrance. When those people react, we can cut off their escape route." Lu Jiaying displayed her cleverness, not only exposing Li Haodong and his group's scheme to Lu Ming but also proactively seeking a task to undertake. She aimed to demonstrate her value, making Lu Ming recognize her utility. Lu Ming surveyed her until she grew somewhat shy, then asked, "What do you wish to gain from this?" Lu Jiaying promptly replied, "I hope that you'll have the opportunity to enter the warehouse afterward and follow you, just like Lu Xinqing and her group." Upon uttering this sentence, Lu Jiaying felt a flush creep onto her cheeks, her heart racing wildly. She realized that her words carried an undertone of "I wish to be your woman." After all, within the supermarket hall, it was often said that Lu Xinqing was Lu Ming's kept woman. Now, by expressing her desire to be like Lu Xinqing, her implications were undoubtedly suggestive. Yet, she did not retract her statement, as deep down, she acknowledged that she might not be entirely averse to such thoughts. The bridge effect in the post-apocalyptic environment made it all too easy for one's heart to flutter. Lu Jiaying had never been so audacious before. "Very well," Lu Ming nodded in agreement, "I have noted your words. Proceed with your plan. If you can organize the others and block their escape route, I will promote you, just as I have done with Lu Xinqing and her group." In a world where few possessed awakened potential, Lu Jiaying's loyalty was commendable. If she possessed further abilities, Lu Ming felt it was only right to elevate her status. Lu Jiaying loyalty, 82. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Lu Jiaying's loyalty surged past the 80 mark. He entrusted the task to her without hesitation and left the restroom. Alone, Lu Jiaying stood inside, her expression tinged with disappointment. After being pulled into the restroom, he had merely exchanged a few words before departing. Although she hadn't anticipated any particular actions from Lu Ming in such a place, she couldn't help but cast another glance around the cramped restroom. A sudden thought surged through her mind. If her first time were indeed in such a place, it would surely leave a lasting impression, an indelible memory. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the warehouse, Lu Xinqing sought him out. Upon entering, she found Huang Yuqian nestled against Lu Ming's arm. Both engrossed in a movie, this intimate scene momentarily stunned Lu Xinqing, rendering her speechless. Outside the warehouse, Li Xinting, who had been monitoring the hall, noticed the sudden silence within and curiously peeked in, just in time to see Huang Yuqian release Lu Ming's arm. Unlike the bewildered Lu Xinqing, Li Xinting's eyes lit up at the sight. She had previously thought Lu Ming disinterested in other women, but it appeared that was not the case. Perhaps the other women's allure simply fell short. Quickly averting her gaze to avoid Lu Xinqing's embarrassment, Li Xinting mused, "My dear best friend, it seems you may have a challenging time ahead." Huang Yuqian, with an air of nonchalance, released Lu Ming from her grip. She regarded Lu Xinqing as though nothing untoward had transpired, and in a casual tone, inquired, "I was watching a movie with Lu Ming. Would you like to join us?" Lu Xinqing pressed her lips together. Falling into a moment of silence, she recalled how Lu Ming had maintained a close relationship with Huang Yuqian for quite some time. Perhaps it was merely a movie outing, nothing more significant. Lu Xinqing compelled herself to accept this notion. As if unaffected by the recent events, she addressed Lu Ming, saying, "I won't be joining. You two enjoy the film. Something has occurred outside that I need to be cautious about." Lu Xinqing seemed to dismiss the image of Huang Yuqian entwined with Lu Ming and proceeded to inform him of the potential disturbances caused by Chen Peng and his associates. She then asked Lu Ming, "Should we take preemptive action to thwart their intentions?" "There's no need," Lu Ming replied, shaking his head. "We will be relocating tomorrow, and this presents an opportune moment to sift out those who do not align with us, eliminating them alongside Chen Peng's group. Moreover, I have promised Lu Jiaying an opportunity for a promotion to management." Chapter 16. Brief conflict and conclusion. Upon receiving Lu Ming's directive, Lu Xinqing promptly departed with Li Xinting. Once the door was secured, Qiu Qing, languidly reclining on her bed, inquired of Huang Yuqian, "Has Xinqing not come to terms with it yet? Have you not broached these matters with her recently? I have hinted at it a few times." But Huang Yuqian sighed in exasperation. "Xinqing is far too earnest. She has not contemplated such matters." She resolved to have another conversation with Lu Xinqing later, vowing to be more forthright this time. With a glance at Lu Ming, Huang Yuqian reassured him, "Rest assured, given Lu Xinqing's fondness for you, even if her worldview is shattered upon learning the truth, she will undoubtedly remain by your side." Lu Ming was acutely aware of this. Lu Xinqing's loyalty was nearing an unwavering peak. In fact, he had detected her sentiments before her arrival and had refrained from alerting Huang Yuqian, intending for Lu Xinqing to acclimate to such circumstances swiftly. As evening descended and mealtime approached, Lu Xinqing, as was her custom, meticulously arranged a box to distribute the food. She announced to the throng in the supermarket's hall, "Dinner is served. Come forth to collect your meal." Her voice, though soft, captured the attention of all present. The chatter among the seated crowd ceased, and one by one, they rose to form a lengthy queue at the checkout counter. Chen Peng and his cohort positioned themselves in the midst of the line. After taking their place, Chen Peng glanced at the baseball bat Lu Xinqing had placed on the counter, then at Li Xinting, who was occupied with instant noodles behind the counter. Despite her weapon being secured at her waist, her preoccupied demeanor suggested she was ill-prepared for a sudden confrontation. "Prepare yourselves," Li Peng whispered to his companion in front. "We can make our move." Simultaneously, he exchanged a glance with Li Haodong at the back of the line, signaling that once chaos erupted, Li Haodong and another individual should dash toward the warehouse to retrieve its contents. The process of queuing for food was eerily quiet, with no one daring to converse with Lu Xinqing and the other managers. Few were aware that beneath the surface, tensions brewed within the supermarket. Standing at the back of the line, Lu Jiaying, accompanied by several girls, kept a watchful eye on Chen Peng and his group. Finally, it was their turn to collect their meals. Chen Peng's companion stood casually at the checkout counter, accepting the food Lu Xinqing handed over. Midway through, as Lu Xinqing's gaze returned to the box, Chen Peng's other hand suddenly reached out. In response, he sprang toward the checkout counter. A commotion erupted at the back of the line. as those who had just received their meals turned to witness the unfolding chaos. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Chun Peng could no longer contain his grin. He felt that Lu Xinqing and her companions were woefully unprepared. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, stunning everyone. Chun Peng instinctively turned to look. What he saw sent his expression spiraling into one of horror. His teammate, who had a bat in hand, suddenly cried out in pain, losing his grip. The weapon clattered back onto the counter as his teammate emitted a pained wail. Chun Peng halted his advance toward Li Xinting, for he had noticed that, startled by the scream, Li Xinting had become aware of the imminent danger and had armed herself. Behind the counter, Lu Xinqing remained composed, carefully placing the box on the table before finally retrieving her own weapon. The boy in front of her attempted to flee, but before he could turn, he found Lu Xinqing pressing the metal bat against his temple. A jolt of adrenaline surged through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "You possess remarkable courage," Lu Xinqing remarked, "to incite unrest in the face of the unknown. Alas, you seem unaware that wielding a weapon infused with supernatural abilities is not as simple as merely grasping it." She had expended considerable effort over the past few days to control the powers imbued within the weapon. Though such endeavors had remained concealed from the other employees in the supermarket, the boy who had initiated the altercation collapsed to the ground, realizing his imminent defeat. Despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that they would be unable to wield such a weapon. Thus, their insurrection was doomed from the outset. On the other hand, Chun Peng was quick to react. He shouted, "Don't just stand there, run!" This call was directed towards Li Haodong and the others who had yet to be captured. The operation had failed, and while Chun Peng gritted his teeth, he refused to succumb to despair. If necessary, they could simply leave the supermarket and try their luck elsewhere. They had originally come from outside, and as long as they had manpower, they could seek refuge at another stronghold, provided they were not captured. Therefore, following the failure of the operation, Chun Peng sprinted desperately toward the supermarket entrance, having just seen out of the corner of his eye that Li Haodong's girlfriend had stealthily positioned herself near the door to assist. Li Haodong, who had not yet entered the warehouse, also realized the situation and swiftly abandoned the plan, leading his group towards the supermarket entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Li Haodong's girlfriend and several other girls, who were indeed waiting there. However, before Li Haodong could express his relief, he witnessed Lu Jiaying and her companions swiftly subduing his girlfriend and another girl, pinning them to the ground to block their escape. "Lu Jiaying, what are you doing?" Li Haodong halted in his tracks, perplexed, and asked, only to receive a cold response from Lu Jiaying. "Li Haodong, Lu Ming's group saved you from being pursued by zombies and provided you with food and a safe environment. Is this how you repay him? I could not stand by, so I sought him out and accepted the task of stopping you. As long as I am here, you shall not escape." Li Haodong felt a buzzing in his ears. His heart sinking. Lu Jiaying had actively allied herself with Lu Ming, leveraging her so-called good intentions. His cheeks twitched as he suddenly felt like a jester. He stood frozen, losing all desire to flee. Only Chun Peng remained unfazed throughout the entire ordeal. The series of unforeseen events fueled his anger, yet he understood that he could not remain there. The consequences of being left behind were too uncertain, especially in this lawless apocalypse. With a swift kick, he sent Li Haodong sprawling, then confronted the girls blocking his path with a forceful slap that sent one crashing to the ground. "We have reached the entrance. How could I be stopped by you women?" Chen Peng's eyes reddened, his veins bulging with fury. His imposing stature rendered the frail girls incapable of hindering him. What further dissuaded them from approaching was the knife that had materialized in Chen Peng's hand. Seeing this, Lu Jiaying clenched her teeth. She did not waver. While others might retreat, she could not. She had made a promise to Lu Ming and knew she could not falter. She had to stop Chun Peng. Fortunately, Lu Jiaying had summoned reinforcements and had prepared long weapons like drying racks to temporarily restrain Chun Peng. Seizing this brief window, Lu Jiaying rummaged through her pocket, producing a bottle. She uncorked it, releasing a pungent, putrid odor that wafted through the air, and without hesitation, splashed its contents into Chen Peng's eyes. "What the hell did you just pour on me?" Chun Peng exclaimed, feeling a searing pain in his eyes. Dropping to his knees, he clutched his eyes, blood and greenish fluid oozing from between his fingers, mingling with the stench of decay. The girls who had joined Lu Jiaying to confront Chun Peng were immediately terrified and fled. Lu Xinqing, who had been approaching to assist, paused in her tracks, her expression one of disbelief as she murmured, "Is this zombie blood?" She cast a surprised glance at Lu Jiaying, astonished that this girl possessed such a substance. However, upon reflection, it made sense. She had survived outside and, being quite attractive, would naturally have prepared some hidden advantages for herself. Chapter 17. From now on, only girls will be accepted zombie blood? Upon hearing this term, not only did the girls assisting Lu Jiaying recoil in horror, but those in the hall who had come to observe the scene also gasped in shock, retreating to a safe distance. While they were uncertain whether zombie blood could transform a person into a zombie, witnessing Chun Ping's grotesque state made it clear that this substance was best avoided. Even Chen Peng, having come into contact with it, was not someone they wished to approach closely, lest he turn into a monster and lash out. Enough, everyone remained quiet. Amidst the uproar and panic in the hall, Lu Ming finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere within the supermarket transformed as the patrons regained their composure. Indeed, with Lu Ming present, even the fully transformed zombie monstrosities posed little challenge, let alone Chun Peng, who had yet to undergo mutation. He had even assisted Li Xinting in treating an arm infected by a zombie bite. As the supermarket settled into a state of calm, Lu Ming gestured to Lu Jiaying, who still stood at the entrance. "Open the main door." Lu Jiaying promptly nodded and went to lift the rolling shutter. As she exerted her strength, she swallowed hard. With Lu Ming's presence, her mind was at ease. Her task had been accomplished. Having witnessed Lu Ming in action, she had never doubted that Chen Peng and his companions could create significant trouble. However, she felt somewhat inadequate against the ferocity of Chen Peng, though she had kept a hidden card up her sleeve from their earlier encounter outside. As the shutter was raised, Lu Ming seized Chen Peng by the collar, disregarding his pleas for mercy and help, and tossed him outside. After witnessing Chen Peng being devoured by the zombies beyond the door, Lu Ming turned to Lu Xinqing. He patted the baseball bat in her hands and instructed her, "Take Huang Yuqian and the others, and deal with those who dared to attack us." Using this, Lu Xinqing paused momentarily and then nodded earnestly. After all, shedding the blood of one's kind was a different matter than slaying zombies, requiring a unique brand of courage. This too served as training from Lu Ming. For a leader must possess the resolve to act ruthlessly. Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing emerged from the storage room, ready to assist. The ensuing scene was undeniably gruesome. The atmosphere in the main hall turned oppressive. After a span of 10 or so minutes, several individuals who had been spectating were summoned to clean the floor. Their hands trembled as they clutched mops, their stomachs churning at the sight of the filth below. Yet they dared not vomit, the brutal spectacle they had just witnessed lingering in their minds. Observing their trepidation, Lu Ming seized the moment to speak. "Remember what happened today. I protect this supermarket. You may choose to do nothing, but do not lay a hand on my people. Otherwise, you shall share the same fate as Chen Peng." No one dared to respond. They had never harbored such intentions, and the thought of opposing Lu Ming now filled them with dread. Noticing their fear, Lu Ming understood the need to temper his words and added, "However, should you wish to assist me, I welcome it. Just as Lu Jiaying did today, I shall reward her with a weapon akin to those wielded by Lu Xinqing and the others. From this day forth, she shall become one of the managers of this supermarket, endowed with the ability to combat zombies." This declaration roused the somber individuals in the hall. In this apocalyptic world, power was paramount, not only for fending off monsters and protecting oneself, but also for seizing resources from others. Now, Lu Jiaying had acquired the means to confront zombies, igniting fervent admiration in the gazes directed at her. A portion of the onlookers had already forgotten the recent brutality, beginning to regret their failure to join the fight against Chen Peng. At that moment, Lu Ming glanced at the few girls who had been kicked to the ground by Chen Peng and stated, "You shall not have suffered in vain. I will select one of you to bestow a weapon upon." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming noted the burgeoning loyalty in the eyes of the girls on the floor. Indeed, throughout the hall, loyalty had been steadily rising since the beginning, perhaps out of fear or perhaps spurred by Lu Ming's actions of rewarding one for their efforts. Now, there was not a single individual in the supermarket with a loyalty rating below 70. Once loyalty reached 70, the notion of abandoning him for other pursuits would scarcely cross their minds. This meant that wherever Lu Ming decided to relocate next, these individuals would obediently follow. Even organizing them to confront zombies would prove feasible. Particularly for Lu Jiaying, her loyalty surged to an impressive 86, reaching a level where she would heed Lu Ming's every command. Fetch 2 baseball bats, Lu Ming instructed Lu Xinqing, who immediately complied by providing Lu Jiaying with her weapon. With this, Lu Ming had exhausted all 6 of his forging stones. With 6 new, zero-tier professionals on board, the plans for the girls' dormitory exploration commencing the following day would proceed with greater ease. "Thank you," Lu Jiaying exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she accepted the weapon. Gaining power was secondary. The joy of working alongside this man brought her greater happiness. Were it not for Lu Xinqing's peculiar gaze upon her, Lu Jiaying felt she might have impulsively expressed her current emotions. As for the other recipient of Lu Ming's generosity, he inquired about Lu Jiaying and selected the girl who had contributed the most effort. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he rewarded Lu Jiaying and began assigning tasks. Lu Jiaying, monitor their progress in cleaning the floor, then close the door and see to the others. Xinqing, come with me. He summoned Lu Xinqing and the others to sit at the cashier's counter. Liu Ming accepted a glass of water poured by Huang Yuqian. Sipping as he spoke, "Tomorrow morning, I plan to relocate to the adjacent dormitory building, as I previously mentioned. We shall gather more people there, for it should harbor plenty of treasures." Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting were tasked with sorting out some easily transportable supplies tonight, so they could depart the next day. At present, Lu Ming stood as the sole first-tier professional among the supermarket's ranks. Attempting to confront the black box required first-tier crystals, which was a stretch. He still needed some readily available supplies in time. When treasure chests appeared and other professionals joined the fray, the need for such heavy supplies would diminish. For now, the management of the supermarket would fall to Lu Jiaying and her team. Lu Xinqing and the others harbored no objections to Lu Ming's elevation of Lu Jiaying. However, Lu Xinqing suddenly suggested, "Lu Ming, considering recent events, perhaps we should only accept female survivors moving forward." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuqian and the others immediately turned their attention to Lu Xinqing. Confused, she wondered about their reactions but proceeded to convey her thoughts to Lu Ming. "Initially, we welcomed too many females. Our base is within the female dormitory area, and future editions will likely be predominantly female. If males arrive and witness so many females, it could lead to complications. Some females may feel unsafe. So I believe it prudent to refrain from accepting males for the time being." Liu Ming, amused by Lu Xinqing's reasoning, agreed. "Of course, that is acceptable." Chapter 18. The move. Upon hearing Lu Xinqing's serious analysis, Huang Yuqian and the others returned their focus to her, momentarily believing she had altered her stance and sought to help Lu Ming find female companions. Instead, she was simply raising a valid point. Reflecting on Lu Xinqing's usual intelligence, it was surprising she had never considered this issue before. Perhaps she had been deceiving herself all along. After assigning Lu Xinqing her tasks, Lu Ming returned to the storage room. As he entered, Huang Yuqian rushed over, loosening his collar and gently nibbling at his neck. She craved him once more. Noticing Huang Yuqian's actions, Qiu Qing also approached. Liu Ming found himself holding Qiu Qing with one arm while wrapping the other around Huang Yuqian's waist. Playfully pinching her flesh as he asked, "Haven't you had enough fun these past few days?" Lu Xinqing will be coming over soon to help with the supplies. She's worried that after the move, there may not be another opportunity. Huang Yuqian replied nonchalantly. "That won't be the case. The dormitory building has plenty of rooms for us," Lu Ming reassured her. Regardless of his response, Huang Yuqian's actions remained unaffected. Huang Yuqian loyalty. 100. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming had uncovered a piece of information. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. He had gained the first woman completely loyal to him. Meanwhile, Lu Xinqing, having dealt with Chen Peng and his crew, was called away by Li Xinting to clean the stains on her clothing, and thus she remained unaware of the peculiarities in the storage room. That night, in preparation for their move the next day, everyone worked late into the evening. The supermarket hall was unusually quiet, likely a result of the recent events involving Chen Peng, marking a time when Lu Ming commanded the utmost respect. At last, morning arrived. Liu Ming, accompanied by Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, left the storage room, glancing back one last time at the chaotic space he would likely never return to. Outside, Lu Xinqing and the others awaited him. Alongside the supplies she and Li Xinting had meticulously sorted the previous night, a total of 20 to 30 boxes of food, including instant noodles, bread, and biscuits, enough to sustain them for a week. Along with 20 boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of alcohol lamps, and matches for warmth and cooking. Liu Jiaying approached to report. "Yesterday, we dealt with Chen Peng and his 5 male companions. The number of disruptive females was minimal, including Li Haodong's girlfriend. Only 3 remain. After their departure, I counted, and we still have 18 ordinary individuals left in the supermarket. Adding our 6 managers and yourself, we total 25. Not bad, Lu Ming nodded, pleased with the count. The apocalypse had only begun after 8 in the evening, and few had remained on campus, at this hour. Students were either studying in the library or had returned to their dormitories. So recruiting 25 individuals who had stayed outside in just a few days was commendable. The dormitory building they were about to visit would house the majority of their future recruits. Gather everyone. I have an announcement to make, Lu Jiaying acknowledged and went to summon the others. The individuals in the hall were herded before Lu Ming, forming a neat line. Lu Jiaying stood on one side, supervising them alongside another girl who was equipped with a superpowered weapon, appointed by Lu Ming as an additional manager the previous day. Lu Ming cast a cursory glance at her information. Zhao Yi? Occupation, none. Rank, 0. Armed bonus, potential, F grade, rating, 77, loyalty, 82. Coincidentally, the girl who had performed best alongside Lu Jiaying yesterday was also someone with awakened potential. The 2 individuals possessing such potential in the supermarket had been appointed as managers by Lu Ming. This was not a deliberate choice on Lu Ming's part. Rather, it was a natural consequence of the inherent capabilities of those with awakened potential. Zhao Yi had the courage to hold off Chen Peng, a testament to her own potential. The relationship between personal ability and awakened potential is indeed a symbiotic one. Standing behind Lu Jiaying, Zhao Yi noticed Lu Ming's gaze and slightly bowed, expressing her respect. Lu Ming appraised her, noting her commendable physique and pleasing appearance, akin to Cho Qing, making her quite suitable for the managerial role. After retracting his gaze, Lu Ming addressed the remaining 18 girls in the supermarket. The purpose of calling you here today is to inform you of my intention to establish a survivor organization. Rather than discussing relocation first, Lu Ming chose to formally announce the creation of the organization. Those wishing to follow him would need to heed his commands, fostering a sense of cohesion and preventing any potential dissent from new recruits. He continued, I trust that during this past week, you have had little to do and have gathered information about the outside world through your phones. The zombie tide remains unresolved and is only escalating. It is indisputably the true end of days. You have likely seen the emergence of various survivor organizations declaring independence online, correct? The authorities have not only refrained from suppressing them but have, in fact, encouraged such movements. I believe you comprehend the implications. The official channels are powerless now. Only we can save ourselves. The future environment will only worsen, and to seize resources in this apocalypse, we shall establish a survivor organization, with myself as the leader and managers you already know. Those wishing to join may raise their hands and pledge to follow my orders. Upon the conclusion of Lu Ming's remarks, the girls exchanged glances and gradually raised their hands, none expressing dissent. They reasoned that their recent experiences were akin to being part of Lu Ming's organization, as the authorities had long since abandoned them. Lu Ming added, since you have chosen to join, we will relocate. We cannot remain in the supermarket indefinitely. In the future, you will need to organize to combat the zombies, but you will also have the opportunity to acquire superpowered weapons. You may choose to stay. There are plenty of packaged snacks here sufficient for an extended period, and I will not mind if you change your minds. As his words settled, Lu Ming observed the girls. Heads bowed yet hands still raised, none lowering them. They had already been informed of the relocation. Lu Xinqing and Li Xinting had been busy gathering supplies, while their overseers, Lu Jiaying and Zhao Yi, were aware of the move and had prepared them accordingly. Given their current loyalty levels, it was evident they had long desired to follow Lu Ming. The establishment of the organization was an unqualified success. With not a single refusal, content, Lu Ming concluded, excellent, we shall have breakfast and then depart for the nearby dormitory building. You will be responsible for transporting supplies while I and the managers will clear the zombies outside to ensure your safety. In the morning, Lu Ming opened the supermarket doors and led the group out. 18 ordinary girls pushed 4 carts filled with supplies out of the supermarket. Lu Xinqing and her companions, wielding superpowered weapons, encountered several zombies immediately upon exiting. Lu Ming refrained from intervening, allowing Lu Xinqing and her team to hone their combat skills. The number of zombies within the dormitory building was likely not less than those outside. Chapter 19. The girls' dormitory, first floor. Having just dispatched 3 attacking zombies, Lu Jiaying took a moment to rest. Unlike Lu Xinqing and her team, she and Zhao Yi had not engaged any zombies, thus bearing some psychological burden. The short distance of merely 200 or 300 meters from the supermarket to the dormitory was primarily intended for their training. Presently, they faced their third wave of zombie attacks. The zombies in this apocalypse were remarkably intelligent, able to pursue them from a considerable distance. Fortunately, they had not encountered any first-tier or higher-level monsters en route, and had finally reached the base of the dormitory building. Lu Ming gazed up at the towering structure, feeling a surge of excitement. This was the very place where Lu Xinqing had risen to prominence in his past life. Numerous chosen locations had emerged in this apocalypse, where treasure chests congregated, harboring many treasures. This was among them, having birthed many powerful professionals like Lu Xinqing. Considering the time, it was nearly the season when gray and white chests began to appear. In the future, rarer chests might surface, though their value might not exceed that of the white chests, perhaps only offering a few high-tier weapons. The most crucial items, the profession scrolls, remained uniform, as all would need to start training from the first tier. Recalling the location where Lu Xinqing had acquired her profession in his past life, Lu Ming inquired, "Where approximately is the laundry room in your dormitory?" The laundry room? Lu Xinqing was puzzled by Lu Ming's sudden question, but, recognizing his knowledge of the apocalypse, refrained from asking further and pointed in a direction. The laundry room is located at the back of the building. If we wish to go there, we can enter a room at the front, traverse the corridor, and after passing a couple of rooms, the laundry room will be directly opposite. Lu Ming nodded. Entering first seemed prudent. He crouched near the window, carefully surveying the situation in the nearby rooms. With zombies positioned at the entrances, Lu Ming ultimately identified an abandoned storage room. The door leading from this storage space to the hallway was locked, and there were no monsters within, making it quite secure. A natural entry point. Tio the group behind him, Lu Ming instructed. "We will enter the dormitory through here. Prepare your tools." They intended to access the ground floor via the window. Who knew how many zombies lurked at the main entrance, or what unexpected occurrences might arise along the way? It was better to act on site, as this area appeared relatively safe. With tape, breaking the glass would not create excessive noise. Utilizing his superpower, Lu Ming shattered the entire window, discarding the glass shards and tape on the ground, and began ushering people inside. After some time, the 18 ordinary girls crouched, huddled beneath the wall, one by one bringing the supplies into the storage room, followed by Lu Xinqing and the other managers. Once everyone was inside, Lu Ming instructed a few girls to move the storage cabinets to block the window. Wei finally returned. Standing on the dormitory floor, Li Xinting patted her chest, sighing in relief. The others shared in her joy. Returning to this place where they had lived during their university days, they felt an inexplicable comfort. However, Lu Ming reminded them, "Do not let your guard down. This dormitory is not necessarily safer than outside. I have checked. Your building has 8 floors, with over 30 rooms on each floor, accommodating more than 1,500 individuals. Given the current infection rate, there may be nearly 1,000 monsters inside." While the infection rate was not that high, dormitories were indeed prime locations for attacks due to their cramped spaces. The group's mood tightened. Lu Ming smiled and added, "Rest assured, I have confidence in guiding you through this place. As long as you follow my orders, this will be where we grow and thrive." Lu Xinqing regarded him, feeling as though he was manipulating others, yet she willingly went along, uncertain if others felt the same. As everyone expressed their relief at returning to the dormitory, Lu Jiaying separated from the crowd and approached the window through which they had entered. Observing her actions, Lu Ming inquired, "What are you going to do?" "Looking for something," Lu Jiaying replied, glancing back at Lu Ming as he followed her. "I recognize this locked storage room. I heard that it was used by the baseball club for storage 2 years ago." "Oh, I am part of the tennis club at our school, so I am aware of the activities of these sports clubs," Lu Jiaying explained to Lu Ming. "Our school's baseball club was quite vibrant in the past, but unfortunately, it has dwindled over the last 2 years, leading to its dissolution. The storage room has since fallen into disuse, and whatever belongings they left behind were likely not cleared out in time. So, the school once had a thriving baseball club, and no wonder the supermarket downstairs sold baseball bats. It was probably stock that had been brought in during the club's heyday. After its disbandment, the leftover bats were sold off cheaply to Lu Ming." "Found it!" Lu Jiaying exclaimed as she opened the cabinet blocking the window, her eyes lighting up as she pulled out a box. A clattering sound echoed as Lu Ming observed at least 20 metal baseball bats, both new and old, being dragged out by Lu Jiaying. The glimmering metal surface was quite pleasing to behold, sparking delight. "With these bats, we won't lack for weapons in the near future," Lu Jiaying exclaimed excitedly at Lu Ming. "Well done," Lu Ming praised her. He was indeed aware that there was a stock of baseball bats within this building. In a previous life, Lu Xinqing had witnessed the survivors here utilizing them, and it was rumored to be located in a storage room on the first floor. To his surprise, it was precisely this batch that had been unearthed by Lu Jiaying immediately upon their arrival at the dormitory building. These metal bats in a university setting are considered strategic resources, as there are hardly any other practical weapons available. However, when it comes to superpowered weapons, the specific form of the weapon becomes less significant. The majority of the damage is derived from the supernatural abilities attached to them, and items as straightforward to wield as metal bats are particularly suitable for superpowered applications. Distribute the bats, he instructed. Although they lack supernatural properties, they can still serve as a means of self-defense. Keep the remaining ones for yourself. Lu Ming assigned a task to Lu Jiaying, who eagerly set off to fulfill it. At the entrance, Lu Xinqing observed this scene with a complex expression. She felt that as the number of people under management increased, Lu Ming's attention towards her had diminished. Back when they were at the supermarket, she and Li Xinting were responsible for the main hall, making it difficult to see Lu Ming. Upon hearing about the relocation, Lu Xinqing had worried whether her responsibilities would distance her further from him in the new setting. Now, with an additional manager, Lu Jiaying, who constantly sought Lu Ming's favor, she feared that Lu Ming might soon forget her entirely. She still hoped to find an opportunity to grow closer to Lu Ming and solidify their relationship. But now it seemed he was increasingly aloof. Lu Xinqing felt a sense of frustration mounting. Just as her thoughts spiraled, she suddenly heard Huang Yuqian's voice from behind. Are you scared, Xinqing? Chapter 20. The laundry room. Lu Xinqing chose to ignore Huang Yuqian, maintaining a facade of go on. I'm listening. Observing her demeanor, Huang Yuqian teasingly inquired. It seems you've noticed the increasing number of women around Lu Ming, haven't you? Do you feel somewhat incapable of holding on to him alone? Lu Xinqing paused in silence. Though her concerns had been deftly pierced, she did not feel anger. Her temperament was rather composed, and she was open to seeking counsel in response to her friend's query. She straightforwardly asked, What do you think I should do? Quite simple, Huang Yuqian replied with a triumphant smile, offering Lu Xinqing an astonishing suggestion. Let me join in, along with Qiu Qing and Li Xinting. We can help you keep watch. Lu Xinqing nearly laughed out of exasperation. For a moment, she struggled to determine whether Huang Yuqian was teasing her or genuinely offering advice. Yet, considering their usual camaraderie and Huang Yuqian's spirited nature, she sensed sincerity in her words. In that instant, Lu Xinqing seemed to grasp something profound. You all have already been involved with Lu Ming. You're clever, Xinqing. It only took a nudge for you to realize. Huang Yuqian chuckled. Lu Xinqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Noting her reaction, Huang Yuqian continued, You've known all along, haven't you, Xinqing? You just didn't want to accept it. I'm not criticizing you. It's fine to fool your friends, but don't deceive yourself. Embrace the reality. Huang Yuqian's words struck a chord, and Lu Xinqing steadied herself, remaining silent. In truth, Huang Yuqian was right. Upon hearing of Lu Ming's relationship with her friend, she hadn't been overwhelmingly distressed. She had already been aware of the situation, only pretending otherwise, and now that the facade had been shattered, she was prepared. Huang Yuqian leaned closer, urging her, Xinqing, lighten up. We've barely scratched the surface. Don't forget about us. I see Lu Jiaying eventually falling for Lu Ming too. She is quite proactive. The sooner you accept it, the better. At least your sisters can still support you as the main partner. If you delay, and someone else snatches that position, you'll end up as just another concubine. Huang Yuqian's foolish yet candid remarks made Lu Xinqing's lips twitch involuntarily. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in her statements. She did not blame Lu Ming. She believed his actions were a reflection of the apocalyptic circumstances. After all, weren't other men in this world behaving similarly? Moreover, taking capable individuals as one's own was indeed a pragmatic strategy. What saddened her was the advent of this apocalypse. Had it not been for this dire reality, perhaps she could have been with Lu Ming, and not be contemplating accepting his other women. You all would be willing to let me be the main partner? Lu Xinqing asked a question she never thought she would voice. Huang Yuqian quickly nodded. Of course, Xinqing. We feel somewhat guilty towards you. And currently, it's just me and Qiu Qing who have connections with Lu Ming. I understand. Lu Xinqing replied calmly, withholding further commentary. Huang Yuqian scrutinized her expression, curious about how Lu Xinqing would proceed now that she was aware of this situation. Lu Xinqing loyalty. 100. What was happening? Lu Ming had been diligently scouting for threats, vigilant against potential attacks from others, When he unexpectedly noticed Lu Xinqing's loyalty had reached its peak, he turned to her and found her gazing downward, lost in thought. Had she come to a realization? Suddenly, her loyalty had surged, having previously been stuck at 99 points. A fortunate turn of events. Liu Ming dismissed the thought, continuing his conversation with Lu Jiaying. So, you play tennis as well? Yes, do you play? Lu Jiaying responded enthusiastically. If we have a court in the future, I could serve as your practice partner. I'd love to see you in a tennis outfit while I hit the ball. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Jiaying's shapely figure and sighed. This was not the time for such thoughts. Others were focused on survival, while he was contemplating where to go for a tennis match with a beautiful partner. With a dozen solid metal bats distributed, everyone in Lu Ming's team had gained a modicum of combat capability. With 4 bats remaining, he instructed Lu Jiaying to carry them for future newcomers. Step back a bit. I'm about to open the door. Once the door swung open, he directed Lu Xinqing and the others to join him in clearing the zombies outside, while the others remained on standby. Lu Ming signaled for the ordinary girls to safeguard themselves and their supplies, taking only Lu Xinqing and 6 other novice-level professionals with him as he used his powers to break the door lock. Peering through the slight opening, Lu Ming surveyed the outside. A few zombies were wandering around, but their numbers appeared minimal. On the first floor of the dormitory, there were the dormitory supervisor's quarters, a storage room, and a few senior students' residences. Many were out on internships when the apocalypse began, resulting in a relatively low population on the first floor and fewer zombies. It seemed that this level was quite suitable for their initial development. Lu Ming's profession was that of a human base, allowing him to scout for humans and human-usable items, yet through experience, he determined there were no first-tier zombies or stronger in view. Let us engage swiftly and eliminate the zombies in the corridor. We mustn't attract more. With that, Lu Ming charged out first, followed closely by Lu Xinqing and the others. This time, Lu Ming took the initiative. Even if the number of zombies was low, there were still dozens to contend with, and he preferred to resolve the situation quickly. The battle lasted less than half a minute, and the zombies in the corridor were dispatched. There were a total of 6, 4 of which Lu Ming dealt with single-handedly. Utilizing his skills and depleting part of his energy reserves, Lu Xinqing and her companions tackled the remaining 2. Liu Jiaying and Zhao Yi struggled to incapacitate a single zombie's leg within half a minute, staring in admiration at the corpses at Lu Ming's feet. Let us go check the laundry room. As Lu Ming led the group, they passed 2 empty rooms, dispatching 1 or 2 zombies that lingered within. Finally arriving at the laundry room, Lu Ming heard the mindless groans of the zombies within. Peering inside, he estimated at least 10 zombies were huddled together. With no other options, they would have to confront the zombies head-on. Securing the laundry room would not only provide Lu Xinqing with a solid career foundation, but also grant Lu Ming his first Tier 1 subordinate. This was a groundbreaking achievement in the current apocalypse. Chapter 21. The Marksman. Upon entering the laundry room, Lu Ming gathered his supernatural abilities, unleashing 2 skills that obliterated the heads of 2 zombies. The term skills does not refer to a specific technique, but rather to the method of channeling supernatural energy into a focused attack. The resulting actions formed what is collectively known as skills. Only supernatural qualities of D rank or above can support their use. He could name his skills like in a game, but found it tedious and opted to refer to all such attacks simply as skills. Since leaving the storage room, Lu Ming had utilized his skills 4 times. He felt his supernatural energy within him, deep and unfathomable. Moreover, with each use of his skills, he sensed a growing proficiency in channeling his abilities. A new form of power was gradually awakening within him, one that surpassed the basic skills. This force was still in its nascent stage, and Lu Ming felt a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, he continued to dispatch zombies with haste. Ripping apart a zombie's mouth, he began to realize that his supernatural reserves likely exceeded even those of an S-rank potential. He remained uncertain of the limits that the human-based profession imposed on his potential. In summary, with Lu Ming's indiscriminate slaughter, Lu Xinqing and the other 5 zero-tier professionals merely assisted him in his endeavors. However, their performance this time was slightly improved, as the 6 of them managed to eliminate 4 zombies. The remaining 10 or so zombies were all dispatched by Lu Ming. After halting the battle, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Finally sensing a hint of fatigue, it was only when he caught a whiff of the stench of decay that he exhaled and spoke to Lu Xinqing and the others. Go fetch the others. Clear out this area and move the washing machines outside. This will be our new stronghold. The utility room is far too cramped. With over 20 people crammed inside, it feels suffocating. This laundry room? however, is quite spacious, probably the largest room on the first floor, housing 20 to 30 washing machines. By gradually clearing out the machines, we will have ample space for a large communal sleeping area. We can also occupy a few adjacent dormitories as a management office and a guard station for the laundry room, thus establishing our new stronghold. Lu Xinqing and the others accepted the orders and went to gather people, while Lu Ming continued to eliminate the scattered zombies in the nearby dormitories alone. Upon their return, he observed Lu Xinqing directing a dozen or so girls as they began transporting the washing machines outside to clear the space. Lu Ming halted them, clapped his hands, and signaled for everyone to pay attention. Hold on before discarding the washing machines. Ensure to thoroughly check inside them and the laundry room for any white boxes. Xinqing, you and the managers should each supervise 3 people to conduct a secondary inspection, leaving no stone unturned. With a loyalty rating of 70, they had become his faithful subordinates. Even if they were aware of the treasure chests containing extraordinary powers, they would dutifully present them to Lu Ming. Nonetheless, Lu Ming assigned those with even higher loyalty to oversee the process, as the white boxes were of paramount importance at this stage, primarily due to their rarity. The gray treasure chests began to appear after the 5th day of the apocalypse, containing the forging stones that could elevate individuals to zero-tier professionals. Although they were seldom seen, it would not be long before scattered zero-tier professionals like Lu Xinqing emerged online. It was the white treasure chests that Lu Ming was truly seeking, as they were the real treasures. The timeline of their appearance was rather nebulous, as their numbers were few and difficult to ascertain. The only certainty was that the laundry room had recently produced one, and it was among the earliest white treasure chests in the world. He hoped it had manifested today, allowing him to acquire a first-tier professional under his command. By taking the lead, he could maintain his advantage. Soon, he heard good news. Lu Ming, come take a look. Is this the chest? Lu Ming turned around, surprised at how quickly news had arrived. However, upon seeing that it was Lu Xinqing who called him, he was no longer astonished in his previous life. This chest belonged to Lu Xinqing, and now it could merely be said to be returning to its rightful owner. Lu Xinqing approached him, cradling a small white box, and presented it to him. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In her presence, he opened the box, revealing a scroll enveloped in a purple aura. As he unfurled the scroll, the energy within coalesced into the image of a handgun. Class: Gunmaster. Lu Ming's probing technique revealed a line of simple text. The so-called class was merely a straightforward concept, devoid of rarity distinctions. It served only as an aid. There were no inherently powerful classes. Only individuals who wielded their classes with strength. It all depended on one's potential. The higher the potential, the stronger the abilities one awakened, with roughly every 2 levels of potential marking a threshold. At D rank and above, one could gradually comprehend skill attacks. At B rank and above, one could grasp super-frequency states. At S rank and above, additional methods would become available. Lu Ming was currently in the stage of awakening the super-frequency state. Once he acquired the ability to enter this state, his whole being would erupt with energy, and his attacks would achieve skill-level damage or even greater, far surpassing his current strength. Lu Ming already possessed the human maternal body class, which could alter his potential, rendering the Gunmaster class somewhat redundant. He handed it to Lu Xinqing. Here, take this. You have been managing the others on my behalf, and you are the most diligent member of our team. This is your reward. This weapon is far more powerful than the one you currently wield, and by utilizing it, you could attain a level of strength similar to mine. Lu Ming was being modest. In reality, he believed he was stronger than an S-rank potential. Lu Xinqing was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Lu Ming's intention to give her the scroll. What about Huang Yuqian and the others? Although she had worked hard, they had shared a bond with Lu Ming. Take it. Do you really plan to return it to me? Lu Ming ruffled her hair, signaling her not to overthink it. If it were given to Huang Yuqian, she might not even want it. Huang Yuqian was not one to concern herself with such matters, desiring only to lie in bed with him. Lu Xinqing accepted the scroll, casting a grateful glance at him. The earlier discontent she felt upon hearing about her best friend and Lu Ming was now cast aside. He truly cared for her. Whenever something good happened, he would think of her. He thinks of me. Lu Xinqing felt a surge of joy as she held the scroll, resolving to work even harder for Lu Ming in the future. Lu Ming observed her exhilarated demeanor, feeling a peculiar sensation in his heart. He had rewarded Lu Xinqing with something that originally belonged to her, yet she felt the need to thank him. After bestowing the scroll upon Lu Xinqing, Lu Ming led her into the laundry room, finding a quiet corner to assist her in her class awakening. Chapter 22. Searching for survivors. The energy from the scroll formed a network, surging into Lu Xinqing's body. Under Lu Ming's guidance, she felt a flow of energy stirring within her, creating a new circulatory system that continuously supplied her with strength. With a poof, a handgun materialized in her hands. If it were a technological weapon, it would have proven useless in the apocalyptic era. However, this handgun was entirely composed of condensed purple energy, possessing form but lacking substance. This was a characteristic bestowed by class awakening. It would provide the professional with a weapon birthed purely from energy. It was a symbol of the professional, and compared to tangible weapons, it felt like an extension of the professional's body, allowing for greater application and enhanced power. Lu Xinqing class. Master rank, first tier advancement requirement, first tier crystals 0-100 potential, S rating, 94 loyalty. 100. Lu Xinqing's panel underwent a transformation. With her new class, she could absorb crystal energy to enhance her powers and achieve class advancement. The awakening of Lu Xinqing was witnessed by everyone. They were filled with envy. Although they did not understand precisely what had transpired with Lu Xinqing, she had undeniably grown stronger, acquiring abilities that the other managers lacked. Yet, no one felt jealousy. They all recognized Lu Xinqing's standing in the team, which was only slightly below Lu Ming's. She managed the team's affairs. Lu Jiaying also became more diligent, working alongside the girls she supervised to clear the laundry room space. She did not seek Lu Xinqing's status. She merely wished for Lu Ming to favor her more. Only Huang Yuqian observed Lu Xinqing's transformation with indifference. She recalled Lu Ming mentioning something called class awakening. All she wanted to know was whether there existed a class that could enhance energy. Lately, she found it increasingly challenging to keep up with Lu Ming. Yuqian, come here. When Huang Yuqian snapped out of her reverie, she hurried over upon hearing Lu Ming call her. Then she heard Lu Ming say, "For now, you will oversee the laundry room. You and Qiuqing should supervise and quickly clear this space. Stack the washing machines outside to serve as a barrier against the zombies, preventing them from approaching. The 3 corresponding rooms across from the laundry room have been cleared by me. Lead the others to push the machines to the edge of this safe zone. We will first occupy this laundry room along with the 3 dormitories across from it. And later we can push the machines outside to expand our territory." After assigning Huang Yuqian her task, Lu Ming turned to Lu Xinqing and said, "Come with me. Let us test your new abilities." With that, he led Lu Xinqing out of the laundry room. Upon receiving her orders, Huang Yuqian confidently placed her hands on her hips and declared to everyone, "Everyone, work hard. It's now me, Huang Yuqian, who manages you." She projected an air of authority, yet her overly cute demeanor rendered her lack of intimidation. Li Xinting and the others smiled and continued with their tasks. Outside, Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing exited the laundry area, which spanned roughly the length of 3 dormitories, only to encounter the sight of zombies once more. Just then, a zombie stumbled across the corridor from a distance, spotting the duo and lunging towards them with a guttural growl. Lu Xinqing swiftly brandished her energy handgun, focusing the compressed energy at the barrel. Having awakened her class, she intuitively understood how to utilize skills. A beam of light shot forth from Lu Xinqing's weapon, resulting in an explosion upon impact with the zombie's head. 1 attack was sufficient to eliminate a zombie. A first-tier professional wielding skills was indeed formidable. Both Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing were satisfied with such prowess. Lu Ming then instructed Lu Xinqing, "Try using a regular attack method this time. Refrain from employing skills." Lu Xinqing nodded in understanding. No further explanation was needed as she comprehended what was meant by skills. Lu Ming lured another zombie towards them. This time, Lu Xinqing's weapon discharged only a small burst of energy, which was rather diffused. It merely managed to injure the zombie. However, after 2 successive shots to its legs, the zombie lost its ability to move, making it considerably easier to dispatch. For Lu Xinqing, who is now advanced to the 1st level, dealing with 0-level zombies is quite effortless. After eliminating the zombies on the ground, the super energy gun vanished from her hands. She hesitated momentarily before saying to Lu Ming, "I can sense a power within me that surpasses skill, yet I find myself unable to wield it. That is the super-frequency state. It requires you to continuously utilize your skills to gradually unearth it." Lu Ming reassured Lu Xinqing, "It is already commendable that you grasped skill right after awakening your profession. There is no need to rush. If you defeat more monsters, you will naturally comprehend greater strength." Lu Xinqing, having just awakened, is still in the process of adapting to her profession and the super-frequency state is merely a trait of B-level potential that she will master. I understand, Lu Xinqing replied as she and Lu Ming made their way back. Soon, they were obstructed by a cluster of washing machines. Inside was their laundry area. Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing climbed into the area to find that everyone had already cleared the machines. At that moment, they were using tools from the utility room to clean the floor. As for the management and allocation of this new stronghold, I will leave it all to you, Lu Ming said to Lu Xinqing. Lu Xinqing is an astute learner, intelligent and diligent, making her well-suited to help him manage everyone, including other administrators. She agreed and got to work. Liu Ming stood in the laundry room, observing the girls tidying up. While his mind pondered, the situation on the first floor seems rather peculiar. How is it that not a single survivor has been encountered, despite the numerous utility rooms and a scarcity of dormitories? Occupied solely by senior students in their internship phase, there should have been at least 70 or 80 individuals before the apocalypse. Why is there not a single living soul in sight? Could they have all turned into zombies? Has the first floor perished so swiftly, merely a week into the apocalypse? Lu Ming beckoned a girl over to inquire about the situation. She was a senior student who had been jogging on the playground when the apocalypse began, remaining on campus and later sought refuge in their supermarket. The girl approached Lu Ming with trepidation, fearing she had done something wrong. Although she was 2 years older than Lu Ming and his senior, she appeared quite anxious and reserved in his presence. Liu Ming gestured for her to relax and asked, "You lived on this floor, didn't you? How many people resided here? Which area had the most inhabitants? With no survivors nearby, do you know where they might typically hide?" A barrage of questions left the senior student somewhat bewildered. Chapter 23. Level 1 Zombies. The senior student was unsure how to respond and could only answer his first question. This floor has a few dormitories, about 20, all of which are 6-person rooms, so roughly over 100 people lived here. Isn't anyone interning? Most are not. It's still the first semester and classes just began 2 months ago, so they are mostly at school. The remaining questions were answered rather vaguely by the senior. As for the distribution, each dormitory has residents, so it's fairly even. As for where they might have hidden after the apocalypse started, I can't say. I was on the playground that night. Is it true that over 100 people lived on the first floor before the apocalypse? Judging by the state of the corridor earlier, it doesn't seem like there are that many zombies. This suggests that there are certainly still living people here. It's just a matter of where they are hiding. All right, I understand. Lu Ming waved her off, signaling that she could return to her tasks. The senior student breathed a sigh of relief, feeling anxious for not answering many questions. After she walked away, Lu Jiang approached Lu Ming. She had taken an interest in him, occasionally observing him, and had overheard his conversation with the senior. Thus, she came over to inform Lu Ming, "Are you searching for survivors on the first floor? If so, while I was stacking machines in the water room earlier, I noticed something. I discovered that the main door to the water room was locked from the inside, indicating that someone is hiding inside. And no matter how intelligent zombies are, they wouldn't lock a door." "Oh, that's excellent news." Liu Jiang was quite observant. Liu Ming began to recall the situation by the water room. Their laundry area is located at the end of the corridor, occupying 3 dormitories, while the 3 dormitories across were cleared out for habitation. Although it was said to be 3 dormitories, in reality, only 2 were occupied, with the third being the utility room they entered. Further inside was merely a connected water room, which was previously used for water supply. Lu Ming had long designated the water room as the next area to be cleared because occupying it would give them complete control over the end of the corridor. Behind it was a wall. They only needed to guard against any emergencies from the other end of the corridor. However, the water room was rather noisy, and it was uncertain whether there were living people inside, but there must be quite a few zombies. Furthermore, given the enclosed environment of the water room, it could potentially be a breeding ground for advanced zombies. Liu Ming had intended to take a break before exploring later. However, upon learning that the door had been locked from the inside and that someone had taken refuge there, he realized that time was of the essence. They must not allow the zombies to eliminate any survivors inside. "Go fetch Lu Xinqing. We need to check the water room." Faced with an unknown enemy, Lu Ming naturally wanted to bring along his only first-level professional. He also took Lu Jiang and 2 other 0-level professionals, leaving Huang Yuqian and Shou Qing's group behind to guard against any emergencies from the other end of the corridor. Upon arriving at the water room door, Lu Ming saw several girls attempting to maneuver 7 or 8 washing machines to completely seal the door. Occasionally, the sound of zombies banging against the door echoed from within. Lu Ming instructed them to stop. Do not seal this area. I will handle the zombies inside, and this will become our territory. Move the machines to the other end, focusing on blocking the corridor side. The girls nodded and began to lift the washing machines one by one to the other side. Throughout the process, they displayed no signs of resentment. Their loyalty was evident in their willingness to work hard. Lu Ming pulled aside a well-formed girl to inquire about the situation inside the water room. While you were stacking machines here, did you hear any signs of life inside? Survivors? The girl looked puzzled and shook her head. No, only the sounds of zombies banging. Lu Ming was not disappointed. The absence of sounds from living people indicated that the survivors inside had not been able to keep quiet. The current situation might suggest that those inside were hiding quite effectively. Once the washing machines at the door were moved and the girls retreated, Lu Ming approached the main door. He reached out, and with a creak, pushed the door open. As the door to the water room slowly opened, several dark silhouettes were gradually revealed. When the door was fully ajar, Lu Ming saw over a dozen zombies standing inside the water room, staring at him. He made no attempt to conceal his movements, thus attracting the attention of all the zombies within. Let us engage. Xinqing, you focus on providing long-range support. Conserve your strength. After issuing the orders, Lu Ming charged towards the zombies in the water room. Lu Xinqing obediently remained at the entrance, aiming her gun to shoot at the zombies' legs, aiming to incapacitate their mobility. Lu Jiaying and the other 3 zero-level professionals swiftly dispatched the zombies that fell, coordinating effectively with Lu Xinqing. Consequently, they managed to eliminate 3 zombies in just a few rounds. Lu Ming's speed matched theirs, and seeing the efficiency on Lu Jiaying's side, he felt quite satisfied. However, Lu Xinqing's attacks were not infallible. As the zombies within the water room began to fall one by one, a small, emaciated shadow suddenly screeched in anger and dashed straight towards Lu Jiaying and the others. Lu Xinqing raised her hand to shoot, only to find that the monkey-like zombie abruptly opened its mouth with a crunch and devoured her attacked it, then charged towards Lu Jiaying without losing momentum. Lu Xinqing was momentarily stunned. Seemingly not anticipating such a creature, capable of ignoring her attacks in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the emaciated monkey zombie delivered a kick aimed at Lu Jiaying's head. Lu Jiaying attempted to block with her weapon, but was struck by an overwhelming force, sending her tumbling to the ground. This was a formidable enemy she had never encountered before, leaving Lu Jiaying utterly shocked. In this critical moment, Lu Ming reacted swiftly. He had spotted the monkey zombie early on, and it was clear that a first-level zombie had indeed emerged here. Raising his hand, he threw a super energy bomb. The professionals' skills are closely linked to their awakened professions. For instance, Lu Xinqing's gunslinger cannot utilize swordsmanship-related skills. Only Lu Ming discovered that he could wield any profession's skills, even throwing a super energy bomb as he currently did. With a bang, the super energy bomb exploded, blowing off a portion of the monkey zombie's leg and saving Lu Jiaying's life. Zhao Yi and Li Xinting seized the opportunity to pull her back, and at that moment, Lu Ming instructed Lu Xinqing. Go deal with it, Lu Xinqing, use your skills, and you will be able to defeat it. Lu Xinqing nodded. Thanks to Lu Ming's advice, she had been conserving her strength and now felt ample super energy within her. At the very least, it was enough to utilize her skills several times. As long as she could employ them, Lu Xinqing was confident in her ability to take down the monkey zombie. Chapter 24. The survivors in the water room. The emaciated monkey zombie, a first-level zombie, is comparable to first-level professionals with E or F potential. For someone like Lu Xinqing, who possesses skills, it is certainly manageable. Moreover, it had already lost a portion of its leg due to Lu Ming's explosion, providing Lu Xinqing with practical combat experience. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's focus shifted to the ground. Within the confines of the water chamber, a deluge of water spread across the floor, accompanied by a trickle that seemed to converge from an unknown source. Lu Ming traced the flow of water and noticed a heap of debris piled up against the side of the chamber, clearly indicating signs of human concealment. This area appeared to be the location of the water reservoir. He dispatched the remaining zombies, leaving the gaunt, monkey-like zombie untouched, and approached the underground reservoir. As he waded through the water and reached the side, a faint voice emerged from beneath. Is someone up there? It was a woman's voice. After all, it was the girls' dormitory, and no men were expected. Following her call, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the reservoir, suggesting that there was more than one person inside. Lu Ming responded, Yes, The zombies outside have been dealt with. You may come out now. Casting a glance behind him, he saw Lu Xinqing had already expended her powers, repeatedly using her skills to dismantle the gaunt zombie. With the assistance of Lu Jiaying and others, this zombie had already become a mere shadow of its former self in Lu Ming's eyes. Inside the reservoir, sounds of rustling began to emerge. The people inside seemed exhilarated at the news of the zombies being vanquished. Soon, a gap in the reservoir's lid opened, revealing a pair of eyes that timidly surveyed the surroundings, hesitant to emerge at first. Clearly, the individuals inside were still gripped by fear, having developed a psychological aversion to the zombies. Upon seeing the scattered corpses of the zombies, the woman's expression brightened, and she swiftly pushed the lid aside. Struggling to climb out. Wang Lu profession, none tier, none potential, none rating, 68 loyalty. 56 She was an unremarkable girl in every aspect. Liu Ming glanced at her before looking beyond. Through the lid, he discerned that this was a semi-underground reservoir, with ample space below. Others were gradually climbing up as well. The condition of these individuals was dire. Their faces were pale, indicating they had gone days without proper nourishment, and their bodies were damp, as one would expect in a reservoir. Had it not been for the relatively warm environment below, they might have perished long ago. Liu Jiaying, come help, Lu Ming called to Lu Jiaying and her companions, who had just finished off the zombies. Noticing the newcomers were so feeble they could barely walk, as the people from the reservoir began to emerge one by one. Lu Ming counted 11 in total. He had not anticipated such a number crammed into the underground reservoir. Some appeared gravely weakened, swaying unsteadily upon exiting. Lu Ming instructed Lu Jiaying to escort them back to change into dry clothes. Their territory comprised 2 dormitory rooms, each accommodating 6 residents, and there were plenty of spare clothes available. However, a few individuals seemed to be in better shape. Liu Ming spotted a bespectacled woman, somewhat intellectual in appearance, tall and poised, who, after emerging, crossed her arms and stood aside, seemingly intrigued by the conditions inside the water chamber. Initially, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to her mere curiosity as to why she wasn't hastening to dry herself, instead fixating on the interior of the water chamber. Did she not fear falling ill in this post-apocalyptic world? Eventually, Lu Ming noticed her gaze oscillating between the corpses of the zombies and the weapons wielded by Lu Jiaying and her companions, as if she were trying to ascertain whether these formidable zombies had indeed been vanquished by them. A flicker of astonishment appeared in her eyes. It seemed she was unaware of how such powerful zombies could be dispatched by humans. However, upon observing that all those capable of defeating zombies were under Lu Ming's command, he sensed her gaze shift toward him. At that moment, Lu Ming was assigning tasks to Lu Xinqing, instructing the newcomers to familiarize themselves with their situation, and advising them to take some cold medicine to prevent illness, as there were supplies in the luggage of the 2 dormitory rooms. After Lu Xinqing led her group away, Lu Ming noticed the woman retract her gaze and approach him. As she passed by, her foot unexpectedly twisted, causing her to lean toward him. Liu Ming reached out to steady her, but she deftly nestled into his embrace. Apologies. My legs just gave way, she exclaimed, her tone laden with contrition, as if startled. Yet, when she bowed her head in apology, she subtly leaned forward, revealing her neckline. This woman was quite adept. Liu Ming discerned that her prolonged observation of the situation was a deliberate attempt to draw closer to him, likely recognizing him as a leader whose subordinates could slay zombies. Yet, Lu Ming did not push her away, for her attributes were quite acceptable. Song Xian profession, none tier, none potential, E rating, 87 loyalty, 64 at the very least. She possessed awakened potential. Her appearance was comparable to that of Lu Jiaying and Huang Yuqian. Liu Ming had already categorized her into the pending section. Drawing Song Xian closer, Lu Ming remarked, "Allow me to escort you outside." Song Xian stiffened momentarily, taken aback by his directness. However, she did not resist, willingly allowing Lu Ming to guide her toward the exit of the water chamber. As they passed a zombie's corpse, Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming and quietly inquired, "How did you manage to deal with these creatures?" Lu Ming provided her with the answer she sought. "Naturally, there exists a force in this post-apocalyptic world to combat them, and I have bestowed such power upon those girls." Lu Ming sensed Song Xian pressing herself closer against him. This time, he returned her gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he questioned, "You seem quite adept at survival. Did you often engage in such practices before the apocalypse? Song Xian paused, surprised by his forthrightness in exposing her behavior. After a brief silence, she responded, "Before my senior year, I had no relationships with men. I hoped to find a better opportunity in society." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming understood her intentions. She was waiting for the right moment to present herself. She wished to reserve her most precious aspects for the most valuable opportunity. Lu Ming queried, "And what about after your senior year? Did you find that opportunity?" Song Xian pondered for a moment, offering no evasions. She replied candidly, "Last month, a boss approached me to be his assistant. I considered it for a few days, intending to assess the situation, but before anything materialized, the apocalypse struck." "Did nothing truly transpire?" Lu Ming interjected. Song Xian glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Would you like to give it a try? I assure you, you won't be disappointed." After uttering this, Song Xian abruptly ceased her laughter and earnestly continued, "However, if possible, I hope you can share that power to combat zombies with me as well, as a form of exchange." Having endured enough, she was tired of the fear that had plagued her during her days hiding in the reservoir. Those days had been among the most tormenting of her life, shattering her previous aspirations for a comfortable existence. Now, all she desired was to survive in this desolate world. Ideally, she wished to possess the means to combat those monsters herself. Regrettably, during her days huddled in the reservoir with her phone, lost in a daze, she had found no viable methods to confront the zombies alone. Instead, remaining cooped up for days had only worsened her health, making survival seem increasingly elusive. Little did she expect that just before her condition deteriorated, someone would rescue her from the outside. Even more astonishing was that upon her exit from the reservoir, she had witnessed humanity's strength in the fight against zombies. Song Xian resolved to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, she feared she would regret it for a lifetime. Trusting her instincts, she approached Lu Ming. Having always maintained her purity, had she not been waiting for this very moment? With the apocalypse upon them, the influence of the wealthy had diminished. In Song Xian's eyes, Lu Ming was the true big shot of this era. Chapter 25. The transaction with Song Xian. "Are you proposing such a transaction with me?" Lu Ming scrutinized Song Xian from head to toe, unabashedly absorbing every detail of her form. Song Xian straightened her posture deliberately. With their conversation having reached this point, she did not mind Lu Ming's appraisal. She was confident in her physique, or else she would not have entertained the notion of waiting for a worthy opportunity. Given the multitude of suitors pursuing her, each more impressive than the last, Song Xian began to feel that rather than continue to sift through candidates, it would be more beneficial to find someone who could provide immediate security. After all, she possessed the means to do so. After assessing Song Xian's attributes, Lu Ming expressed his satisfaction, stating, "I can offer you an opportunity. However, you must understand that upon completing this transaction, you will become my woman, bound to obey my commands unconditionally." Song Xian contemplated this condition, deeming it acceptable. As long as she could acquire the means to combat zombies and ensure her survival, working for him seemed a reasonable trade-off. Furthermore, it would be safer to follow him. "I agree," she replied without hesitation. Yet, Lu Ming glanced at her loyalty rating, which had only marginally increased to 68, shaking his head as he cautioned, "You should think carefully before agreeing. I do not wish to witness a dissonance between your words and actions." A loyalty rating of 69 did not qualify her as a particularly obedient subordinate. Lu Ming had his principles. He would not bestow weapons upon individuals with a loyalty rating below 70. Should they abscond with a weapon, he would feel the sting of losing a precious forging stone, even as a leader. "Take some time to reflect and return to me. I will not grant you much time. If you can't resolve your thoughts within the next 2 days, then so be it." After making this statement, Lu Ming released Song Xian. This woman appeared healthier than the others, likely having brought some food with her to the reservoir. She hardly required his assistance. Observing her somewhat disheveled appearance, he left her with the remark, "You should tidy yourself up first. We won't be finalizing the transaction just yet," before turning to depart. Song Xian stood there, perplexed by Lu Ming's words, unable to comprehend why he would say such things. She had not been insincere at all. Could it be that the other party finds her vow of allegiance upon their first meeting to be too lacking in credibility? This is indeed a possibility. She must carefully contemplate how to earn Lu Ming's trust. However, the immediate priority is not to dwell on such matters, but rather, as the other party has suggested, to tidy herself up. Song Xian took out a small mirror to inspect her reflection. Her face was acceptable, as she had a good foundation. but her hair had gone unwashed for several days. In haste, Song Xian left the water room, eager to find a place to freshen up. On Lu Ming's side, his eagerness to leave Song Xian stemmed from spotting Lu Jiaying approaching with a gray box in her arms. Wasn't that the gray treasure chest? Was it hidden in the water room all along? This item was even more valuable than Song Xian. I found this in the water room and hurried to bring it to you, Lu Jiaying said, presenting the box with evident delight, clearly thrilled at the prospect of making a contribution. Liu Ming complimented her before accepting the box. The gray box was a tier below the white box. It contained no professional scrolls but could yield forging stones, ranging from 3 to 5 pieces. With these, he could create 3 to 5 Tier 0 professionals. 5 Tier 0 professionals could already rival a first-tier professional with E or F potential. Upon opening the gray box, Lu Ming found 4 forging stones lying quietly within. His luck could be deemed neither particularly good nor bad. With these 4 forging stones, the number of his Tier 0 professionals could be replenished to 9. Originally, there were 6, but Lu Xinqing had ascended in rank. Liu Ming thought it prudent to reclaim the baseball bat from Lu Xinqing, as it served no purpose for her anymore. Once he erased any trace of Lu Xinqing's essence from it, he could bestow the bat upon another, thus elevating the number of Tier 0 professionals to 10. This plan seemed sound, and Lu Ming decided to hold a selection meeting that very night to determine the owners of the 4 forging stones. As he toyed with the stones, Lu Jiaying was covertly watching him. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Are you going to promise that woman?" Lu Ming tilted his head, looking at Lu Jiaying. "Did you hear that?" Lu Jiaying, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "Not really, I just caught a word or two when I was sending someone off. But I could guess what she intended to do from her actions." Liu Ming understood. Song Xian had deliberately opened her collar and leaned toward him. Not only Lu Jiaying, but Zhao Yi and the others would also grasp Song Xian's intentions upon witnessing her behavior. However, he chose not to respond to Lu Jiaying's comment. At least Song Xian was clean and not as unbecoming as Lu Jiaying imagined. Furthermore, possessing a charm attribute and being able to perceive Song Xian's loyalty, he was confident he could manage that woman. Yet, Lu Jiaying was unaware of these dynamics. Even if she knew, she would look down upon someone like Song Xian, who sought to advance by selling herself to In contrast, Lu Jiaying felt she had genuinely captivated Lu Ming. Unlike Song Xian, who had ulterior motives, she could not allow herself to be overshadowed by such a woman. Gathering her courage, Lu Jiaying boldly declared, "I think that kind of woman has nothing good to offer. If you truly need to address your desires, you could come to me." This time, Lu Jiaying was genuinely putting herself on the line. She had hinted at her feelings to Lu Ming several times before, but to no avail. Yet, the woman named Song Xian had made a direct advance, and Lu Ming appeared intrigued. Liu Jiaying felt she could not lose to such a woman and therefore took a bold step. After speaking, however, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, uttering such depraved words was shameful. Lu Jiaying stood there, conflicted for a moment, before finally saying, "I will be waiting for you," and turning to flee. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure and sighed. It seemed he would have a headache tonight, faced with the difficult choice of who to spend the night with. Putting away the 4 forging stones, Lu Ming summoned the last remaining manager in the water room, Zhao Yi. Upon seeing Lu Ming call her, Zhao Yi hurried over from her inconspicuous corner, feigning ignorance about the earlier events, remaining silent as she awaited his orders. "Go and have Lu Xinqing prepare. Gather everyone in the laundry room tonight for a meeting. We will expand the managerial roles. The most obedient individuals recently will have the opportunity to become managers." Zhao Yi agreed and went to find Lu Xinqing. Liu Ming stayed behind in the water room, strolling over to the body of the emaciated monkey zombie that Lu Xinqing had dealt with. He reached out, prying open its skull to extract a white crystal. Super Energy Crystal, Tier 1. Can be used to refine Tier 1 professionals. This was the Tier 1 crystal that Lu Ming had longed for. Placing it into the black box, he would receive 20 boxes of instant noodles, which, if rationed, could last the group 5 days. They could also be saved for himself or Lu Xinqing's ascension. However, ascending was a lengthy process. Requiring 100 Tier 1 crystals to advance to Tier 2, it would take time. Additionally, Lu Ming acquired several water tanks filled with clean water from the water room. The conquest of the water room had yielded substantial rewards. Chapter 26. Selection Meeting for Managers. After taking control of the water room, that evening, everyone gathered in the laundry room, sitting on the floor. The space was illuminated by a dozen alcohol lamps, boiling noodles while providing warmth, resembling a cozy bonfire party. They had been busy all day, unlike Lu Ming and the frontline warriors, who only needed to bravely fight against enemies. The logistics team had much more to consider. To clean the newly acquired laundry room and water room, they had worked from morning until night. Now, they could finally pause to relax, chat with companions, and enjoy a warm meal, creating a heartwarming scene amidst the apocalypse. The 11 newcomers from the water room also joined the evening feast. After a day of rest and nourishment, their complexions had improved significantly. However, this team was still somewhat unfamiliar to them, leading to a scarcity of conversation. One girl named Gaoi sat beside Song Xian, unable to resist stealing glances at her, hesitatingly asking, "Sister Xian, have there been any news from outside? Is there still any possibility of rescue from the officials?" Song Xian was scanning the laundry room for someone, seemingly searching for a specific individual. Upon hearing the question, she scoffed lightly, "Officials? You can see their situation for yourself on your phone." Gaoi promptly ceased her inquiries. She was well aware of the official's status. Even the internet was intermittent at this point. Whenever she managed to connect, she would eagerly check for any new announcements from them, only to be met with silence. As if the officials had vanished without a trace, leaving no further updates. Gaoi felt disheartened, attempting to glean different responses from others. Clearly, her hopes had been dashed, and she had lost all faith in the officials. After a moment, she asked Song Xian, "By the way, Sister Xian, didn't he know a big boss? What are those people doing after the apocalypse?" At that moment, Song Xian could not find Lu Ming in the laundry room and was somewhat distracted. Responding to Gao Yi's question casually, she said, "What can they do? They die like ordinary people. What good is wealth now? This is no longer the world it was before the apocalypse." Song Xian had indeed been in contact with that boss who had sought her out after the world fell apart, initially hoping he could provide some assistance. However, upon learning that his situation was not much different from hers, she understood. The apocalypse was a great equalizer. Those once high and mighty had become irrelevant. Subsequently, she ceased contacting that boss, who had also gone silent. It was likely he had perished. Reflecting on this, Song Xian looked at Gao Yi and suddenly spoke with newfound patience. "Don't overthink it. Gao Yi, cherish the present. Where else can you find such a capable team in this apocalypse? It's fortunate we encountered this group. Redirect your energy towards integrating with this team. You won't regret it." Song Xian's words prompted deep contemplation in Gao Yi. She felt that Song Xian was right, yet she was somewhat intimidated by this new team, unsure of how to fit in. After Song Xian spoke, she resumed her search for Lu Ming, her mind lingering on the matter of their transaction. In this post-apocalyptic world, her lower status made Song Xian uneasy, as it bore a completely different significance than that of the peaceful era. As the group enjoyed their meal, Lu Ming finally entered the laundry room with Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, finding a circle of empty space intentionally left for him. After sitting down, Huang Yuqian boldly took a seat on his lap. One arm wrapped around his neck while the other tore open a package of meat, cheerfully declaring, Ming. Let me feed you." Lu Ming glanced toward Lu Xinqing, who was seated not far away. Pretending not to notice, he asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid Lu Xinqing will see? Why worry? I already spoke to her, and she said she has come to terms with it," Huang Yuqian replied, feeding Lu Ming a bite of food while helping him unwrap the packaging. Recalling how Lu Xinqing's loyalty had suddenly surged to 100 during the day, Lu Ming found himself believing Huang Yuqian's words. Qiu Qing had prepared noodles for them and sat down beside Lu Ming, intentionally pressing her long legs against his. With the apocalypse bringing a notable drop in temperature, coupled with the current deep autumn season, Qiu Qing had originally planned to wear the pants she had scavenged from the supermarket for warmth. However, she soon realized that Lu Ming preferred the sight of her bare legs, so she opted not to wear them. After all, they were all girls, and there was no need for modesty. Lu Ming comfortably leaned against Qiu Qing, using her long legs as a support. With Huang Yuqian feeding him, he found himself increasingly appreciating the perks of life in the apocalypse. The individuals in the laundry room beheld Lu Ming's demeanor with varied expressions. Yet all were acutely aware of the underlying truth. The managers were all exceptionally beautiful, and to suggest that Lu Ming bore no connection to this would be incredulous. They yearned for even the slightest association with Lu Ming, yet found themselves devoid of opportunity. Only Song Xian cast her gaze towards Lu Ming, her mood decidedly less than favorable. It was perplexing. Lu Ming was not a man indifferent to the charms of women. So why did he not regard himself with more importance? She had awaited Lu Ming's presence for an entire afternoon, harboring the hope that once she had tidied herself up, he would seek her out. Instead, she was met with utter silence. While Lu Ming remained unperturbed, she found herself increasingly anxious. Throughout the afternoon, she had assisted in the laundry room, taking care to inquire about the dynamics of the team. She discovered that this group was well established, having even transitioned from elsewhere, boasting formidable self-preservation skills. Song Xian felt an intensifying desire to secure her place within this team. She believed she was now entitled to express her willingness to be Lu Ming's woman. Who would not be drawn to such a powerful man? Thus, she loosened her collar and adjusted her skirt, attempting to allure him once more, as she had in the morning. However, she soon realized that Lu Ming was not someone to be easily approached. For the entirety of the afternoon, he remained ensconced in the adjacent dormitory, providing her no opportunity for contact. Instead, she found herself spiraling into a state of mental exhaustion, feeling as though Lu Ming had manipulated her emotions, intensifying her yearning for a transaction with him. Just then, she observed Lu Ming, having finished dinner under the attentive care of two striking managers, making his way to the center of the laundry room. "All right, everyone quiet down," Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing those who had been relishing the rare warmth of camaraderie after a long day to fall silent and direct their attention to him. Upon seeing Lu Ming standing at the center, a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. They had previously heard whispers that Lu Ming intended to select a few more managers from among those who had demonstrated the most diligence in their work. If their efforts were acknowledged, they would undoubtedly rejoice. At their current loyalty levels, gaining power was secondary to being recognized by Lu Ming, which was their true aspiration. Chapter 27. Another case of mistaken identity. Noticing the eagerness for his praise among the crowd, Lu Ming offered some words of encouragement before finally announcing the list of new managers. This time, 4 individuals were selected: Su Jing, Zhou Ku, Wang Zixuan, and Zhao Yajing. Given their prolonged collaboration, the group was already familiar with these 4. All eyes turned to the 4 young women present. Their appearances were relatively ordinary, with one slightly plump, leading to initial doubts about their selection considering Lu Ming's tastes. However, upon hearing the news of their selection, expressions of surprise lit up their faces. Lu Ming continued, "Su Jing and Zhou Ku have been with us since our early days at the supermarket base. They have consistently supported the team's management and actively assisted newcomers in acclimating to the group. Wang Zixuan distinguished herself during the conflict with Chun Pong, sustaining injuries while intervening on behalf of others. Zhao Yajing was recommended by the managers and, based on their assessments, has consistently demonstrated the highest efficiency in her work." He urged everyone to learn from them in the future. Following his address, applause erupted in the laundry room. The 4 young women approached Lu Ming, presenting their bats for him to imbue with the power of the fusion stone. Once he infused their weapons with super energy, he quietly instructed them, "Remember to maintain your weapons regularly. Draw a small amount of your blood to allow the super energy to recognize your essence. If you have any questions, consult the previous managers for guidance." With their newly acquired superpowered weapons, the 4 women bowed deeply to Lu Ming, marking the beginning of their journey as Level 0 professionals. Lu Ming's ranks now included 1 Level 1 and 9 Level 0 individuals. He scanned the attributes of Su Jing, the most promising among the 4.Su Jing occupation: None rank, Level 0 professional, armed bonus, potential, None rating, 70 loyalty, 87. These 4 were all ordinary individuals devoid of potential, a reality that could not be avoided, as those with awakening potential were exceedingly rare. Reflecting on the entirety of the laundry room's inhabitants, only Song Xian remained as a potential candidate for awakening a profession. Lu Ming mused that perhaps his recent misfortunes had prevented him from encountering a gathering of chosen individuals akin to Lu Xinqing's dormitory. The selection of managers was determined by their loyalty. Those with higher loyalty naturally exhibited greater diligence in their work. He had also heeded Lu Xinqing's suggestions, ultimately selecting Su Jing and the others. Among them, Su Jing possessed the most favorable attributes. Her appearance was decent, particularly her fair skin, which lent her a certain charm. Her figure was also curvaceous, leaving a lasting impression. The remaining 3 were rather average, each scoring around 60. Lu Ming considered nurturing a relationship with Su Jing for future companionship. While his interactions with the others would depend on his mood, Su Jing's loyalty had increased slightly to 87 upon her selection as a manager, while the other 3 maintained a minimum loyalty of 85. Notably, this was not limited to just the 4 of them. After the banquet, the 25 individuals who had accompanied him from the supermarket also exhibited loyalty levels above 80. Lu Ming's primary concern now rested with the 11 newcomers in the water room. During the day, he had instructed Lu Xinqing and the veteran team members to instill some ideology in them, resulting in most achieving loyalty levels above 60. However, to reach the coveted 70 points that would allow Lu Ming to command them effortlessly, they would require a few more days to settle in. All right, you may return and familiarize yourselves with your companions, Lu Ming instructed the 4 women before addressing the rest. Today marks our first day in the dormitory. To encourage everyone, feel free to indulge tonight. There will be no rationing. I will have Lu Xinqing and the others prepare ample food. Having acquired a level 1 crystal, the black box could finally be utilized. Bolstering Lu Ming's confidence, he decided to open the floodgates, primarily targeting those who had been starving in the water room for several days. In this post-apocalyptic world, simply providing food could compel individuals to exert themselves, thus enhancing the loyalty of the newcomers. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yet, amidst the jubilation, only Song Xian felt increasingly anxious, biting her fingers, unable to find joy in the festivities. With 4 new managers appointed, she pondered when her turn would come. Passive waiting was not an option. She resolved to actively seek out Lu Ming for answers. In stark contrast to Song Xian's turmoil, the others in the laundry room had entered a delightful feasting period. The evening's banquet extended late into the night, and with the provision of food, everyone seemed to forget the weariness of the day. Engaging in lively conversations until the early hours, Lu Ming took the opportunity to stroll through the laundry room. Making his presence known, during his rounds, he witnessed a light-hearted exchange between Lu Jiaying and Zhao Yi. When Lu Jiaying caught sight of Lu Ming passing by, she momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing as her laughter dwindled, suddenly becoming quite bashful. Zhao Yi, sensing the shift, glanced back at Lu Ming but chose to remain silent. Lu Ming recalled Lu Jiaying's earlier words, pondering whether her shy demeanor would allow her to open up when he approached her. He feigned nonchalance as he walked over to Lu Jiaying, saying, "Jiaying, please instruct the new managers on how to stand guard tonight. We will have a pair stationed in the laundry room, and another pair at the corridor entrance blocked by machinery. Remember to rotate shifts at midnight. The remaining 6 managers will occupy the 3 rooms across the hall, 2 per room. The center room is reserved for Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, and I will be staying there as well." Lu Jiaying nodded in acquiescence, her gaze cast downward. Noticing that the group was staying up late, Lu Ming decided not to linger in the laundry room any longer. After ensuring the night watch arrangements were in order, he returned to the opposite dormitory, contemplating whether to seek out Song Xian or Lu Jiaying, or perhaps continue his interactions with Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing. However, upon entering the dormitory, he spotted a graceful figure standing before the sealed window. A glance at her long legs confirmed she was Qiu Qing, as Huang Yuqian was not as tall. Approaching her, he wrapped his arms around her from behind, unabashedly letting his hands explore her form, and teasingly remarked, "Why aren't you playing with them in the laundry room? Did you miss me so soon?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Ming's hands froze. He suddenly realized that this person was not Qiu Qing. She was far more enticing. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a stunning profile that took his breath away. "Why did you stop?" Lu Xinqing inquired, her eyes cast down at his hands. Chapter 28. With Lu Xinqing realizing he was embracing Lu Xinqing, Lu Ming's hand rested on her lower abdomen. He felt no embarrassment and did not withdraw his touch. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and replied, "You are right. Regardless of our relationship, we must continue as we should." Lu Ming's hand mimicked the movements he had previously used to massage her. Lu Xinqing's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. Instead, she felt a sense of comfort wash over her, reminiscent of the times before the apocalypse when he had massaged her. If Lu Ming were to release her, she would genuinely feel sorrowful. After all, he had touched her long before the world fell into chaos. Engaging with others now felt like a distance growing between them, and Lu Xinqing feared she might truly break down in tears. Fortunately, Lu Ming seems to still hold a fondness for himself. Lu Xinqing instinctively nestled closer into his embrace, finding solace there, and closed her eyes for a brief moment. A few minutes later, feeling that Lu Ming was becoming increasingly excessive, Lu Xinqing spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. "You haven't sought me out recently. I thought you no longer dared to engage in such things with me. Why wouldn't I dare? Because of guilt." Lu Xinqing's words left Lu Ming momentarily at a loss for a response. However, she had no intention of placing blame upon him. Instead, with a hint of melancholy, she stated, I have heard about your entanglements with Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing. I thought that I would be your first. Liu Ming was taken aback by Lu Xinqing's declaration and inquired with surprise. You actually care about this? To which she retorted, why shouldn't I care? Suddenly rising, she turned to face him, her expression a mix of grievance and agitation, asking, do you have any idea how much I like you? Before the apocalypse, I always considered you my boyfriend, yet you never sought to deepen our relationship. I thought you were merely reserved and that taking things slow would be fine. Who would have thought that in the meantime, Huang Yuqian and even Qiu Qing would surpass me? Lu Xinqing's voice trembled with emotion, prompting Lu Ming to pull her into his embrace, gently rubbing her head to comfort her. I was worried you might overthink things. You, the renowned campus beauty, how could I approach you before the apocalypse? I had long foreseen its arrival, and I couldn't let go of Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing. So I thought it best to wait until after the apocalypse to nurture our feelings. Hoping your perspective might shift. Burying her head against his chest, Lu Xinqing replied, somewhat displeased, you never even tried to talk to me. How could you know if the pre-apocalyptic me was approachable? At this point, she realized that there was no way to prove her words about the past, so she chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, she tightly grasped Lu Ming's collar, gazing up at him. Let us not speak of the past. Lu Ming, tonight, you will love me, one to you. I don't want to keep losing to Huang Yuqian and the others. With that, Lu Xinqing tiptoed and leaned in for a kiss in the next dorm room. Li Xinting was tidying up the blankets. Upon seeing Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing inexplicably enter her dormitory, she couldn't help but ask, what brings you two here today? And where's Lu Xinqing? Isn't she supposed to be on night watch with me tonight? Huang Yuqian exchanged a glance with Qiu Qing before huffily expressing her dissatisfaction. As for Lu Xinqing, she went to accompany a man. Although this time it was Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing who graciously stepped back to give Lu Xinqing an opportunity, their discontent still lingered. This was the first night Huang Yuqian had spent away from Lu Ming, and it felt rather lonely. Li Xinting quickly grasped the situation. Her best friend and Lu Ming had finally become a couple, and she felt a twinge of happiness for Lu Xinqing. Yet, amidst this joy, she also sensed a pang of bitterness. Regrettably, she too harbored feelings for Lu Ming, but lacked the beauty of Lu Xinqing. Thus, Lu Ming did not regard her with the same affection. She meticulously continued to tidy up the blankets, attempting to push such thoughts aside. However, she soon exclaimed, wait a minute, why are you both so unhappy? Speaking of which, I saw you and Lu Ming quite close in the warehouse the other day. Didn't I? You two haven't perhaps taken advantage of the situation and shared something while staying in the warehouse without anyone knowing, have you? Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing's hands froze as they prepared the bedding, their silence betraying their guilt. Their reaction left Li Xinting bewildered. Had something truly occurred? Oh no, it turned out that her friends were all Lu Ming's women. What about me? Li Xinting lowered her head in confusion. Glancing at herself, am I not also one of you sharing the same dormitory? Why am I the only one being excluded? In the deep of night, after their exercise, Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing retired for sleep. Lu Ming realized that his stamina was indeed superior to S potential. After Lu Xinqing succumbed to slumber early following her defeat, Lu Ming embraced her and drifted into dreams. However, in the early hours, a sudden knock echoed at the dormitory door. Liu Ming frowned and rose to investigate the source of the disturbance, only to feel Lu Xinqing clinging to him tightly, pulling him back onto the bed. He gently patted her smooth shoulder to awaken her, saying, someone is knocking. I'll be out for a moment. With her eyes barely open, Lu Xinqing mumbled, come back quickly, before releasing him. Upon reaching the door, Lu Ming was taken aback to find Song Xian waiting outside. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the door to behold her alluring visage. Not only that, her attire was even more enticing. She wore a flimsy shirt, slightly disheveled, with several buttons undone, revealing ample fair skin and a tantalizing curve. Her lower half was adorned with high heels and black stockings, leaving Lu Ming perplexed. Where did she procure such stockings? Did the dormitory building harbor such treasures? I'm feeling thirsty. Song Xian playfully tugged at her shirt's collar that had slipped off her shoulder, deliberately leaving it partially unfastened. May I come in for a glass of water? Your attire certainly suggests you're quite parched, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head. Unfortunately, tonight he was with Lu Xinqing, leaving Song Xian out of luck. Nevertheless, he took a moment to assess Song Xian's attributes. Song Xian loyalty, 74. Not bad. It seemed her mental strain during the day wasn't for naught. Thus, he told her, perhaps another time. I'm busy today, I'll treat you to something nice next time. With that, he closed the door. Song Xian could not compare to Lu Xinqing's fragrance. Though she was undeniably beautiful, with a score of 87 that could stir one's heart, she paled in comparison to Lu Xinqing's 94. Watching the door close in his face, Song Xian stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. This shouldn't be happening. She glanced down at her attire and figure, for the first time questioning her own allure. Chapter 29. The front door situation. Just as Lu Ming returned to bed and lay down, he heard Lu Xinqing softly murmur beside him. She has a connection with you? Lu Ming turned to look at her. Realizing Lu Xinqing was awake, and he instinctively pulled her closer, caressing her delicate cheek as he reassured her. She wishes to have a connection with me. Then you should go see her tomorrow. Lu Xinqing comfortably settled into Lu Ming's embrace, seemingly unconcerned about the matter, as if to prove to him that she was quite agreeable. Yet, Lu Ming countered, let us wait a few days. I want to spend some time with you first. However, Lu Xinqing lightly tapped him, saying, you are so remarkable. How could I possibly keep up? Here's the deal. Tomorrow, after you accompany me to sleep, I'll allow you to see others. After speaking, Lu Xinqing wrapped her arms around his neck, closing her eyes, leaving him no chance to refuse. To this point, she wished to be magnanimous, not wanting a repeat of past grievances. Feeling inferior to Huang Yuqian and the others, Lu Ming noted Lu Xinqing's competitive spirit. She was determined to outperform Huang Yuqian and the others. Indeed, given her excellence, it was only natural for her not to yield. He acquiesced, considering that Song Xian's loyalty could indeed be put to use. She seemed resolute, claiming she wanted to be his woman, and was genuinely committed to working for him, as her loyalty clearly indicated. The following day, early in the morning, many had already awoken in the laundry room. After cleaning up the territory they had claimed yesterday, there was nothing pressing to do today. The early risers chatted softly, awaiting breakfast. However, Lu Xinqing, who was responsible for distributing breakfast, was late for the first time. This surprised everyone in their eyes. Lu Xinqing had always been the most responsible among the management team, as they waited. Puzzled by her absence, Huang Yuqian entered the laundry room with food and I'll be handling the distribution of supplies today, she announced briefly, signaling everyone to line up. Upon hearing this, no one objected, considering that management duties rotated. And it was perfectly normal for Lu Xinqing to take a day off in the dormitory across the laundry room. Lu Ming cradled a weary Lu Xinqing and asked, shall we go again? No, I must hurry to prepare breakfast for them. I can't keep them waiting too long. What is there to worry about? If you don't go, Huang Yuqian and the others will distribute breakfast in your stead. This time, Lu Xinqing didn't refuse again. Perhaps having exhausted her will. As noon approached, Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing finally appeared before the others in the laundry room. Watching Lu Xinqing take over her duties, Lu Ming felt a sense of shame. The allure of Lu Xinqing, the campus beauty, was indeed difficult to resist. As a ray of morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Lu Xinqing, she resembled a celestial being fallen to earth. With such a girl beside him, Lu Ming couldn't bear to let her leave all morning. Shaking his head, he refocused on the present. Observing the others in the laundry room, he noticed some were fidgeting with their bodies, seemingly uncomfortable from their sleep. Indeed, during their time in the supermarket, they had merely laid down some clothes, with only a few scraps collected from the supermarket, and bedding was scarce, primarily meant for staff rest and to cover goods. Lying on such makeshift bedding was undoubtedly uncomfortable. Today, it would be necessary to push the machines blocking the corridor further ahead, to occupy more dormitories, where beds were plentiful with blankets, and cabinets held spare bedding. Ensuring sufficient warmth was essential as winter quickly approached. Lu Ming approached Song Xian and gently patted her shoulder, informing her, you have been residing on this floor, haven't you? Please sketch a brief layout of the first floor for me. Song Xian appeared somewhat dazed. Ever since Lu Ming had rejected her the previous night, she had struggled to sleep, leading to her lack of focus during the day, and she had not noticed Lu Ming's approach until he tapped her shoulder, startling her awake. A brief layout? All right, let me think. Song Xian retrieved paper and a pen from the management, pondering as she drew a bird's-eye view of the dormitory's first floor, meticulously labeling some special rooms. Upon seeing her elegant handwriting and precisely proportioned drawing, Lu Ming couldn't help but admire her capability, recognizing her potential as a future executive assistant. How is it? After Song Xian handed the layout to Lu Ming, she anxiously watched him. It was only when Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction that she let out a sigh of relief. Yet soon, a sense of helplessness washed over her. She felt an unexpected lack of confidence in his presence. Drawing and writing had always been her strengths. Upon receiving the layout, Lu Ming noted that the arrangement of the dormitory was exceedingly simple. Essentially, there were two long corridors on either side, with the central area housing the staircase and the dormitory supervisor's office. At the end of the east corridor, there were several functional rooms. The space occupied by Lu Ming and his group at the end of the eastern corridor accounted for roughly one-third of the entire corridor. 12 dormitory rooms were situated ahead, distributed on both sides of the corridor. They could go check the situation later and gradually clear all 12 rooms, which likely contained 20 to 30 sets of bedding. Sufficient for everyone's needs. As Lu Ming muttered to himself, he had already left the laundry room. Navigating past the pile of machines blocking the pathway, he deftly moved forward to investigate point 10 minutes later. He rushed back, swiftly maneuvering past the obstructive machines, yet his expression was somewhat grim. During his reconnaissance, he had reached the lobby on the first floor, near the main entrance staircase, where he received both good and bad news. The good news was that there were not many zombies remaining in the eastern corridor area. Previously, around 30 zombies had perished at their hands in the laundry and water rooms. Only a handful of monsters remained in the 12 dormitory rooms. The bad news was that the main entrance lobby was teeming with zombies, to an alarming degree, forming a veritable stronghold. Lu Ming had already spotted several Tier 1 zombies. What was happening? Why were the zombies congregating in such numbers? Lu Ming's mood darkened. The quantity of zombies near the main entrance was suspiciously high, approximately 40, exceeding the expected number for the first floor when accounting for both the eastern and western corridors. It appeared that the zombies from outside had been drawn in and had not yet left. Lu Ming had not examined the lobby closely, uncertain of the exact situation there. He could only plan to lure some of the zombies from the lobby over when they advanced, tackling them in batches. Otherwise, facing such a multitude of zombies head-on at the staircase of the eastern corridor would be perilous. It was best to act promptly. Lu Ming exhaled, not overly concerned. Although the zombies in this world possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was limited. Otherwise, those numerous zombies in the lobby would have already detected Lu Ming and his group and rushed towards them. Chapter 30. Overclocked state. Lu Ming returned to the laundry room, where Lu Xinqing was calculating the supplies consumed by everyone during her absence that morning. Lu Ming approached her and inquired, "How have you been resting?" As a professional, remaining seated allowed her superpowers to slowly aid in restoring her stamina. Lu Xinqing replied, "I'm feeling quite well. And is there anything you need me to do?" "Gather the managers. I plan to push our territory further forward and, in the process, lure some of the monsters from the lobby staircase over for training." Understood. Lu Xinqing wasted no time and promptly went to gather the others. 5 minutes later, all 9 of the zero-tier professionals, under Lu Ming's command, were assembled, along with an additional 15 girls to assist in moving the obstructive machines forward as they cleared the area. Song Xian also volunteered for this battle. Although she was terrified of surviving as a low-tier individual in this apocalypse, she was eager to witness the team's dynamics while combating zombies. At 10 in the morning, Lu Ming, accompanied by Lu Xinqing and the 9 zero-tier professionals, traversed the machine pile, beginning to systematically clear the dormitory rooms. Clearing the rooms did not merely involve exterminating the zombies within. They needed to draw all nearby zombies' attention and eliminate them. After over 15 minutes of combat, Lu Ming glanced back to see that they had already dealt with 4 dormitory rooms, effectively claiming nearly half of the eastern corridor as their territory. Lu Ming then called for a halt. "Let us pause here. Allow the others to push the obstructive machines forward and focus on clearing these 4 rooms." Lu Ming signaled for the managers to rest in place and informed them, "What lies ahead is the true battle. I will lure a batch of zombies over. Unlike before, when we dealt with scattered zombies, this time we will face a small tide of them." Everyone's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing Lu Ming's words. At this moment, Lu Ming began urging the ordinary girls to hasten in moving the machines to the front. He instructed them to stack the washing machines high. Lu Xinqing and the others looked at Lu Ming with confusion regarding his directives. It was only once the towering washing machine wall was constructed that Lu Ming explained, "When the horde approaches, push the machines towards the zombies and let them crash into them. It doesn't matter if you don't manage to kill them. As long as you create chaos among them, that's sufficient. Lu Xinqing, you will provide long-range support. Once the machines land, the managers will engage the zombies. Liu Ming held no attachment to these washing machines. They were of no use to him, and if they broke, so be it. He reminded the ordinary girls, remember, you must push the machines towards the zombies before they reach us. Otherwise, if the zombies push back, those behind will be trapped beneath. After outlining the battle plan, Liu Ming squeezed through a gap and turned to declare, I will lure the zombies over. Be prepared. Liu Ming possessed the ability to utilize any skill from any profession, employing martial artist, speed enhancement, or gunslinger, ranged attacks. His monster luring capabilities were unparalleled. Should Lu Xinqing take on this task, her speed and escape might falter slightly. Liu Ming ventured once more to the lobby staircase, this time delving deeper than before to grasp the situation within the stairwell. The main entrance and the staircase leading to the upper levels were barricaded. No wonder the zombies had gathered here. Someone above had sealed them in for survival. Liu Ming pondered. He sprinted back at a swift pace. In the brief moment of his appearance, over 10 zombies surged after him with frenzied howls. These creatures were indeed relentless. Liu Ming glanced back at the pursuing horde. He calculated the distance beneath his feet. He distinctly noticed 4 particularly noticeable zombies, advancing towards him with greater speed than the others, swiftly distancing themselves from the remainder of the horde. Misjudgment. Merely luring a wave of zombies had resulted in 4 Tier 1 zombies emerging. It appeared there were not just a few Tier 1 zombies in the lobby. It was likely that around 10 existed. Fortunately, he had not recklessly confronted them head-on. He had no idea how many zombies had been sealed in the stairwell above, leading to the emergence of 10 Tier 1 zombies over the course of a week. Upon reaching the machine wall, Liu Ming suddenly halted. Turning back, he decided against entering the machine wall and aimed to intercept the Tier 1 zombies here. Otherwise, should they break through, the zero-tier professionals would suffer greatly. Liu Ming activated the skill of the martial artist profession once more. This profession's skills primarily enhanced oneself, proving effective in close combat. A layer of superpower-infused armor formed behind him as he shouted to those behind, push the wall. Don't worry about me. Those machines won't harm me. As his voice faded, over 20 half-person height washing machines tumbled down one after another. The leading Tier 1 zombie found its path obstructed, while many ordinary zombies trailing behind became ensnared by the falling machines. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Ming managed to block 3 Tier 1 zombies. Observing the last Tier 1 creature rushing towards the wall, Liu Ming shouted to Lu Xinqing, don't hold back. There's a creature here akin to the previous skinny monkey zombie from the water room. Receiving the warning, Lu Xinqing immediately locked onto the Tier 1 zombie in the fray. She acted swiftly, channeling a long-range skill at the muzzle of her weapon. She could see the 3 monsters Liu Ming faced, and her instincts told her that none were weaker than the previous skinny monkey zombie. She aimed to eliminate her assigned Tier 1 zombie quickly and then rushed to aid Liu Ming. Last night, I just had an intimate encounter with Liu Ming, and now she is deeply concerned about him. On Liu Ming's side, he is indeed somewhat flustered, primarily because he is simultaneously holding off 3 first-tier zombies. Feeling that his hands and feet are a bit inadequate, he needs to continuously utilize ranged skills to steadily maintain the aggro of these 3 creatures. As he persistently employs his skills, the supernatural blue bar within him diminishes steadily. However, Liu Ming seems blissfully unaware, completely immersed in the battle. The skills he executes become increasingly rapid, to the point where he struggles to manage the simultaneous onslaught of the 3 zombies. At one moment, the skill he attempted to use appears to have reached a critical threshold. With a buzz, Liu Ming's latest skill fails to activate, instead enveloping him in an oval-shaped aura of supernatural energy that encases him entirely. Finally, amidst the chaos of battle, Liu Ming grasps the hyperfrequency state that only possesses potential of B grade or higher. Chapter 31. Progression. Liu Ming himself did not anticipate entering the hyperfrequency state so smoothly. It felt as if, while engaged in combat, he had suddenly breached a thin wall, akin to the moment he penetrated Lu Xinqing last night. It was a natural progression. Once he entered the hyperfrequency state, Liu Ming's attacks seemed to ascend to an entirely new echelon. A mere flick of his hand could yield power surpassing that of his usual skills. Moreover, as he entered the hyperfrequency state, with an unknown level of potential, the 3 first-tier zombies stood no chance against his onslaught. Before long, these 3 zombies succumbed to Liu Ming's torrential assault. Having dispatched the 3 zombies, Liu Ming exited the hyperfrequency state, and exhaled a breath of relief. Feeling somewhat fatigued in his inaugural experience within the hyperfrequency state, he sensed that the control valve for his supernatural energy was nearly ineffective, almost causing an explosive release. Thankfully, it did not result in an instant eruption. Otherwise, releasing all his supernatural energy at once would equate to self-destruction, necessitating further practice in the future. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Lu Xinqing eliminated her own first-tier zombie. When she turned to glance at Lu Ming, she found that his battle had already concluded. She had caught a glimpse of his explosive performance out of the corner of her eye. He remains as formidable as ever. Lu Xinqing felt a renewed determination to strive even harder. Unlike the seemingly indifferent Huang Yuqian, she aspired to be a woman worthy of Lu Ming. Once Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing's battles concluded, they could provide support to the remaining managers. The tide of battle swiftly approached its conclusion. Originally, Huang Yuqian and her companions could barely fend off a dozen zombies, but with the assistance of two first-tier professionals, they swiftly cleared the battlefield. 10 minutes later, the combatants returned to their respective quarters to rest. The ordinary girls busied themselves again, rearranging the scattered machinery to form barricades at the entrance of their territory. Liu Ming cast a glance at the unoccupied section of the eastern corridor. Next time, he would seize 4 dormitories and lure another wave of zombies to eliminate. By the third attempt, he could completely occupy the entire eastern corridor, facing the final zombies in the hall head-on. Lu Ming observed Huang Yuqian and the others resting on the ground. Due to the sheer number of ordinary zombies they had confronted, these managers had sustained some injuries. It appeared that today was not suitable for continuing the plan, and they would have to resume the second wave tomorrow. Yet, despite a few injuries, joyous expressions adorned everyone's faces. The increasing number of zombies they could confront was a promising omen, filling everyone with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Song Xian, who assisted the ordinary girls with logistics, watched their performance with envy. Only one manager, Lu Jiaying, had somewhat spaced out during the previous battle. Jiaying, what happened to you earlier? How could you make such a basic mistake during combat? Zhao Yi chided, tearing a strip from her clothing to bandage Lu Jiaying's arm. A long gash marred Lu Jiaying's hand, seemingly inflicted by a zombie. As Zhao Yi scolded her for her inattentiveness. Lu Jiaying lowered her head in remorse. I'm sorry, Zhao Yi. I was distracted. Distracted? How could you allow yourself to be distracted in battle? Zhao Yi exclaimed incredulously. What were you thinking? Are you not concerned for your life? Mid-sentence, Zhao Yi noticed Lu Jiaying's gaze fixated on something in the distance. Turning to see what had captured her attention, Zhao Yi was taken aback to find it was Lu Ming, seated not far away. She sighed, realizing she understood the reason behind Lu Jiaying's discontent. After all, just yesterday, she had directly told Lu Ming, if you have needs, feel free to seek me out, and naturally, she hoped he would visit her that night. However, Zhao Yi, who had spent the night alongside Lu Jiaying, knew that Lu Ming had not appeared. It was only natural for Lu Jiaying to feel upset. After so many hints, both explicit and implicit, Zhao Yi empathized. If she were in Lu Jiaying's position, she too would struggle to maintain her spirits. Yet, Zhao Yi soon found herself astonished as her friend's expression transformed. Liu Ming had noticed the situation nearby. He approached Lu Jiaying and inquired, "Are you hurt?" Upon hearing his voice, Lu Jiaying's face lit up with surprise as she quickly raised her head. Feeling a bit bashful, she covered her arm and replied, "I sustained a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. A wound of that length is hardly nothing serious. Extend your arm. Let me treat it for you to prevent infection." All right, Liu Jiaying nodded eagerly, pulling down the sleeve of her shirt to reveal a pristine expanse of skin without hesitation. Lu Ming, undeterred, grasped her delicate hand and used his supernatural energy to dispel the residual zombie virus. While it was challenging to staunch the bleeding or directly heal the wound, he could at least keep it clean, which served a purpose. Liu Jiaying was unconcerned about whether Lu Ming could fully heal her. Witnessing his caring demeanor brought forth a sweet smile, completely erasing her earlier discontent. Watching from the side, Zhao Yi felt her cheeks twitch with discomfort. All right, take it easy today. This evening, let the other managers cover for you during the shift. Prioritize your rest. After using his supernatural energy to care for Lu Jiaying's wound, Lu Ming tightened the bandage before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lu Jiaying touched the bandage on her arm and beamed. "Zhao Yi, I'm sorry for not taking the battle seriously today. Next time, I promise to exert myself to eliminate more zombies." Zhao Yi remained silent, merely observing her friend, thinking to herself that as long as Lu Jiaying was happy, that was enough. After tending to Lu Jiaying's wound, Lu Ming also used his supernatural energy to cleanse the injuries of others, preventing infections. Once he completed his rounds, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He realized he needed to recruit some medical professionals. He couldn't handle everything alone. There would be no second battle today. So he entrusted the cleanup and management duties to Lu Xinqing and returned to his dormitory for a brief rest. Upon awakening, he found it was already dusk, sensing an odd feeling in the air. Looking down, he discovered Huang Yuqian nestled beneath the covers. Liu Ming slapped his forehead and reached out to pull her up. Huang Yuqian lay in his embrace, grinning as she asked, "Is Lu Xinqing impressive?" Lu Ming reminisced before responding, "Of course. How else could she be the beloved school flower of our institution?" Humph. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuqian playfully bit his neck, filled with jealousy. Liu Ming chuckled, "Of course, you are also quite remarkable." With a swift motion, Huang Yuqian turned and perched herself atop him, questioning, "In what way am I remarkable? Come on, let me show you." As he spoke, Lu Ming pulled her under the covers with him. Chapter 32. Accumulation of crystals. In the evening, Lu Ming made his way to the laundry room. Everyone was gathered, already enjoying their dinner. He noticed that the managers who had been injured during the day had now returned to their normal states. For professionals, as long as the injuries did not involve the supernatural veins, immediate treatment from a healing professional was not urgently required. Moreover, for external injuries like those sustained by Lu Jiaying and the others, supernatural energy still possessed some restorative effects. Even a zero-tier professional could utilize the supernatural energy within their weapons to tend to their wounds. This time, Lu Ming did not dine with Huang Yuqian and the others. Instead, he made his way to Lu Xinqing's side. Upon seeing him approach, Lu Xinqing hurriedly cleared a stool for him, while Lu Xinqing served him her bowl of noodles. After all, it only took a few minutes to cook. And Lu Ming did not decline, taking disposable chopsticks to eat. After a mouthful, Lu Xinqing gently inquired, "Is the flavor to your liking? Would you like me to cook another bowl with less broth or softer noodles?" "No need. This bowl is just fine." Liu Ming declined to let Lu Xinqing waste resources. While eating his noodles, he asked, "Have we finished clearing the territory we advanced into during the day?" Lu Xinqing nodded, responsibly informing him, "It has been thoroughly cleaned, and it is now ready for habitation. We also found quite a few bedding items in the new dormitories. These dormitories are designed for 6 occupants, and the residents typically prepare one for use and one as a spare. We now have more bedding than we can utilize. Currently, everyone is using one blanket as a bed and another for covering." Lu Ming waved his hand. "Now that we have dormitories, there's no need to have them sleep on the ground. Let us all move into the dormitories tonight. At present, there are 6 six-person dormitories available, perfectly accommodating their total of 36 individuals. If they account for the managers on duty and those keeping watch, an additional dormitory would be available for Lu Ming's exclusive use. After dinner, I went to make arrangements." Lu Xinqing noted this matter down, and her hesitation to bring it up with Lu Ming stemmed from their shared living situation, which made it more convenient to manage and protect these individuals. However, Lu Ming wished for everyone to enjoy a more comfortable living environment, so he decided to heed his suggestions, especially since Lu Xinqing had confidence in their team's capabilities. After the meal, Lu Xinqing instructed the managers to escort the girls from the laundry room to their dormitory. She remained in the laundry room, meticulously documenting the supplies consumed that day. Halfway through her notes, Lu Ming grasped her hand. "Don't worry about that. We have enough supplies. Come back to the dormitory with me. After dinner, it's time to get some exercise." Having just taken down 4 first-tier zombies during the day, Lu Ming now possessed 5 crystals, sufficient to exchange for 100 boxes of noodles, thus feeling rather affluent. Lu Xinqing's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, yet she did not immediately follow him. Instead, she gently replied, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll be quick." Many matters accumulate from small details, especially in an apocalyptic world, where attention to every nuance is essential to avoid mishaps. Lu Xinqing was reluctant to set down her pen, prompting Lu Ming to glance at Li Xinting behind her and suggest, "Why not let Li Xinting assist you with the writing? You don't need to burden yourself with so much work every day. It's exhausting." Li Xinting, who was tidying up, paused upon hearing this. "What do you mean by helping her write? Do you think I don't know you all are eager to finish so you can go off and do something else? You might as well just tell me to push you along." Li Xinting silently grumbled, yet felt compelled to leave a good impression on Lu Ming. So she proactively said to Lu Xinqing, "Xinqing, you should go rest. Calculating the resource consumption is something I can handle. I've been watching you do it for a week. I've learned how to calculate it quickly. Lu Xinqing considered for a moment and agreed. Watching her best friend and crush retreat to their room, Li Xinting remained in the laundry room, completing the tasks left by her friend under the flickering light of a spirit lamp. Once Li Xinting finished tidying up, she extinguished the lamp, plunging the laundry room into silence and darkness. Feeling the wave of loneliness wash over her, Li Xinting inwardly cursed her wretched nature of being a sycophant. In the opposite dormitory, Lu Xinqing, panting, intermittently spoke. By the way, Lu Ming, recently the power supply has been erratic, frequently cutting out. Soon, we might not have electricity to keep up with the news outside. Can you focus on your exercise? Lu Ming patted Lu Xinqing's back, signaling her to concentrate. Yet, she nestled into his embrace, shyly murmuring, "No, if I focus too much, I want to spend more time with you." In any case, they both retired quite late that day. At around 2 or 3 in the morning, Lu Ming woke up after a brief nap. He gently touched Lu Xinqing's sleeping face before exiting the room. Lu Xinqing had mentioned that once she fell asleep, he could go find someone else. Initially, Lu Ming had not agreed, as the allure of the campus belle Lu Xinqing was quite captivating. However, the events of the day regarding Song Xian compelled Lu Ming to prioritize the matter. With insufficient personnel, he needed to increase the number of zero-tier professionals. Every additional person contributed to the effort against the oncoming horde of ordinary zombies, potentially sparing Lu Jiaying and her companions from injury. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised to find Huang Yuqian and her companions on night watch in the corridor. As soon as he emerged, Huang Yuqian rushed up to him, embracing him and asking Ming, "How's it going with Lu Xinqing's pursuit? When can she join us?" "That will take a couple of days. She's quite shy." "I see," Huang Yuqian replied, a hint of regret in her tone. With Lu Ming spending more time with Lu Xinqing recently, Huang Yuqian found herself missing him. "You're out so late. Are you? I'm going to find someone with a thicker skin than Lu Xinqing." "Who?" Huang Yuqian's eyes lit up with interest. Lu Ming inquired. "Do you know a woman named Song Xian? Which dormitory is she in? She's quite attractive and tall." "Oh, you mean that vixen?" As soon as Lu Ming mentioned it, Huang Yuqian understood whom he was referring to. Among their group, there were only a few strikingly beautiful women. Herself, Lu Jiaying, and Song Xian. The rest, including Li Xinting, were somewhat less comparable. Of course, Lu Xinqing was in a league of her own. Huang Yuqian pointed to a dormitory and said to Lu Ming, "She lives over there. That vixen looks quite fiery. She must be very accommodating. Ming, good luck. Once you tame her, have her serve us. All the dirty work can be left to her." Chapter 33. Help you overcome psychological shadows. What do you mean by dirty work? You were the one who enjoyed doing those things before. Lu Ming muttered, to which Huang Yuqian shyly replied, "I only liked doing it because of you." Lu Ming did not linger in conversation with Huang Yuqian and soon arrived at the dormitory she indicated. Knocking on the door, sounds emerged from within, yet no one inquired who it was. Someone simply came to open the door, likely thinking that the managers outside had business with them. Members of Lu Ming's team. They had been quite diligent. To their surprise, upon opening the door and seeing Lu Ming, the girls inside were taken aback and hurriedly adjusted their disheveled nightwear, shyly asking, "What can we do for you?" "Call Song Xian out," Lu Ming instructed, awaiting her arrival. The girls inside paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Understood. Please wait a moment. Sister Xian, Lord Lu Ming is calling for you." The girls addressed him in various ways. Some referred to him as Lord Lu Ming, while others called him Lu Ming. There were even a few who secretly referred to him as Master. Lu Ming did not insist on a uniform title. Their respectful forms of address sufficed. Song Xian lay on her bed, wide awake, unable to sleep. Lu Ming had given her 2 days to come to terms with things, stating that tomorrow would be the final ultimatum. Yet, she truly could not comprehend how to come to terms with it. Song Xian felt she had already thought it through thoroughly. She was willing to do anything for Lu Ming as long as she could work under him. Still, he had rejected her the day before. In a daze, she heard someone calling her from the dormitory. Upon peering towards the door, she saw Lu Ming standing there, and an overwhelming joy enveloped her. The opportunity had arrived. She quickly got out of bed, grabbing a jacket from her bedside. However, after standing up and glancing at her attire, a spaghetti-strap top, Song Xian bit her lip and placed the jacket back down. Instead, she hastily slipped on a pair of stockings and rushed out the door. Her roommates looked at Song Xian's outfit with odd expressions, all aware of her intentions. They envied her. Such beautiful and well-endowed girls always had an advantage. Regardless of the era. Outside, Lu Ming received Song Xian and glanced at her appearance, somewhat speechless. Why didn't you dress properly? Song Xian smiled and gracefully linked her arm through his, teasing, don't you like it this way? Maybe next time. I shouldn't wear anything at all. Well, that depends on your preference. Song Xian gave him a mysterious look, filled with suggestiveness, indicating that being with him would mean she would be very obedient, capable of satisfying all his desires. Lu Ming smiled in satisfaction, choosing not to say more as he led her through the corridor. After following Lu Ming out, Song Xian's complexion improved significantly, possibly due to having secretly touched up her makeup. Along the way, she leaned slightly, looking up at him from a lower angle, blinking her eyes as she inquired, "Where are we going?" Her demeanor bore a hint of playfulness, and truthfully, her exquisite beauty made it quite endearing. Lu Ming replied, "To the water room." Given that Lu Xinqing was present in the dormitory, Lu Ming preferred not to disturb her, thus he remarked, "I imagine your time trapped in the water room must have been utterly despairing. It was damp, stifling, and you must have been hungry. Stepping outside meant death, and remaining inside risked discovery, which also spelled doom. It must have been a period you would rather not remember. Rest assured, I have some knowledge of psychology. And today, we will go there to help you overcome that shadow. In the future, when you recall the water room, it will be nothing but delightful memories." Song Xian listened with a peculiar expression. Feeling that his tastes were rather unique, she wondered if she would truly not feel weak at the thought of the water room in the future. The night swiftly passed. The next day, Lu Ming emerged from the water room, feeling invigorated. It seemed that Song Xian had not deceived him. She indeed possessed a commendable service spirit, prioritizing his needs, making for a unique experience. Regrettably, his initial intention in seeking out Song Xian was to bolster their manpower. But given her current state, she would not be able to participate in the advancement plan today. Lu Ming left her with weapons to maintain, then made his way to the laundry room. Breakfast time was once again held in the laundry room. Having spent the past 2 days apart from Huang Yuqian and the others, Lu Ming decided to have her and Qiu Qing move over to join Lu Xinqing and the rest. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was a rare occasion for the 4 girls from Lu Xinqing's dormitory to gather together. Qiu Qing prepared the meal, while Lu Xinqing sat modestly beside her, and Huang Yuqian boldly settled on Lu Ming's lap. Feeding him. In the midst of the commotion, Huang Yuqian noticed the somewhat uncomfortable Li Xinting and promptly patted the vacant leg of Lu Ming. "Xinting, come sit down. Everyone is assisting Lu Ming with his tasks. How could you possibly be absent?" Li Xinting, who had been quietly slurping her noodles, immediately lifted her head. "Good friends indeed, finally taking action." Feeling a bit shy, Li Xinting replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Yet, her movements were swifter than anyone else's, disregarding Lu Xinqing's expression as she swiftly nestled into the other side of Lu Ming's embrace. "Then I shall hold the bowl, Yuqian." Li Xinting busied herself with the task. Fortunately, Lu Xinqing held no objections to Li Xinting's presence, merely casting a playful glance at them for their little antics in broad daylight. After the meal, Lu Ming remembered to seek out someone and took food to Song Xian in the water room. He then gathered the managers and a group of ordinary girls to continue the effort of clearing the zombies at the staircase. Due to the machines being damaged the previous day, the task of stacking them today proved somewhat challenging. A few girls had just managed to lift the machinery from the upper level, only for it to come crashing down due to unstable support below. Lu Ming decided to abandon this approach entirely and face the zombies head-on. Once the zero-level professionals were prepared, Lu Ming returned to the staircase to lure the zombies. Now endowed with the overclocked state, he felt emboldened to scout the hall at the staircase. His primary concern was the potential emergence of second-tier zombies in this area. Compared to first-tier zombies, second-tier ones underwent a qualitative transformation, possessing formidable powers. Even with Lu Ming's mastery of the overclocked state, he would not stand a chance against them. To surpass this level, mere B-grade potential would not suffice. One would need to harness the exclusive abilities of S-grade potential. If a second-tier zombie manifested in the first-floor hall, Lu Ming would seriously consider retreating with his team to level up elsewhere. The apocalypse had only just begun, and second-tier monsters were akin to kings in this realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not detect any second-tier zombies at the hall entrance. Such creatures were easily identifiable, and there were at least 7 or 8 first-tier zombies present instead. Chapter 34. Utilizing the black box. Seeing the crowd of zombies at the first-floor hall, Lu Ming made his presence known, attracting the attention of half the zombies, which he led back to his territory. The surge of supernatural energy from the overclocked state emanated from Lu Ming. Without him needing to say a word, Lu Xinqing and the others sprang into action. This time, Lu Ming faced 3 first-tier zombies. The difference this time was that he only lured 3 over, leaving Lu Xinqing without an opponent, allowing her to assist Lu Jiaying and the other 0-level professionals. This time, the 0-level professionals achieved a resounding victory on the battlefield, with no injuries reported. In under 10 minutes. All 15 attacking zombies lay defeated on the ground. Lu Ming's battle was also nearing its conclusion. After using the overclocked state a second time, he felt significantly more adept, capable of finally controlling the output of his supernatural energy. Employing just enough force to dismantle the zombies' bodies, it didn't take long for him to reduce one to shambles. The remaining 2, failing to comprehend the situation or coordinate their efforts, collided into each other as Lu Ming deftly maneuvered, swiftly dispatching them both. With the battle concluded, Lu Ming retracted his external supernatural energy and quietly extracted the first-tier crystals from the 3 zombies. 8 Now, he murmured to himself. A dozen ordinary girls emerged from the territory to commence cleanup. Some pushed the machinery while others transported the zombie corpses for sanitation, each fulfilling their designated role. Following this skirmish, Lu Ming's territory expanded to include 4 more dormitories. The blockade of machinery had been pushed to the western part of the eastern corridor. Standing at the edge of his territory, Lu Ming gazed towards the main hall, the distance between them now minimal, with only 4 dormitories remaining. This proximity could easily attract the zombies from the staircase, creating an uneasy feeling for him. Ultimately, Lu Ming resolved to engage in another battle in the afternoon to secure complete control over the staircase. With the main entrance in his possession, he could better respond should any issues arise in the dormitories above. After ordering everyone to rest, Lu Ming lingered in the corridor, observing the girls as they tidied up. At that moment, Lu Xinqing approached him, stating, "Our supplies are running low. On the first day, they had allowed everyone to consume as much as they wished, depleting their food reserves significantly. Moreover, with the addition of those from the water room, who had been starving for several days, Lu Ming had allocated extra provisions to help them regain their health over the past couple of days. Now, they could only sustain themselves for a little over another day. As Lu Ming had mentioned, he had methods to procure food. Lu Xinqing was not overly anxious, but she could not help but inform him nonetheless as their supplies dwindled. Lu Ming nodded in understanding. "I see. I will go replenish the food shortly." Returning to the laundry room alone, Lu Ming found that after the girls moved into the dormitories, the laundry room had become a storage area for supplies. Upon searching, he discovered that the food storage boxes were indeed nearly empty. Without hesitation, he retrieved his prized possession. The black box, instant noodle factory, function. By consuming supernatural energy, it creates a space factory for instant noodles. By inserting supernatural crystals, instant noodles can be produced. Price: 1 first-tier supernatural crystal, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 24 packets each. He invested 2 first-tier crystals into the black box. Instantly, the black box activated, emitting a buzzing sound as it vibrated. The internal factory began its operation, churning out packet after packet of instant noodles. With 2 first-tier crystals, he yielded nearly 1,000 packets of noodles, equating to 40 boxes. This would suffice for over a week. And it would be unwise to carry excess when relocating in the dormitory. Lu Ming allocated the newly acquired 4 dormitories for the exclusive use of the managers. Sharing a room, the combatants enjoyed superior conditions compared to the ordinary girls. And Lu Ming enhanced their dietary provisions, entrusting Lu Xinqing with their management. The first dormitory near the machinery pile was designated for Lu Jiaying and Zhao Yi. At that moment, the two sat together, with Zhao Yi nudging her close friend and asking, "Jiaying, weren't you saying yesterday that you wanted to engage in a good battle today? Why are you so distracted? Thankfully, your frequent exercise keeps your reflexes sharp. Otherwise, I would fear you might get caught again." Lu Jiaying quietly exhaled. "He slept with that woman last night." "He? That woman?" Lu Jiaying's words left Zhao Yi with a multitude of questions. Yet, it seemed unnecessary to ask. It was undoubtedly about Lu Ming. Zhao Yi patiently inquired, "How do you know he slept with someone?" "This morning, I overheard people from the other dormitory talking about it, and it was that vixen he was with." Lu Jiaying puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Zhao Yi could not help but advise, "If you care so much about this, then be bold like that vixen and go for it. But that doesn't align with my character." Lu Jiaying pouted. "What if he rejects me? My dear sister, who could possibly resist your charm?" Zhao Yi wished she could take action on her behalf, but recalling that it was Lu Ming, who was surrounded by beautiful girls. She contemplated, offering Lu Jiang a suggestion. You've already mentioned he likes vixens, so why not take a cue from that and be a bit more proactive? You never know. He might just come to like you too. I don't think I can emulate that sort of person. I'm not asking you to mimic her, Jiang. You have your own adorable qualities. Just be a little more assertive. Next time, find an opportunity to be alone with him and see how it goes. The right atmosphere might just work. Or while Yu Jiang said hesitantly, unsure if she could find such an opportunity. In the afternoon, Lu Ming once again gathered the group of zero-level professionals. This time, it was no longer a defensive strategy. Lu Ming intended to lead them directly to the main hall to cleanse the remaining zombies. Stay close to me. Shortly, you will be responsible for clearing out the ordinary zombies that I may have overlooked. Lu Ming remained the primary force, tackling the more troublesome first-tier zombies himself. However, the number of ordinary zombies was somewhat overwhelming, and there was a possibility of attracting some from the western corridor as well. With a preliminary estimate of around 20 zombies, Lu Ming signaled everyone to prioritize safety and instructed Lu Xinqing, keep an eye on them. Let me handle the first-tier zombies, but make sure they remain unharmed. Lu Ming's contingent of zero-level professionals was still too few to sustain losses. He hoped that through these successive purges, he could secure the main entrance, thereby uncovering treasure chests that would enhance the team's combat capabilities. As one of the chosen places of the apocalypse, in the locale where Lu Xinqing had once prospered in her previous life, this dormitory building surely concealed numerous treasures. Chapter 35. Intelligence from the second floor. More zombies are approaching. Be cautious. As the battle commenced, the situation in the main hall grew increasingly chaotic. Lu Ming found himself the most at ease, having initially utilized the overclocked state to dispatch 3 first-tier zombies. He had retracted his supernatural energy. He moved fluidly across the battlefield, somewhat leisurely, only intervening when his companions faced danger. Lu Ming did not wish for the zero-level professionals he had painstakingly nurtured to rely solely on him. In the future, they would need to sustain him in return. Thus, he limited his engagement in combat. One remaining first-tier zombie was left for Lu Xinqing, who was becoming increasingly adept at handling these creatures, managing them with growing ease. Immersed in the throes of combat, she swiftly dispatched the first-tier zombie. Lu Ming surmised that she was on the verge of awakening her super-frequency state. With the support of Lu Xinqing and Lu Ming's protection, the battle in the front hall gradually subsided. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Yuqian and her companions, disregarding the nearby corpses of zombies, sat on the ground to catch their breath. Someone remarked, "It feels like we're getting stronger. We can handle more zombies now. It's all thanks to Xinqing and Lord Lu Ming. What have you done to be so impressive?" Another responded, "We're not too shabby either. At least now everyone can take down a zombie, right?" Lu Ming remained silent. Indeed, these individuals could be regarded as seasoned, zero-tier practitioners. However, due to the overwhelming number of zombies faced in this battle, injuries were inevitable. Lu Ming was not overly concerned. Having secured the front entrance, the remaining zombies in the western corridor were few. On the entire first floor, there were no threats left. Among the injured, the most disheveled was Song Xian, participating in her first battle, nursing a bleeding shoulder as she bandaged herself. Lu Ming approached her, somewhat surprised, and said, "I thought you would take a day to rest. What brings you here to fight?" Song Xian exhaled, revealing her tattered stockings. Of course, these had not been torn by zombies. They were the result of Lu Ming's handiwork from the previous night. With a hint of satisfaction, she replied, "I had to join the fight. If I ran away now, wouldn't you think even less of me? Think less of you? You're overthinking it. You still don't understand. Sometimes, hard work pales in comparison to physical advantages. Unless you can outshine me, then I shall rely on my body," Song Xian said with a smile, unashamed of her words. After that, she glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then playfully dragged her stocking-clad foot across Lu Ming's leg. As if hinting at something, Lu Ming swiftly grasped her foot and looked at her shoulder. "Injured like this, and you're still thinking about such things?" Song Xian shrugged. "I must have some dedication, right?" After saying this, noticing Lu Ming's lack of interest, she casually placed her foot in his lap and began to utilize her weapon's powers to heal herself. Lu Ming examined her foot. Although not as delicate as Cho Qing's, it was long and shapely. After a moment, he tossed her foot back and stood up to check on the injuries of others. He summoned Lu Xinqing, saying, "Search the hall and stairway for any boxes." There were no treasure chests in the dormitory, so there should be some here. He then went to inspect the sealed front door. The door had been reinforced with several layers of wooden planks, and the gaps were tightly nailed shut, likely resulting in the dismantling of numerous beds. The staircase leading to the second floor was still usable. However, upon ascending, the entrance to the second floor was blocked by cabinets, and any available gaps were sealed with wooden boards, forming an impenetrable wall. Were the people inside intending to isolate themselves? Are you interested in the individuals on the second floor? Song Xian's voice suddenly chimed in. She had approached Lu Ming without him noticing. Lu Ming sat down on the stairs and asked, "What's the matter? Do you know the ones who sealed the wall?" "Not exactly. I've merely seen them." Song Xian sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder as she softly recounted. On the night the apocalypse began, nearly all the dormitories on the first floor were attacked, and we survivors gathered together. Totaling over 50. Later, some people from outside fled into the dormitory, bringing in a horde of zombies that claimed half of our number. The individuals on the second floor, fearing for their own safety, felt compelled to assist us, and a first-year girl descended with a group. Together, we devised a plan to seal the front door, but we were ultimately unable to manage the multitude of zombies inside, leading to the decision to retreat to the second floor and seal the staircase. 7 or 8 individuals followed that girl, while the rest believed such an action would only sever their escape route and chose to flee to the water room. The zombies at the front door and in the stairwell likely came from their retreat to the second floor and the wall they constructed. At that time, we were down to around 20 survivors, hiding in the water room, waiting for rescue. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that there was an infected individual among us, resulting in a zombie attack in the water room, from which only 11 of us managed to escape. Song Xian recounted the experiences of the senior sisters on the first floor. After she finished, Lu Ming inquired, what was the name of the first-year girl who led the wall sealing? He wished to ascertain if he recognized her from Lu Xinqing's previous mentions. Regrettably, Song Xian was unsure at that time. We had no time for names. The situation above us was not much better. Whether they are alive now remains uncertain. Lu Ming intended to continue discussing the individuals on the second floor, but Lu Xinqing's voice called for him from downstairs. Upon returning to the first floor, Lu Ming noticed 2 white boxes near Lu Xinqing's feet. Twin white treasure chests? It is rare to encounter 2 at once, especially ones capable of opening profession scrolls. Lu Ming approached and opened the boxes, revealing 2 identical scrolls. Profession, martial artist. To his astonishment, it was the martial artist profession he had previously utilized. This profession was relatively common in the apocalypse and was a melee class. After some thought, he said to Lu Xinqing, "Go and fetch Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing." Lu Ming intended to allocate these 2 martial artist scrolls to them. Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing frequently accompanied him and were well suited to serve as close-quarters guardians after obtaining the martial artist profession. There were no other candidates who warranted priority for the professions. Aside from Huang Yuqian and Lu Xinqing, the others under Lu Ming's command possessed potential only at the E and F levels. High-caliber talent was somewhat scarce, and Lu Ming's next target for talent likely resided on the upper floor. Chapter 36. Martial Artist. Ming, I feel incredibly powerful now. After awakening as a martial artist, Huang Yuqian clenched her tiny fists, exhilarated by the continuous flow of superpower within her. I feel like I could battle with you. Ming. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ming covered her mouth. I didn't grant you this awakened profession for that purpose. Lu Ming cast a cautious glance at the other administrators resting nearby, fearing the emergence of any undesirable rumors. However, in truth, after several days of fighting and the passive affinity Lu Ming exuded, the loyalty of these administrators hovered around 90. They were unconcerned about how Lu Ming chose to utilize them. I understand. Let go of me. Huang Yuqian patted Lu Ming's hand, signaling him to release her, before continuing, I've been diligently assisting you these past few days. When Xinqing isn't around at night, I take charge of the night watch and shift changes. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled Huang Yuqian's hair, fully aware of her reliability when she focused, though she had not often showcased it due to his prior demands on her time. Lu Ming then turned his gaze to Qiu Qing. Qiu Qing profession, martial artist tier, first advancement requirement, first tier crystals 0-100 potential, F rating, 77 loyalty. 100 Qiu Qing's loyalty had long reached its peak, as Lu Ming had invested considerable effort into her. After all, it takes 1 drop of essence to equal 10 drops of blood. Lu Ming lured 2 ordinary zombies from the western corridor. allowing both girls to test their mettle. The conclusion was straightforward. Qiu Qing's long legs were quite a sight when she moved. She seemed particularly suited for the martial artist profession, presenting a striking visual effect. While nothing else was apparent, a discernible gap existed between 0 and first tiers. It was a complete domination. 3 First-tier practitioners now, Lu Ming mused. In just over a week since the onset of the apocalypse, we have developed to this extent. There should be no other group like ours in the world. The chosen lands where treasure chests gather are scarce, and the survivor organizations in those areas lack the cohesion we possess. Constantly battling zombies and seeking out chests, those individuals would be fortunate to learn how to use forging stones. By the time they established their forces, many chests would likely have been consumed by zombies. Indeed, just as Lu Ming could utilize treasures from the zombie faction to gain professions, zombies could also devour human treasure chests to acquire scroll powers, leading to their evolution and mutation. Rather than remaining insular, Lu Ming continuously explored chests, thereby weakening the combat effectiveness of the zombies. Currently, Huang Yuqian was fascinatedly playing with her newly acquired superpowers. Lu Ming gently patted her cherubic face and instructed, "Enough playing. I have a task for you, Ming. What is it?" Huang Yuqian immediately stood at attention, eager for his orders. "You and Qiuqing, gather the administrators and eliminate all the zombies in the western corridor, clearing the entire first floor. If you encounter any unexpected situations, report back to me." The remaining zombies in the western corridor on the first floor were few, numbering no more than 20, with 2 practitioners leading. They were more than capable of eradicating them. "Understood. Ming, await our good news." Huang Yuqian stored her superpower and set off with Qiuqing to organize the other administrators. Lu Ming bent down to pick up the crystalline shards of the first-tier zombies scattered on the ground. After removing the 2 he had utilized yesterday, the number of first-tier crystals in his possession reached 10. He entrusted these crystals to Lu Xinqing, instructing her to safeguard them, for they would be of paramount importance to their future resources. Lu Xinqing solemnly accepted the crystals, feeling the latent supernatural energy contained within them. In this apocalyptic world, any item associated with supernatural powers is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold, and Lu Xinqing was acutely aware of their immense value. As she stored the crystals away, Lu Ming pondered for a moment before advising her, "You should accompany Huang Yuqian and the others. There may also be first-tier zombies lurking in the western corridor. Do not let them be complacent." Lu Xinqing complied with the directive and departed. Lu Ming remained alone in the hall, gazing at the wall that had been barricaded at the second-floor entrance. Having accomplished much today, he mused that he had effectively subdued the entirety of the first floor. After clearing away the zombie carcasses and the bloodstains from the floor, he intended to recuperate before venturing to the second floor tomorrow to uncover its mysteries. He was also curious about the first-year junior who had previously come to the rescue. He wondered who she was and whether she was still alive. As Lu Ming turned to exit the hall, he encountered a girl walking towards him. Upon noticing him, she immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him, "Hello." Instinctively, he scrutinized her. Ai Shio, profession, none, potential, none, rating, 73, loyalty, 92. Did even ordinary girls possess loyalty exceeding 90? Lu Ming felt a surge of joy and produced a weapon that dispelled supernatural energies. Addressing her, "You are quite impressive. Would you be interested in becoming a manager and doing more for me? Can I?" The girl's face lit up with astonishment, as if struck by a stroke of fortune. Accepting the weapon he offered, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she inquired, "So, should I serve you in your room now?" "Why do you think that?" "Because I observe that many in management share a good rapport with you." "If I have misjudged, I apologize for my presumption." "Aha, you are not mistaken. Come with me." Lu Ming did not decline. After all, these girls with loyalty above 90 were already entirely his. It just so happened that he was feeling somewhat bored. As the familiar faces had all gone to the western corridor to clear away zombies, in the afternoon, Huang Yuqian and her companions returned, reporting on the conditions in the western corridor. "Ming, we have cleared all the zombies from the first floor." Huang Yuqian was as enthusiastic as ever, hanging around his neck and affectionately informing him, "We dealt with a total of 17 ordinary zombies, and there was one particularly formidable foe that Qiuqing and I took down together." There were indeed first-tier zombies in the west, but from Huang Yuqian's account, Lu Xinqing had not assisted. The 2 newly awakened individuals proved to be quite capable. After all, Huang Yuqian possessed B-level potential and could comprehend the super-frequency state. placing her among the stronger ranks of practitioners. She was certainly qualified to establish a survivor's base in the future. Even as a newcomer, she would not struggle against zombies of the same tier. Huang Yuqian then elaborated on the layout of the western corridor. A Ming, west of the staircase, is a larger public restroom. And further west are 15 dorm rooms and a storage room, all of which are now secure areas. This dormitory building was quite modern, with each room featuring an independent bathroom. However, with 6 occupants per room, a single bathroom sometimes proved insufficient. Thus, having a communal restroom on each floor was reasonable. Chapter 37. With Lu Jiaying A Ming, we also found this. Huang Yuqian produced a gray box seemingly out of thin air. Lu Ming's spirits lifted immediately. Well done. The treasure chests in the dormitory building had indeed been plentiful. This first floor alone had yielded 5 boxes. Upon opening the gray box before him, he discovered 5 forging stones. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had unlocked the maximum yield. The zero-tier practitioners under his command could now be increased to 15. Lu Ming dismissed Huang Yuqian and summoned Lu Xinqing, informing her, "I have selected 2 new managers. Please record them." Lu Xinqing was slightly puzzled, surprised that the positions vacated by Huang Yuqian and her companions had been filled so swiftly. She was curious about the method Lu Ming employed for selection. However, with 5 forging stones unearthed from the western corridor, he instructed Lu Xinqing to organize another gathering tonight to elect 5 managers. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Furthermore, as the number of managers increases, I plan to restructure the management system into combatants. We only have 36 individuals in total. Soon, the managers will surpass half, leaving few to oversee. In the future, only practitioners of first tier and above, like you and Huang Yuqian, will qualify as managers. Of course, the status of combatants will still be elevated above that of ordinary individuals. They will be responsible for supervising and protecting the common folk, with unlimited access to supplies. Consume as much as you desire." "What do you think?" Lu Xinqing considered the proposal and concluded, "I believe there will be no objections. They will accept your decision." Lu Ming decisively affirmed his choice. In the evening, within the laundry room, Lu Xinqing organized a second gathering for everyone. All assembled in the laundry room, where Lu Xinqing presided over the meeting on Lu Ming's behalf. With their collective efforts, they had successfully transformed the first floor into a secure zone. Tonight's gathering served to provide everyone with a well-deserved respite and to elect 5 new bearers of supernatural weapons. Lu Ming sat to the side, having stepped back into the background. From now on, he intended to gradually withdraw from direct involvement. Rebirth was not meant to be a continuous struggle. He sought to relish the experience, delegating management and combat responsibilities to his subordinates. Before the gathering commenced, there was one matter to convey to everyone. Beginning today, the title of manager would be changed to combatant. Lu Xinqing meticulously explained the details of this system change to the group. As this marked the first alteration in their team structure, Lu Xinqing spoke earnestly, concluding, "Thus, our team now comprises only 3 managers, while the rest will serve as combatants." Upon concluding her remarks, the seated individuals displayed little reaction. Including the newcomers like Song Xian. It seemed the change would not significantly alter their situation. According to Lu Xinqing, combatants would still retain the authority to oversee ordinary girls, and their privileges remained intact. Their roles had not fundamentally shifted, only the title had changed. Moreover, they felt that with so many managers, the situation was somewhat cumbersome, and a change was welcome. The subsequent procedure involved selecting new combatants. 5 girls with loyalty ratings exceeding 90 accepted the supernatural weapons. Under Lu Xinqing's arrangement, they were brought before Lu Ming, where they received his acknowledgement. Lu Ming clasped the hands of the 5 girls, familiarizing himself with them, and after witnessing their loyalty increase once more, he allowed them to depart. He then turned his attention to the others. Lu Ming primarily assessed the loyalty of those in the water room. He noticed that since their rescue, coupled with providing them with food and involving them in gatherings, their loyalty had also risen above 80. The cohesion of the team had fully formed, allowing for the acceptance of new individuals. Halfway through the gathering, Lu Ming grew weary and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. The first floor had become considerably safer after their efforts in clearing it, and he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. He hoped to carry this newfound sense of security to the second floor the next day, wishing for the survivors above to number more. He also longed for high potential survivors to ensure that his formidable allies extended beyond just Lu Xinqing and Huang Yuqian. He felt a curiosity regarding the first-year junior mentioned by Song Xian, wondering what potential she might possess. Before he realized it, Lu Ming found himself in the western corridor. Glancing up at the restroom sign, he felt he had consumed a bit too much water, prompting him to step inside in the laundry room. As soon as Lu Ming exited, Zhao Yi nudged her friend Lu Jiaying beside her. Jiaying, hurry, he out. This is our chance. Lu Jiaying's gaze had been fixed on Lu Ming, and upon seeing him emerge, she hesitated. Her friend urged, what are you waiting for? Everyone is in the laundry room. Just go out and you can have him all to yourself. Trust me, once you're outside, don't say anything. Just embrace him. He has taken advantage of you, and in this private setting, you can seamlessly proceed from there. Zhao Yi pushed Lu Jiaying forward. Feeling pressured, Lu Jiaying decided not to remain seated any longer and boldly pursued Lu Ming. However, as she stepped outside, Zhao Yi's words echoed in her mind, causing her to hesitate. Following him directly and then proceeding further. Was that what was going to happen next? She was not opposed to being intimate with Lu Ming, yet she worried about what might transpire in the corridor if someone were to walk in on them. After contemplating, Lu Jiaying recalled her friend's previous advice. First, she should find them alone. If the atmosphere was right, it might just work. She was uncertain about the corridor's ambience, but the dormitory would certainly be suitable, dimly lit with a hint of moonlight. It stirred her heart. Just then, she saw Lu Ming turn a corner and enter a room. Without a second thought, she rushed in after him. Inside the restroom, Lu Ming was humming a tune while running water. Suddenly, a girl collided with him from behind, wrapping her arms around him, leaving him completely bewildered. What is the situation? Assassin? Killer? Who else would come over to embrace him at such a moment? Slightly tilting his head, Lu Ming caught sight of the familiar face of Lu Jiaying behind him, which only added to his confusion. What are you doing? Trying to lend me a hand? Lu Jiaying, equally bewildered, realized something was amiss only after she rushed in. Yet, she did not release Lu Ming. Rather, she tightened her embrace, concealing her expression from him, and said, I don't know. I just wanted to be with you. Zhao Yi told me that finding a secluded place would create a better atmosphere. So I came here with you. You're seeking atmosphere in the restroom? No. Lu Jiaying's words trailed off abruptly. For reasons unknown, she recalled the first time she met Lu Ming. Back then, they had shared a moment in a cramped restroom stall. Her thoughts tangled and complex, and later, she felt an unashamed flutter in her heart. Now, standing with Lu Ming once again in such a confined space, she could only feel her heart racing faster. As if this place had morphed into an indelible memory, Lu Jiaying's gaze became distant as she casually shut the door behind her and softly suggested to Lu Ming, how about we stay here? Chapter 38. The second floor, Junior. The following day, Lu Ming awoke. He perceived Lu Jiaying as rather innocent, a stark contrast to Song Xian. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he encountered Song Xian in the hallway. Upon seeing him, Song Xian smiled warmly, swaying her hips as she approached, effortlessly linking her arm with his. Lu Ming could feel her deliberately brushing against his arm. I thought you would come looking for me last night. Are you dissatisfied with me? Song Xian inquired, to which Lu Ming shook his head. I had other matters to attend to. Song Xian understood and did not press further. She was well aware of the nature of her relationship with Lu Ming and dared not constrain him. Fearing to provoke his ire, her sole responsibility was to keep him happy. Lu Ming glanced at Song Xian's attire. She looked quite neat, unlike when she was with him. However, she still wore black stockings, which were wholly intact. Curiosity got the better of him and he asked, where did you get so many of these? I saved them myself. Song Xian replied mysteriously, adding, I have other styles too. What do you prefer? I can wear them for you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, remembering Qiu Qing's long legs, concluding that bare legs looked better. Yet, Song Xian possessed a certain charm that perhaps required this attire to accentuate her allure. Thus, Lu Ming proposed, let us change pairs daily. I'd like to test your ability to coordinate outfits. Song Xian laughed lightly, unperturbed, and replied, sure. Upon arriving at the laundry room, Lu Ming greeted Huang Yuqian and the others before asking Lu Xinqing, Xinqing, are you ready? Today, we shall explore the second floor. I've already informed everyone. We needn't bring supplies, as they can be stored on the first floor without excessive preparation. All right, then we will open the main door later. If the situation on the second floor is dire, we can use the main door as our escape route. If all is well, we'll seal it again, as there are quite a few zombies outside. Lu Ming laid out his plan. Lu Xinqing surveyed the group and suddenly queried, strange, why is Lu Jiaying late this morning? She used to be quite diligent. This. Huang Yuqian and her friends suppressed their laughter. Having guessed the reason, only Lu Xinqing, slower to react to such matters, noticed Huang Yuqian's expression and, understanding, glanced at Lu Ming with a hint of exasperation. You should take care of yourself. Continuing like this every day isn't sustainable. After breakfast, Lu Jiang returned to the team, and Lu Ming gathered all the managers and combatants. Excluding himself, there were 3 first-tier professionals and 15 zero-tier professionals. He first settled the ordinary girls in the dormitory on the first floor, then opened the main door and cleared the scattered zombies outside before leading everyone upstairs. Step back, Lu Ming instructed the combatants. Separating the combatants from the managers made command simpler. The first tier and zero tier were dealing with different levels of monsters during combat. I leave this to you, Yuqian. Break this wall. No problem. Huang Yuqian affirmed, channeling her abilities into her fist. As a B-tier potential, she grasped skills swiftly. Being a martial artist, she was well suited for this kind of violent demolition. However, after repeated attempts, Huang Yuqian discovered multiple layers of cabinets and wooden boards blocking their way, eventually necessitating Qiu Qing's assistance. Along the way, they inevitably made some noise, prompting Lu Ming to hear footsteps from the adjacent wall. It seemed they had attracted the attention of something on the second floor. Whether zombie or human remained to be seen. With Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing's efforts, the partition wall was finally demolished. As the last cabinet collapsed, Lu Ming beheld the situation on the other side of the second floor. Unexpectedly, instead of zombies, he encountered a group of 7 or 8 girls gathered together. Each held various items. Some wielded wooden boards, while others brandished knives, clearly startled by the commotion caused by Lu Ming and his team. As they soon laid eyes on Lu Ming and his companions, their astonishment grew. The leading girl peered past Lu Ming, glancing at the peaceful scene below. Upon seeing the absence of the terrifying zombies, her expression of surprise deepened. You took care of those zombies downstairs? What else could it be? Realizing this girl was the first-year student Song Xian had mentioned who had previously visited the first floor, Lu Ming activated his investigative skill, Lin Shiyue profession, None tier, 0, armed boost, potential, a rating, 91 loyalty. 45 Lu Ming's first impression of this girl was that she stood out prominently among the group. With a pure and beautiful visage and bright, clear eyes, it was only after seeing her rating that he confirmed her beauty could rival Lu Xinqing's. She was the only girl he had encountered since his rebirth who could be compared to Lu Xinqing. Having previously been relatively unknown, it was likely due to the fact that the first year had only just begun 2 months prior. Her loyalty rating of 45 indicated that she recognized the strength of their team in dealing with the zombies downstairs. Most thrilling for Lu Ming was her potential rating of A. He had finally encountered a third individual with potential exceeding E or F. I apologize for the oversight. Upon learning that Lu Ming and the others had indeed dealt with the zombies below, Lin Shiyue spoke with a tone of respect. What brings you to the second floor? Lu Ming gestured, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation. Lu Xinqing stepped forward to represent him, stating, We are here to eliminate the zombies on the second floor and to incorporate the survivors here into our team, including all of you. Lin Shiyue furrowed her delicate brows. Incorporate into your team? Trust is the greatest challenge in an apocalypse. How could they rashly agree to join upon first meeting, even if the opposing team was formidable? The apocalypse had only begun less than 10 days ago, and based on Lin Shiyue's own experiences, she had witnessed numerous betrayals and deceptions. The fates of those who had been betrayed were often tragic. She could not agree to Lu Xinqing's proposition, not only for her own sake, but also for the safety of the girls who followed her. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request. However, I can allow you to enter. There are many survivors on the second floor, and I'm sure some will wish to join you. Lin Shiyue's refusal was relatively polite, but unfortunately, Lu Xinqing shook her head. Then you leave us no choice. Since you have appeared before us, we cannot allow another team to compete with us for survivors. We will not let a single survivor from the second floor slip through our fingers. Chapter 39. Lin Shiyue and others forced to join Qiu Qing. Lu Xinqing called out, and Qiu Qing immediately understood, appearing before the girls in an instant. Several of them gasped in shock, unable to fathom the unwavering resolve of the opposing side, merely refusing to join, and they were already prepared to take action against them. What do you intend to do? 2 girls stepped forward behind Lin Shiyue, brandishing knives imbued with energy, attempting to block Qiu Qing. However, Qiu Qing swiftly dispatched them, overpowering both with a single punch. 2 zero-tier professionals stood no chance against a first tier. martial artist, like Cho Ching, especially in close combat. The remaining girls fell into disarray. In their eyes, the two individuals behind Lin Shiyue were capable of handling zombies. They had always protected their safety. Yet, in an instant, they were taken down. What sort of monsters were these? Lin Shiyue wished to assist. But before she could act, a gust of wind swept by, and Lu Xinqing stood before her, a weapon of condensed energy pressed against her head. Lin Shiyue broke into a cold sweat. Who were these formidable characters? From the energy weapon before her, she sensed a chilling dread of death. Lin Shiyue realized that even if she wielded her own supernatural weapon, she would be no match for them. What kind of power is this? Just days ago, Lin Shiyue had acquired forging stones and figured out how to utilize them. She had believed that she and her companions were formidable in this new world, capable of confronting the monstrous zombies. Little did she know, there were still experts beyond her imagination. Before her stood two individuals, both capable of wielding their own extraordinary powers, far surpassing the abilities contained within the weapons Lin Shiyue possessed. Faced with the unknown strength of these individuals, Lin Shiyue felt, for the first time, that the once proud extraordinary weapons she had wielded were nothing more than toys in the blink of an eye. She and her companions found themselves subdued, a development that did not surprise Lu Ming. It was precisely because he had investigated that among Lin Shiyue's group, only 3 were Tier 0 professionals, their strength significantly inferior to that of his own. This reassured Lu Ming enough to delegate the negotiations to Lu Xinqing. Presently, Lu Xinqing had her gun pressed against Lin Shiyue's forehead, and Lu Ming feared she might inadvertently eliminate his A-rank potential talent. Finally stepping forward, he addressed Lin Shiyue. So, have you reconsidered your stance? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinqing understood his intent, lowered her firearm, and obediently stood beside him. Witnessing Lu Xinqing's compliance with Lu Ming only intensified the complexity of Lin Shiyue's feelings. She recognized Lu Xinqing, the campus belle, and had witnessed her formidable strength. Yet, seeing her so submissive to this man led Lin Shiyue to surmise that his power must be even more terrifying. Casting a glance at the fearful girls behind her, Lin Shiyue sighed softly and said, "I understand. Please allow us to join your team and release Wei Wei and Xiaoxi." Tianwei and Qin Xiaoxi were the 2 Tier 0 individuals who had just stepped forward. Tianwei, profession, none, Tier 0, armed enhancement, potential, F, rating, 67, loyalty, 40. Qin Xiaoxi, profession, none, Tier 0, armed enhancement, potential, D, rating, 81, loyalty, 72. Both possessed awakened potential, and the one named Qin Xiaoxi had the capability to comprehend skills in the future. So Lu Ming chose not to press Cho Ching further regarding them. After standing up from the ground, they fell silent, evidently aware of the power disparity between the two factions and understanding that resistance would yield dire consequences. "All right, let us proceed to the second floor for a look," Lu Ming declared. "Wai Yuqian, take some personnel back to seal the main entrance and ensure there are no issues below." Wang Yuqian departed with 2 or 3 combatants. Lu Ming then led the remaining members, passing by Lin Shiyue and her companions, as they entered the second floor of the dormitory building. Lin Shiyue and the others quickly followed suit. Upon entering the corridor on the second floor, Lu Ming was greeted by a series of dormitory doors sealed with wooden planks. Standing at the corridor's entrance and surveying the scene, he noted that most doors appeared similarly secured, creating an eerie atmosphere. It became clear to Lu Ming how Lin Shiyue and her group had dealt with the zombies. They had simply confined them within unoccupied dormitories. It seemed she had a penchant for such tactics, whether it involved sealing walls or doors. Alas, this method addressed only the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Should the zombies within evolve over time, they might inadvertently break through the sealed doors or even the walls themselves, leading to dire consequences for Lin Shiyue and her companions. Interestingly, Lu Ming had never heard Lu Xinqing mention Lin Shiyue's name in his past life. It seemed that soon enough, she would meet her demise. Here a pity. Indeed, for an A-rank potential to perish so quietly, Lu Ming cast a glance at Lin Shiyue, noticing her engaged in hushed conversation with the 2 Tier 0 individuals behind her. "Shiyue, I'm sorry. We're too weak and not a match for those individuals." "I didn't mean to complicate things for you," Tianwei spoke, her F-rank potential evident in her tone. Qin Xiaoxi, with her D-rank potential, remained silent, refraining from commenting on the prospect of joining Lu Ming's team. Lin Shiyue shook her head in response. "There's no need for concern, Wei Wei. Joining their ranks may not be such a bad thing. As you've seen, They are formidable. If they genuinely wish to help us survive in this apocalypse, our future will be considerably brighter. I understand, Tianwei replied wistfully. Who says joining such a team is a bad thing? However, I fear they might have ulterior motives, and given our strength, it would be challenging to resist if that were the case. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. I believe they have no hidden agendas. They are already quite powerful and do not lack for personnel. Our concerns are likely just overthinking. Tianwei looked at Qin Xiaoxi, incredulously asking, what do you mean? This is the apocalypse, and you trust them so readily upon first meeting? She continued, by the way, Qin Xiaoxi, when Qiu Qing made her move earlier, you only took a step forward. You clearly had no intention of genuinely resisting, did you? Qin Xiaoxi retorted, do I possess the strength to resist? Besides, how do you know this is truly my first encounter with them? Enough, you two. Stop quarreling, Lin Shiyue interjected, halting her companion's discussion. She then turned to Tianwei. Wei, Xiaoxi is not wrong. Since we've already joined their team, there's no need to dwell on it. Let us focus on working with them. If any issues arise in the future, we can devise a plan then. Lin Shiyue made a decisive conclusion, putting an end to further debate on the matter. At that moment, Lu Ming gestured for Lin Shiyue to come over. Come here and tell me more about the situation on your floor. Lin Shiyue hurriedly approached, uttering something that surprised Lu Ming. Not just this floor. The third floor is also a relatively safe place we can access. The second and third floors are occupied by our first-year students, and I have some influence there. Since the apocalypse began, I've been organizing people and devising ways to contain the zombies. Chapter 40. The many survivors on the second floor, so the second and third floors are under Lin Qingyue's control? This freshman is quite impressive, Lu Ming thought, and he asked her, how many people do you have under your command? He controlled the first floor with just over 30 individuals. Lin Qingyue, having dominion over 2 floors, should have more personnel, he assumed. To his surprise, Lin Qingyue bashfully replied, I only have 7 people. The survivors on the second and third floors are rather scattered, forming small groups that only cooperate with me during critical moments. Lu Ming promptly understood that he had overestimated the situation. The individuals Lin Qingyue had brought to meet him comprised her entire strength. In a wonder, she had quickly surrendered after merely glancing at the expressions of the few people behind her. There had been no mention of Lin Qingyue in Lu Ming's past life, indicating that her group was indeed quite limited in strength. With such few individuals, it was uncertain how long they could maintain their leadership on the second and third floors. Seemingly sensing Lu Ming's disapproval, Lin Shiyue felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that she and her companions were facing such a predicament. She chose not to argue. After spending some time on the second floor, Lin Shiyue indeed felt somewhat helpless when it came to organizing people. This was one of the reasons she had agreed to join another team, rather than insisting on maintaining her group's independence. What about the other survivors? What is their situation? They are scattered across various dormitories and have not formed a cohesive team. The circumstances aren't very favorable. Many have gone days without food on our third floor. There was initially a small shop run by a student that provided us with many supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. However, we have too many people, and the shop lacks storage. So it ran out of provisions in no time. Now, many are going hungry, surviving on the little snacks they managed to save. Lu Ming turned to Lin Shiyue and asked, so, you haven't eaten for several days? Lin Shiyue blushed slightly but did not respond. However, her stomach growled audibly, inadvertently answering the question for her. Mentioning food made Lin Shiyue, who had only consumed a few potato chips in the past few days, unable to suppress her hunger. Lu Ming chuckled and instructed Lu Xinqing, go to the first floor and bring back a box of instant noodles. Open it and distribute it to them, he added. Since you've joined us, I will not let you go without. This last statement was directed at Lin Shiyue and the 7 girls behind her. Tianwei and the others lowered their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just moments ago, they had vehemently opposed Lu Ming, yet now, upon hearing there would be food, their appetites got the better of them, and they felt ashamed of their own lack of resolve. Simultaneously, they realized that Lu Ming was at least quite generous, providing food to them right after their joining, an invaluable commodity in the apocalypse. While Lu Xinqing went down to retrieve the food, Lu Ming accompanied Lin Shiyue and her companions to the vicinity of the 4 dormitory rooms Lin Shiyue had claimed. As they made their way through the corridor with such a large group, they caught the attention of the survivors on the entire second floor. Many peered out from their dormitory rooms, gazing at the newcomers with wary eyes. this group appeared formidable, as though they had survived numerous battles. Exuding an undeniable aura, Liu Ming chose not to acknowledge the curious survivors for the time being, but instead sat down at the entrance of Lin Shiyue's dormitory with her. He shared details about his team's situation. After hearing his account, Lin Shiyue exhibited a look of disbelief. Are you saying that aside from the 10 or so here, there are more people on the first floor, totaling 36? It was no wonder Lin Shiyue was so astonished. She understood better than anyone the extent of human selfishness in the aftermath of the apocalypse and how challenging it was to forge a united team. This was her first-hand experience. At her peak, Lin Shiyue had led a group of about 20 on 2 separate occasions. Once, a traitor had emerged in the ranks. Another time, disputes over resource distribution had led to significant arguments. After problems arose, Lin Shiyue had done her utmost to mediate, but the group had dispersed with alarming ease. Now, on the entire second and third floors, no one was willing to follow her, leaving her with only 7 trustworthy companions. Lu Ming's team appeared to possess far more cohesion than hers, maintaining such a sizable number of members under the circumstances, which greatly impressed her. Moreover, the leader of Lu Ming's group was a man. In the world beset by calamity, numerous unfortunate events have transpired, leaving many young women with an inherent skepticism. In such circumstances, it is remarkable that so many individuals can be tamed to such compliance. And yet, the group continues to flourish. Lin Shiyue suddenly felt a sense of reliability in joining them. At that moment, Lu Xinqing returned, placing a box of instant noodles and the necessary cooking utensils on the ground. Lu Ming opened the box and, pushing it towards Lin Shiyue and the 8 other girls, said, "Please, help yourselves. This is merely a supply for 1 meal, a chance to replenish your hunger from before. We will ensure a regular provision of food thereafter." Lin Shiyue was further astonished. It appeared that Lu Ming and his companions had an abundance of food. Allowing them to prepare more than 20 packets of instant noodles for a single meal felt excessively indulgent. Tian Wei and the others, disregarding all else, began to cook the noodles alongside the group. Their hunger was palpable. Lin Shiyue did not intervene but rather joined them, making sure to express their gratitude towards Lu Ming. Upon hearing that there would be a consistent supply of food, Lin Shiyue resolved that, irrespective of Lu Ming's future intentions towards them, they would contribute to this team in their current environment. Receiving nourishment was a significant act of kindness, deserving of their utmost loyalty. The aroma of the noodles gradually wafted through the corridor, prompting more individuals on the second floor to peek out from their dormitories. Observing Lin Shiyue and her companions indulging in the luxury of opening packet after packet of instant noodles, they wore expressions of envy. Their own emaciated stomachs and the empty snack bags in their rooms filled them with regret. While water was readily available on every floor, food was indeed scarce. The stark contrast between those gorging on instant noodles and those merely swallowing saliva from hunger was evident. During their meal, Lu Ming inquired, "How many superpowered weapons do you possess? Are you referring to this?" Lin Shiyue replied, patting the knife at her waist, "We have 4, but currently only 3. We discovered a gray box in the corridor on the 3rd floor, which contained 4 stones, and we fashioned them into 4 weapons. One was lost along with its owner when sealing off the 4th floor. Even ordinary individuals can utilize forging stones, as long as they combine the stone with an object and infuse it with their blood. The weapon can be nurtured." Liu Ming calculated that with the addition of Lin Shiyue and her group, the number of combatants had reached 18, and the total team size was now 44, a commendable trend. "Hurry and finish your meal. Once you have, I have tasks for you to undertake. You 3 with superpowered weapons will join our combat team and help us open the sealed dormitory doors one by one, eliminating the zombies inside. The method you currently employ against the zombies is merely self-deception." Lin Shiyue felt a pang of shame at Lu Ming's words. She understood that the zombies must be dealt with thoroughly, yet their strength did not permit them to confront those creatures. With Lu Ming leading the charge, she hastened her eating. A quarter of an hour later, they had finished their meal. These young women, who previously could manage only a single packet, now consumed more than 2 each and polished off the soup completely. With a satisfied burp, Lin Shiyue felt a sense of pleasure for the first time amidst the apocalypse. Tian Wei and the others, who had followed Lin Shiyue, now sat comfortably with their hands on their bellies, displaying expressions of contentment previously unknown to them. Lin Shiyue couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Ming, feeling a swift transformation in her mindset, grateful to have encountered them. Otherwise, she feared that in a few days, she and her companions would truly be too famished to stand. Liu Ming was also surprised to see Lin Shiyue's loyalty surge to 70 after just one meal. The remaining 7 had a minimum loyalty of 60-8 it. Seemed that for those who had endured hardship, a little kindness would elicit profound gratitude, compelling them to work diligently. Yuqian, go break down the door. After Huang Yuqian sealed the main entrance on the first floor and returned, Lu Ming instructed her to continue her role as the doorbreaker. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, and Lu Ming planned to start from the dormitory closest to the stairs, clearing the eastern corridor room by room before proceeding to the west. As the first dormitory door crashed down, revealing several zombies within. One particularly large and robust zombie let out a howl and charged at them. Liu Ming calmly pulled Lin Shiyue aside, explaining, "See, by confining the zombies together as you have, you are nurturing a breeding ground. Without a target, they will attack one another in a confined space, ultimately leading to the emergence of a formidable first-tier zombie from the ranks of ordinary ones." "Is that a first-tier zombie?" Lin Shiyue asked, observing the burly creature, gaining her first insight into the hierarchy of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. "I have encountered a zombie of this caliber before. During the sealing of the 4th floor, one of our companions with a superpowered weapon was devoured by such a creature. That incident resulted in significant casualties." Just as Lin Shiyue was about to ask Lu Ming how to combat a first-tier zombie, she watched Huang Yuqian approach with her fist raised. Superpowers coalesced around her fist as she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the first-tier zombie. Interspersed with explosive blows, the first-tier zombie was thoroughly overwhelmed and soon lay defeated on the ground. Lu Ming took the opportunity to inform her, "Aside from zombies, we humans also have first-tier individuals. Huang Yuqian is an awakened first-tier practitioner. However, an ordinary first-tier is typically on par with a first-tier zombie in terms of combat strength. Her prowess is due to her exceptional talent and her ability to wield skills." Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Lin Shiyue's face brightened with aspiration, realizing the vastness of this new world. Previously, she had been self-satisfied merely by knowing how to use forging stones, but now she understood the limitations of that mindset. "It's your turn to step up," Lu Ming indicated after Huang Yuqian had dispatched the first-tier zombie. With 3 ordinary zombies remaining in the dormitory, Lin Shiyue understood that this was her opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities to Lu Ming. Drawing forth their specialized knife weapons, she, Tianwei, and Qin Xiaoxi moved in. Lu Ming carefully observed their combat, noting the differences in their weaponry, which, while smaller than bats, could inflict greater damage by penetrating the zombie's body and allowing for a more effective invasion of superpowers. With Lu Ming's combat team providing support, the trio successfully eliminated the 3 zombies. Lin Shiyue was the fastest, while Tianwei and Chen Xiaoxi fought fiercely against their foes. Pleased with their performance, Lu Ming deemed them fit to join his combat team. Next room, Liu Ming turned to the next sealed dormitory, this time opting to lead the charge himself, allowing Lin Shiyue and her companions to assist as they could. Thus, they continued to clear room after room. After nearly 2 hours, they reached the end of the eastern corridor on the 2nd floor. In total, they had opened 11 dormitory doors and vanquished over 50 zombies. Due to Lin Shiyue and her companions' method of containing the zombies, they encountered 9 first-tier zombies, with one dormitory yielding 2 simultaneously. Let us take a break. After clearing the eastern corridor, Lu Ming saw that everyone had been fighting for quite a while and gestured for them to sit and rest. Lin Shiyue and Tianwei exhaled in relief. This was their first experience battling zombies for such an extended period, and their impressive results were a testament to the strength of their team. Observing the other combatants in the group, Lin Shiyue noted their calm demeanor, a clear indication that they had grown accustomed to the rigors of battle. Lu Xinqing briefly left with the group and soon returned. Lu Ming approached her and inquired, "How did it go?" "I found a gray box," Lu Xinqing replied, producing a small container. Liu Ming opened it to reveal 4 forging stones. "You take these for now. We'll select 4 combatants later." Liu Ming tossed the stones to Lu Xinqing. The thorough cleansing of the zombies was intended to facilitate their search for treasure. However, on the 2nd floor's eastern segment, there were 18 dormitory rooms, and only 11 contained zombies, while the rest housed survivors. Considering this, Lu Ming turned to Lin Shiyue and asked, "How many survivors are left on the 2nd and 3rd floors where your freshman class resides?" "Together, there may be around 100 people. The 2 floors originally housed over 400 individuals." Although we lost a significant portion due to the zombie attacks, we reacted swiftly and employed sealing methods to maintain safety within the floors. 100? That's quite a number, Liu Ming expressed surprise. Indeed, the number of survivors on the second and third floors far surpassed that of the first. While Lin Shiyue's methods may have seemed rudimentary, it was undeniable that their effectiveness had preserved a substantial population. 100 is excellent. Liu Ming gazed at the nearby dormitories, where many heads were peering out, curious about their situation. He contemplated showcasing his team's strength further before initiating the recruitment of these individuals. All right, let us rise and clear the western corridor. Once this battle concludes, we shall partake in our midday meal, Liu Ming commanded, leading everyone to the western corridor. As the first chamber swung open, a Tier 1 zombie emerged. Although Lin Shiyue had temporarily preserved a considerable number of lives, she had also inadvertently cultivated a fair number of Tier 1 zombies. Back when the first floor had lured an abundance of zombies from the outside, their strength was merely half that of the zombies on the second floor. Fortunately, these zombies were dispersed. Otherwise, if they converged, Liu Ming would find himself at a loss. At present, dealing with just one or two Tier 1 zombies no longer necessitated Liu Ming's direct intervention. Following the overhaul of the team structure, the new trio of managers, each a Tier 1 practitioner, stood firm in the front lines, swiftly dispatching the Tier 1 zombies that appeared. Strangely enough, Liu Ming realized that as long as Lin Shiyue did not cultivate any Tier 2 zombies, she was effectively generating crystals for him. Nonetheless, Liu Ming remained skeptical of her methods. Should Tier 2 zombies emerge, neither walls nor doors, nor even his own people would be able to contain them. With several managers leading the charge against the zombies, Liu Ming lingered at the rear, affording himself the leisure to converse with Lin Shiyue. With so many survivors on the second and third floors, have you not contemplated a route of retreat from this dormitory? To confine yourselves to the second floor, isolated and defenseless, is akin to inviting a slow demise. Lin Shiyue, skilled in her own right and possessing A-grade awakening potential, adeptly countered while fending off the zombies. What right do we have to leave? The first floor is inaccessible, and should we attempt to escape by jumping, my 7 subordinates would likely perish even more swiftly outside. While the number of survivors on the second and third floors is substantial, they do not heed my commands. Persuading them to leave would be more difficult than slaying them. Their outlook was decidedly short-sighted. Though the second and third floors lacked supplies, they were temporarily free from the threat of zombies, preferring to endure hunger instead. Lin Shiyue revealed the current state of affairs among the survivors on the second and third floors, her tone laced with helplessness. This predicament reflected the reality faced by many teams in the apocalypse. Within a group, numerous voices often clashed, and the majority exhibited a lack of foresight, making it challenging to achieve the cohesion that Liu Ming and his team possessed. He had merely benefited from the advantages of his profession. By early afternoon, the zombies in the western corridor had finally been eradicated by Liu Ming and his team. The entire second floor was devoid of any zombie activity, and the once sealed dormitories were now fully accessible. The day's report had also been compiled. Lu Xinqing, glancing at her notes, informed Liu Ming. On the second floor, there are a total of 36 dormitories, of which 23 were infested with zombies. Over the course of the morning, we eliminated more than 100 zombies, among which 22 were Tier 1. After this battle, our crystal count has replenished to 36. Lu Xinqing produced a box filled with a dazzling array of Tier 1 super energy crystals. Additionally, nestled beside the crystals lay 9 forging stones. Apart from the gray chest found in the eastern corridor, we also discovered another here in the western corridor, containing 5 forging stones. Our number of combatants has now increased to 27. Lu Xinqing presented a plethora of data to him, and Liu Ming listened attentively before inquiring. Have the survivor counts for the remaining dormitories been tallied? We have yet to ascend to the third floor, but I sent Lin Shiyue to inquire about the second floor. Lu Xinqing paused before continuing. There are 51 survivors on the second floor alone. The harvest was becoming increasingly bountiful, Liu Ming mused inwardly. He then cast a glance at the survivors still observing them from various dormitories, a wry smile spreading across his face. Well done, everyone. Your efforts are appreciated. We shall now distribute lunch. Liu Ming instructed his team to bring up the boxes of instant noodles, intentionally cooking in the corridor of the second floor, under the watchful eyes of the survivors. They had already demonstrated their combat prowess. Now, it was time to showcase their resourcefulness. Those individuals were likely becoming intrigued. Lin Shiyue had ordered the survivors to remain still, Resources were a crucial aspect, and without a solid foundation, tensions could easily arise, leading to disputes over supplies. Moments later, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the corridor once more. This marked the second occasion Lu Ming and his team had cooked in the corridor. The delectable scent captivating the senses of the second-floor survivors. They had gone several days without proper sustenance, and the repeated waft of food was proving increasingly difficult for them to resist. The first time they had witnessed Lin Shiyue and her group eating, they had contemplated ways to procure food from them. However, after observing the strength of that group, the survivors no longer dared entertain such thoughts, merely watching enviously from a distance as those fortunate enough to eat indulged. Yet, some began to entertain other notions. Was Lin Shiyue able to partake in meals because she had joined that man's team? Did that imply that they, too, could have such an opportunity? As they contemplated this, Lu Ming's subordinates arrived, carrying boxes upon boxes of instant noodles. This latest supply far surpassed the previous 2 deliveries. The survivors quickly realized that the stack of noodle boxes was far beyond what any one individual could consume in a single meal. At that moment, Lu Xinqing stood in the corridor and addressed the unaligned survivors. You must be famished, yes? Conveniently, our team requires additional members. Anyone who joins us will be guaranteed 3 meals a day and assigned daily tasks. If you demonstrate sufficient effort and become combatants, you will attain a status higher than that of ordinary individuals, with unlimited access to food and priority privileges for other resources. These words resonated. The survivors on the second floor paused, gradually emerging from their dormitories. The shock brought forth by Lu Ming's team had continuously impacted their minds, coupled with the effects of Lu Ming's profession, stripping them of their capacity to choose. Some were eager to join it. The first individual stepped forward to Lu Xinqing. The rest of the second-floor survivors crowded into the corridor. However, when those in the front reached out for supplies, Lu Xinqing did not immediately comply. Instead, she echoed some of Lu Ming's earlier sentiments when he established this team. Think carefully before accepting our offerings. Our team operates differently from your previous skirmishes. We do not permit anyone to leave or betray us. Should you wish to depart, consider our team's strength first. These words served to awaken them somewhat. Lin Shiyue had never imposed such requirements when she formed her organization. Hesitation crept in, but upon seeing the reassuring smile of the man behind Lu Xinqing, the leader, they felt a sudden sense of security. Indeed, joining this team meant access to resources and strength, ensuring safety. There was no reason to contemplate leaving. Such terms were not excessive. Ultimately, no one opted to withdraw. Chapter 43. Lin Shiyue's mental preparation. Lu Ming welcomed all 51 survivors from the second floor into his team. This time, he refrained from gathering everyone in the corridor due to space constraints. After distributing supplies, he instructed them to return to their dormitories to eat. If they required cooking equipment, Lu Xinqing and a few combatants would deliver it to each dormitory. The newly inducted members would enjoy the same privileges as combatants for their first meal, eating as much as they desired. Consequently, this lunch extended for a full 2 hours, although they did not consume excessive amounts. They ate slowly, savoring the food after such a long period of deprivation. Even after finishing, they clung to their bowls, reluctant to let go, though their stomachs could hold no more. As dusk approached, Lu Ming noted that the loyalty of these individuals had risen from over 50 to 60, shifting from mere compliance to a willingness to obey. Shall we continue to clear the zombies on the third floor? Lin Shiyue inquired eagerly, now that matters on the second floor had concluded. Lu Ming regarded her with a bemused expression. Are you becoming addicted? A bit. Yes, I've never encountered such ease in dispatching them before, Lin Shiyue admitted, her embarrassment evident as she revealed her thoughts. She had indeed grown somewhat addicted. Previously, the zombies had tormented her relentlessly, and now, alongside Lu Ming's team, it felt like a massacre. She acknowledged the thrill of the experience. However, Lu Ming declined. Tomorrow, we shall tackle that. There is not enough time to complete it today. Moreover, I need some time for the survivors on the third floor to receive the news. Lu Ming cast a glance upward. The individuals above should be aware of the situation on the second floor by now. The second and third floors were both part of the same domain. Not only were they classmates, but many from the third floor had originally come from the second. Earlier, while dining, some third-floor individuals had descended, hoping to share in the meal with their friends, only to be sent back. Lu Ming intended to let the situation settle for another day, allowing the third-floor residents to witness the second-floor members enjoying their meals while they remained hungry. forced to sleep in proximity to the zombies. The latter, devoid of the need for rest, would surely disturb the sleep of those on the third floor with their nocturnal noises. Once the third-floor survivors felt a sense of imbalance regarding their situation, it would be easier to recruit them the following day. Liu Ming's sole objective remained unchanged, to gather every last survivor from the second and third floors into his ranks. Lin Shiyue, discerning Liu Ming's psychological tactics, held no objections. Having joined Liu Ming's side, she was determined to consider his interests. After some contemplation, she suggested, "Shall I take Tianwei and the others upstairs? There are quite a few familiar faces there. I could subtly promote the situation on the second floor, making them more inclined to join us." Lin Shiyue was eager to take the initiative to assist him, and of course, Liu Ming would not stifle her enthusiasm. "All right. Go ahead." Lin Shiyue gathered her companions and departed. Liu Ming also rose, informing Lu Xinqing, "Have the people on the second floor finish their meals and then get to work, cleaning the rooms where we've been dealing with zombies. The bodies should be disposed of from the second floor. These monsters born of superpowers would not cause major epidemics, but leaving them in the building would surely create issues that needed to be resolved." With the new recruits assigned their tasks, Liu Ming strolled around the second floor, contemplating whether to summon everyone from downstairs or bring those here down. It would be easier to manage if everyone congregated on the same floor. However, since the second floor's occupants were tasked with cleaning today, he decided to have everyone come up. Liu Ming tasked Huang Yuqian with gathering people, while he went to Lu Xinqing to retrieve a crystal, heading to the first floor storage area to create 20 boxes of instant noodles. With so many people on the second and third floors, and over 50 mouths to feed on one floor, he had to increase his supplies, albeit without excessive expenditure. As the number of crystals grew, Liu Ming found that he was actually saving more while utilizing them, as he saw the hope of advancing to the second tier. He had already accumulated 31 crystals, needing 2/3 more to reach the second tier. He was eager to become the world's first second-tier professional. Upon returning from the first floor, Liu Ming passed by an unoccupied dormitory and felt someone embrace him from behind, pushing him into the room. Turning around, he discovered it was Liu Jiang. "Liu Ming, I've missed you." Liu Jiang had only just become his companion yesterday, and today her thoughts were solely occupied with being with him. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed over. Liu Ming turned and embraced her, offering silent comfort as he gently caressed her back. Liu Jiang closed her eyes in bliss, relishing the moment as she nestled into his embrace. After a brief interval, Liu Ming suddenly sensed that her small hand was not entirely clean. "Not here, there will be others coming to clean shortly." He grasped her hand firmly. However, Liu Jiang looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, and suggested, "Then shall we go to the restroom?" Liu Ming glanced at the adjacent private bathroom and nodded. At least it could be locked. Just as he was about to lead Liu Jiang toward the bathroom, she halted him, saying shyly, "Not there. I meant at the stairwell on the second floor." Liu Ming was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? That's a public restroom, and it's not like yesterday. There are so many people cleaning outside. Someone could walk in at any moment." Liu Jiang pouted. "I'll be quiet." Liu Ming rubbed his forehead. He had always thought that yesterday's circumstances were an accident. Little did he know it was her peculiar inclination. In the evening, Liu Ming sat down to dinner with 3 managers. Lu Xinqing sensed that he seemed unusually silent tonight. "Is something the matter? You seem a bit distracted since you returned." Liu Ming shook his head and merely replied, "What do you think about me prohibiting everyone from going near the public restroom in the future?" Lu Xinqing found this a bit perplexing, but since their team adhered to Liu Ming's decisions, she contemplated and responded, "Prohibiting usage is one thing, but with the increase in dormitories, there are enough private bathrooms. However, banning access to that area could be tricky, as it's near the stairwell, and people will inevitably pass by." "You're right," Liu Ming conceded with a hint of regret. "Then let's start by encouraging everyone to use the private bathrooms." Lu Xinqing regarded him with a curious expression, unsure of the reasoning behind his decision. Suddenly recalling something, she informed him, "By the way, Lin Shiyue reserved a dormitory for you on the second floor, right next to hers." What could she be scheming? What other scheme could it be, if not to be closer to you? "I can only hope she won't be frightened tonight," Liu Ming remarked while eating. Lu Xinqing, however, paused, biting her spoon, and added, "I believe Lin Shiyue is a clever woman. She must have guessed our relationship. Then why would she dare to live beside me? Isn't she afraid of sleepless nights?" Liu Ming calculated that quite a few women would come looking for him at night. Lu Xinqing countered, "I suspect she is fully aware of these matters, which is why she intentionally chose to live next to you." preparing herself psychologically for the future. Chapter 44. Acquaintances. This implied that Lin Shuiwei had already considered the possibility of Lu Ming making advances toward her. Lu Ming chuckled, finding her quite intriguing. Let her think what she wishes. He had no intention of overthinking the matter. Lu Xinqing, however, insisted, I believe you should secure her as soon as possible. Her contributions to our team would outweigh those of women who are merely pleasing to the eye. Lu Xinqing specifically referred to Song Xian, stating, Lin Shuiwei has organized teams before. Although they failed, those were due to uncontrollable factors. She is capable and could assist us significantly. Lu Ming listened, unable to resist casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Xinqing, asking, Since when did you start considering such matters for me? You never cared about my other women before, that was then. This is now, Lu Xinqing replied earnestly. All I want now is for us to survive together. Previously, I had been too naive. Survival in this apocalypse isn't something that can be accomplished by just two people. Of course, if you have no interest in Lin Shuiwei, then disregard what I said. Lu Xinqing felt that Lu Ming would inevitably make advances toward her sooner or later, so it would be better to secure her sooner and have her work hard for them. Lu Ming did not respond. As long as loyalty was assured, he could do anything to her, so there was no rush. After dinner, Lu Ming went to check out the dormitory Lin Shuiwei had prepared for him. Before he reached his destination, he was intercepted and forcibly embraced. In recent days, he found himself attacked by girls more frequently. It was Lu Jiaying in the afternoon, and now another one in the evening. Lu Ming passively wrapped his arms around the waist of the girl clinging to him, looking at her helplessly and asking, What are you doing, Li Xinting? Li Xinting appeared momentarily dazed, a bit at a loss. She was just anxious seeing her friends become Lu Ming's companions, and upon seeing him, she impulsively rushed over to embrace him and confront him. Yet now, facing Lu Ming's expression, she found herself unable to be assertive. Finally, she weakly inquired, I heard that Xinqing, Yuqian, and Qiuqing have all become your girlfriends? And of course, there's Lu Jiaying and Song Xian. You? Li Xinting suddenly grew indignant, finally mustering her courage to grip his shoulders tightly, demanding, Am I not allowed? Why haven't you come to find me? Before the apocalypse, you clearly enjoyed taking advantage of me. Why have you abandoned me now? Keep your voice down. Lu Ming glanced around at the curious onlookers drawn by Li Xinting's outburst. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he pulled her into an adjacent vacant dormitory. After sitting by the bed, Lu Ming rubbed his head to clear his thoughts and casually asked, All right, tell me, how did I take advantage of you? Li Xinting, feeling a bit heated, sat down on the bed without thinking and replied, When you gave me a massage. Wasn't that your idea? You said that after Xinqing accepted my massage, she felt much better. And you wanted to try it too. You never specified it was that kind of massage. What you did can't even be called a massage. It was purely just touching me. Just admit whether it was comfortable or not. Lu Ming's question left Li Xinting speechless. After a long pause, she finally stammered, It was not quite comfortable. Then that settled. Lu Ming clapped his hands and asked, So, did you come to find me now because you want another massage? It's not just that I understand what you mean. Just lie down. A few hours later, the four girls in Lu Xinqing's dormitory had all officially become his companions. In the night, Lu Ming got up to stretch. Since Li Xinting was not a professional yet, she was relatively weak. After sleeping for a while and feeling bored, Lu Ming decided to check on the situation. With more than 50 new subordinates today, he wondered if Lu Xinqing had organized things properly. In the corridor, Lu Ming noticed that the defenses were fairly tight. On the second floor, both the upper and lower corridors were guarded by pairs of combatants. Night patrols were also present in the corridors. The windows on the second floor were not sealed, and given the building's height, the likelihood of zombies climbing in was not zero, so they had to keep checking for such occurrences. Seeing that the night watchmen were diligent, Lu Ming felt reassured. The guards on duty soon spotted Lu Ming. One girl glanced at his back and hurriedly whispered to her companion before chasing after him. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Ming heard someone calling out to him from behind. Senior, wait a moment. Until now, Lu Ming had heard various titles from girls, such as Lu Ming the Great, Master, and Daddy, but it was the first time someone referred to him as Senior. Curious, Lu Ming turned around and was met with an unexpected face. You must be Chun Xiaoxi, right? This girl was one of Lin Shuiwei's subordinates. One of the two zero-tier individuals. If I recall correctly, I seem to have had little interaction with her during the day. The only impression I have is that Lu Ming remembers this girl possesses D-level potential, identical to how she was before his rebirth. Her loyalty is exceptionally high, ranking among the highest within Lin Shuiwei's circle, currently boasting a loyalty score of 82 points. I wonder what she seeks from me. Yes, my name is Qin Xiaoxi. The young woman stands politely opposite him, her hands clasped in front of her, and she inquires with decorum, "Do you remember me, senior?" "Of course I do. Did we not just?" "I am not referring to today. I mean long before the apocalypse began, when we encountered each other outside the university. Do you recall me? Long before? That must pertain to events prior to his rebirth." Lu Ming ponders carefully. To be honest, after enduring such a prolonged existence amid the apocalypse, his memories of ordinary life in this world before its onset have faded significantly. Observing his reaction, Qian Xiaoxi realizes Lu Ming has forgotten her, and a hint of regret surfaces within her. However, she does not blame him. Instead, she explains, "When I first arrived in this city at the beginning of the semester, I could not find my way at the station. It was you who guided me to the university. I remember. Upon learning we attended the same institution, I even treated you to a meal. This revelation." Lu Ming recalls something. He glances at her in surprise. "That girl was you?" No wonder he had trouble remembering. She had changed considerably. He distinctly recalls her as an ordinary girl, wearing glasses and with her hair in braids, making it difficult to associate her with the Chen Xiaoxi before him. Now, she scored an impressive 81 points. Though slightly lower, she ranks among the likes of Huang Yuqian. A remarkably beautiful girl. This moment, Chen Xiaoxi bashfully explains, "Back then, I didn't know how to dress or shop for clothes. But later I made a conscious effort to learn." She had intended to show the senior her transformation and perhaps invite him out again, but she had forgotten to ask for his contact information at the semester's start, and they had not crossed paths since. "I never expected to meet you here in the end." Upon hearing Qian Xiaoxi's words, Lu Ming also feels a sense of regret. She possesses the same D-level potential as in his past life. Had he known her before his rebirth, he could have collaborated with a third-tier professional, securing a higher status within the survivor base. He would not have to undertake such perilous jobs as in his previous life. The city lord would have to show them some respect. He could have lived more comfortably. However, without those dangerous tasks, perhaps he would not have perished, thus missing the opportunity for rebirth. It is a mixed blessing. Clearly, Chen Xiaoxi has something she wishes to convey. Lu Ming listens quietly, awaiting her words. Then, hesitantly, she asks, "Senior, is that Lu Xinqing your girlfriend?" Upon seeing the expectant look in her eyes, Lu Ming comprehends. He often encounters this expression in Huang Yuqian and others. It seems this girl has developed a fondness for him due to a minor incident at the semester's start. Who would have thought that before his rebirth, he had attracted the attention of such beautiful girls? Unfortunately, when the apocalypse struck, he was unable to pursue any romantic relationships. Lu Ming does not deceive this junior. He confides, not only Lu Xinqing, but also Huang Yuqian and Zhou Qing, who confronted you earlier. He feels as though he has uttered these words just a few hours prior. Finally, he adds, "Many of the girls here are my girlfriends." Chen Xiaoxi's expression shifts to one of visible astonishment. Unlike Lin Shiyue, who sees things with clarity, she had not anticipated Lu Ming's numerous romantic entanglements. Or perhaps she views her crush through a lens of admiration, preventing her from fully considering him. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, upon observing that Lu Ming's team consists mainly of girls, they might easily deduce his intentions. The astonishment on the junior's face is somewhat endearing, prompting Lu Ming to reach out and gently ruffle her hair. No need for such surprise. We are in an apocalypse. After all, it is time to shift our mindset. Only stable relationships encourage people to willingly contribute. Pursuit of multiple partners is, in fact, what everyone desires. Only by becoming my women can they feel secure. Chen Xiaoxi bites her lip, lowering her gaze, her emotions a tumultuous mix as she responds, "I never imagined that just a few months apart would lead to such a transformation. Earlier, I was pondering whether I might assist you, but it seems you already have plenty of support." Lu Ming shakes his head, replying, "Not at all. In the apocalypse, the more people, the better. Your assistance is invaluable to me." Considering this, Chen Xiaoxi reflects and looks up to tell him, "Senior, do you wish to gain the survivors from the third floor? Although I have entrusted Lin Shiyue to handle it, she still has some friction with those on the third floor due to the organization's failure. I can help you. I used to live on the third floor, and my roommates are still there if you need. I can encourage my roommates to spread the word internally, making the third floor's residents more eager to join your team." "All right, then I will rely on you." Lu Ming does not hinder Chen Xiaoxi's efforts. It appears she is attempting to win his favor upon learning about his situation. She shows great promise. With Lu Ming's approval, Chen Xiaoxi leaves in good spirits to gather others. Meanwhile, Lu Ming yawns, preparing to return to his dormitory for some rest. Unfortunately, this plan is once again interrupted midway. As he walks, a door suddenly creaks open from a nearby dormitory, and a hand reaches out, grasping Lu Ming's clothing and pulling him inside. Upon recognizing the person pulling him in as Huang Yuqian, he follows her inside. The next day dawns. Lu Ming walks through the second floor, listening to the lively chatter from the dormitories, feeling the vibrant atmosphere. Before his rebirth, Lu Ming had only experienced such bustling scenes after joining the survivor base, which would not materialize for many years to come. He is once again grateful for the treasure bestowed by the monster faction. Without it, he could not have assembled such a sizable group in just 10 days. In the morning, Lu Ming had originally planned to advance to the third floor to eliminate the zombies lurking in the sealed rooms above and thoroughly extinguish the threats on the second and third floors. However, an unexpected event arises, forcing him to postpone his plans. Lu Xinqing hurriedly approaches him, reporting a matter of great importance. Lu Ming, we discovered a treasure chest of a different color in a dormitory on the second floor. What color is it? Green. Upon hearing Lu Xinqing's response, Lu Ming furrows his brow. A green chest has appeared so soon. Colored treasure chests are exceedingly rare, making it difficult to ascertain when they first emerge. One can only determine when they were first obtained. According to Lu Ming's recollection, the green chest was first found publicly a month later. Take me to see it. Regardless, if Lu Xinqing and the others have not misidentified it, and it truly is a green treasure chest, then he stands to gain immensely. The color of the treasure chest, while unrelated to the intensity or tier of professions, which only depend on individual potential, does affect the quantity of professional scrolls produced. A green chest can yield 3 to 5 professional scrolls. Furthermore, there is a lower probability of obtaining a second-tier superweapon. Such an item could unleash second-tier offensive power, albeit at a significant cost of energy. Dormitory 213. This area has already been secured by several combatants, and the few girls who resided in the dormitory have temporarily been moved to a neighboring room. Lu Xinqing leads Lu Ming into the dormitory and points to a cabinet in the corner. Lu Ming looks over and sees a slender green chest lying within the open cabinet. Although its shape differs from previous chests, upon examining its material, Lu Ming confidently concludes, it is indeed a green treasure chest. He approaches and opens the chest. The first thing that catches his eye is 4 scrolls. Profession. Archer? An archer? He had not anticipated a ranged profession. Thus, there is no need to examine the remaining 3. The chest will only yield scrolls of one profession, so the others must also be archers. Lu Ming's attention shifts to an item beneath the scrolls. It is a longbow gleaming with a metallic sheen. He has acquired super equipment. Lu Ming picks up the bow, feeling its weight. Though its material surpasses the hardness of any existing metal, it is remarkably light. Upon pulling the bowstring, it automatically fills with super arrows. Being in close proximity to the arrows, Lu Ming feels a sharp sensation. The energy emanating from them clearly exceeds that of a first-tier weapon. He never expected to obtain a second-tier super weapon at this stage. Presently, even amongst humans, the strongest beings are likely of second-tier capabilities. Lu Ming is delighted as he slings the bow over his shoulder. The drawback of super weapons obtained from treasure chests is that they are physical items that must be carried at all times. Unlike weapons granted by professions, which are purely composed of energy and can be condensed or dissipated at will for easy transport. Nevertheless, a second-tier superweapon is currently the most powerful armament, and Lu Ming is more than willing to carry it. Chapter 46. The third-floor residents go summon Li Xinting, Lin Shiyue, Chen Xiaoxi, and Lu Jiaying. Lu Ming instructs, naming the 4 individuals. They will constitute the third batch of awakened professionals. The selections have been made with careful consideration. Li Xinting and Lu Jiaying have high loyalty scores, while Chen Xiaoxi's loyalty is already comparable to Song Xian's, exceeding 80. Lin Shiyue is also approaching this loyalty level. The key is her high potential. Awakening early allows her to quickly comprehend abilities such as skills and super frequency state, enhancing her combat prowess. Ultimately, in Lu Ming's original team, the only remaining member with potential yet to awaken is Song Xian, while the new team includes Tianwei and others. How do you feel about this? After assisting the 4 in awakening their professions, Lu Ming approached Lin Shiyue and inquired, I have nearly grasped it. She replied, demonstrating her power by forming a super energy bow in her hands. A surge of energy coalesced into arrows on the bowstring, which she shot toward the wall with a thud. The arrow pierced through the wall. This strike falls within the realm of skills, and Lu Ming was quite pleased, advising her, utilize this skill for attacks frequently, and in the future, you will learn to master the more formidable super frequency state ability. Lin Shiyue nodded, not allowing herself to become complacent just because she had initially mastered a skill. Since following Lu Ming, she has come to understand the vastness of the world. Now that you have advanced to the first tier, you will lead the charge today in taking down the zombies on the third floor for some practical experience. I will bring others to support you. Lu Ming, bearing a second-tier super energy longbow, no longer feared encountering second-tier zombies. Xi and Chung, summon the 9 newly selected combatants from yesterday. They will also serve as our main force. Once the new combatants are selected, they must participate in several battles to test their mettle. The team has no need for those lacking capability. As they gathered, Lu Xi and Chung directed several combatants on guard to step aside, bringing the 9 individuals before Lu Ming. He appraised the newly selected combatants. He had actually met them yesterday. Among the 9, 5 were veterans from the first floor's team, while the other 4 were newcomers from the second floor. They were chosen because, firstly, their loyalty was relatively high among newcomers, averaging in the 70s, and secondly, they all possessed awakening potential. With a bit of training and combat experience, they could become first-tier professionals with real combat strength. Including these 4, 7 individuals with awakening potential emerged from the more than 50 on the second floor, which is quite commendable. Aside from the A-ranked Lin Shiyue and the D-ranked Chen Xiaoxi, the others only possessed E and F potential. Lu Ming was not disheartened. The potential ratio in this post-apocalyptic world typically skews toward E rank. With these 4 promising newcomers, there remains a gap of 6 profession scrolls. Whispering, Lu Ming commanded, "Let us first clear the zombies on the third floor." This time, although these newly awakened individuals were the main combatants, he also brought along several original combatants. It was necessary to create a strong impression on the zombies remaining on the third floor who had not joined his team. A large group made their way to the third floor, where Lu Ming signaled Huang Yuqian to kick down the door. The sound of the splintering door echoed through the empty corridor, particularly jarring. Heads emerged from various dormitory rooms on the third floor. Upon seeing Lu Ming and his team, the residents understood that Lu Ming's team had come to clear the zombies. The news that had spread from the second floor, coupled with the promotion by Lin Shiyue and others, led to many on the third floor eagerly anticipating the arrival of Lu Ming's team. The first sealed door on the third floor was opened. The clearing commenced. Lin Shiyue and the other newly awakened individuals concentrated their energy to form super energy bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the zombies that were first in line. Following that, the battle time for the newly recruited combatants began. Lu Ming later discovered that the firepower of the 4 archers was too overwhelming, leaving little opportunity for the rear combatants to engage. Only when he ordered the 4 to alternate in battle did the action become more visually appealing. After sweeping through 6 or 7 rooms filled with zombies, Lu Ming suddenly turned to Lu Xi and Chung and instructed, "Record the number of first-tier zombies. There are quite a few advancing zombies on the third floor. I have a feeling today's harvest will be substantial." Lu Xi and Chung took this matter seriously, as she always personally collected the crystals. Once the eastern dormitory of the third floor was completely cleared, Lu Ming took a moment to calculate their gains during the rest period. A total of 17 super energy crystals had been collected, with first-tier zombies appearing in every room, a significant increase from the previous day. This situation indicated that as they ascended the floors, the presence of super energy fluctuated. It was likely that formidable monsters awaited them above. This dormitory building has 8 floors, and with Lu Ming currently on the third floor, he felt no urgency. In any case, the increase in crystals was a tangible benefit. They were just 1 crystal short of 50. They should continue striving. Each additional crystal equates to 20 boxes of instant noodles. Accumulating 100 crystals would grant them a second-tier professional. Lu Ming allowed everyone ample time to rest, only commencing activities on the western area of the third floor in the afternoon. Dealing with first-tier zombies quickly consumed everyone's super energy, making adequate rest essential. The clearing in the western area proceeded smoothly as well. Even though Lu Ming now wielded second-tier weapons, encountering second-tier zombies remained a daunting challenge, akin to facing a formidable boss, and such encounters were not so easily found. "We have amassed 68 crystals. The western part of the dormitory has contributed 19 crystals," Lu Xi and Chung reported immediately after the battle concluded. Lu Ming was in high spirits. "All right, let everyone return. Today's combat ends here. Xi and Chung, go and bring a few boxes up. We need to prepare for recruitment on the third floor." once Lu Xincheng brought the boxes of instant noodles upstairs. The survivors on the third floor converged without needing further invitations. There was no need for Lu Ming to entice them again. During lunchtime, his combatants had already struggled to contain their appetites. Furthermore, since yesterday, both outsiders and insiders had been brainwashing them, leading them to voluntarily join Lu Ming's ranks. The third floor was somewhat sparse, totaling 44 individuals. Lu Xincheng helped Lu Ming tally the numbers, which was quite satisfactory. Lu Ming calculated that over the past 2 days, they had effectively absorbed a team of 102 individuals from the third and fourth floors. Now, their team boasted a total of 138 members, achieving quite a considerable scale. Distribute the food. With new members joining, it was essential that their first meal be hearty. This would ensure that their foundational loyalty remained above 60. Chapter 47. The exclusive abilities of S-rank potential after dinner. The newly added survivors on the third floor were assigned cleaning duties. Lu Xincheng led a portion of the group, supervising while also assisting Lu Ming in searching for treasure chests. Not long after, while Lu Ming was chatting in the corridor with Lin Shiyue and others, Lu Xincheng returned to inform him, "Lu Ming, the findings on the third floor aren't very promising. We only found one gray chest." Lu Ming's good mood diminished somewhat. No matter how many ordinary individuals or combatants they collected, none were as crucial as a profession scroll. This left Lu Ming feeling disappointed as he replied, "If this continues, we should hasten our exploration upwards and not linger on the third floor." However, Lin Shiyue quickly interjected, "We should prepare more on the third floor. Everyone is quite fatigued. Moreover, the conditions on the fourth and fifth floors are far from favorable." Lu Ming looked toward Lin Shiyue. He was aware that everyone was tired. Today's clearing of first-tier zombies had been excessive, resulting in the depletion of super energy among the 7 first-tier managers. Not to mention the managers, even Lu Ming had exhausted most of his energy while assisting. Under such circumstances, proceeding without a day of rest would indeed be perilous. However, Lu Ming was more concerned about Lin Shiyue's subsequent remarks. She seemed to possess a keen understanding of the situation on the fourth and fifth floors. Lin Shiyue shared all she knew, stating, "We are just below their floor and have gathered some information about their conditions." The fourth and fifth floors fell into chaos within the first few days of the apocalypse. They lacked a leader capable of organizing people, leading to utter disorder during the onset of the apocalypse. We could even hear their desperate cries throughout the night. After we stabilized our side, we attempted to rescue individuals from the fourth and fifth floors, but discovered that no one remained. The entire corridor was swarming with zombies. To cut off their route down, we even sacrificed one individual with a super energy weapon to seal off the entrance to the fourth floor. Is the fourth and fifth floor in a completely fallen state? Lu Ming pondered, glancing at Lu Xincheng, feeling unsurprised. The fourth and fifth floors were dormitories for their second-year class. In other words, that area was originally supposed to be Lu Xincheng's domain. In his previous life, Lu Xincheng had sacrificed several roommates to barely organize a team. In this lifetime, without Lu Xincheng, it was evident that the individuals there were struggling. Given this information, it was indeed prudent for them to rest for a day or two, preparing thoroughly before ascending. Lu Ming agreed with Lin Shiyue's assessment. 2 floors completely overrun by zombies could potentially harbor 300 to 400 zombies waiting for them. Moreover, these zombies would be closely packed. Once a breach to the 4th floor was opened, the zombies above would surge toward them en masse. In such a scenario, without properly planning ahead and ensuring that everyone was in peak condition, they would be ill-equipped to handle it. However, the vast horde of zombies also implied a substantial number of crystals. Lu Ming's hopes for advancing to the second tier lay within the 4th and 5th floors, and no matter how dangerous it might be inside, the potential flood of zombies could overwhelm them like a tide. Yet Lu Ming still wished to give it a try. There remains a glimmer of hope. Among the professionals under his command, there are still those who have yet to fully unlock their potential. Lu Ming made a decisive choice. To organize the defensive tasks effectively, we shall first rest for 2 days on the first 3 floors. Shiyue, you and Chen Xiaoxi should delve deeper into exploring your latent abilities. It is imperative that you grasp the concept of super-frequency state at the earliest. Chen Xiaoxi also needs to comprehend skills. Xincheng, you two should endeavor to touch upon the abilities that transcend super-frequency state. Once everyone's combat capabilities are fully realized, we shall venture to the 4th floor. Lu Ming, likewise, intends to cultivate the abilities that lie beyond super-frequency state, talents reserved for those of S-class potential. This would serve as a formidable trump card against the hordes of zombies on the 4th and 5th floors, The exclusive ability of S-Class potential is Other Beasts, a power that involves the transformation of supernormal forms. Simply put, an archer who masters Other Beasts can transform the arrows they shoot into a colossal dragon that devours its target. The fists of a martial artist can materialize into a mountain ape. This represents the pinnacle of abilities among professionals and serves as the foundation for engaging in battles beyond one's level in this apocalyptic world. Should Lu Ming grasp Other Beasts, he would possess the strength to contend with second-tier zombies. Coupled with his secondary bow, he is confident that he could single-handedly hold back the tide of zombies on the 4th and 5th floors. However, Lu Ming's plan to explore the dormitory building was unexpectedly halted. An area on the upper floors had become entirely compromised, a territory that would have been terrifying even before his rebirth, teeming with zombies and serving as a breeding ground for high-tier zombies. Lu Ming resolved to fortify the strength of his team. That evening, he trained with Lu Xian Chung to hone the Other Beasts ability. During the day, their superpowers had been depleted, so Lu Ming decided to assist Lu Xian Chung in practicing her visualization skills. He conjured a dragon, hoping that Lu Xian Chung would observe closely and learn to transform her bullets into a dragon. Unfortunately, after an hour or two of practice, Lu Xian Chung repeatedly exclaimed, "I've remembered it, I really have. Please spare me." Yet she was unable to unleash the transformation into Other Beasts. Lu Ming felt disheartened. Seeing her utterly exhausted and lacking the energy to continue studying Other Beasts, he decided to let her rest and exited the room. Upon leaving, he encountered Song Xian. "You seem quite fatigued." Song Xian had been remarkably compliant lately. When Lu Ming sought her out, she served him diligently. And when he did not, she refrained from intruding, fulfilling her duties as a combatant. Tonight, he happened upon Song Xian unexpectedly. Noticing her impeccably neat attire, he surmised she had not come deliberately to find him. Nevertheless, despite the chance encounter, Song Xian cherished the opportunity, playfully winking at Lu Ming as she inquired, "Would you like to come to my dormitory to rest? Is your roommate not around? She is on night patrol tonight and won't return." Given this, Lu Ming agreed. He had never been one to be overly courteous to this woman. After leading Lu Ming into her dormitory, Song Xian changed into a more relaxed outfit, a simple, semi-transparent nightgown. Not only that, but she also donned a pair of white lace thigh-high stockings. Once dressed, as she let her long hair down, she informed him, "You should lie down. I recently learned some massage techniques that can help alleviate your fatigue." "Is it the kind of massage I'm thinking of?" Lu Ming recalled the events before the apocalypse when he had done such things for Lu Xian Chung, and he lay down. As soon as Song Xian's hands pressed on his acupoints, he felt relaxation wash over him, prompting him to close his eyes. She truly understood the art of massage. Chapter 48. The change in Lin Shiyue's loyalty after halting the exploration. Lu Ming found life considerably more pleasant. The survivors under his command were managed by Lu Xian Chung. The loyalty of the combatants was exceptionally high, relieving him of concern. They diligently fulfilled their defensive responsibilities each day. With little pressing matters to attend to, Lu Ming engaged in light-hearted conversations with the girls, enjoying a comfortable existence. On the third day, his superpower coalesced into the form of a whale. He gently cast it forth, and a massive whale engulfed the room, reducing everything within to mere fragments. This was the Other Beasts ability he had mastered, inspired by observing several girls consuming whales, or rather, by watching films of whales devouring everything in their path. After this, Lu Ming awaited the others in his team to grasp their abilities. This waiting extended over several days. Initially, Lu Ming had planned to rest for 2 or 3 days, but Lu Xian Cheng's Other Beasts ability was still not manifesting. Consequently, Lu Ming considered nurturing the zombies on the 4th and 5th floors further, allowing them to consume one another to generate more first-tier zombies, thus enriching his stock of superpower crystals. In the 3rd week of the apocalypse, Lu Ming's team was finally approaching readiness. During the day, he instructed Lu Xian Chung and the others to replenish the superpowers they had expended through training. He stepped out to stretch his legs and fortuitously encountered Lin Shiyue. Standing by a window in the corridor that had not been sealed off, gazing out into the distance, Lu Ming cautioned her, "Be careful standing there. You might catch the attention of the zombies below." "It's all right," Lin Shiyue replied, turning back with a smile, as a petite superpower bow appeared in her hand with a flick of her wrist. "If any zombies do notice me, I will deal with them directly." "You really are disobedient. Weren't you instructed to recuperate your superpowers?" Lu Ming did not rebuke her. Noticing her slightly melancholic demeanor, he allowed her to remain by the window to enjoy the breeze. Unexpectedly, Lin Shiyue did not let him leave, instead asking, "Care to join me in calming down?" It seemed she was aware of his earlier vigorous training. Liu Ming approached and stood in the small space Lin Shiyue had vacated. Both of them squeezed together at the window. To be honest, there was nothing particularly captivating outside. Only wandering zombies, and in some places, corpses in a gruesome state. Rather, it was Lin Shiyue beside him that drew his attention. She leaned slightly against his shoulder without any hesitation. This marked their first close interaction. Liu Ming glanced at her loyalty rating. Lin Shiyue loyalty, 87. When had it risen so high? Liu Ming felt he had not done anything particularly special for Lin Shiyue. It was purely based on his professional charm that her loyalty had soared to nearly 90 in just a week. Lin Shiyue turned her gaze to the distant sky, resting her head on his shoulder. Before Liu Ming could speak, she preemptively asked, "Are you quite close with Chen Xiaoxi?" In recent days, Lin Shiyue had observed Chen Xiaoxi frequently meeting with him. She had always assumed that as the former leader of the small team, she was the one Liu Ming valued most and with whom he had the best relationship. To her surprise, it seemed she was considerably outmatched by Chen Xiaoxi. "I have known her since before the apocalypse began." "No wonder," Lin Shiyue nodded, realizing much in that moment. Reflecting back, it made sense that Chen Xiaoxi had been inclined toward Liu Ming's team from the very beginning. Lin Shiyue fell silent. She refrained from mentioning that recently. Tian Wei had also completely aligned with Liu Ming, constantly vying for his attention, which had become quite a headache for her. On one hand, she felt pleased with the team's cohesion. On the other hand, she disliked internal strife and merely wished to excel in her contributions to Liu Ming. Yet, she was also a proud individual, and Tian Wei's actions sparked a flicker of irritation within her, prompting her to seek ways to showcase herself before Liu Ming. Calling out to Liu Ming was merely a pretext to spend more time with him. In truth, there was nothing of great significance to discuss, and their conversation was rather trivial, solely an excuse to be in his company for a while. Liu Ming glanced at Lin Shiyue's pure, youthful face resting against his shoulder. He suddenly noticed her pallor. Dark circles were forming beneath her eyes, prompting a smile from him as he inquired, "Haven't you been resting well at night lately? Your bags under your eyes are quite pronounced." At the mention of this, Lin Shiyue displayed a look of helplessness. "Do you think my lack of rest is because of me? Whose fault do you think it is? Then why did you move your dormitory next to mine? I specifically moved to the 3rd floor, yet you chose to abandon the 2nd floor and follow me up here." This was a small incident that had occurred 2 days prior. Originally, Liu Ming resided on the 2nd floor, but he felt it was inappropriate to disturb Lin Shiyue next door, so he moved to the 3rd floor, selecting a room that was empty on both sides. Who would have thought that just yesterday? Lin Shiyue had approached him with a rather distressed expression, inquiring if she had done something wrong and why he was avoiding her. He left Liu Ming somewhat puzzled, wondering if Lin Shiyue harbored some peculiar tendencies. Upon being exposed by Liu Ming, Lin Shiyue felt a bit embarrassed. However, she quickly divulged her confusion to Liu Ming. "I don't know why, but when you're not next door, I feel uneasy. Honestly, if you were to simply sleep next door without making so much noise to disturb me, I would be much happier." Liu Ming understood Lin Shiyue's behavior. It was likely due to her exceedingly high loyalty. Loyalty encompasses fondness, and if Lin Shiyue's loyalty of 87 were to be converted into fondness, it would undoubtedly be quite substantial. Observing this, Liu Ming felt inclined to loosen up a bit, directly wrapping his arms around her. Lin Shiyue stiffened for a moment, lowering her head in silence. Liu Ming then asked her, "Since you feel uneasy when I'm not next door, why not just move into my dormitory?" He took hold of Lin Shiyue's small hand. Her skin was smooth, and her hand felt delightful to hold. Lin Shiyue remained unresponsive. She had anticipated this day would come, so she did not resist but hesitated to ask him, "With so many girls around you, is there still a place for me? There are 6 beds in a room. There will always be a place for you." Liu Ming reached out and gently grasped Lin Shiyue's delicate face, leaning down to plant a kiss upon her lips. Lin Shiyue's long eyebrows twitched slightly before she closed her eyes. Liu Ming encountered a minor setback. During the day, he was unable to open the passage to the 4th floor. It was not until the following day that he began to account for the combatants. The soul gray box on the 3rd floor yielded 4 forging stones, which Liu Ming allocated to 4 individuals from the 3rd floor who exhibited potential for awakening. The number of 0-tier combatants rose to 31, 10 of whom possessed awakening potential, eagerly awaiting Lu Ming's discovery of new occupational scrolls, AS for loyalty. After spending considerable time on the second and third floors, the distinction between newcomers and veterans had blurred. The loyalty of all was predominantly above 70 or 80. Chapter 49. The fallen zone of the fourth floor. Upon arriving at the stairwell of the fourth floor, Lu Ming surveyed the terrain. This location was remarkably suitable for sniping, allowing several ranged combatants to aim at the entrance to the upper stairs. They could efficiently eliminate zombies as they emerged. One by one. Conveniently, Lu Ming's team comprised a greater number of ranged professionals. He assigned Lin Shiriyue to lead the remaining 3 archers in the task of exterminating the zombies below, while he took Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, both martial artists, as his shields. Behind them, the 31 zero-tier combatants lined up from the 4th floor stairwell down to the 3rd, effectively blocking the zombies' descent. Outside, approximately 100 ordinary members of Lu Ming's team were summoned to the 4th floor to assist in transporting the fallen zombie corpses, preventing them from obstructing the stairway and causing chaos. Lu Xinqing did not provide range support from below. Instead, Lu Ming stationed her at the stairway's entrance on the 4th floor to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Having mastered the beast of Otherworld, her combat prowess rivaled that of several martial artists like Huang Yuqian, positioning her well to collaborate with Lu Ming in combating any second-tier zombies that might appear on the 4th floor. Once the formation was set, Lu Ming unleashed his psychic energy to demolish the wall at the entrance of the 4th floor, preparing for battle. Just as Lu Ming's reminder left his lips, his voice was drowned out by the surge of the approaching horde of zombies. He intentionally refrained from dampening his voice. Thus, as the wall merely opened a small breach, the 4th floor zombies began to pour forth, crashing through the opening and flooding into the stairwell. Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing were the first to engage, while Song Xian followed closely behind, wielding psychic weaponry alongside the combatants to maximize their efforts in dispatching the zombies. With Lin Shiriyue and the others having ascended to first-tier professionals, Song Xian found herself elevated to the highest-ranking combatant within the group. Although she was primarily a clerk and not necessarily a combat commander, Lu Ming had previously rehearsed the combatants' roles, and most were seasoned veterans, allowing Song Xian to lead them without error. Below, Lin Shiriyue commanded the 3 archers, proving to be the most reliable individuals. She understood the importance of distributing attacks to avoid simultaneous hits on the same zombie, which would result in wasted psychic energy. She instructed her team to take turns shooting and, before each shot, quickly assess the situation to designate targets for each individual. Above, waves of zombie corpses were kicked down by the combatants. Ordinary girls busily transported the bodies through the corridor. This bustling scene continued for approximately 2 to 3 hours. At the stairway entrance of the 4th floor, Lu Xinqing's voice rang out, "Lu Ming, everyone is starting to feel overwhelmed. Should we pause temporarily?" Having already penetrated into the 4th floor, Lu Ming returned to the stairway and assessed the condition of his team. The combatants at the entrance appeared fatigued. This was not akin to their earlier efforts in clearing the dormitory rooms, where they could pause to catch their breath after each room. Now, facing the relentless tide of zombies from the 4th and 5th floors, they had no respite, their stamina waning. Lin Shiriyue and the others below exhibited pallid expressions, clearly having exhausted their psychic energy. Lu Ming issued a command. "Have someone bring up the barricades to prepare for sealing this entrance once more." Minutes later, the combatants cleared a path along the staircase. The ordinary members of the team carried cabinets and wooden planks upstairs. They placed the cabinets at the entrance and attempted to construct a makeshift wall with the planks. Lu Ming and the melee professionals, including Huang Yuqian, braced against the cabinets, struggling against the zombies within to prevent them from breaking through. Only when Huang Yuqian and the other melee fighters had exhausted their strength did the tide of zombies begin to quiet. It seemed that those with lesser intelligence perceived this as a dead end and retreated. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and joined his team in resting at the stairway. Lu Xinqing, suppressing her fatigue, descended to tally the number of zombies. Due to the need to collect crystals, Lu Ming instructed that the fallen zombies not be discarded immediately, but rather temporarily stored in several empty dormitories. The bodies accumulated in several rooms. As Lu Xinqing checked each dormitory, a girl approached from behind, tapped her shoulder, and said, "Let me handle this. I have been stationed at the stairway and have distinguished the first-tier zombie corpses that came down," instructing them to concentrate these bodies in dormitories 322 and 323. "You can tally the numbers over there, while I check the remaining rooms for any omissions." Turning to see that it was Lin Shiriyue who spoke, Lu Xinqing felt a mix of surprise and gratitude at the offer of assistance. Lu Xinqing, with a friendly demeanor, responded, "In that case, I will rely on you to assist in managing some of the team's affairs moving forward. I have always believed that among the numerous individuals on the second and third floors, you possess the greatest capability. I have been urging Lu Ming to bring you onto our team, and I never anticipated we would become companions so swiftly. I look forward to your support. For the time being, I will leave these rooms in your capable hands." With that said, Lu Xinqing felt assured and proceeded to dormitory 322. Lin Shiyue watched Lu Xinqing's departing figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Lin Shiyue had always been a confident individual, she had never before faced competition for affection. Despite never having dated, she had always believed she would be the one to capture the heart of whomever she liked. However, she had not anticipated that the first boy she admired would have Lu Xinqing as a rival. Lu Xinqing's reputation had reached even Lin Shiyue, a newcomer who had only been at school for 2 months. This was perhaps the only instance in her life where she felt she could not measure up to another girl. This was the reason for her earlier glances out the window, feeling melancholy. Although they were in an apocalyptic world and did not need to compete, Lin Shiyue secretly hoped to be the one who garnered Lu Ming's affection. "I really envy that senior," Lin Shiyue murmured, inspecting the zombie corpses, her words laced with envy for Lu Xinqing's superiority and her earlier encounter with Lu Ming. As noon approached, Lu Xinqing concluded her tally of the battle's results. "We have eliminated a total of 120 ordinary zombies. We did not conduct a more detailed count," she reported to Lu Ming. "There were quite a few first-tier zombies. We managed to eliminate 34. And I have collected all the crystals." With 34 zombies defeated, did this not imply that their current stock of crystals had exceeded 100? Chapter 50. Second tier achieved. "Bring me the crystals." Lu Ming commanded Lu Xinqing. 3 minutes later, she approached, cradling a small box. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of first-tier crystals sparkled inside. Lu Ming found a secluded corner to sit down, absorbing the crystals to prevent any psychic energy surge from harming others during his advancement. As the energy from the crystals flowed into his body, Lu Ming felt the quality and totality of his psychic energy expanding. He lost track of time until, at a certain moment, he sensed the quality of his psychic energy reaching its zenith. Followed by a transformative change in elevation, it was then that he opened his eyes. "I've reached the second tier," Lu Ming murmured to himself. Glancing at the time, he realized he had unknowingly meditated for an entire afternoon. It was remarkably swift. Typically, one would need at least 1 or 2 days to gradually absorb such a volume of crystals. Many would consume 1 crystal at a time, allowing the process to unfold naturally. Lu Ming, leveraging his occupational prowess, managed to ascend in one go. Furthermore, he had been conserving these crystals for emergencies when supplies ran low. Planning to use the black box, he decided to keep just a few for his next advancement opportunity and to pass the surplus to Lu Xinqing. After achieving the second tier, Lu Ming experimented with his psychic abilities and found that his beast of Otherworld, the whale, had grown larger and its color more profound. He now felt confident in facing second-tier zombies. Among all survivor teams worldwide, Lu Ming was one of the very few second-tier individuals. Not to mention, he had comprehended the beast of Otherworld, putting him in a position to contend against third-tier foes. If Lu Ming recalled correctly, it typically took 2 months for second-tier professionals to emerge among elite teams in his past life. He had not anticipated achieving the second tier so quickly. Thus, the second tier bow he obtained last week seemed of little significance to him. While second-tier weapons did provide an advantage to second-tier professionals by eliminating the need to expend psychic energy to form occupational weapons, the benefit was minimal. It would be more prudent to reserve it for a first-tier professional, enabling them to wield attack capabilities comparable to those of a second-tier fighter. Lu Ming returned to the gathering crowd. Shouldering his second-tier bow, he waved at Lin Shiyue, who was chatting with her friends. "Shiyue, come here. I have a treasure for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyue pursed her lips and instinctively glanced at his waist. Her face flushing as she looked down. It was not that kind of treasure. Lu Ming approached and pulled her up, and Lin Shiyue followed him reluctantly. The remaining Tianwei and others exchanged envious glances, remarking, "Shiyue's beauty is truly exceptional. She has caught Lu Ming's attention so swiftly. Despite my efforts to surpass her, I still fall short." Chen Xiaoxi, with a neutral expression, retorted to Tianwei, "Shiyue has always been the only one among us who can rival Lu Xinqing. Why do you compare yourself to her? You wouldn't understand." Tianwei shook her head, responding, "You embrace Lu Ming every day. How could you grasp the feelings of those of us who lack affection? Qin Xiaoxi indeed felt little in that regard in recent days. She had often sought Lu Ming for dates, progressing quickly in their relationship, which made her indifferent to the idea of being envious over Lu Ming's attention towards Lin Shiyue. However, she hadn't anticipated that her affectionate moments with Lu Ming were common knowledge among Tianwei and the others, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed on Lu Ming's side. After bringing Lin Shiyue over, he set down the second-tier bow from his back and handed it to her. "This is for you." Lin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. She had come prepared to receive a gift, but she never expected it to be this bow. Still, she hesitated to accept it immediately and asked, "Is it really all right for me to have this bow?" As a first-tier practitioner under Lu Ming, she understood its significance. It was a second-tier weapon, the strongest in Lu Ming's team, a prized possession that had always remained with him. Now, he was offering it to her. Even if Lu Ming no longer needed it, Lu Xinqing was still present. Lin Shiyue was acutely aware that, despite her striking beauty among the many attractive girls, she could not compare to Lu Xinqing in Lu Ming's eyes. Yet Lu Ming assured her, "I am a person who speaks straightforwardly. You are an archer, and in terms of your profession, you are undoubtedly more suited to this bow than Lu Xinqing." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyue felt a wave of emotion and carefully accepted the bow. Securing it on her back, it was undeniable that the image of her carrying the longbow added an air of elegance and charm to her demeanor. As Lu Ming appraised her, Lin Shiyue suddenly embraced him tightly from behind. "Thank you," she murmured softly while nestled in his embrace. This was the first time Lin Shiyue had taken the initiative to hug him. She had always been more passive before. Lu Ming gently stroked her head, replying, "It's nothing." Lin Shiyue loyalty, 93. After last night, Lin Shiyue's loyalty had surpassed 90, and today Lu Ming successfully elevated it further. In the evening, after dinner, the first-tier managers and zero-tier fighters gathered once more. Lu Ming organized a night operation for the first time. Having rested for too long, he decided to take down the 4th floor in one go. Tomorrow, they would advance to the 5th floor, aiming to conquer these 2 levels entirely. By then, Lu Xinqing should have completed most of her second-tier advancement. Most crucially, there was a vital profession scroll within the 4th and 5th floors that Lu Ming had yet to obtain. This scroll had emerged from Lu Xinqing's team during her time in the dormitory, and while its combat power might be weak, it could resolve the only significant issue within Lu Ming's team: water resources. "Break the seal," he instructed at the stairwell of the 4th floor, prompting Huang Yuqian to take action. As the sealed walls were breached, a tide of corpses surged into the stairwell once more. However, this time, Lu Ming and the others could distinctly sense that the onslaught of the undead was not as fierce as it had been in the morning. Lu Xinqing, standing nearby, conjured her psychic gun and remarked, "There shouldn't be many zombies left on the 4th floor. Just this morning, we eliminated nearly 150 zombies. The remaining numbers should be minimal. The zombies on the 5th floor likely won't come down in large numbers either, making tonight's endeavor somewhat easier." With her words, the group plunged into battle. An hour later, the 4th floor fell silent. Lu Ming stood in the corridor, gazing at the array of corpses he had dispatched. Inside, tonight had indeed been significantly easier, largely due to his recent advancement. As a second-tier fighter, he charged into the horde, virtually wreaking havoc. In total, they had dispatched around 50 to 60 zombies tonight, with over half of them falling to his hand alone. He hadn't even utilized his second-tier beast transformation ability. He had merely activated super frequency state. Chapter 51. A date. Having cleared the zombies on the 4th floor, the battle was not yet concluded. Lu Ming continued leading the team to the 5th floor to seal its entrance, preventing the zombies from descending and disturbing their rest for the night. After completing this task, Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the 4th floor. In the corridor, looking at the devastation within the 4th floor, both Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Due to the area being a complete loss, all facilities had been ravaged by the undead. Not a single dormitory remained usable. Blood and unknown fluids coated the floors and walls, and a foul stench of decay permeated the entire floor. Far worse than the 1st floor. The 1st floor had fewer zombies, all clustered in the stairwell, while the 4th floor had birthed more advanced zombies, leading to chaotic infighting that left the entire floor in disarray. After taking only a few steps in the corridor, Lu Xinqing declared, "The 4th floor is completely unusable." Lu Ming lamented, "Have the bodies cleaned up? We just need to ensure it doesn't affect the lower floors." They could always send someone to gradually tidy up. The priority was to clear the hall on the 5th floor for their use. They also needed to search for treasure chests promptly. Seeing the 4th floor in such disarray made Lu Ming worry whether the treasure chests had been consumed by the zombies. While zombies could devour treasure chests to refine their powers, elevating their strength, the lower-tier zombies, lacking intelligence, were oblivious to such concepts and showed no interest in treasure chests. Furthermore, treasure chests typically appeared in inconspicuous locations, making it unlikely for zombies to consume them. Also, how many crystals did we acquire tonight? Lu Xinqing was instructing the fighters behind her to fetch some strong girls when she glanced at her recording notebook and replied, "When we sealed the 5th floor earlier, Lin Shuriyue led a team to inspect. Among the zombies we killed tonight, there were 19 first-tier zombies, and we have retrieved all the crystals." Liu Ming nodded, instructing her, "Take 20 crystals, refine them, and I will provide you with more in the future to help you advance to the 2nd tier." Although this would leave them with only 1 crystal, Lu Ming felt no concern. Once they reached the 5th floor, they would find plenty of first-tier crystals strewn about. After addressing the situation on the 4th floor, Lu Ming delegated the search task to Lu Xinqing and descended to the 3rd floor. Outside an unoccupied dormitory, Lu Ming noticed Chen Xiaoxi waving at him before stepping inside. After closing the door, he saw Chen Xiaoxi had removed her outerwear and was sitting on the edge of the bed, beckoning him to come closer. Liu Ming approached, curious, "What brings you to the dormitory for a date today? Aren't we usually finding a secluded corner in the corridor?" Chen Xiaoxi, while taking off her jacket and rubbing her sore ankles, replied, "The corridor isn't safe. For some reason, Tianwei and the others are all aware of our situation." Lu Ming understood, watching as Chen Xiaoxi's movements prompted him to seize her foot and begin massaging it. Chen Xiaoxi let out a soft protest. "No, I can do it myself. It's dirtied. I haven't washed my feet after a whole day of fighting." Lu Ming smiled at her reddening ears. Their relationship had remained quite innocent thus far, limited to dates without any overnight stays, which made Lu Ming seize every opportunity for contact. "Dirty? We've all been fighting zombies all day. I still smell of them myself." Without hesitation, Lu Ming removed Chen Xiaoxi's shoes and continued to massage her feet. Chen Xiaoxi blushed, holding onto his shirt and burying her face in his chest, feeling somewhat embarrassed to face him. Yet, while nestled against him, she couldn't help but say, "You don't smell at all, senior. You smell really good." After indulging in a moment of closeness with Chen Xiaoxi, Lu Ming eventually stepped out. Though he wished to progress further, Chen Xiaoxi was concerned about any potential sweat from their day of fighting, so she went to shower. Although the supply of water in the dormitory was limited, it was sufficient for the fighters for a while longer. It all depended on whether he could find a profession scroll that could provide water resources on the 4th and 5th floors. Lu Ming sought out Lu Xinqing to inquire about the spoils from the 4th floor. Lu Xinqing presented him with 3 gray chests. "These are all the treasure chests we found on the 4th floor, containing a total of 11 forging stones. We didn't find the profession scroll, but Lu Ming remained undeterred. There was still hope for the 5th floor. Moreover, the significance of forging stones cannot be overstated, as it directly impacts the ability of ordinary individuals to attain combat prowess. In the future, the ranks of professionals will dwindle to but a few, and it is certain that their teams will comprise a substantial number of common folk. Thus, Lu Ming requires a vast quantity of forging stones. However, at this moment, Lu Xinqing informs him, there is a pressing issue. Our weaponry is insufficient to accommodate the forging stones. Among the 11 newly selected combatants, 5 must, like Lin Shuriyue and her companions before, resort to using knives as their weapons. Let us proceed with this plan, Lu Ming responds, somewhat exasperated. He is also taken aback that the so-called chosen land, abundant in treasure chests, could yield such a plethora of forging stones. In his previous life, in ordinary locations, it was already a blessing to encounter a few chests in an entire dormitory building, let alone an entire university campus. It is no wonder that the survivor factions emerging from such chosen lands were so formidable. They had reaped considerable benefits in their early stages. If knives are also in short supply, I shall contemplate alternative solutions, Lu Ming muses. In truth, there are numerous avenues to acquire ordinary weapons. Not to mention, their university campus holds potential in this regard. According to his knowledge, there exists a rare swordsmanship club within their school, founded by a senior whose family is renowned for crafting blades. Coming from wealth and having inherited ancestral skills, She has established a prominent company in modern times dedicated to producing exquisite swords, gaining significant acclaim in her circle. With the school's permission, the senior has brought several swords to the club's activity room, where one can expect to find a good number of fine weapons. The only issue is that the activity room is located in the teaching building, and should Lu Ming and his companions venture there now, they would squander considerable time on the journey. It would be wiser to wait until they have completely secured this dormitory building before proceeding. For the time being, a more convenient option lies in the playground below. The playground houses the equipment room, which undoubtedly contains surplus baseball bats and possibly javelins and other implements. Once they seize the 5th floor tomorrow, Lu Xinqing can be dispatched with a team to investigate. Chapter 52. Second-tier zombies. The following day, the members of Lu Ming's team gathered at the stairwell of the 5th floor. Liu Ming approached the assembly, contemplating the 42 combatants present, along with 7 first-tier managers. After reflecting on the events of the previous day, Lu Ming began to question whether his exploratory direction had become misguided. Pursuing the rooftop of the dormitory building with such fervor seemed rather myopic. Currently, no other combat team in the world was as formidable as Lu Ming's. They could certainly engage in continuous exploration upwards while simultaneously opening the front door to clear out the zombies during their respite. This would not only allow them to consistently gather crystals, but also to procure resources and talent from the outside. They possessed the strength to undertake such endeavors. Fixating solely on this dormitory building was limiting. The number of people, zombies, and treasure chests here was finite, and once explored, there would be nothing left. They must venture outside. Hence it is prudent to begin clearing the area in preparation. After this battle, they could fully open the front door. Liu Ming made his decision and ordered the removal of the barricade on the 5th floor. The moment the tide of corpses surged forth, the battle commenced. This time, Lu Ming did not hold back. He summoned a colossal whale that surged into the swarm of zombies at the stairwell. The massive beast engulfed the entire entrance, and in that instant, dozens of zombies were torn to shreds. The zombie tide on the 5th floor came to an abrupt halt. Huang Yuqian and the others stared in astonishment at Lu Ming, their awe deepening as they witnessed his increasingly terrifying display of power. Only Lu Xinqing remained composed, as she too possessed a beast. However, being only first tier, she was acutely aware that her offensive capabilities paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. Down below, the whistling arrows pierced into the stairwell, disrupting the tranquility and drawing the zombie tide towards them once more. Huang Yuqian and the others regained their focus and rejoined the fray. After utilizing the beast attack once, Lu Ming refrained from using it again. The first reason was its considerable energy consumption, and the second was a sense of monotony. Being at the 2nd tier, it felt excessive to employ a beast against zombies. Akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, indeed, it felt somewhat unfair to the zombies. Merely relying on his ordinary superhuman abilities was sufficient for him to wreak havoc among the throngs of the undead. The number of zombies on the 5th floor was slightly fewer than on the 4th, likely due to some being drawn down during yesterday's assault. However, this did not imply that this battle would be any less challenging. As Lu Ming and his team battled their way through, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated, nearly shattering the floor of the stairwell. Following that, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. Liu Ming looked up to behold a massive figure blocking the hallway. What on earth is that? The sight of such a monstrosity sent the combatants behind Lu Ming into a flurry of noise. Huang Yuqian and the others were momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a grotesque creature before. This monster was not only taller than ordinary zombies, but also bore multiple arms, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of several zombies fused together. Do not be overly alarmed. It is merely a 2nd-tier zombie. Lu Ming reassured his team, calming their frayed nerves. In the future, such creatures will become increasingly common, and you will encounter them again. While 2nd-tier zombies represented the pinnacle of monstrosities in the current apocalypse, the 4th and 5th floors were entirely compromised zones, where zombies had undergone significant evolution, making the emergence of such a creature less surprising. As Lu Ming spoke, the group gradually quieted. As long as Lu Ming was present, chaos within the team was an impossibility. Setting aside Lu Ming's consistent performance in battle, which had earned him the unwavering trust of everyone, even if he were to falter against this foe, his most loyal combatants would only be driven to rage and charge at the creature without fear. Prepare to focus fire and eliminate this 2nd-tier zombie. Lu Ming issued the attack command. Huang Yuqian and Shou Qing were the first to step forward, attempting to restrain the zombie and prevent it from advancing down the corridor. The narrow passageway served to limit the giant zombie's movements. However, even so, Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing found that their first-tier attack struggled to inflict any damage upon the thick-skinned, resilient second-tier zombie. Only their skills could barely breach the creature's hide. Lu Xinqing also took action, summoning a bird resembling a phoenix from the muzzle of her energy gun. With a sharp explosion, the beast left a gaping wound on the massive zombie. At this juncture, Lin Shiyue directed several archers to notch their arrows and fire towards the wound Lu Xinqing had inflicted. The colossal zombie emitted a wailing cry that reverberated throughout the corridor. In a mere moment, Lu Ming's team had carved a massive hole through the zombie's chest. Liu Ming was pleased with Lu Xinqing and the others' collaborative efforts. They had demonstrated preliminary capability in slaying a second-tier zombie. All that remained was to wear down this giant creature. However, with the ongoing horde of zombies still unaddressed, Lu Ming did not delegate the entirety of the task to them and chose to intervene. A wail capable of devouring half a floor surged forth, utterly dismembering the enraged second-tier zombie. With the demise of this second-tier zombie, the tide of corpses finally began to recede. After approximately an hour and a half of battle, Lu Ming and his team had cleared the 5th floor of zombies. In total, they had dispatched around 120 zombies. Once the battle concluded, without needing Lu Ming's command, Lu Xinqing led a group to search for treasure chests on the 5th floor. Lin Shiyue took some members to collect crystals, particularly the spoils from the second-tier zombie. The combatants settled down to rest, while ordinary female students worked in teams to clear the corpses. The entire team operated with remarkable order, showcasing their maturation into a cohesive unit. Without requiring Lu Ming's guidance, they instinctively knew what needed to be done. Liu Ming also took a moment to relax, reflecting on the fruits of his labor. Gazing at the remains of the second-tier zombie, now reduced to fragments, he felt a surge of satisfaction. If even the apex monsters of the apocalypse could not contend with them, the possibilities for his team seemed boundless. As long as they could keep pace with the monster's evolution, the apocalypse would merely serve as a bountiful hunting ground for their prosperity. Beside him, Huang Yuqian helped wipe away his sweat, even taking off his shirt to clean the zombie blood that had stained him. As Lu Ming relaxed, his well-defined muscles drew the attention of the surrounding resting girls, who gazed enviously at Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing, wishing they could be as close to him. Yet, Lu Ming felt Huang Yuqian's small hand become increasingly mischievous and could not help but give her a playful tap. "What are you doing? So many people are watching. If they had the courage to approach, then let them join in." Huang Yuqian often spoke boldly, leaving Qiu Qing beside her speechless. Just then, Lu Xinqing returned, giving Huang Yuqian a gentle tap on the head and admonishing her. "What do you take Lu Ming for? He is the leader of this team." At times, Lu Ming remained somewhat inaccessible. If he were so easily approachable, where would their sense of reverence come from? Huang Yuqian muttered in discontent, "You think you know everything." However, she obediently made space for Lu Xinqing, recognizing that her return signified a report of some kind. Chapter 53. As Lu Xinqing watched Huang Yuqian flee, she could only shake her head in resignation. It was only then that she regained her focus and informed Lu Ming. "Lin Shiyue has completed the tally. We have obtained a total of 27 crystals, along with this one." Lu Xinqing produced a larger and more luminous crystal, extending it toward Lu Ming. "This was acquired from that second-tier zombie. Its quality surpasses the crystals we obtained previously." "This is a second-tier crystal," Liu Ming replied without taking the crystal from her, merely advising Lu Xinqing. "You should absorb it. Point 1 is equivalent to the effect of 10 first-tier crystals. While the future value of a second-tier crystal could indeed be exchanged for more than 10 first-tier ones, that was a matter for years down the line, when various survivor organizations would be capable of trade. For now, it would be prudent to allow Lu Xinqing to convert it into immediate combat power, enabling her to acquire more such items in the future. As for the first-tier crystals, you should also take 20 of those to absorb. Just keep a few as a reserve, focusing primarily on your advancement to the second tier." Lu Ming offered this guidance but did not linger on the topic. He posed the question that had been weighing on his mind since he conquered the 5th floor. "Have you found the boxes?" "Yes," Lu Xinqing nodded in response. "I led a team and found 2 twin white chests and 1 gray chest." "Bring them over," Lu Ming said, his anticipation rising as he thought he might finally acquire the most crucial class scroll in this apocalyptic world. However, when Lu Xinqing presented the white chests, Lu Ming opened them only to discover that the class scrolls contained within were somewhat disappointing. Class scroll, martial artist, Why is it a martial artist? Both scrolls were identical, and this class was worlds apart from what Lu Ming had been hoping for. Although it was a decent class, enabling Song Xian to awaken as a martial artist was certainly an appealing prospect. And Tian Wei's fiery temperament would also suit this role. It was not what Lu Ming distinctly remembered from his past life in the previous iteration. There should have been different class scrolls within the third and fourth floors. These scrolls were pivotal for the team's water resources. Why hadn't Lu Xinqing found them? Had they not appeared yet? That seemed implausible. The chests in the Chosen One's domain were typically concentrated in the early stages, and they should have manifested by now, regardless of whether they were white or green chests. Could they possibly be in the blue chests? That too seemed unlikely. There was still time before the blue chest would appear. And at that point, Lu Xinqing from his past life should have already left the dormitory. Moreover, the blue chest contained a full 10 class scrolls. If Lu Xinqing from his previous life had managed to obtain 10 class scrolls, she would have cleared the dormitory long ago. He could not help but inquire of Lu Xinqing. Are you certain that the entire 5th floor has been searched? There are no boxes left unexamined? Lu Xinqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, I led a team to search thoroughly, examining each room meticulously. Having taken charge of the treasure hunting task each time, she had gained some confidence and experience, hence her assured response. Yet, Lu Ming was convinced that there were indeed more boxes on the 5th or 4th floors, containing class scrolls capable of providing water resources, entirely different from martial artist. It was impossible for them to have been consumed by zombies. A first-tier zombie consuming a white chest would be sufficient for it to advance to the second tier, and they had not encountered such a creature that day. We should search once more. Lu Ming decided, preparing to accompany Lu Xinqing for another exploration. His class provided him with the ability to scout for treasures, making the search more advantageous. Lu Xinqing agreed, albeit uncertain as to why Lu Ming was so convinced that there were still treasures on the 5th floor. She had never been one to question extensively. As long as she followed Lu Ming's lead, she was content. Returning to the 5th floor, they surveyed the area, now ravaged by zombies. At first glance, it appeared devoid of any issues. Some dormitories were mere ruins, evident in their desolation. It was clear there were no treasures to be found. However, when they arrived at a seemingly inconspicuous dormitory, Lu Ming halted his steps. What's wrong? Lu Xinqing inquired, puzzled by his sudden stop. She scanned the empty room, devoid of even a cabinet, and could tell at first glance that there were no treasures here. She wondered why Lu Ming lingered. Lu Ming, however, was fixated on the wall opposite the dormitory door, where the window was sealed. He pondered aloud. Do you think there could be a balcony or some such room outside this wall? Lu Xinqing immediately shook her head. No, the walls of our dormitory building are flat. There are no protruding balconies or similar structures. Then what do you make of these individuals I am detecting in my field of vision? 1 Shui. Detection range too far or obstructed. 1 Yu. Detection range too far or obstructed. Suing. From his detection prompts, he could ascertain that there were indeed people outside the wall. They could not possibly be suspended in midair. Who could remain hanging outside the 5th floor for so long? The only explanation was that there was indeed a room outside the wall. Lu Xinqing understood Lu Ming's implication and recognized that he suspected the existence of a room beyond. She then approached, estimating the length of the room, and informed Lu Ming, the area of this room is similar to that of the nearby rooms. It should not be a hidden room. If there is a room outside this wall, it can only mean someone has constructed an extension, and it must have been built after the onset of the apocalypse. Prior to the apocalypse, it would have been impossible for such illegal construction to occur in our building. Interesting, Lu Ming commanded decisively, break the wall. Before long, Lu Xinqing and her team had created a breach in the wall. Lu Ming then caught a glimpse of the situation beyond. A platform protruded outside, crowded with a dozen individuals lying there, all in a state of unconsciousness. It was only when Lu Xinqing's demolition work stirred the noise that someone outside began to rouse. Weakly peering through the wall hole to catch sight of Lu Ming's face, that moment, the awakened individual cried out to him in desperation, "Help us! Please save us!" Lu Ming then scanned the information of the individuals outside. 1 Shui class, Elementalist, Earth, Tier, First Potential, D rating, 80 Loyalty, 65. So she was an Earth Elementalist. It made sense that, in the brief time since the apocalypse, a platform capable of sheltering people had been constructed behind this wall. It must have been this individual responsible for its construction. Moreover, it was none other than when Lu Ming's gaze then fell upon the girl beside 1 Shui, who bore an almost identical resemblance to her and was also pleading for help. Wenyu class, Elementalist, Water, Tier, First Potential, D rating, 80 Loyalty, 65. He had finally found the Water Elementalist. This was the class scroll Lu Ming had been seeking throughout the 3rd and 4th floors. It was no wonder he had not found the chests. It turned out this scroll had already been utilized, and the individuals were hiding outside the building. Chapter 54 Flora and Fauna Evolution. The revelation that there were still living people within the devastated area of the 3rd and 4th floors was something Lu Ming had never anticipated. Yet, upon realizing that it was the sisters Wen Shui and Wenyu, he suddenly comprehended. Both Wen Shui and Wenyu were first-tier elementals. Although the elementalist class was primarily a livelihood role at the onset, they were fortunate enough to awaken as an earth elementalist. Moreover, they were the trusted right and left hands of Lu Xinqing in his previous life, individuals whom she had once praised for their capabilities. It was entirely reasonable for these sisters to have managed to survive. Liu Ming did not wait for Lu Xinqing to act. Instead, he approached the sisters directly. With a skill, he blew apart the wall, addressing the two as they emerged. "Come inside. The zombies have been dealt with, and you are safe now." The sisters nearly crawled into the room. Once they returned to the ground of the dormitory, they could no longer contain their emotions, rushing to cling to Lu Ming's legs, wailing in despair. They had spent each day on the precarious platform, risking a fall while gazing down at the abyss below. On the opposite side of the wall were the relentless howls of zombies, compounded by the gnawing hunger in their bellies. Their spirits were on the brink of collapse. Now, back on stable ground, Wen Shui and Wenyu clung to Lu Ming's legs as though he were a lifeline. Seeking warmth from their kind, Liu Ming gently patted the sisters' heads, observing their emotional release as they clung to him. Too terrified to let go, he then turned to Lu Xinqing and instructed, "Go bring in the unconscious individuals outside. Let us see if they can be treated and recuperated." The few people outside had not awakened their talents, so Lu Ming had not paid them much attention. He then added, "Remember to cook something for them to eat." Finally, Lu Ming glanced down at the sisters still hanging onto his legs and pointed to them, adding, "Also, bring a few packs of instant noodles up for them to eat and help them regain their strength." Lu Xinqing nodded and went to fulfill his requests. When she returned, she found the nearly identical twin sisters sitting on the floor, fast asleep while still clinging to Lu Ming's legs. Liu Ming whispered to Lu Xinqing, "Just leave the noodles here. We can wait until they wake up to prepare them." With the water elementalist found, Lu Ming felt no urgency. Thus, the 5th floor and below were thoroughly under his control and fully explored. He instructed Lu Xinqing, "When you go down, open the front door and leave some people to guard it. If you have nothing else to do, you can lead a team to hunt some zombies and gather more crystals. Aim to advance you to the 2nd tier as soon as possible." After today's battle, Lu Ming understood that Lu Xinqing had mastered exotic beasts and could now combat 2nd tier zombies. Under her leadership, Lu Ming felt at ease. If possible, they would clear a path towards the playground and retrieve some equipment from the storage room. Lu Xinqing accepted the task and descended the stairs. Liu Ming, alongside the girls responsible for cleaning outside, took a seat on a stool to observe the scene below, where Lu Xinqing and her team were engaged in their endeavors. They waited for the two sisters to awaken, as it would be unthinkable to unceremoniously kick the two sisters clinging to his legs down the stairs. It was not until the afternoon that the sisters finally stirred. Lu Ming called over the two girls and prepared some noodles for them. However, as he watched the sisters, who were still hugging his legs while eating, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. "You two really don't need to cling to my legs while eating, do you?" He decided to let them rest for a while. The sisters immediately felt a bit embarrassed, yet their grip on his legs did not loosen. At that moment, the elder sister, Wen Shui, said, "Apologies, we still feel a bit unsettled. But being close to you brings us a sense of security. Could you stay with us a little longer?" Having a pair of beautiful twin sisters for company was hardly dull. After they finished their meal, Lu Ming chatted with them for a while. Intending to spend more time with the sisters, he refrained from discussing their professions, choosing instead to recount lighter topics from the past few days to ease their minds. He planned to wait until they felt entirely at ease before addressing the more serious matters. Of course, Lu Ming's actions were also aimed at increasing their loyalty. Wen Shui loyalty, 85. Wen Shui loyalty, 85. The rate at which their loyalty was increasing was astonishing. As long as they remained by his side in a relaxed state, their loyalty would continue to rise. By the next day, Lu Ming would have a pair of sisters with loyalty surpassing 90 points. At which point, it would be timely to inquire about their professional matters. In the evening, Lu Ming noticed that Lu Xinqing had ventured outside once more. However, some occurrences during this outing caught his attention. He saw Lu Xinqing and her team encounter a creature that lacked a humanoid form, a large cat the size of a leopard. Had monsters evolved from plants and animals begun to emerge? Lu Ming murmured to himself. Considering the timeline, it was now the third week of the apocalypse, and indeed, it was the time when such creatures started to appear. By the end of the first month since the apocalypse began, the world would be a brutal hellscape, filled with zombies and advanced monsters capturing survivors. Nevertheless, Lu Ming did not feel anxious. His team was already formidable, and the emergence of more monsters merely provided him with additional crystal rewards. Thus, he continued to observe the outside world while conversing with the twin sisters at his feet. Little did he know, until deep into the night, Lu Ming remained seated, silently gazing at the dilapidated wall across from him. Just then, Lu Xinqing came to find him and, upon seeing the two sisters asleep at his feet, felt at a loss for words. "Shall I help you move them?" After a moment of silence, Lu Xinqing took action. She approached and attempted to pull Wenshue's hand away, only to discover that the woman clutched tightly in her sleep. The fabric of her pants nearly tore, but her grip did not relent. Moreover, Wenshue, having been tugged slightly away, murmured in her unconscious state, swatted Lu Xinqing's hand away, and returned to her previous position, resting her head comfortably on Lu Ming's knee. Lu Xinqing, observing her reddened knuckles, felt even more speechless. Seeing this, Lu Ming spoke up, "Don't waste your efforts. If it were possible to pull them apart, it would have been done already. Both of them are serious first-tier professionals. While they may be slightly weaker in abilities, their physical prowess is certainly on par with yours." Huang Yuqian, who had accompanied Lu Xinqing upstairs, witnessed the scene and, noticing the two girls nestled at Lu Ming's knees, expressed her displeasure. How infuriating! This was supposed to be Mai and Qiu Qing's territory. "All right, you two can head back now. I will take care of things here for the night." Lu Ming waved his hand, indicating that he would be spending the evening with the twin sisters. Huang Yuqian snorted in response. Chapter 55. Elementalist Lu Ming then turned to Lu Xinqing and inquired, "After your outing today, what are your thoughts?" Lu Xinqing, not feeling particularly optimistic, replied, "The apocalypse outside is becoming increasingly severe. During this outing, I encountered many monsters I had never seen before. It seems there are now more foes than just zombies. That's to be expected." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "If we humans can transform into zombies, then it is only natural that plants and animals can evolve too. Just remember, we cannot return to our former lives. We must race against the apocalypse. As long as we can continue to surpass the monsters in evolution, we will be able to live well. I understand," Lu Xinqing acknowledged, beginning to report on the gains from their recent outings. "Today, I led the team outside 3 times, each excursion lasting no more than 15 minutes, serving as a reconnaissance. The rewards were quite substantial. We obtained a total of 17 crystals. We observed that the evolved monsters generally possess tears, so we specifically targeted those creatures for elimination, resulting in a bountiful yield." Upon hearing Lu Xinqing's summary, Lu Ming realized that he had indeed been overly stubborn in the past. The rewards from exploration were far superior, especially with the emergence of new monsters. These new monsters, having taken longer to evolve, were indeed stronger than zombies and possessed tears. Defeating them yielded stable crystals, far more rewarding than remaining cooped up in the dormitory battling zombies. Henceforth, exploration would become a fixed task, and they would hasten to clear a path outside the school. They were nearing the completion of their exploration of this dormitory building, and it was certain they would soon relocate to other areas. Before his rebirth, Lu Ming had lived through 20 years in the apocalypse and was well acquainted with many aspects of it. With numerous goals in mind following his rebirth, he had no intention of staying in one place for too long. "All right," Lu Xinqing said as she headed downstairs to address the issue of guarding the front entrance. Lu Ming glanced at the large expanse of empty wall before him and decided to find someone to fill it in. After all, it would be troublesome if a bored zombie decided to scale the wall and invade during the night. He continued contemplating his recent plans. Exploration was essential, yet the strategy for the upper floors must not be neglected. To this day, Lu Ming had yet to find one crucial individual within this dormitory. Aside from Lu Xinqing in her previous life, Lu Xinqing had mentioned several memorable individuals she encountered during her time in the dormitory. Although Wenshue and Wenyu were among them, they were merely Lu Xinqing's subordinates. It was natural for Lu Xinqing to praise her own people. There was, however, another pivotal character mentioned by Lu Xinqing, one who appeared as a rival. Lu Ming remembered that this woman seemed to be Lu Xinqing's senior. This implied that she was likely situated on one of the upper floors, leading her own team and waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. This woman and her team were far more intriguing to Lu Ming than the boxes found on the 4th and 5th floors. Let us rest for 2 days to allow everyone to recover their powers. Lu Xinqing is already halfway through her advancement. Once she goes out to explore, she will ascend to the 2nd tier. Then, we can proceed to eliminate all the remaining survivors in this dormitory. After contemplating these matters, Lu Ming looked down at the 2 girls sleeping at his feet. He gently lifted one in each arm. Come, let us find a more comfortable place for you to rest. Upon hearing this, the sisters, still in their dreams, wrapped their arms around his torso, seemingly finding a more comfortable spot than his legs. They nestled against his shoulders and drifted back to sleep. When they awoke the following day, Lu Ming opened his eyes to find 2 rosy faces resting beneath his arms. He couldn't help but say, "If you're feeling shy, perhaps you shouldn't cling so tightly." The sisters' arms remained firmly around his neck, making him feel as though his neck might bear the marks of their embrace. Wanxue was the first to feel a twinge of guilt and loosen her grip, however, after retracting her hand. She felt a bit uneasy and ultimately clutched his shirt instead, seeking a final bit of comfort. Wenyu, observing this, followed suit. Thus, both sisters held onto his side, which was certainly more comfortable than constricting his neck. Lu Ming did not insist they release him entirely. Instead, he inquired, "How did you both rest? Are you feeling any better?" "Much better, thank you." The sisters replied in unison, their voices synchronized. The elder sister, Wanxue, added, "We are grateful for your rescue and hospitality. From now on, my sister and I will rely on you. Rest assured, if there is anything you need us to do, we will not hesitate." When you quickly nodded in agreement. After their experience yesterday, the sisters understood that Lu Ming was the leader of a survivor team. They had even tearfully expressed their desire to join him. Despite Lu Ming's acceptance, Wanxue felt that their behavior the previous day had been rather embarrassing, prompting her to formally reiterate their determination today. Lu Ming did not mind their earlier display. After all, anyone placed on a terrifying platform and left hungry for days would likely lose their composure. Fortunately, being professionals, the sisters possessed a stronger mental fortitude and quickly regained their spirits. Lu Ming addressed the sisters, "Since you both have expressed your intentions, I have an important matter to discuss with you." "Please go ahead," they responded. "Your profession, from where did it originate?" Upon mentioning this, Wanxue slapped her forehead, recalling something, and began to rummage through her belongings while explaining. "We, the sisters, discovered a green box on the 5th floor, from which we obtained several scrolls. From these scrolls, we acquired special powers, though we are uncertain if they pertain to the profession you mentioned. This is the remaining scroll we have after use." Wanxue retrieved 3 scrolls from her chest and handed them to him. Profession? Elementalist. At the moment Lu Ming beheld the name of the profession, he realized that the coveted scroll he had longed for was finally within his grasp. Not only had he acquired the profession itself, but he also possessed the original scrolls. The elementalist profession could be deemed the most crucial among the various professions in this apocalyptic world. It differs slightly from others. Although it is called an elementalist, the awakened practitioners possess 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The specific branch an elementalist awakens to is determined by individual circumstances, i.e. in the later stages. Elementalists evolve into mages, but in the early stages, their offensive capabilities are relatively low, rendering them the most vital life professions in the apocalypse. All 5 elemental branches serve essential functions. The metal branch produces artisans capable of generating metals and crafting ordinary weapons devoid of supernatural properties, albeit requiring considerable skill. Typically, only true artisans can forge quality weapons. The wood branch comprises planters who can cultivate crops and sustain people. The water branch generates abundant water resources, which needs no further elaboration. The fire branch can ignite flames, being the only combat-capable profession in the early stages of elementalists. The earth branch consists of construction masters. With the scroll for elementalist in his possession, Lu Ming could cultivate several urgently needed life professionals for his team. Chapter 56. The intruder. The 5th floor yielded 1 green and 2 white boxes, along with a gray one, which brought Lu Ming immense delight. With 3 remaining scrolls, he could not afford to squander them. After breakfast, Lu Ming gathered the two sisters and sought out the remaining individuals within the team who still harbored awakening potential. With one arm draped around a beautiful girl, he strolled around the third floor for the morning. And everyone had grown accustomed to it. Yet, some could not restrain themselves from whispering behind his back. These two sisters bear a striking resemblance. I wonder if Lord Lu Ming will miscall their names at night. Oh dear, why not avoid names altogether? He could simply call them Puppy. How enviable. I wish to be treated like that by Lord Lu Ming. Hearing this, Wan Xue and Wan Yue felt their faces flush, unable to resist stealing glances at Lu Ming. They never anticipated their leader had such inclinations. Lu Ming maintained a stern expression, choosing silence. It was quite unexpected that these girls were even more audacious than him. Paying no heed to the gossip, Lu Ming turned his attention to the 8 individuals before him who possessed awakening potential but had yet to awaken. All possessed E and F potential, making them suitable for life professions. Though they might never find themselves in combat professions, as Lu Ming scrutinized them, he discovered that his probing could even reveal their elemental inclinations post-awakening. Li Ruosu, elemental inclination. Water. Zhang Yao, elemental inclination. Fire. Being able to ascertain their elemental inclinations post-awakening necessitated further contemplation on Lu Ming's part. With only 3 scrolls remaining, one must be assigned to a water elementalist. Otherwise, relying solely on Wan Yue would be insufficient for their water supply. The fire elementalist named Zhang Yao must also be included. It was essential to have a life tool bearer. After much deliberation, Lu Ming ultimately decided to add an earth elementalist as the last choice. The metal and wood elementalists held little utility for him. Metal elementalists were only useful for forging masters. Cultivating one capable of crafting weapons would take too long. Similarly, wood elementalists were of no use to Lu Ming, as he could procure food through the black box. Finally, Lu Ming declared, Li Ruosu, Zhang Yao, Chun Shan, you shall utilize these 3 scrolls. The selected individuals beamed with joy. Zhang Yao, in particular, upon receiving her scroll, leaned over to plant a kiss on Lu Ming's cheek and discreetly provided him with her dormitory number. Of course, whether Lu Ming would be available that evening depended on his mood. Lu Ming cast a glance at Zhang Yao's appearance. With a score around 70, this mood was indeed permissible. Those who were not chosen felt immediate disappointment. It was one thing to be overlooked as potential professionals, but to witness others ascend to first-tier professions and even share dormitory numbers with Lu Ming was utterly unfair. How could such a mutually beneficial situation exist? Once the awakening concluded, Lu Xinqing approached to send away the girls, informing Lu Ming, the few girls rescued from the 5th floor have awakened and are in good spirits. They are willing to join our team. The prolonged unconsciousness of these girls did not lead to a collapse in their mental states. All right, I understand. Today, please arrange for everyone to rest. We shall refrain from any actions for the next couple of days, Lu Ming instructed Lu Xinqing. Occasionally take people out to explore, but do not venture too far. The recent 2 waves of undead assaults in the 4th and 5th floor collapse zones have left everyone quite fatigued. Lu Ming resolved to grant everyone a break, as he could not continuously treat them as mere tools. After battles, they deserved ample time to unwind. In an apocalyptic world, maintaining a relaxed mindset is paramount. After spending some time managing team affairs, Lu Ming exchanged a glance with the twin sister Wan Xue beside him. Wan Xue, feeling a twinge of guilt, confessed, "We may trouble you for a few more days. These days are particularly challenging for us to find peace." This implied they still were not willing to let him off the hook. Lu Ming retorted, "What should I do if I need to use the restroom? We can assist you." The younger sister Wan Yue mumbled softly, only to be hastily interrupted by Wan Xue. "We will wait for you at the door, guarding it for you." Wan Xue feared that if her sister completed her sentence, Lu Ming would think even less of them for being so needy. They had already caused Lu Ming considerable trouble. If they also became a nuisance in daily life, Wan Xue was anxious that Lu Ming would come to dislike the 2 sisters. Very well then, Lu Ming did not disdain them. Embracing a pair of sisters was indeed a unique experience. In the morning, passing by an empty window, Wan Xue glanced outside, seemingly struck by an idea, and boldly suggested to Lu Ming, "You seem quite attentive to the situation outside, right? I heard you even sent Lu Xinqing out to clear monsters. Why don't we accompany you to the window to observe? Aren't you too afraid of heights? It's all right. The past must be overcome, and with you by our side, we can conquer it all the more swiftly." To allow Lu Ming to feel at ease to do his own thing without concern for the sisters, Wan Xue had contemplated much. Noticing that Wan Yue's expression bore little fear, Lu Ming approached, having nothing better to do. It was quite pleasant to observe Lu Xinqing and the others in combat. This window was one of the few unsealed openings, directly facing the entrance, typically used for observing the outside situation. As they reached the window, Wan Xue and Wan Yue felt a twinge of fear, tightly clutching his clothing, seemingly recalling their harrowing days suspended outside the high platform. Yet, the sisters displayed commendable mental fortitude, quickly growing curious and gazing down below. The younger sister Wan Yue inquired, "Wow, what is that gigantic tree? It moves? Have such monsters emerged now?" Previously, while they were on the high platform, they hadn't dared to look down and were oblivious to these changes below. Lu Ming informed them, "Certainly, in this apocalypse, everyone is evolving." The elder sister Wan Xue could not help but grow anxious. The monsters appearing are becoming increasingly formidable. Do we humans truly have a future? New monsters are hardly anything to fear. Look at my team. Do we appear to lack a future? True. Wan Xue smiled, acknowledging her folly. As Lu Ming and the Wan Yue sisters began to share laughter, at a certain moment, Lu Ming abruptly paused, pulling the sisters back a couple of steps from the window. Confused, Wan Xue and Wan Yue observed as, outside the window, a rope suddenly emerged. With a swift motion, a dashing figure descended and landed on the windowsill before the trio. The woman, appearing from outside the window, greeted them with a smile. "Hello there. Are these fellows down a few floors your subordinates?" Wan Xue and Wan Yue, cautious, refrained from responding and, for the first time, released their grip on Lu Ming. Readying their powers, judging by the woman's demeanor, it was evident she was not one of Lu Ming's team. A stranger descending in such an impolite manner before them was not perceived as a benevolent presence. Wan Xue had already prepared her powers. Should the woman make any sudden moves, she would swiftly remove the windowsill from beneath her feet. Chapter 57. Tangan Yen. The woman perched on the windowsill possessed an air of charisma, coupled with a hint of classical beauty, her figure elegantly slender. Upon seeing her visage, Lu Ming momentarily lost his composure. It was not that he had encountered her before, but rather that it reminded him of Lu Xinqing's description of someone from his previous life. She spoke of having a formidable rival during her dormitory days, named Tangan Yen. The description aligned strikingly with the woman before him. Alas, Tangan Yen existed solely within Lu Xinqing's recollections as a deceased figure. In his previous life, Lu Ming had never truly seen her amidst the apocalypse. "Please, do not be so unfriendly." The current Tangan Yen was evidently alive. She cast a glance at Wan Xue and Wan Yue's powers and deduced that they were both first-tier professionals. Exclaiming in admiration, "Two intriguing professions. Your team truly is impressive." So, that troublesome monster on the second floor was also eliminated by you. Tangan Yen remained unfazed by Wan Xue and Wan Yue's hostility, continuing her monologue. After a brief moment, she cast a glance towards the corridor not far away. There, the patrolling Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing had noticed something unusual and were hastening towards this direction. Tangan Yen's expression grew a shade more serious. "Two martial artists. I truly wonder where your team has procured so many professionals. Let's go. Since you are also present in this building, we shall surely cross paths again." Having uttered these words, Tangan Yen shot a meaningful glance at Lu Ming, offering him a cryptic smile before vanishing from the windowsill, leaving Huang Yuqian and Qiu Qing in a state of bewilderment. To them, it seemed she had merely come to greet their team before departing. Without any intention of lingering, that insufferable woman, how could she slip away so swiftly? Just as Huang Yuqian arrived, she witnessed that woman fleeing, which irked her. Approaching the windowsill, she noticed a rope dangling above, which, with a swift motion, was retracted by an upper floor. Lu Ming gazed outside. At the precise moment Tangan Yen departed, he discerned the extraordinary aura of energy emanating from her. She had activated the hyper-frequency state. She was indeed a gifted awakener. Moreover, it appeared she had been awakened for some time, otherwise she would not have been able to cultivate the hyper-frequency state. Within Lu Ming's team, only Lu Xinqing and Lin Shiyue, along with Huang Yuqian, could barely harness such power. Suddenly, it struck him. He had forgotten to check Tangan Yen's information. Lu Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. He had not anticipated that woman would escape so rapidly. He had assumed she would engage in more conversation with them. Perhaps she was intimidated by the presence of so many professionals on their side, fearing that capture would mean her demise. However, Judging by her earlier demeanor, Tangan Yen's potential was at least an A rank, possibly even S rank, considering she had been a rival of Lu Xinqing in their past lives. According to Lu Xinqing from their previous life, Tangan Yen occupied the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the dormitory, while Lu Xinqing claimed the 4th and 5th floors. Their teams were in a competitive relationship, though they had also collaborated on numerous occasions. Eventually, Lu Xinqing resolved to leave the dormitory, seeking like-minded companions to reconstruct the official order and monitor the provinces, departing alone and entrusting her team and floors entirely to Tangan Yen. After that, she had never seen nor heard of Tangan Yen again. Years later, Lu Xinqing gained some renown and made a return visit to the school, only to find it a desolate ruin, overrun by a terrifying monster. It was speculated that this creature had emerged from the school or their former dormitory, and that Tangan Yen and her companions had long perished at its hands. Liu Ming had always considered Tangan Yen a rather pitiable figure, possessing capabilities that rivaled Lu Xinqing's yet leading a drastically different life trajectory, meeting her end in the early days of the apocalypse, anonymous and forgotten. Nevertheless, the apocalypse was rife with exceptionally talented individuals who met untimely demises. The environment was unforgiving. Huang Yuqian opened the window, peering upward for quite some time, seeing nothing, and couldn't help but return to inquire of Lu Ming. Shall we pursue her? The rope was merely an auxiliary tool. As martial artists, they could scale the building alone. Liu Ming shook his head. Who knows how many are waiting for you upstairs? We need not resort to such sneaky tactics. Tomorrow, we shall approach through the front door and inquire why she dared to tease us before departing. The method Tangan Yen employed to climb through windows was a common exploratory tactic in the apocalypse. Not every team, unlike Lu Ming's, had the capacity to explore while simultaneously claiming territory in their previous lives. Lu Xinqing frequently utilized such means. Her gunslinger profession was awakened when her close friends were still alive, allowing her to scale windows to reach the laundry room on the first floor. What a pity! He had initially hoped to allow everyone a couple of days to rest. Yet, the matter concerning Tangan Yen compelled him to hasten his plans for ascending the building. Observing Tangan Yen's current state, it seemed safe enough to venture to the 3rd floor. If he led his team up, there likely wouldn't be much fighting. Without further ado regarding Lu Ming's decision, upon returning to the upper floors, several girls came to greet Tangan Yen, assisting her with the rope she held. "Sister Tang, how did it go?" inquired a stern-faced woman. "Did you ascertain who resolved that second-tier monster downstairs?" Tangan Yen's team had been closely monitoring the situation within the dormitory, particularly the second-tier monster below, which was their focal point, prompting daily investigations. After all, that creature was perilously close to them, and if it ever ascended, it would spell disaster. However, today, Tangan Yen discovered that the monster was absent. In fact, the entire 5th floor was eerily silent, devoid of any creatures. Upon returning, Tangan Yen promptly resumed her investigation, which led to her encounter with Lu Ming and his associates in response to her companion's inquiries. Tangan Yen replied with a smile. A rather capable team appeared downstairs, assisting us in eliminating that second-tier monster. With their presence, perhaps we could even collaborate to deal with the creature on the top floor. Yet, the girl beside her did not share such optimism and cautioned her. If that team is so formidable as to dispatch a second-tier monster, they may not be content with merely a cooperative relationship. Upon hearing this, Tangan Yen waved her hand dismissively. "Fear not, regardless of their prowess, our team has secured the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. We are not to be trifled with." Witnessing Tangan Yen's confidence, the girl hesitated before turning to attend to her own matters. Once everyone had departed, Tangan Yen's confident smile faded. Those who knew her well understood her situation. Having surveyed the circumstances below, Tangan Yen was fully aware that her team would not stand a chance against those individuals downstairs. Her statements were only meant to alleviate her companion's concerns. She hoped those people harbored no ill intentions. Tangan Yen sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. She truly could not fathom from whence such a formidable survivor team had emerged. Chapter 58. Lu Xinqing. Second tier in the afternoon, Lu Xinqing returned to report to Lu Ming regarding the day's progress. She had collected over 20 crystals in a scattered fashion, bringing her total absorbed crystals beyond 90. After completing her report, Lu Xinqing did not hurry to leave but inquired of Lu Ming. "I heard someone from the upper floors has come down?" Lu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. "Yes. I recognize that individual. Her name is Tangan Yen. Do you know her?" "Xinqing, Upon hearing this name, Lu Xinqing fell momentarily silent, evidently familiar with the person but unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Huang Yuqian, who stood nearby, chuckled and said, "Ah Ming, you actually know that woman Tangan Yen? Do tell, did you ever harbor any feelings for her before the apocalypse?" She was the former school beauty, though she was eclipsed by Xinqing upon her arrival. Back in school, many often compared her to Xinqing, which had irked Xinqing for a time. Huang Yuqian, well-versed in school gossip, recognized these matters and identified the woman they had just encountered as Tangan Yen. Lu Xinqing, however, was disinterested in such trivialities and curtly responded to Huang Yuqian. "Let us refrain from discussing superficial matters based on appearances. I have no interest in that." She then continued to inform Lu Ming, "Tangan Yen is a woman of considerable intellect, hailing from an affluent family, and has been well-cultured since childhood. Her abilities in the apocalypse are likely formidable. If she is still alive, she may have already organized a team to secure the upper floors. However, she possesses a significant degree of pride and will not easily bow to us, unlike Lin Shiyue. She poses an obstacle. Should we take action against her? Let us meet her first and see how it goes." Lu Ming refrained from drawing any conclusions. In any case, if soft approaches fail, they would resort to force. In the apocalypse, strength alone dictated outcomes. After Lu Xinqing departed, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on the wealth of talent within their school. It was no wonder that a chosen land had emerged here in places where talent converged, treasure troves appeared. Perhaps it was the apocalypse's final act of benevolence towards humanity. That evening, Lu Ming received a message from Chen Xiaoxi through a friend, prompting him to head to their rendezvous point. Upon entering the dormitory, however, Chen Xiaoxi regarded the two burdens accompanying him in silence. "Why did you bring other women on our date?" Wen Shui anxiously explained. We'll just stay in the room. We won't disturb you." The sisters, Wen Shui and Wen Yu, who rarely relinquished Lu Ming, merely sat on the bed across from them. Chen Xiaoxi waved her hand. "All right. Let it be." She had also heard about the sisters' situation. Understanding that they had been trapped on the high platform for so long, she could empathize with their need for companionship. Chen Xiaoxi intended to act as though she hadn't noticed the two sisters. And after Lu Ming sat beside her, she nestled into his embrace. Lu Ming, surprised, held Chen Xiaoxi, commenting, "I thought you would delay coming to find me for a few days. Aren't you worried about the audience?" Chen Xiaoxi shook her head. "It's fine. You have so many women now. I feel that this will be the case someday. So let us consider it practice." Chen Xiaoxi had initially sought Lu Ming for a date, fully accepting the circumstances of the post-apocalyptic world. Since she had decided to embrace it, she would see it through to the end. She lifted her head to gaze at Lu Ming, her bright eyes sparkling as she said, "Lu Ming, if I don't see you for a day, I miss you terribly. Kiss me." Chen Xiaoxi closed her eyes. At that moment, the sister opposite, Wen Yu, widened her eyes in astonishment. Once again, elder sister Wen Xue covered her face and softly admonished her. One should not indiscriminately gaze upon what ought not to be seen. However, Wen Yu stealthily inquired of Wen Xue, "Sister, will we also kiss Lu Ming in the future?" Wen Xue was momentarily taken aback, casting a furtive glance towards Lu Ming, and replied with a racing heartbeat, "That will depend on his intentions." By the time Lu Ming emerged from Chen Xiaoxi's side, the hour was already quite late. The two sisters grasped his hands as they traversed the dimly lit corridor. Lu Ming queried them, "Are you two all right? I heard you have yet to experience romance. Does witnessing others in love not affect you psychologically?" Wen Xue responded with a light-hearted demeanor, "That level of emotion is merely trivial." Her younger sister Wen Yu nodded in agreement. Observing the sister's demeanor, Lu Ming could not help but chuckle. "Then I can rest easy." As he spoke, he turned a corner, leading the sisters to the door of a room. This was the room number given to him by a girl named Zhang Yao during the selection of elementalists in the daytime. The following day, when Lu Ming ventured out with the sisters, they bore thick, dark circles beneath their eyes, having scarcely slept through the night. Compared to their earlier despair on the high platform, they now felt a different kind of psychological impact. Elder sister Wen Xue was nearly at her wits' end, lamenting that had she known it would be like this, she ought not to have spoken so self-assuredly the previous day. At noon, upon encountering Lu Xinqing, Lu Ming sensed a certain transformation within her. She appeared even more radiant. "I have reached the second tier," Lu Xinqing declared with a hint of excitement. Despite her calm demeanor, as she grew stronger, her emotions became increasingly difficult to contain. All of this was thanks to Lu Ming. and her gaze towards him softened further. I have also reached the second tier, which means I can assist you even more in the future, Liu Ming shared in her joy. In his previous life, she would not have progressed so swiftly. This was primarily due to the substantial contribution of the crystal-producing corpses on the 4th and 5th floors, entities that were never meant to exist. In his past life, before the zombies there evolved to the first tier, Lu Xinqing had devised ways to eliminate them. Lu Xinqing further informed him, "We also ventured to the playground and retrieved some equipment that can serve as weapons." Already at the playground, your exploration speed is quite impressive. Indeed, though there are numerous zombies outside, the space is ample. After clearing away some of the zombies, we were able to venture quite far. Recalling the situation outside, Lu Xinqing conveyed to Lu Ming, aside from the areas where zombies congregate, navigating within the school isn't particularly challenging. We merely need to clear out some smaller zombie groups. Afterwards, when you venture out again, you might attempt to map a route for safe passage through the school. Song Xian is quite adept at drawing. You could bring her along. Liu Ming assigned Lu Xinqing a more long-term task. Scanning the entire school, Lu Ming also had his sights set on certain targets, such as the senior who was fond of blades and her collection of weapons. However, this matter was not urgent. Lu Ming instructed Lu Xinqing, "First, gather everyone. Let us ascend to the upper floors and see what sort of team that renowned Tangan Yen has organized." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Xinqing could not help but shake her head. "There is no way they can compare to us." Presently, Lu Ming's team comprised 2 second-tier members, 8 first-tier combat specialists, 5 first-tier life specialists, along with 45 Tier 0 individuals. Any single aspect of their group would be an unattainable figure in any other team. Chapter 59. 6th floor. Lu Ming led his team to the stairwell of the 5th floor, ascending to the 6th. After commanding someone to break through a wall, they soon encountered another barricade just 2 steps away. It was not until they reached a third wall that Lu Ming realized how robust this particular barrier was, with layers of wooden boards seemingly buried within. This was likely the last sealed wall. "The defenses here are remarkably stringent," Lu Ming remarked. Lu Xinqing, standing behind him, nodded in agreement. After all, the 4th and 5th floors are completely overrun. Tangan Yen would undoubtedly have implemented robust defenses. They surely kept a vigilant eye on the conditions of those 2 floors. As the 5th floor housed a second-tier zombie, which posed a constant threat to their team's survival, Lu Xinqing did not believe that Tangan Yen's team could handle a second-tier zombie, no matter how formidable that woman was. In Lu Xinqing's eyes, she paled in comparison to Lu Ming. Liu Ming remained unhurried, signaling Huang Yuqian and the others to continue their efforts while casually stating, "Take your time. The people inside have likely already heard our commotion. Let us allow them a moment of tension." Indeed, Tangan Yen's team had heard the sounds coming from Lu Ming's direction. Several girls guarding the sealed area hurriedly reported the situation. Within mere seconds, a knock sounded at the door of Tangan Yen's dormitory. Having engaged in some exercise earlier, Tangan Yen was currently in the bathroom rinsing off. Upon hearing the knock, she turned off the shower and inquired, "What is it?" "Sister Tang, there are individuals outside who are smashing our sealed wall." A moment of silence enveloped the room as Tangan Yen closed her eyes. She had only been down to meet the team below yesterday, and now someone was attempting to breach their defenses. There was no need to ask who was responsible. They arrived so quickly. Had I known, I should not have rashly intruded into their territory yesterday. Tangan Yen sighed. She had not anticipated that the team below would possess such superior strength. Just the professionals patrolling the corridor numbered several. Clearly, there was no time to allow her team to develop in peace. She had to attempt to catch up with that team. Was there any way to evade them? Tangan Yen racked her brain for a solution, but after a prolonged contemplation, she reluctantly opened her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she called out to those outside the door. "Understood, I will handle this matter. You all focus on your own tasks." Once the individuals outside departed, Tangan Yen hastily donned 2 articles of clothing and kicked open her window. Swiftly climbing down, she needed to stabilize the situation and negotiate with them. On the 6th floor, Lu Ming awaited Huang Yuqian and the others to continue their demolition efforts. However, unexpectedly, before any significant activity transpired, a loud bang echoed from the window of the side stairwell. Someone had crashed through the window and directly entered the stairwell on the 6th floor. Turning around, Lu Ming beheld Tangan Yen. She was dressed casually today, sporting a form-fitting athletic tank top and loose-fitting long pants, her physique remarkably fit, with her abdominal muscles prominently displayed, making her particularly eye-catching. Upon seeing Tangan Yen, Lu Ming smiled and inquired, "What brings you here today? Have you concluded that there is no escape?" Tangan Yen felt a moment of embarrassment as she scanned Lu Ming's assembled team, which was lined up all the way to the stairwell below. Not a single one among them was an ordinary person devoid of superhuman abilities. A flicker of apprehension appeared in Tangan Yen's eyes, but was quickly masked as she responded with a smile. "You're joking? Why would I flee? We are all in the same building, and we are comrades. There is no need for escape." "You are correct," Lu Ming nodded in agreement, informing her. "Since you wish to be our allies, let us dismantle this wall. When the time comes, we shall be comrades, and I will manage you all well." Lu Ming was always candid, primarily because he felt that Tangan Yen's team did not warrant excessive concern. Their team could only boast 2 or 3 professionals at most, with only Tangan Yen catching Lu Ming's attention. Tangan Yen profession, martial artist tier, first potential, S rating, 92 loyalty, 35 with S potential. She truly lived up to the reputation of being a woman who could compete with Lu Xinqing in a past life. Like Lu Xinqing, she possessed top-tier S potential. Prior to Lu Ming's rebirth, he had scarcely encountered any professionals with S potential. Yet, within such a short span after his rebirth, he had already met 2. Tangan Yen was a woman he must secure. When Lu Ming made his request, Tangan Yen showed no sign of surprise. After all, they had come seeking her team. She graciously nodded in agreement, responding calmly, "Sure, but I have one condition." "What condition?" "You must duel me. If you win, I will relinquish my team to you." "And you may do as you wish." Tangan Yen smirked, clenching her fists and slightly bowing, striking a combat stance. There was an unmistakable hint of excitement in her voice. Tangan Yen had longed to see the capabilities of a leader from such a top-tier team as Lu Ming's. Previously, she had fled due to the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side. She was not foolish enough to believe that her fists could prevail against many. However, if it were one-on-one, she felt a modicum of confidence. This was her way of addressing Lu Ming and his team, a plan she had contemplated for quite some time. Should there be a direct confrontation between their teams, Tangan Yen believed they could simply surrender. Yet, in a one-on-one scenario, she thought there was a glimmer of hope that, of course, it was merely a glimmer. She did not genuinely believe that someone capable of assembling such a team would be weaker than her. In any case, she was eager to test her mettle. For her, a chance to engage in battle was not a loss. In response to Tangan Yen's proposal, Lu Ming regarded her thoughtfully. "Duel with me? That seems somewhat presumptuous." Observing Lu Ming's apparent disinterest in her challenge, Tangan Yen felt a surge of exhilaration. "It seems you and I are alike, having grasped the concept of special abilities. Otherwise, you would not look down upon me so." Uncertain of your special abilities, Tangan Yen's excitement grew with each word, unable to resist licking her lips. Finding a worthy opponent was no easy feat. She had already faced another member of her team, defeating her in a single strike, leaving her deeply disappointed. As for the zombies, after enduring prolonged battles with those repulsive creatures, she naturally found combat with humans to be far more gratifying. What she yearned for was an exhilarating fight, followed by a soothing hot bath, rather than a life-and-death struggle. At present, she had set her sights on Lu Ming. He promised to be an excellent adversary, the most challenging one yet. Setting aside the stakes, the mere prospect of engaging in combat with him set her heart racing. Lu Ming perceived that although this woman possessed remarkable talent, there seemed to be something profoundly amiss in her character. The more he looked down upon her, the more invigorated she became. Was her fervor indicative of some peculiar inclination? Chapter 60. The duel. In response to Tangan Yen's sudden display of agitation, everyone regarded her with strange expressions. At that moment, Lu Jiang approached Lu Ming and quietly confided, "Lu Ming, I have heard of this woman. I encountered her before in the tennis club. She is particularly fond of sports. Her enthusiasm borders on madness, often participating in numerous clubs simultaneously. She even graced our tennis club with her presence, and no one has ever managed to best her. It seems she not only enjoys sports but also relishes combat." Without needing Lu Jiang's explanation, Lu Ming had already discerned as much. When Tangan Yen had appeared before them yesterday, she had exchanged a meaningful glance with him, one rife with challenge. Clearly, she had harbored thoughts of a duel since their first meeting. Now, as Lu Ming and his team advanced towards the 6th floor, he had inadvertently provided Tangan Yen with the perfect excuse to challenge him. At that moment, Huang Yuqian had, unbeknownst to anyone, completely breached the final barrier. The individuals inside anxiously gazed outside, seemingly aware of the circumstances they faced. Liu Ming glanced at them and could not help but inquire of Tangan Yen, "Do you truly believe that betting your fate alone will suffice for all of them? Can they agree to such terms?" Tangan Yen retorted, "Do you think joining forces with them will guarantee victory against you? It won't, but you can face me alone alongside them." Tangan Yen paused, then laughed. "I am not so shameless as to insist on a one-on-one. If I lose, I lose. I am not oblivious to the situation. Against you, we have no chance of resistance. Enough talk, let us engage in battle." With that proclamation, Tangan Yen could no longer restrain herself, launching herself at him with fervor. Her long legs propelled forward with the force of a gale, prompting Lu Xinqing to glance at Liu Ming, questioning whether he intended to subdue this unreasonable woman immediately. However, Liu Ming halted her, grasping her calf firmly. Tangan Yen struggled to withdraw, exerting all her strength, yet found her leg firmly ensnared. She looked at Liu Ming's hand, sensing a hint of his supernatural prowess, which seemed to far surpass her own. With a hint of frustration, she asked, "You are at the second tier. Is it necessary for me to utilize my first-tier abilities against you?" "Ha, no need. This makes it all the more challenging." Upon learning that Liu Ming was at the second tier, Tangan Yen's fighting spirit remained undiminished. If anything, she felt more exhilarated. Enveloped in a radiant aura of supernatural energy, she activated super frequency state and, harnessing Liu Ming's strength, retaliated with another kick to Liu Ming's side. Wishing to conclude this farce swiftly, he concentrated a modicum of his power and, with a single sweep, sent Tangan Yen crashing against the railing. Subsequently, a phantom of a beast whale materialized in his hand, which he casually tossed toward the railing in an instant. A colossal whale-like beast shattered the surrounding walls, charging toward Tangan Yen. The walls along its path cracked ominously, as if the entire floor were on the verge of collapse. The combatants on the staircase swiftly turned to evacuate the vicinity of the beast's impending assault. Witnessing the chaos, Wen Shui and Chen Shan immediately harnessed their earth element abilities to stabilize the structural integrity of the floor. Meanwhile, those beneath the sealed walls could not help but gape in disbelief. It was their first encounter with such an exaggerated display of power. Their greatest concern, however, was for Tangan Yen, who had no time to react before being struck by the beast. With a thunderous crash, Tangan Yen plummeted down the staircase, the debris cascading around her. With a resounding thud, she landed below, buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Wen Shui and Chen Shan reinforced the floor beneath, preventing the small disaster from escalating further. Liu Ming approached the broken staircase, glanced at the buried Tangan Yen, and leapt down. Brushing off the debris, Liu Ming inquired, "I have done my utmost to mitigate the impact. Are you all right?" To prevent any further structural damage, Liu Ming had carefully controlled the range of his attack, ensuring it remained manageable for the two earth element users. He sought to spare Tangan Yen from serious injury, allowing the beast to deliver merely a glancing blow, refraining from unleashing any devouring attacks that could obliterate zombies. With a grunt, Tangan Yen's head emerged from the pile of stones, and she confirmed that she was indeed unscathed. However, her expression bore an eager curiosity as she gazed at Liu Ming, urgently grasping his arm. "What do you call that move? How did you execute it?" "This is Beast, a deeper level of ability than your super frequency state. Attained through transformation. Beast. Transformation." Tangan Yen muttered, deep in contemplation, in this nascent era of supernatural abilities, where practitioners were still grappling with the nature of their powers. These terminologies were foreign to all in the future. The nomenclature surrounding supernatural abilities might very well be attributed to Liu Ming himself. Observing Tangan Yen lost in thought, Liu Ming noted her tattered garments, still visible even in her current predicament. He cautioned, "Stop pondering for now. Focus on extricating yourself." Tangan Yen glanced down, then chuckled, "Ha ha. My apologies for the spectacle." Though her tone was light-hearted, Liu Ming discerned the faint blush on her neck, prompting him to call over a nearby girl. After handing Tangan Yen a jacket, Liu Ming helped her out from the rubble. He then asked, "Can you walk on your own?" Despite her limp, Tangan Yen responded with resilient determination, "Of course, I just need a moment to rest. By the way, your attack was truly impressive. Once I recuperate, may I have another go at you? Perhaps I could grasp that power as well." Liu Ming did not refuse, viewing it as an opportunity for her development. He added, "Certainly, but regarding that wager, I believe I emerged victorious, did I not?" "Of course." Tangan Yen readily acknowledged, "You go ahead and recruit them. I shall no longer assume the role of team leader." With that, she leapt back onto the 6th floor, disregarding the inquiries from her former companions, retreating alone to recuperate. Her silhouette, tinged with melancholy, signified the reluctant relinquishment of a team she had painstakingly built, faced with an opponent they could not defeat. What else could she do? Perhaps letting go would be for the best, allowing her companions to join Lu Ming, where brighter prospects awaited. Tangan Yen's departure left the individuals within the sealed confines of the 6th floor in a somber silence. Many remained entranced by the recent battle, unable to comprehend the abrupt turn of events. Their once seemingly invincible leader, Tangan Yen, had been so effortlessly defeated, leaving them in a state of disarray. Chapter 61. A private discussion with Tangan Yen gone. Lu Ming extended her team a gesture of goodwill, personally offering to recruit them. "You all witnessed what transpired. She fell to me. Tangan Yen has declared she will no longer lead. You are now without a team and may choose to join me. In this post-apocalyptic world, one must have a reliable team, do they not?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the individuals on the 6th floor exchanged glances, the suddenness of the event rendering them momentarily speechless. Initially, they had anticipated a confrontation, gathering in the corridor, ready for battle. They never expected that their leaders would engage in combat, resulting in their leader's swift defeat. The realization that their team had dissolved and they were now required to seek new alliances left them reeling. However, the evident disparity between the two leaders revealed the stark contrast in strength between their respective teams. Soon, someone grasped that Tangan Yen's decision stemmed from the overwhelming strength of Lu Ming's team. Leaving them with no hope of victory, it was rumored that the fallen zones on the 4th and 5th floors had been dealt with by Lu Ming's team, including the elimination of a second-tier zombie. As this information circulated, discussions erupted among them. Lu Ming, however, did not rush them to make an immediate decision, allowing them time to deliberate. He then gestured for Lu Xinqing to bring forth the food. Meanwhile, when Shui and Qin Shan continued their efforts to repair the staircase, as boxes of instant noodles were passed up from below, once a pile of food was stacked at the stairway, the members of Tangan Yen's original team finally turned their attention to in this apocalyptic world. Tangible sustenance holds far more significance than any other trifles, making it the primary source of their interest. There exists a small supermarket on the top floor of the dormitory and a convenience store on the 7th floor. Occasionally, Tangan Yen would explore the upper levels and bring back some provisions. Although their supplies had not been entirely depleted, the nearly 100 survivors residing on the upper 3 floors made it impossible for everyone to be adequately fed. Initially, Tangan Yen could only provide them with 2 simple meals a day, which has recently dwindled to just 1. With their stomachs growling almost daily, it was inevitable that they would be drawn to the food presented by Lu Ming. In response, Lu Ming assured everyone, "For those who join us, the first meal is on the house, and thereafter, there will be 3 meals a day, with at least 1 bowl of noodles guaranteed." He had repeated this promise in front of many survivors before, and each time it garnered their loyalty, this occasion being no exception. The individuals on the 6th floor gazed at Lu Ming, for he was the one responsible for the disbandment of their team and thus should not have been their choice. Yet many yearned for the benefits of his group. As they looked at Lu Ming's face, they could not help but feel that this leader had not erred in his actions in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. He had rightfully triumphed over Tangan Yen and was willing to offer the defeated the same privileges as his own people. With this realization, many came to terms with the situation, understanding that aligning with such a formidable and promising leader was a wise decision. I am willing to join. A few voices echoed. With the sound of agreement, those who were previously indecisive began to raise their hands. Gradually, nearly all the members from Tangan Yen's team on the 6th floor expressed their desire to join Lu Ming's group. Thus, Lu Ming smoothly accepted the team from Tangan Yen. Only a few of Tangan Yen's loyal confidants felt a twinge of awkwardness in surrendering so quickly and approached Lu Ming with a request. "Hello, Mr. Lu Ming. May we see Sister Tang before deciding to join your team?" Lu Ming had stepped aside, leaving the proceedings in the capable hands of Lu Xinqing, who was responsible for recording and distributing supplies to the newcomers. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached him, her expression serious, followed by 4 others. Su Jingling, occupation, guardian, rank, level 1, potential, B, score, 77, loyalty, 54. With her B-level potential and a first-tier profession, Lu Ming was inclined to listen to what she had to say. He had already investigated, noting that within Tangan Yen's entire team, only 2 were professionals. Apart from the leader Tangan Yen, this individual was the sole professional among them. The guardian profession is a defensive one, which Lu Ming had yet to encounter amongst his subordinates. Seeing Lu Ming's willingness to hear her out, Su Jingling expressed gratitude and introduced herself. I am Su Jingling. We are the ones who previously followed Sister Tang in establishing this team. Although Sister Tang has surrendered us to you and your team offers excellent conditions, we noticed that her expression was quite grim when she left. We wish to see her before making our decision. Is that permissible? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming reasoned that granting them one opportunity would not be detrimental, and he consented. Su Jingling hurriedly expressed her thanks and led her companions upstairs. Upon reaching Tang Hanyan's room on the 7th floor, Su Jingling discovered the door was ajar. She glanced back at her companions and then confidently entered the room. Inside, she found Tang Hanyan slumped in a chair. Lost in thought, her form covered in dust from her recent endeavors. Upon noticing the arrival of her companions, Tang Hanyan quickly straightened herself and composed her demeanor. Su Jingling, unable to restrain her curiosity, inquired, if you were feeling so troubled, why did you resign yourself to that decision just now? Tang Hanyan turned her gaze towards Su Jingling and asked, do you believe we had any alternative paths available to us? Su Jingling paused, momentarily taken aback, and chose not to respond, tacitly conceding to the reality of their situation. A meticulous individual, she had previously compared the merits of both teams and, after witnessing Lu Ming's group, concluded that joining him was indeed the more favorable option. They all hailed from the same dormitory. There was no need for unnecessary conflict. Understanding Su Jingling's perspective, Tang Hanyan bore no resentment. Instead, she encouraged her and her companions. You should join his team. That man downstairs is extraordinary. I have a strong intuition that he will undoubtedly reshape this apocalyptic world. Reflecting on Lu Ming, Tang Hanyan's expression grew serious. My instincts have always proven accurate. Following that man will surely ensure your lives are smooth and prosperous. Yet Su Jingling, concerned, asked, and what about you? I simply wish to take a rest. Tang Hanyan replied nonchalantly. I have invested considerable effort for the team over the past half-month. Now, I intend to focus on my own pursuits and seek greater power. At this point, Tang Hanyan paused, her eyes glimmering with fervor. First, I shall engage in several sparring sessions with that Lu Ming. Upon uttering this, the despondency that had clouded her demeanor lifted slightly. Su Jingling immediately grasped the implication. It appeared that Tang Hanyan intended to remain within Lu Ming's group. With this understanding, they felt reassured. Their visit was merely to ensure she was not in despair. Chapter 62. The survivors of the last 3 floors before Lu Xinqing had finished tallying the individuals from the upper 3 floors. Su Jingling and her group returned my apologies for the trouble. Mr. Lu Ming, we also wish to join your team and hope you can overlook past grievances and accept us. Upon returning, Su Jingling politely expressed their desire to join. Lu Ming acquiesced. The loyalty of Tang Hanyan's entire team was not particularly high, averaging around 50 to 60, and thus required further cultivation. Consequently, Lu Ming did not set strict criteria for Su Jingling and her companions. A loyalty score above 50 was sufficient. Moreover, Lu Ming learned that Su Jingling held a significant position within Tang Hanyan's team, comparable to Lu Xinqing's role in his own group. Recognizing Su Jingling's familiarity with the individuals from the upper 3 floors, Lu Ming decided to forego waiting for Lu Xinqing's documentation and directly inquired about the situation there. How many people do you have? Have you completely taken control of these 3 floors? There are a total of 92 survivors remaining across the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, Su Jingling responded, her expression turning grave. As for complete control over these 3 floors. She hesitated, then added, we have established numerous forbidden zones within these floors, where many zombies have infiltrated, areas we currently lack the capability to handle. Particularly on the 8th floor, a terrifying creature has emerged, now dominating the entire level. Originally, we had far more survivors, but the majority perished during battles with that monster. A creature on the 8th floor? Lu Ming inquired. It's stronger than the 2nd-tier zombie on the 5th floor? It likely is, but we have not dared to confront the creature on the 5th floor, fearing casualties akin to those we suffered on the 8th. After Su Jingling's explanation, Lu Ming comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Their apparent control over the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors was superficial. They were effectively cornered on the 6th and 7th floors. With multiple forbidden zones they dared not approach. It was no wonder they surrendered so swiftly. They had reached a state of internal strife and external threats. Liu Ming, however, was unfazed by these challenges. The forbidden zones on the 6th and 7th floors likely contained a surplus of first-tier zombies that they could not manage collectively. His interest lay more with the creature on the 8th floor. He had sensed earlier that, as one ascended the building, the quality of the zombies increased. He surmised that a formidable entity had emerged on the upper levels, causing a surge in supernatural disturbances, presumably the creature on the 8th floor. Regarding the creature's strength, Liu Ming could only speculate, having never witnessed it firsthand. He assumed that no third-tier zombies had yet manifested, and the specifics would need to be assessed later. After discussing the situation with Su Jingling, Liu Ming permitted her to go and get food. Just then, Lu Xinqing completed her documentation, and Liu Ming exchanged a few words with her. This team consists of 17 zero-tier professionals, all of whom have now been integrated into our ranks. Lu Xinqing noted. Liu Ming instructed her, after eating, have these individuals relocated downstairs to reside among our previous members. This will facilitate the newcomers' loyalty development, as my original members have maintained loyalty scores above 80. There are also several locked forbidden zones with zombies on the upper levels. Coordinate with Su Jingling to assign someone to monitor those areas. Once the survivors from these 3 floors have acclimated to our way of life, we will engage the zombies above. At that point, the newly recruited combatants will take the lead, while the new ordinary members will assist in transporting the corpses. Allowing them to familiarize themselves with our team, Liu Ming's group had already established a well-organized process. Whenever new members joined, he promptly assigned them tasks to enhance their sense of contribution. With a substantial influx of individuals from the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, there was much work to be done, and Liu Ming did not linger unnecessarily. Lu Xinqing was more than capable of managing the tasks at hand. Liu Ming's primary focus was to evaluate the awakened potential within Tangan Yen's team. Remove Tangan Yen and Su Jingling, and there are still 11 individuals possessing awakening potential, albeit of a low caliber. The sole surprise, perhaps, is a girl named Su Jingling, who boasts B-level potential and may one day master the hyperfrequency state. However, according to Tangan Yen's previous description of her, she remains quite weak, likely due to her preoccupation with various tasks, resulting in a lack of combat insight. In summary, Liu Ming has identified a total of 16 potential awakeners under his command, representing a commendable latent force. After investigating these individuals, Liu Ming departed from the 6th floor. When Shui, who was still repairing the staircase, promptly handed the remaining work over to Qin Shan and hurried to catch up with him. When Shui and Wen Yu remained inseparable from Liu Ming, indicating that they had not yet overcome their dependency issues. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, Liu Ming encountered Huang Yuqian, who was stationed there with a team to guard the area. Liu Ming waved at her, and Huang Yuqian rushed over to embrace him. Ming, have you finished your tasks? Shall I help you relax? Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Yuqian noticed Wen Shui and Wen Yu behind Liu Ming and chuckled. You two are here as well? Wen Shui and Wen Yu kept their heads down. Remaining silent, Liu Ming playfully tapped Huang Yuqian's forehead, cautioning her, stop teasing them. They are quite timid. However, Huang Yuqian appeared unconvinced, remarking, they have only been here for a few days. Once they become familiar with you, they might start clinging to you. When Shui and Wen Yu continued to lower their heads, too bashful to respond, their cheeks flushed. They were acutely aware that given their current circumstances, should Liu Ming truly pursue them, they would not dare to resist. In the afternoon, Liu Ming spent some time with Huang Yuqian. During this period, the individuals from the top 3 floors were gradually assigned to the dormitories below. In the evening, Liu Ming strolled through the corridor with Wen Shui and Wen Yu, treating it like a shopping excursion, with the 2 sisters supporting him as they ambled along. Surrounding them were fellow residents, and occasionally, whispers of conversation could be heard. As they passed by the dormitories, Liu Ming caught glimpses of some beautiful girls. Such a comfortable life made Liu Ming forget the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the corridor was rather dim. It would have been even better if there had been electricity at night. A brightly lit dormitory building would surely dispel the gloom brought about by the end times. At this moment, Liu Ming felt a twinge of regret for not awakening a wood elementalist. That profession could generate long-burning wood, which combined with Zhang Yao's slightly extraordinary flames, could provide prolonged illumination and warmth for the dormitory building. Alas, the scrolls for elementalists were exceedingly rare, and every sub-branch of that profession was of great importance, leaving them in short supply. His next step would be to gather some scrolls for the elementalist profession. as lifestyle-oriented professions were increasingly necessary. Chapter 63. Tangan Yen comes to assist. Lu Ming initially planned to address the forbidden zones on the upper 3 floors in a few days. He aimed to first stabilize the internal situation and integrate those who had previously served under Tangan Yen into his team. Yet on the 3rd day, observing that things were nearly in order, he noted that within 2 days, they had begun to experience a more comfortable life under his care, so much so that they forgot about the apocalypse. They could wander freely within the building without the fear of stumbling into a zombie-infested area, and their meals were consistently provided. This contrasted sharply with their previous experiences under Tangan Yen's leadership, fostering a sense of belonging among them. Of course, part of this was due to the fact that Tangan Yen's team had only been established for less than a month, with most members having joined for just over 2 weeks. There was little loyalty to Tangan Yen, who lacked Lu Ming's professional capabilities. Thus, on that morning, Lu Ming organized a team to address the forbidden zones on the upper 3 floors. After fully absorbing all the survivors in the dormitory building, Lu Ming's team had grown to 241 individuals. Among them were numerous ordinary girls, making it impossible to deploy all the combatants as before. Some personnel needed to remain to manage them. The main entrance and corridors also required patrolling. This time, Lu Ming brought along half of his forces, around 30 combatants, all of whom were from the upper 3 floors. "Sure, I will leave the management of the situation downstairs to you," Lu Ming instructed, retaining Lin Shiyue. Ever since Lin Shiyue and Lu Ming's relationship had progressed, she had begun assisting Lu Xinchen with team management issues. In the evenings, she would also help Lu Xinchen manage matters concerning Lu Ming. In terms of capability, Lin Shiyue had become the most reliable person in the team, aside from the 2 second-tier members. "Let us go. We'll head up and take a look," Lu Ming said to Lu Xinchen, then turned to Su Jingling, instructing her, "You lead the way and tell us about the situation upstairs." Su Jingling stepped aside to walk beside Lu Ming while narrating, "Half a month ago, we had nearly cleared the upper 3 floors. However, we encountered some zombie hordes that were challenging for us to handle, particularly those with over 7 or 8 first-tier zombies, which posed a significant threat to our team. We sealed them off for future consideration. Initially, there were 8 such locations, but we managed to eliminate 2 using gradual luring tactics. Now, there are still 6 forbidden zones remaining on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, 3 on the 6th, 2 on the 7th, and the last one being the entire 8th floor." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming inquired, "Did you acquire any crystals after dealing with the first-tier zombies?" He had only heard from Lu Xinchen that there was nothing of value on the individuals upstairs, assuming they were unaware of the existence of crystals. However, Su Jingling informed him, "Are you referring to those glowing stones? Those were absorbed by Tang Jie to enhance her powers and subsequently discarded." Lu Ming sighed in resignation. If the crystals in Su Jingling's possession had been retained, they could have potentially helped Lin Shiyue reach the 2nd tier. Recently, Lu Xinchen had not neglected the exploration tasks. With so many combatants under his command, occasionally dispatching a team would not disrupt the schedule or rest periods. They had managed to accumulate quite a few crystals, all of which were given to Lin Shiyue, advancing her progress toward the 2nd tier to around 40. Sadly, the crystals from the upper 3 floors had been partially taken by Tangan Yen, leaving Lin Shiyue to continue waiting for Lu Xinchen's team to return from their hunting expeditions. "This is the first forbidden zone on the 6th floor," Su Jingling announced as she led them to a room and explained. "This used to be the hot water room on the 6th floor. At the onset of the apocalypse, people were queuing here for water when they were attacked, resulting in numerous zombies. Break down the door," Lu Ming commanded the martial artist to take action. Just as someone moved, a long leg suddenly emerged from behind Lu Ming and kicked open the door to the hot water room with a resounding bang, revealing a horde of zombies within. Lu Ming turned his head to see none other than Tangan Yen. "What brings you here?" He realized he hadn't seen Tangan Yen in the past couple of days and had assumed she had retreated to the 7th floor, sulking. However, the reappearing Tangan Yen looked as confident and radiant as ever. "I've recovered my health," she replied with a smile. Crossing her arms, "I came to fulfill our agreement. You promised me you would accept my challenge. I'm busy." "Not now." Lu Ming waved his hand, uninterested in engaging with her at the moment. But Tangan Yen was unwilling to relent, pouting, "Isn't it just about addressing these forbidden zones? I'm here to help. After all, I want to reclaim the ground I lost to that group of zombies." It was hard to say whether Tangan Yen had heard about their battle and intentionally came to join in for the thrill. Her temperament was rather fiery. When she said she would fight, she truly kicked the door open and charged in alone. Lu Ming couldn't ignore her. After having defeated her last time, her loyalty had inexplicably risen to over 60, even though they hadn't seen each other for 2 days. Her loyalty had increased a few more points, marking her as one of his potential trusted aides. Liu Ming gestured for the others to follow him inside to assist. This battle was led by Lu Xinchen. With Huang Yuqian absent, the front lines were manned by martial artists, Song Xian and Tian Wei, while there were also 2 first-tier archers, Chen Xiaoxi and Lu Jiaying, further back. The 30-plus combatants were only partially deployed, tasked with dealing with ordinary zombies to alleviate the combat pressure. The walls between the hot water room and the adjacent dormitory had been torn down by zombies, creating a sizable space. Aside from the ordinary zombies, Liu Ming assessed that there were likely 8 first-tier zombies present. However, with Tangan Yen leading and several first-tier professionals fighting together, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Lu Xinchen began collecting crystals, and Tangan Yen made no claim for the spoils, instead leaning against the wall and exhaling deeply. She remarked with satisfaction, "It feels far more liberating to fight when someone has your back. I can focus solely on my own battles without concerning myself with the issues behind me." Previously, when Tangan Yen led her team, she had to consider her companions, which made her hesitant in combat. This time, however, she felt she fought with greater vigor and confidence, and winning was the most crucial aspect. Tangan Yen couldn't help but glance over at the individuals surrounding Liu Ming. Although only a portion of their team had come, they had effortlessly conquered areas that they had previously struggled to breach. This was the difference. "Let us move to the next location," Liu Ming signaled for Su Jingling to continue leading the way. Naturally, Tangan Yen followed along, not only to await her chance to spar with Liu Ming, but also because these forbidden zones were originally her unresolved challenges, and she felt she had every right to participate. Chapter 64. The sealed area. The second sealed location was at the end of the eastern corridor. It is said that Tangan Yen lured some zombies over, escaping through the window of a nearby dormitory. One must admit, Tangan Yen possesses remarkable audacity and relishes such thrilling challenges. This time, the first-tier zombies in the quarantined area increased in number, reaching about a dozen. Liu Ming primarily observed Su Jingling's combat skills. Over the past 2 days, Liu Ming had specifically sought to train Su Jingling, both to enhance her loyalty and to cultivate her abilities. Su Jingling, with her B-level potential, should theoretically be able to comprehend the super-frequency state akin to Huang Yuqian. Yet she currently lacked even the basic skills. On the first day, when called out, Su Jingling appeared somewhat flustered, pondering whether she was about to be ambushed. However, Liu Ming merely assisted her in honing her combat abilities for an afternoon without overstepping boundaries. Thus, by the end of the session, Su Jingling even felt that this man was rather responsible. Consequently, when she returned to the dormitory and her companions inquired about her experience, Su Jingling felt a twinge of complexity in her heart. She replied that it was quite painful and exhausting, but they had merely trained in the afternoon, nothing more. Her companions were incredulous, believing her disheveled appearance upon her return was indicative of a more strenuous ordeal. To have aligned herself with Liu Ming on her very first day was a source of envy for them. Su Jingling chose not to clarify, unconcerned with the gossip. The following day, she proactively approached Liu Ming, requesting his continued assistance in training. As a result, her combat capabilities surged swiftly, and today in the battle to cleanse the quarantined area, she was already able to utilize the super-frequency state. However, her profession as a guardian greatly differed from others. Currently, observing the abundance of first-tier zombies in this quarantine zone, Su Jingling adeptly activated her super-frequency state. Subsequently, a layer of psychic shield enveloped all individuals nearby engaged in combat with the zombies. This exemplifies the abilities of a guardian. Typically, a guardian wields a shield composed of psychic energy. While not particularly aggressive, it effectively defends against the ranged attacks of archers like Lin Shiyue. Upon acquiring the super-frequency state, the Guardian's abilities are further amplified, as evidenced now by providing her companions with a collective shield. It is an exceptionally useful supportive role, albeit quite rare. Individuals like Liu Ming had never encountered a scroll pertaining to the Guardian profession. "When did you learn this?" Tangan Yen gazed at Su Jingling, somewhat astonished. She then glanced back at Liu Ming, surmising that he had indeed assisted her. Tangan Yen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, hoping she too could swiftly master Liu Ming's exotic beast, which appeared quite impressive. The cleanup on the 6th floor gradually came to a close. The 3 open quarantined areas yielded 27 first-tier crystals for Liu Ming. He instructed Lu Xinqing to collect them, intending to deliver them to Lin Shiriyue later. As the only A-level potential in Lin Ming's team, she was Lu Ming's second cultivation target. Of course, in terms of potential, Tangan Yen surpassed her, being the second individual with S-level potential Lu Ming had encountered. However, her loyalty was significantly lacking, making her an impractical consideration for the time being. Ascending to the 7th floor, Lu Ming observed Tangan Yen's silhouette and inquired of her, who was leading the way, "Is it all right for you to exert yourself so vigorously? When we engage in combat later, do not offer excuses." In this endeavor against the quarantined area on the 6th floor, Tangan Yen was undoubtedly the main force, having activated her super-frequency state 3 times. Lu Ming harbored doubts about how long her psychic energy could endure. Yet, without looking back, Tangan Yen nonchalantly remarked, "It's all the same. Regardless, we cannot win. I merely seek to experience the sensation of losing, to see if I can comprehend your abilities." Tangan Yen nearly stated that she was merely there to take a beating. Lu Ming refrained from commenting on her peculiar preferences, opting instead to respect her choices. On the 7th floor, the first quarantined area was a ruin that had collapsed from above. Standing on the 7th floor, Lu Ming gazed at the substantial void created by the damaged ceiling, feeling a sense of awe. Truly, the modern dormitories constructed in recent years are of commendable quality. This structure had not succumbed to the collapse of the 8th floor. Simultaneously, he peered through the opening, glimpsing the conditions on the 8th floor. Within lay a shroud of darkness, the corridor emanating a disconcerting psychic aura. The sensation of this aura caused Lu Ming's expression to turn serious. It was the presence of a third-tier entity. Could it be that third-tier monsters have indeed emerged in the current world, and coincidentally within their building? Taking a glance ahead at Tangan Yen, who was fiercely battling the zombies with utter disregard for her surroundings, Lu Ming abandoned the notion of inquiring further. Instead, he summoned the more composed Su Jingling, asking, "Have you encountered the monster upstairs? What is its nature?" Within Tangan Yen's team, there were only 2 first-tier members, and only Tangan Yen, with her ability to utilize the super-frequency state, possessed any semblance of combat effectiveness. If a third-tier monster truly resided above, Lu Ming doubted Tangan Yen's group had any chance of survival. The third tier represents a significant threshold, the pinnacle achievable by D-level potential capable of comprehending skills. Such entities would also wield skills sufficient to eliminate Tangan Yen's group completely. Upon hearing Lu Ming mention the monster upstairs, Su Jingling couldn't suppress a shiver, gathering her thoughts before responding, "That monster is formidable, but it is not without weaknesses. It remains in a constant state of slumber. If we were to launch a surprise attack, we might have a chance." Su Jingling's tone betrayed uncertainty, as her team would undoubtedly lack the opportunity. But Lu Ming's group might not be so limited. Upon hearing this, the experienced Lu Ming suddenly grasped the essence of the creature above. It was likely a monster in the midst of an evolutionary phase, requiring vast amounts of psychic energy and continual transformation to ascend to the third tier, thus remaining dormant to accumulate strength for its progression. There was no need for concern, even if it were a genuine third-tier entity. Lu Ming felt he could manage it. Departing from the gaping void on the 7th floor, Lu Ming and his companions engaged in the final quarantined area on the 7th floor, only to notice that Tangan Yen appeared somewhat fatigued. She had repeatedly activated her super-frequency state and charged in with fervor, never sparing her psychic energy. Even her S-level talent could not withstand such extravagance. After dispatching just a couple of zombies, she crouched down, exhausted, watching her comrades fight with an expression of profound envy. Soon, Tangan Yen cast a pitiful glance towards Lu Ming, seeking his assistance, seemingly yearning for a portion of his psychic energy. Lu Ming could have shared some of his psychic energy with her, but chose to ignore her request. Tangan Yen's exhaustion stemmed not only from her depleted psychic energy, but also from her physical state. Even if she possessed psychic energy in abundance, her combat efficiency paled in comparison to her peers. Lu Ming refused to squander his own energy. Chapter 65. The opportunity to obtain a blue box. The 7th floor yielded another 15 first-tier crystals. Calculating, this would elevate Lin Shiriyue's progress to 80 for her second tier. Given that the quarantined areas had not produced any second-tier zombies on the 6th or 7th floors, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at Tangan Yen's luck. Yet, with a third-tier monster ascending on the 8th floor, it was difficult to determine whether their fortune was indeed favorable or otherwise. Having concluded the quarantine area on the 7th floor, Lu Ming pressed onward towards the staircase leading to the 8th floor, intending to confront the monster atop. Observing his actions, Tangan Yen, who had been resting on the ground, immediately panicked and hastily pursued him. Wait, wait. Where are you going? Are you planning to confront that monster? I want to go too. Lend me a bit of psychic energy, just a little, and I promise I can be of use. You wouldn't leave me behind to watch idly during such a crucial battle, would you? You wouldn't, right? Speak to me, Lu Ming. Please say something. Seeing Lu Ming ascend the stairs step by step, Tangan Yen grew frantic. From behind the railing, she craned her neck to look at him above, yearning to catch up but fearing that her current state would only hinder him. She could only implore him for a share of his psychic energy. She had witnessed the monster's prowess firsthand, recognizing it as the most formidable creature she had ever encountered. Thus, to engage such a being, she needed to participate. It was the battle she had longed for. After Tangan Yen expressed herself at length, Lu Ming finally halted, crouching down to peer at her through the railing, reminiscent of observing a pet. In that moment, Tangan Yen wore a somewhat ingratiating expression, as though beseeching her master for sustenance. Lu Ming regarded her face and remarked, "It is quite clear you have been reckless with your psychic energy. I specifically cautioned you once before. How was I to know you would wish to ascend to the 8th floor? Tangan Yen felt a wave of embarrassment. She had been unaware of Lu Ming's plans for the day. He had only brought a portion of the team to address the quarantined areas on the 6th and 7th floors, with intentions to tackle the 8th floor thereafter. Who could have foreseen such a course of action? Well, you can only blame yourself for insisting on residing on the 7th floor. Had you chosen to stay on our floor, you would have learned of this sooner." Lu Ming shook his head. Resuming his ascent, Tangan Yen's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately called out, "I'll move. As soon as I return, I'll relocate. I'll definitely move to the 3rd floor. Don't go, Lu Ming, take me with you." Seeing Lu Ming genuinely prepared to ascend, Tangan Yen's complexion paled, and she disregarded her pride. "No. In front of everyone, I'll grab your ankle." Using her slender frame, she reached over the railing and clung to Lu Ming's calf. "I beg you, Lu Ming. I can do anything. Just lend me some psychic energy to let me go up." What a madwoman! Lu Ming's cheeks twitched as he looked down at Tangan Yen, who was pressed against the railing. How had he never noticed her penchant for relentless pursuit? He vividly recalled the first time he met Tangan Yen when she had gracefully descended onto the windowsill. Now, she appeared utterly deranged. Oh yes, still a masochist, relishing in the pain. Around her, the members of Lu Ming's team stood frozen, barely able to contain themselves. Lu Xinqing wore a particularly grim expression. She recalled having previously commented to Lu Ming that Tangan Yen was a person of considerable knowledge. Just thinking about it made her blush. In reality, she was simply a fool. It was entirely her fault for judging someone she had not truly engaged with. Finally, Lu Ming spoke up with a sense of resignation. "Enough? I never intended to confront that monster. I merely wanted to take a look. I haven't brought anyone with me, so please let go. Everyone is watching." Lu Ming was no demon. If Tangan Yen wished to partake in the battle, he would certainly agree. However, he had no intention of engaging in a fight himself. He only sought to make her a bit anxious, hoping she wouldn't feel so isolated in her dwelling. From his observations near the hollow on the 7th floor, the superpower emanating from the 8th floor was subtle yet calm. The monster was evidently still in a stable phase of evolution, with at least a week remaining before it would advance. There was no need for Lu Ming to deal with it today. Lin Shiyue would soon reach the 2nd tier, and Tangan Yen had a beast to comprehend in a couple of days. Resolving the issue with this monster would be quite easy. You weren't planning to take action against it? Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Tangan Yen finally released her grip, exhaling deeply in relief. Lu Ming then suggested, "If you truly desire superpowers, perhaps you could borrow some from Lu Xinqing. You might find it useful if you still wish to spar with me later." "Ha ha ha, that won't be necessary." Tangan Yen chuckled lightly, replying, "Even if I borrowed it, you'd still defeat me instantly. I can handle this on my own." Lu Ming paid her no further heed and proceeded to the 8th floor. Inside the 8th floor, the entire expanse was shrouded in darkness, silent as the grave. There were no living souls, nor any zombies. The remaining zombies here had likely been devoured by the creature nearing its 3rd-tier evolution. Lu Ming ascended to investigate what peculiarities the 8th floor possessed that could nurture such a being. The 2 floors below had been completely overrun, yielding only a single second-tier zombie. Upon rounding the corner of the corridor, he encountered a massive fleshy tumor deep within the hallway. It seemed to harbor something within, with countless elongated fleshy tendrils merging seamlessly into the walls. A closer inspection revealed that the walls of the entire 8th floor bore a hue of blood and flesh. This soon-to-be third-tier zombie was attempting to amalgamate the entire 8th floor with itself. At this moment, Lu Ming recalled something Lu Xinxing had once said in his previous life. When she returned to the school, searching for Tangan Yen and the others, she found no one here, only a monster lurking atop the school. This must surely be the very creature. It was also this being that had slain the likes of Tangan Yen in his past life. It was no wonder. Once it evolved to the 3rd tier, no one in this building would survive. Unless Tangan Yen reached the 2nd tier and mastered a beast, she might stand a chance against it. However, the Tangan Yen of his previous life could never have developed so swiftly. Utilizing his probing ability, Lu Ming continuously scanned the zombie. While he could not examine the zombie itself, he could ascertain whether it possessed any useful items for humans. As anticipated, the next moment, a prompt emerged from within the zombie's abdomen. Treasure chest? Distance too far or obstructed. It was a treasure chest that had mistakenly consumed human energy. Enabling its evolution, Lu Ming finally gleaned the answer. For a 2nd-tier zombie to evolve, it must have originated from a green chest. Yet now, the chest had lost its rarity since the contents had already been absorbed by the zombie. Nevertheless, there was another piece of news that worked to his advantage. Should this evolving zombie perish at this juncture, its superpower would be funneled back into the chest. Consequently, the zombie would fail to evolve, while the chest would absorb all of its essence, completing a transformation. In other words, eliminating this zombie would grant Lu Ming the opportunity to obtain a blue chest that should not exist at this stage. Chapter 66. Still want to spar? How fortunate to encounter such an opportunity, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he exited the 8th floor. Upon returning to the corridor of the 7th floor, he was met with a long leg aimed at him. The kick missed its target, stopping just shy of the wall, as Tangan Yen, positioned in a leg slam stance, inquired, "Having visited the 8th floor, aren't you obliged to fulfill our promise?" Lu Ming did not act immediately but rather scrutinized her, asking, "If you wish to learn about beasts, I have gentler methods. All you need is guidance on how to harness this power. I am curious as to why you don't simply seek me out to learn directly, but insist on experiencing it through combat. Fighting me will only result in your swift defeat. I doubt you can learn much in that fleeting moment. Do you genuinely wish to acquire new abilities? Or do you merely enjoy being beaten? I don't understand what you're saying." Tangan Yen maintained a serious expression, meeting his gaze as she replied, "Choosing to battle you is merely because I have rarely lost. And it feels novel. My ultimate aim in combat is, of course, to become stronger." Lu Ming inwardly scoffed, though he chose to dismiss her denial. Raising his hand, he decided to take action. Since Tangan Yen desired a confrontation, then let it be so. Lu Ming showed her no mercy, reaching out directly for her neck. At that moment, he distinctly noticed the excitement in her expression, her breathing quickening. Damn, what a weirdo. Tangan Yen did not merely wait to be seized. She put up some resistance. Her leg, pressed against the wall, aimed a kick at Lu Ming's neck, though he could not discern whether her actions were deliberate or if she were simply too exhausted from the prolonged battle. The kick felt soft and posed no need for defense. When her foot rested on his shoulder, Lu Ming detected not the scent of sweat, but rather the fragrance of a fresh shower gel. How many times does this woman bathe in a day? In such an environment, it was indeed a waste of water. Lu Ming recalled a prior conversation with Su Jingling regarding the occupants of the upper floors, during which he learned that Tangan Yen spent her free time engaging in a cycle of exercise, showering, exercising, and showering again. No wonder, so many had perished in this dormitory building while the water supply was consumed at such a rapid pace. Tangan Yen alone had used a considerable amount. As he pondered how this woman still required proper guidance, he seized her and tossed her aside. Summoning a beast, Lu Ming's attack this time was lighter than the last, sending her crashing into a dormitory room adjacent to the corridor. Despite the softened blow, Tangan Yen still barreled through the dormitory wall, crashing inside like a cannonball. However, she had prepared for this, and with the diminished intensity of the attack, it wasn't long before a disheveled Tangan Yen emerged from within. Cough, cough. Continue, continue. Tangan Yen coughed, standing somewhat unsteadily, clearly struggling even after managing to get back on her feet. Having faced the beast head-on, she was undeniably a bit disoriented. Yet no matter how injured she became, it did not dampen her enthusiasm. With flushed cheeks, she defiantly gazed at Lu Ming. Her excitement unabated. It seemed that after enduring this blow, she had become even more enthused. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. As a leader who considered himself quite accommodating, he aimed to satisfy Tangan Yen's wishes. The giant whale beast was summoned once more. This time, the floor of the 7th level could not withstand the second assault from the beast. It collapsed beneath the impact, taking Tangan Yen with it in a dramatic cascade. Nearby, Wen Shui and Qin Shan exhibited no surprise, already working to stabilize the ground below and prevent further floors from collapsing. Peering over the edge of the fractured floor, Lu Ming looked down, only to find a pile of bricks where Tangan Yen had vanished from view. It appeared she had been buried yet again. This time unable to extricate herself. However, faintly, Lu Ming could hear her weak voice emanating from beneath the rubble. Continue. I can endure. That's enough. This time, Lu Ming chose not to respond, turning to leave. Before he departed, he pointed below, instructing Lu Xinxing and the others, retrieve her and find a bed for her to recuperate. Once Lu Ming had left, Su Jingling, along with several ordinary girls, descended to pull Tangan Yen from the pile of bricks. Observing Tangan Yen's bruised and battered face, Su Jingling, filled with concern, asked, "Are you trying to get yourself killed with this kind of fighting?" Tangan Yen replied with a calm demeanor, "It's merely that within our team, no one else can engage with me in such a manner." Her tone carried a hint of detachment, indicating a resolve to sever ties with her past, which was beneficial for both her and Su Jingling. The two exchanged these words, and the conversation fell silent. Su Jingling quietly bandaged Tangan Yen's wounds, refraining from further dialogue, seemingly unsure of how to interact naturally with the former leader. It was Tangan Yen, who eventually broke the silence. Asking, "You should be doing well these past couple of days?" Su Jingling nodded, not withholding the truth, and informed her, "Lu Ming and his group have abundant resources. We won't lack for anything. Everyone's lives are significantly better than before." "That's good." Tangan Yen released a sigh of relief. Her fear was not losing the team to others, but rather that her people would be subjected to maltreatment if they were defeated. The critical issue was that she lacked the power to save them. Now, with such events not occurring and Su Jingling and the others faring better than before, Tangan Yen felt reassured. Su Jingling paused in her bandaging, inquiring, "What about you? Will you continue like this, just coming to spar with him every day and end up in this state?" "I think this is quite satisfactory." Tangan Yen lay leisurely on the dormitory bed, feeling no pain from her current state. Her resilience had always been remarkable. At times, she even found it rather exhilarating. Su Jingling could not help but voice her thoughts. "Why don't you join us here? Let us discuss it later. You've just joined, and if I come in now, people might be wary of me. I don't believe Lu Ming is that kind of person. However, it feels awkward to turn around and seek to join after such a humiliating defeat. It's not my style." Tangan Yen shook her head. "I'll wait until he needs me." After Tangan Yen spoke, Su Jingling's expression grew peculiar. "Wasn't he just a moment ago when you were begging Lu Ming to take you into battle?" She decided to let it go. Since Tangan Yen was so stubborn, it was best to give her some face. Once the bandaging was complete, as Su Jingling was about to leave the room, she heard Tangan Yen say once more, "Your relationship with Lu Ming should be quite good now, right? Please tell him I will visit him in a couple of days. Still fighting? Can't you tone it down a bit?" Su Jingling sensed that Tangan Yen had become even more unrestrained since leaving the team, which actually aligned quite well with her previous behavior. Chapter 67. Lin Shiyue, Lu Xinxing. After Su Jingling left the dormitory, Tangan Yen stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. Moments later, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her wound still throbbed with pain. Yet amid the discomfort, there was an exhilarating sensation accompanying the agony. The pain persistently stimulated her nerves, and combined with the current apocalyptic circumstances, Tangan Yen felt that nothing could be more invigorating. This was indeed the essence of being alive. In that moment, she sensed the surge of her supernatural abilities within her. As images of Lu Ming's powerful strike flashed through her mind. Ultimately, with her bandaged hand, she moved slightly, and with a faint pop, something began to form in her palm. Tangan Yen did not look, but she knew she was on the verge of comprehending the ability of exotic beasts. After Lu Ming descended the stairs, he casually took the crystal from Lu Xinqing's hand to deliver it to Lin Shiyue. Lin Shiyue was not on the third floor where everyone resided. Lu Ming searched and found her stationed near the main entrance on the first floor, diligently patrolling and occasionally shooting down a passing zombie. Noticing Lu Ming's approach, Lin Shiyue lowered her bow and instructed a few nearby combatants. You all keep an eye on the main entrance. If a zombie passes while I'm away, let it go. Don't disturb the other creatures. She then jogged over to Lu Ming, brushed her hair aside, and asked, have the issues on the upper 3 floors been resolved? There is still one monster advancing to the 3rd tier. We can tackle it together once you reach the 2nd tier. Lu Ming replied as he handed the crystals to Lin Shiyue. After she absorbed them, it appeared she still needed a few more. They would be able to produce them by tomorrow. Lin Shiyue stored away the crystals but did not use them immediately. Instead, she glanced back at the combatants guarding the entrance. Seeing that they were all focused on the exterior and not paying attention to her and Lu Ming, she quickly tiptoed and gently kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. After the kiss, she attempted to flee but was embraced by Lu Ming, who asked, after taking care of you for so long, is that all you wanted? Just a kiss on the cheek? Lin Shiyue chuckled lightly, playfully punching his chest. What do you mean? Just a kiss on the cheek? Haven't I done everything for you these past few days? I haven't stopped you, yet you keep testing your limits with me. That's different. I'm curious to see what it's like when you take the initiative. Lu Ming's hands tightened around Lin Shiyue's waist, prompting her to grasp his hands tightly. All right, I'm still on guard at the main entrance. You can test me tonight, Lin Shiyue whispered, cautiously glancing back at the combatants, fearful of being seen by them. Like Lu Xinqing, she was a rather conservative person, reluctant to let go, especially in the presence of others. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was far from conservative. Minutes later, Lin Shiyue whispered, wait, not here. Let us go to the dormitory next door. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xinqing came down from the floor, glanced towards the main entrance, and inquired of the combatants, has Lu Ming been here? One of the combatants promptly replied, Lord Lu Ming is not. At that she turned to point, but found that Lu Ming and Lin Shiyue, who had been speaking by the wall, had already vanished. The girl froze, wondering why Lin Shiyue hadn't returned and who was responsible for guarding the main entrance. Lu Xinqing caught a glimpse of the girl's expressions and guessed that something had transpired. After learning that Lin Shiyue was the one on guard, Lu Xinqing found herself at a loss for words. She hadn't expected someone as serious as Lin Shiyue to become so derelict in duty in Lu Ming's presence. Lu Xinqing quickly covered for the two of them. All right, I understand. They are likely discussing matters related to the 8th floor. I'll bring in other professionals to assist you. Lu Xinqing hurriedly left, and as she passed the dormitory closest to the staircase, a hand suddenly reached out from within and grabbed her, pulling her inside. Lu Xinqing was startled. She had never encountered such an unexpected assault. However, upon realizing it was Lu Ming, she relaxed. Yet her heart sank again when she spotted Lin Shiyue, wrapped in a blanket nearby. Anxiously, Lu Xinqing asked Lu Ming, is this? Lu Ming patted her on the head and reassured her. Relax, it's nothing. I just noticed you and Lin Shiyue tend to be a bit restrained, so I thought I'd give you both a proper lesson. Conveniently, since the two of you have time together today, let us have a class together. Lu Xinqing's heart raced at the thought. An hour later, near the main entrance, the combatants stationed there kept glancing upstairs. They were puzzled as Lu Xinqing had previously mentioned calling in a first-tier professional to assist them, yet they had received no news. Fortunately, there were still patrols inside the building. Huang Yuqian, noticing the absence of a first-tier professional at the main entrance, inquired with a knowing expression and volunteered to fill the position. In the evening, Lu Ming finally emerged from the dormitory. Lu Xinqing and Lin Shiyue had already gone to bed. As Lu Ming stepped out alone, he spotted two girls crouching by the wall, Wen Shui and Wen Yu, who had seemingly come over at some point. The two huddled together for warmth, occasionally glancing towards the dormitory door. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Wen Yu's face lit up with joy. However, her sister Wen Shui looked a bit apologetic as she said, I am sorry, Lu Ming. My sister and I are still struggling to adapt to this apocalyptic environment. We find it hard to rely on anyone but you. Only being near you brings us comfort. This indicated that they felt uneasy if they did not see him throughout the day and needed to remain close to him for reassurance. Lu Ming did not refuse. This was far better than when the two sisters had clung to his legs before. At least now they wouldn't be a bother, so he kindly informed them, it's all right. Both of you have helped me quite a bit. whether it's repairing the walls or managing the water supply on the first floor. But it's so cold outside. Why didn't you two just knock and come in? At this, when Shui and when you fell silent, Liu Ming's question was so unexpected that they didn't know how to respond. It was Wen Yu who, at this moment, stole a glance at him and murmured, "If Lord Lu Ming doesn't mind, I'll try knocking next time." "Wen Yu?" Her sister, Wen Shui, exclaimed in shock, wondering how her sister could dare to respond like that. Lu Ming, however, chuckled, ruffling Wen Yu's long hair. "Excellent. I'll be waiting for your visit next time. Wen Shui, you should learn from your sister and be a bit more open." Wen Yu beamed with delight, while Wen Shui lowered her head in embarrassment. How does one be open in such matters? She was acutely aware of what would happen if they went inside. It seemed that Lu Ming desired them to enter. And even her sister seemed to agree. What about herself? When Shui scrutinized her own feelings. Although she had not known Lu Ming for long, she had always relied on him and found herself surprisingly unbothered by such matters. Her cheeks began to flush. Chapter 68. Former senior. The next day, despite Lu Ming's reassurances to the two sisters, he still granted them some time to contemplate. After a restful night, Lu Ming rallied the over 200 survivors in the building to tidy up the premises thoroughly. They unearthed useful items and entrusted them to a designated administrator, whom Lu Ming appointed as Lu Jiaying, allowing her to select a few combatants as subordinates to manage daily affairs. The reason for organizing these items was that Lu Ming sensed his time in this dormitory was limited. Only the top floor remained unexamined, and aside from the future blue treasure chest, there was little of value left in the building. Meanwhile, many treasures awaited him outside. Additionally, there were numerous esteemed female professionals he had long admired from a distance in his past life. And now it was his turn to lend them a hand. Liu Ming instructed Lu Xinqing, who was out on patrol slaying monsters, to complete the campus map quickly and find a suitable route for their departure. He himself went to the first-floor water room, which had turned into a storage area, and exchanged several crystals for boxes of instant noodles. With over 200 people, the consumption of supplies was still alarmingly rapid. Fortunately, Lu Ming had grown indifferent to the trifling first-tier crystals. Obtaining such items was a mere matter for Lu Xinqing on her next outing. In the afternoon, Lin Shiyue finally amassed sufficient materials for the second tier. However, due to her potential being rated as A, her absorption of the crystallized energy did not match the swiftness exhibited by Lu Ming and Lu Xinqing. On that day, she did not have the opportunity to confront the monster on the 8th floor. By the third day, Lu Xinqing returned from an expedition outside, hurriedly seeking out Lu Ming to inform him that the map was ready. The situation within the campus was, in fact, manageable, with threatening hordes of zombies concentrated at several specific locations. Upon being invited into Lu Ming's dormitory, Lu Xinqing pretended not to notice Wang Yuqian and Shou Qing, who were concealed beneath a blanket behind him. She unfurled a meticulously drawn map before Lu Ming, featuring clean lines and elegant script, and stated, "This is the map drawn by Song Xian. The zombies on campus are primarily concentrated in the dormitory buildings and similar areas, with many structures already beyond salvation. After all, the apocalypse commenced at night, and the dormitories, being densely populated, are the most susceptible to the formation of zombie hordes. Other locations are marked here." Lu Xinqing handed the map to Lu Ming, who took a glance and observed that the male and female dormitory zones had indeed been marked with numerous red dots, with some areas appearing as chaotic scribbles. After scrutinizing the map for a while longer, Lu Ming discovered that 2 female dormitories were salvageable. He had several martial artists adept at scaling buildings, who could potentially assist in rescuing those trapped inside. Furthermore, he had 2 earth elemental mages who could construct a ladder from the outside given some time. The methods to locate survivors were plentiful, and Lu Ming felt that his team's progress was swift. Dedicating a few days to population searches seemed feasible. Shifting his gaze from the dormitory buildings, Lu Ming scanned other areas and noticed several red-marked locations on the playground and a few classrooms. Recalling the building housing the Kendo Club, which he believed to be the 4th teaching building, he focused his attention there, only to find it entirely coated in red. He raised his head to inquire of Lu Xinqing. "What is the situation with the 4th teaching building? Why is it marked this way?" Lu Xinqing, seated beside him, leaned over to glance at the map and replied, "Before the apocalypse, many students studied in that building, leading to a significant number of zombies emerging from within. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the building collapsed, and now it stands as a mere ruin, housing numerous zombies. Has it truly become a ruin?" Lu Ming mused, momentarily lost in thought. His concern did not revolve around the building itself, nor its weapons like swords, but rather the possibility of individuals who might still be trapped within. The senior who established the Kendo Club was the first-tier practitioner he had personally witnessed in his previous life, who had once saved him during the chaos of university life. Although she might not be near the fourth teaching building now, otherwise she would not have appeared to rescue him later. Nevertheless, Lu Ming informed Lu Xinqing, "In the coming days, I wish to investigate this ruin. I must visit there before we depart." Understood, Lu Xinqing agreed, though a hint of confusion lingered within her, wondering why he was particularly interested in this building when there were so many others on campus. Surely, there must be something significant about it, or it would not have inexplicably transformed into ruins. After studying the map for a while longer, Lu Ming returned it to Lu Xinqing, noting that the paths leading out of the school were obstructed by several marked threat points, which would require Lu Xinqing and her team to gradually clear. Meanwhile, he prepared to seek out that senior. Upon first encountering her in his previous life, he had lacked experience and clarity, but upon reflection, he suspected her potential was quite formidable. Alas, with monsters overrunning the campus, her fate would likely mirror that of Tangan Yen. Lu Ming planned to venture to the fourth teaching building later, reasoning that it would be more convenient to go alone if he intended to bring the senior back. He could not help but feel a pang of melancholy as he recalled past events. Sensing his expression, Lu Xinqing was about to comfort him when the door was suddenly flung open. "Lu Ming, come quickly and see my white tiger," Tangan Yen exclaimed excitedly as she rushed in, her words akin to the roar of a fierce beast. This left Lu Xinqing momentarily stunned, while those patrolling outside could not help but glance curiously into the dormitory. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Tangan Yen and retorted, "I won't look. I have a phobia of shellfish." Tangan Yen paused, bewildered by his response. Only upon observing the reactions of those around her did she begin to comprehend, her face flushing with indignation as she exclaimed, "What are you all thinking? Who do you think I, Tangan Yen, am? What I meant was, let me show you my newly comprehended ability, exotic beast, white tiger." With that, she conjured forth a small, white, superpowered creature into her hands. Puffed with pride, she crossed her arms and declared, "What do you think? My talent is quite impressive, isn't it? I just learned it this morning." Lu Ming was taken aback by Tangan Yen's display of exotic beast. Despite having received a few beatings, he had never imparted any substantial knowledge to her, yet she had managed to learn it. "All right, Lu Ming, it's daytime. Stop lounging on the bed," Tangan Yen insisted, putting away her exotic beast before bounding over to his bedside, grasping his arm and urging him to rise. "Come on, let's spar a little and wake up." Chapter 69. The Enlightenment of Wen Shui and Wen Yu. Why do you always want to fight? Can't you take a break? Lu Ming found himself exasperated by this wild woman. Before, it was manageable when Tangan Yen had not comprehended exotic beast. But now that both of them possessed such abilities, if they were to engage in combat, it could lead to the collapse of the building, turning it into ruins akin to the fourth teaching building. "How about this?" Lu Ming suggested after some thought. "Lu Xinqing needs to lead a team to clear the way today. You should accompany her. Before returning, have a spar outside to avoid causing damage inside the building." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinqing stood up, as she always had no objections to Lu Ming's arrangements. However, Tangan Yen shot a glance at Lu Xinqing and could not help but click her tongue, expressing a hint of regret. "I don't fight against women. I prefer to go easy on them." "First, prove you can defeat her before you say that," Lu Ming replied, bemused by Tangan Yen's misplaced confidence. Lu Xinqing, being a second-tier practitioner with exotic beast, would likely overpower Tangan Yen before her recent ability acquisition. By the way, I never realized how much you enjoy fighting. Were you a school bully in high school? Lu Ming scrutinized Tangan Yen. Though he had not encountered her before the apocalypse, he had heard tales of her talent as a senior, yet fighting prowess had never been among them. In response, Tangan Yen merely shook her head disinterestedly. "I don't engage in bullying, I just dislike being touched by others, but with you, it feels different. Are you perhaps a germaphobe? No wonder you bathe so frequently." Lu Ming teased. "All right, let's head downstairs and let me see your new ability." Eventually, Lu Ming acquiesced to Tangan Yen's request and exited through the front door with her. After Tangan Yen had sprawled on the ground once more, Lu Ming returned to the first-floor dormitory, passing by Lin Shiyue, who was stationed at the door. He lifted her clothing to wipe his hands. Lin Shiyue showed no objection. Instead, she informed him, Lu Ming? I have reached the second tier. When shall we head to the 8th floor? Lu Ming paused in his motion, recalling Tangan Yen lying outside, and replied, tomorrow, perhaps. We should wait until Tangan Yen is in better shape. Otherwise, if we go to the 8th floor without her, I fear she might cling to my leg and cry. Please carry Tangan Yen back inside, and also, our recent scuffle likely attracted some zombies. I would appreciate your assistance in dealing with them, Lu Ming encouraged Lin Shiyue. Lin Shiyue nodded eagerly, then placed her hand on his shoulder and pecked him on the cheek before rushing off to fulfill her duties. Lu Ming noted that this time, Lin Shiyue did not take a cautious glance around, indicating she had grown considerably more at ease. It seemed yesterday's lesson had been quite effective. Upon returning to the stairwell of the 3rd floor, Lu Ming encountered the sisters Wen Shui and Wen Yu once more. He noticed that their tracking skills had become quite proficient. Though they were rarely seen, he often caught sight of them behind him when he turned around unexpectedly. Lu Ming approached and embraced the two sisters. Previously, they would each grasp one of his arms, but this time it was Lu Ming who took the initiative. Wen Shui appeared somewhat stiff, embodying the role of the elder sister with her reserved and intellectual demeanor. In contrast, Wen Yu was much more approachable. Upon being hugged, she leaned against Lu Ming's left side, seemingly quite content. Lu Ming casually inquired, why didn't you two come looking for me yesterday? Were you sleeping in the corridor again? At this, Wen Yu cast a slightly mournful glance at her sister and complained. It was sister who was too timid. I had initially planned to knock on your door. And she agreed at first, but as soon as I placed my hand on the door, she recoiled and pulled me away. Faced with her sister's accusation, Wen Shui hurriedly explained, that was because we heard someone in your room and feared we might disturb you. Moreover, no one was in the neighboring dormitory, so when you and I could rest there. And now, we can go to any dormitory now. You won't use the excuse of someone being inside again? Will you? When you pressed on, well aware of her sister's personality, which was rather serious and indecisive when it came to matters of the heart. Although she had always been obedient to her elder sister as a younger sibling and preferred her sister to make decisions, when you felt that if she did not become more independent and autonomous in this matter, she would find it challenging to seize opportunities, especially since her sister's hesitance was exasperating. As sisters, when you clearly had her moments of decisiveness that surpassed her sister's. This time, when Shui fell silent, merely resting her head on Lu Ming's shoulder. Observing this, Lu Ming smiled and led the two back to the dormitory. Night fell and dawn broke. After getting up, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on how Wen Shui and Wen Yu truly embodied the essence of twin sisters, not merely in appearance but in mannerisms as well. He did not linger in the dormitory for long, as he still needed to confront the 3rd-tier monster on the 8th floor. Rising early, Lu Ming found Wen Shui and Wen Yu still asleep and decided to head over to Lu Xiancheng's place for breakfast. To his surprise, Huang Yuqian and others were also there. It was a rare occasion for Lu Xiancheng and her friends to be together. Typically, as managers, they were preoccupied with numerous tasks, and their encounters were often work-related, leaving little room for casual interactions. Thus, mealtime provided a precious opportunity for them to convene. Lu Ming joined them for a small gathering, feeling as though it had been an eternity since they last spent time together. During the meal, Li Xianting remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lu Xiancheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the multitude of responsibilities necessitated by the apocalypse. However, she noted that more managers had been stepping up to assist recently, making future gatherings less of a challenge. In truth, even without a plethora of managers, they could easily take breaks together. It was merely a matter of choosing to do so. Li Xianting had made her comment casually, but Huang Yuqian, who was enthusiastically feeding Lu Ming, glanced over and cheerfully interjected, "That's you too. As for me and Qiuqing, we frequently spend time with Lu Ming." Sitting nearby, Qiuqing choked slightly at Huang Yuqian's words, hastily lowering her head to slurp her noodles, unwilling to contribute to the conversation. Li Xianting observed them and suddenly grasped something, casting an expectant glance at Lu Xiancheng. Without delving into specifics, she too wished to seek out Lu Ming more often. In response, Lu Xiancheng paused thoughtfully, feigning ignorance of the situation, and swiftly redirected the topic. "Lu Ming, are you not going to call Tangan Yen before heading to the 8th floor? Given her condition yesterday, she may not be able to keep up today." Just as Lu Ming was about to respond, having just been fed a piece of meat by Huang Yuqian, he pondered that perhaps he had not provided her with enough lessons. After swallowing his food, he replied, "There's no need to concern yourself with that woman. She will come on her own." As for her injuries, she is a martial artist, and her recovery capabilities far exceed those of other professions. Chapter 70. Back to the 8th floor, are we not inviting her to join our team? Lu Xiancheng inquired, sensing the ambiguous nature of Tangan Yen's relationship with their group. While she technically belonged to their team, she rarely interacted with them and seldom engaged in collaborative tasks. Yet, she also assisted in battles and enjoyed seeking out Lu Ming. Lu Xiancheng believed it prudent to clarify matters, as despite Tangan Yen's peculiar personality, her superpower was quite similar to her own. Making her a rare find, Lu Ming casually replied. She will join on her own accord. In the past, Lu Ming would have insisted on having Tangan Yen join to ensure her loyalty. But now he realized that each time he subdued her, her loyalty significantly increased, rendering her formal inclusion less of a priority. After all, her loyalty was already above 80. There was no way to drive her away. Lu Ming's indifference led Lu Xiancheng and the others to refrain from further discussion, as they too sensed that Tangan Yen seemed quite attached to Lu Ming, and this dynamic posed no issue for them. In the morning, Lu Ming headed to the 8th floor, this time accompanied only by Lu Xiancheng and Lin Shiyu. The monster was situated between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, making it unhelpful for others to join, as Lu Ming would need to look after them. Upon entering the corridor of the 8th floor, the environment became instantly dim. The windows had been shrouded in darkness due to the monster that had taken residence there. Allowing no sunlight to penetrate in the shadowy corridor, Lu Ming spotted Tangan Yen leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, seemingly having waited for a while. Her demeanor appeared considerably improved today. Suggesting she had recovered significantly, Lu Ming quietly asked, "How did you get here so quickly? We rarely see you leaving home. Have you been following us daily?" Tangan Yen smiled, explaining, "Did you not suggest I move to the 3rd floor? I occupied the dormitory near the stairs, and today I happened to see you all heading upstairs. I guessed you were coming to the 8th floor, so I climbed through the window to wait for you. Then be careful. You are still at the 1st tier here. Don't charge too far ahead. It won't go easy on you like I do. Don't worry," Tangan Yen assured him, her compliance evident in critical situations. She retained her wits, nodding in agreement. "I told you I don't like being touched by others, especially by such monsters. I'll take good care of myself." After reminding Tangan Yen, Lu Ming and the others continued deeper into the corridor. Searching for the monster's core, the blood-stained walls appeared even darker than during their previous visit. Although Lu Xiancheng and Lin Shiyu did not possess Tangan Yen's level of cleanliness, they too wished to avoid contact with such substances, opting to steer clear of the walls and huddling close to Lu Ming. Positioned on either side of him, they nestled against him intimately, prompting Tangan Yen, who walked behind, to click her tongue in annoyance and turn her head away. A peculiar discomfort settled in her heart, and she chose not to look at them in the darkness. Lu Xiancheng remained oblivious to Tangan Yen's expression, her gaze sweeping the surroundings before she turned to Lu Ming. "Has this place transformed due to the influence of that zombie monster?" "It's more than just influence. That zombie has consumed the 8th floor. The current 8th floor is part of its body. We are essentially inside its stomach." Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, both Lu Xiancheng and Lin Shiyu felt increasingly uneasy. Tangan Yen shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin, as the air around them seemed unclean. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, inching closer to Lu Ming. Lu Xiancheng expressed her concern. "If this is the monster's stomach, then did it discover us as soon as we entered? Even if it did, it doesn't matter. That monster won't actively attack others." The response came from Tangan Yen, prompting Lu Xiancheng and Lin Shiyu to turn and stare at her, seemingly awaiting her elaboration. With a light chuckle, Tangan Yen stated, "Allow me to demonstrate." They were now in close proximity to the monster, with a tentacle extending nearby, resting quietly in the corner. Tangan Yen approached the tentacle without hesitation, crossing between Lu Ming and Lu Xiancheng, casually pushing aside Lu Xiancheng's hand that was gripping Lu Ming's arm. "Move aside," she said expressionlessly. As if Lu Xiancheng's hand were an obstruction, Lu Xiancheng felt somewhat helpless, glancing at the spacious corridor beside her, which hardly seemed obstructed by her single hand. While Tangan Yen claimed she wanted to demonstrate, Lu Xiancheng suspected it was merely her irritation at their closeness to Lu Ming. As she pondered this, Tangan Yen reached the tentacle, kicked the object on the ground, and watched as the tentacle swiftly recoiled. Turning back to Lu Ming and the others, she explained, "It's like this. In the early days of the apocalypse, this monster would actively seek food, but later on, as long as we don't attack its core. It won't make a move. Initially, I thought it was dormant and incapable of action. Attempting to eliminate it led to a fierce counterattack, resulting in significant casualties. After that, we refrained from provoking it. Finally, Lu Ming interjected, clarifying, it is evolving. If we interrupt it during the process, it will affect its evolutionary progress. If it is interrupted too many times, it may fail to evolve entirely, and it will remain dormant unless necessary. Had Tangan Yen devised a strategy to disrupt the monster's evolution earlier, it might not have become so formidable in the future. Unfortunately, in her previous life, upon realizing the monster would not attack first, she likely opted for a coexistence policy and refrained from striking. This ultimately allowed the monster to evolve successfully, depriving Tangan Yen and her group of any chance to retaliate. However, if they provoke the monster too much, abandoning evolution and attacking directly, even Tangan Yen and her companions might not withstand its wrath. Ultimately, the presence of such a monster on the 8th floor represented an insurmountable bug for them. Such predicaments were not uncommon in the apocalypse, leaving only Lu Ming, who had been reborn, capable of addressing them. You seem to know quite a lot, Tangan Yen remarked, her gaze fixed on Lu Ming. Her admiration for him unmistakable. She had long sensed that Lu Ming possessed an understanding of both monsters and superpowers that was beyond the reach of others. In response, Lu Xiancheng remarked, with talent and strength, one naturally gains a broader understanding. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to assemble a team like ours. If you join us, you will also uncover many truths that others remain oblivious to. Lu Xiancheng's words carried an implicit invitation. But Tangan Yen did not respond, turning away. Before she did, she cast a deliberate glance at Lu Ming, seeking affirmation that was not merely Lu Xiancheng's proposition. Chapter 71. Unsteady ground. The conversation among the group did not progress further. Not long after Tangan Yen kicked the tentacle, more tentacles began to crawl down from the ceiling. These appendages did not appear within their reach. Rather, they cautiously adhered to the upper surface of the ceiling. Silently observing them like surveillance cameras, Lin Shiyue, possessing keen perceptive abilities as a bowmaster of the 2nd tier, naturally noticed this peculiar situation and inquired of Lu Ming, if we were to find ourselves inside the belly of that 3rd-tier zombie from the very beginning, wouldn't our circumstances become rather dire once we engage in combat? Everything on this floor is part of its body, leaving us at a significant disadvantage in our fighting environment. Lu Ming shook his head. If it successfully advances, you are indeed correct. However, before it evolves to the 3rd tier, it cannot control this floor. It will only be able to fully integrate everything on this level into its body after reaching the 3rd tier. If its evolution fails, it will have to abandon this floor that is merging with it and fight using its original form. Understanding all this is of little consequence. Ultimately, you will know once the battle commences. It will not be difficult to eliminate it. Lu Ming resolved to demonstrate the true strength of this zombie creature through practical experience to Lu Xinxing and the others. Shiyue, first sever those repugnant tentacles. As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, Lin Shiyue reacted swiftly, conjuring a bow and arrow in her hand, and with a whoosh, she shot towards the tentacles. The writhing appendages had no chance to evade the rapid-fire shot from such a close distance. And with a thud, they were struck and fell to the ground. A low, rumbling roar emanated from the depths of the corridor, waking the zombie creature. However, after a brief wait, Lu Ming and the others noticed that the creature did not exhibit any movement. Even the tentacles that had come to surveil them did not approach again. The entire corridor fell into an eerie silence. Tangan Yen grew somewhat perplexed. Severing the tentacles should be sufficient to provoke a counterattack from that creature. Why has it not reacted? Could it be that its advancement is nearing completion? No, it has detected Lin Shiyue's superpower, Lu Ming explained. Having lived over 20 years in the apocalyptic world before his rebirth, he was aware that zombies nearing the 3rd tier had developed rudimentary intelligence, and he understood its thoughts. The 2nd-tier superpower posed a certain threat to it. Unless it fully revived, it could not engage in combat with Shiyue. Should it choose to fully revive, there would be no turning back, risking the chance of evolutionary failure. Upon hearing this, Tangan Yen's eyes lit up. Does that mean it's safe for me to attack it now? You may give it a try, Lu Ming replied, neither affirming nor denying, and with his support as a safety net, Tangan Yen felt emboldened. With a powerful push from her long legs, she vanished from her original position. A loud bang echoed from the depths of the corridor, indicating that Tangan Yen had eagerly engaged the zombie creature. Lu Xinqing and Lin Shiyue quickened their pace, concerned for Tangan Yen's safety. Only Lu Ming remained calm. Upon reaching the corridor's depths, they encountered the true form of the monster. It remained an abhorrent amalgam, a colossal mass of flesh with multiple limbs sprawled on the ground. Tangan Yen had already attacked the mass multiple times, and as she delivered a final kick, her body was enveloped in a ring of superpower, activating the super-frequency state. The sound of impact was not as loud as anticipated. Her kick did not pierce the mass, but rather caused it to quiver, rebounding Tangan Yen backward. She was propelled into Lu Ming's arms, nearly stumbling, but he caught her just in time. The fragrant aroma wafted into Lu Ming's nostrils. Despite her rigorous daily exercise, Tangan Yen was meticulous about her hygiene, always exuding a pleasant scent. In that instant of being embraced, Tangan Yen felt her body soften, and her mind momentarily blanked, unable to rise immediately, instead leaning further toward the ground. It was Lu Ming who gently patted her, asking, "What are you doing? You're not going to falter just because that creature hasn't attacked yet, are you?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Tangan Yen finally regained her composure, hurriedly struggling to stand upright and stepping away from his embrace. Then, with a slightly awkward chuckle, she said, "Haha, sorry, I just lost my balance for a moment." Tangan Yen dared not reflect on what had just occurred, quickly shifting back into a combat mindset, adding, "My attacks don't seem to have much effect on that creature. It appears I'll have to resort to using beast transformation." A small white superpowered beast materialized in Tangan Yen's hand, exuding a lively energy that reflected her current spirited mood. The zombie creature showed no signs of reaction, as if oblivious to the presence of Tangan Yen's superpower, until she manifested a white tiger through her beast transformation, which roared and lunged at the creature. Only then did the massive mass of flesh stir, letting out a pained roar as it repelled Tangan Yen's beast transformation. Countless tentacles erupted from its body, ensnaring the superpowered white tiger and binding it in place. The beast transformation struggled futilely against the impending third-tier strength of the zombie creature. Meanwhile, the creature lowered its massive form, as if observing them, emitting a threatening low growl that served as a warning. "Are we really not going to strike?" Tangan Yen felt a surge of excitement, sensing that the creature was filled with rage, yet unable to act. She glanced at the piece of flesh that had just been torn from the creature by her beast transformation, and turned to Lu Ming, asking, "Do you think if I keep attacking like this, I could wear it down to death? Do you think it's a fool?" Lu Ming sighed. Even creatures of lower intelligence have an instinct for survival. It would not allow itself to be worn down without resistance. Though its advancement was crucial, it would certainly prioritize its own survival above all else. "All right, step back a bit." Lu Ming gestured for Tangan Yen to retreat, intending to demonstrate the creature's intelligence firsthand. "Watch closely. It's not a mindless entity that won't fight back. It simply hasn't yet perceived a genuine threat." This time, Lu Ming summoned his own beast transformation, forming a whale of superpower in his hand. The moment the second-tier beast transformation emerged, the entire 8th floor trembled. It was not due to Lu Ming's beast transformation causing the disturbance, but rather the zombie creature quaking in response, revealing a completely different reaction from when it faced Tangan Yen. Perhaps Lu Ming's presence was enough to instill a sense of fatal threat within it. Before Lu Ming could make a move, the zombie creature emitted a prolonged, deep roar that resonated throughout the 8th floor, while its rotund body writhed incessantly. At one moment, the creature's mass suddenly shrank by more than half, countless bloody tentacles bursting forth from its mouth and surging toward Lu Ming like a tide. Chapter 72. The product of the blue box. The creature's tentacles were repulsive, and Lu Ming wished to avoid contact with them. He beckoned with a finger, and in an instant, countless slashes flickered before him, severing the creature's tentacles in unison. This was a skill of the Swordmaster. Although Lu Ming's team did not include this class, he had a vivid memory of the skills used by a senior he had known in his previous life who was a Swordmaster. After severing the zombie creature's tentacles, it emitted a series of gurgling cries, and the tremors throughout the floor intensified. The cries seemed to carry a form of mental assault, causing Lu Ming and the others to cover their ears in discomfort. With Tangan Yen struggling to maintain her balance, swaying precariously as she addressed Lu Ming, "Hey, do you think this creature really won't bring down the building? At this rate, I fear the 8th floor won't withstand the strain. It is severing its connection to the 8th floor, Lu Ming extended a hand to support Tangan Yen's waist, assisting her in maintaining her balance. Tangan Yen shuddered slightly, but fortunately, her prior experience kept her from falling. And after regaining her stability, she cast a slightly resentful glance at Lu Ming, saying, "Don't touch me suddenly. It feels rather strange. Am I helping you, and you're complaining?" Tangan Yen opened her mouth, but words eluded her. She could not articulate her feelings. Speaking it out loud would feel rather embarrassing, so she opted for silence. Observing her quietness, Lu Ming continued his explanation. For this creature, achieving complete revival is not so simple. It must sever its path to advancement. Otherwise, during combat, it would be susceptible to backlash from the powers that do not yet belong to it. Since it must cut all ties to its advancement, it will also need to sever its future third-tier body, which means it must relinquish this floored, as Lu Ming spoke. Tangan Yen witnessed the changes in the zombie creature's form, aligning precisely with Lu Ming's description. The creature, previously bloated and adhered to the walls, rapidly detached itself, relinquishing flesh and blood as it howled in agony, crumbling away. Just watching made Tangan Yen feel a wave of nausea. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a sense of wonder. She could distinctly see that the zombie creature, moments ago a massive mass, was gradually standing upright as the flesh was stripped away, transforming into a robust humanoid zombie. It had regressed, reverting to its form from the second tier. Hurry and attack. It has just evolved and will experience a brief period of weakness. Upon witnessing the successful regression of the zombie creature, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. He had refrained from taking action, fearing that any complications during the creature's regression might adversely affect the blue box within it. Now that the regression was complete, Lu Ming no longer held back. He summoned his extraordinary beast to feast upon it. He simultaneously cautioned his companions, "Exercise caution. Although this creature has regressed, it is not merely a second-tier monster, but rather exists in the liminal space between the second and third tiers." Retaining a portion of the third tier's extraordinary traits, a colossal whale, even larger than the zombie creature, engulfed it in one swift motion. Gradually, the whale diminished in size as the zombie was relentlessly compressed and pulverized within. Tiny wounds resembling fish scales appeared on the zombie's body, prompting it to writhe and howl in anguish. The zombie creature thrashed about inside the whale, unleashing its extraordinary powers, until with a resounding crash, it broke through the whale's defenses. Yet, in the very next moment, it was met by Lu Xinqing's extraordinary beast. She, being obedient to Lu Ming, did not recklessly approach the creature but instead summoned her beast from a safe distance. Lin Shiyue's arrows flew forth, puncturing the zombie's body with numerous bloody holes, leaving the creature overwhelmed in just 2 waves of assault. The zombie was left utterly exhausted. Observing this, Tangan Yen realized that if she did not take action soon, she would miss her opportunity to participate. She summoned her extraordinary beast for protection and charged forward. A minute later, as Tangan Yen's fist pierced through the creature's chest, the robust half-third-tier zombie finally ceased all movement, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Unable to withstand the first-tier assault from Tangan Yen, it was evident the creature had reached the end of its strength. Ultimately, she obliterated its extraordinary veins, reducing its body to a multitude of fragments. Tangan Yen swiftly retreated, evading any splatter of the creature's blood and flesh. Yet, in the final moment when she penetrated the zombie's chest, she evidently got some of its blood on her, with a forceful flick of her wrist. She cast a glance at her blood-stained sleeve, feeling somewhat displeased. In stark contrast, Lu Ming advanced directly to the creature at the moment of its explosion. Utilizing the protective shield of the Guardian, he shielded himself from the flying gore, gazing down at the ground. With a clink, he observed a colorless box fall from the shattered remains of the monster. The moment the box touched the ground, an immense gravitational pull manifested, rapidly drawing in the dissipating extraordinary energy from the surroundings. After circling it once, the energy entered the box. The color of the box began to shift, transitioning from transparent to white and green. The walls, previously stained with the hues of blood and flesh, rapidly faded back to their original pale color. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Shiyue inquired with curiosity, "What is happening? Why did the extraordinary energy used by the zombie to influence the environment dissipate upon its death?" "It was absorbed by the box," Lu Ming replied, his gaze fixated on the box. That energy was not entirely the monster's, but rather a shared power belonging to both the box and the creature. Upon the creature's demise, the box became the sole controller of this energy, which naturally returned to it. After all, this monster evolved by consuming this very box, only to perish before fully assimilating it. Now, all that it possessed has reverted to the box. Lu Ming finished speaking. The box before him quivered, undergoing a violent transformation as its exterior shifted from green to blue, ultimately ceasing its absorption of extraordinary energy. The entire 8th floor lost any trace of the zombie creature's presence. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the top floor, the blinding rays causing Tangan Yen some discomfort. Meanwhile, Lu Xinqing gazed curiously at the blue box at Lu Ming's feet. A blue treasure chest? Having assisted Lu Ming for so long, this is my first encounter with a blue tier box. It seemed they had made significant gains this time, effortlessly dispatching even a nearly 3rd tier zombie. Chapter 73, Lu Ming. Stop giving me room numbers. Finally acquiring the blue box, Lu Ming calculated the time. It had been less than a month since the apocalypse began. The earliest blue boxes made public in his previous life had appeared overseas, not to be seen for another 2 months. Perhaps there were even earlier boxes that had not been disclosed, but Lu Ming felt it unlikely that any would emerge as swiftly as he had obtained the blue treasure chest within a month. At this stage, survivor organizations would struggle against even 2nd-tier monsters, let alone half 3rd-tier ones. Lu Ming opened the blue box, and the moment he beheld its contents, he discovered a stack of papers. These were extraordinary scrolls, numbering around 10 in total, a stark contrast to the fixed professions found in green boxes, as the blue box contained scrolls spanning 2 to 3 different professions. Counting the scrolls, he found exactly 10. He had 16 capable individuals awaiting awakening, and these 10 scrolls would be more than sufficient for their needs. Scanning through the scrolls, he checked for the professions he was most interested in, and his spirits lifted upon discovering 4 scrolls for the elementalist, albeit slightly fewer than he had hoped. Nevertheless, their presence was invaluable, as elementalist scrolls were notoriously difficult to obtain. The remaining 6 scrolls were all for the commonly found martial artist, a profession that, like the archer, constituted a significant portion of extraordinary professions in the post-apocalyptic world. Of course, common professions were not inherently weak. The determining factor lay in individual potential. For Lu Ming, he found himself in greater need of martial artists, as he would soon be leaving the campus and would require capable individuals to assist in transporting others from various dormitories. He tossed the profession scrolls to Lu Xinqing, instructing, "Gather everyone this afternoon for a gathering. The newcomers on the 3rd floor haven't had the chance to join us yet. Moreover, we will soon be departing, and there are matters that need to be addressed with them." Receiving the scrolls, Lu Xinqing turned her attention to the bottom of the treasure chest. Lu Ming had long assumed that given the box's small size, it was unlikely to yield any weapons. However, he was surprised to find a paper at the bottom that differed from the profession scrolls. Extraordinary Vehicle Summoning Scroll, Blue, Tier, 3rd Type. Vehicle Capacity, 30 persons. A vehicle had emerged. Lu Ming felt a rush of excitement. Vehicles were among the rarest items to acquire in the apocalypse, far rarer than even scarce profession scrolls in his previous life. Within the survivor base where he resided for over 20 years, there had only been a single extraordinary vehicle, owned by the base's leader. It was said to have been acquired through trade, not something they had summoned themselves, and it resembled the one he now possessed. Extraordinary vehicles are typically much larger than those from the pre-apocalyptic era, and Lu Ming recalled that this blue-tier variant was the smallest of its kind. As the quality increased, there were vehicles capable of accommodating thousands, which would serve as mobile fortresses traversing the wasteland. These extraordinary vehicles possess formidable protective capabilities, effectively resisting attacks from monsters of the same tier while also possessing offensive capabilities against them. Their value surpasses that of even higher-tier extraordinary weapons, with Lu Ming's 3rd-tier extraordinary vehicle likely worth 2 to 3 times that of a 4th-tier weapon in the post-apocalyptic world, 2 decades hence. Although he had opened a blue box this time, Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a greater fortune than if he had opened a purple box. Just in time for their impending departure from the school, this extraordinary vehicle would prove invaluable. With the events on the 8th floor concluded, Lu Xinqing gathered everyone from the dormitory that afternoon. The venue remained in the 1st floor laundry room. Due to the larger number of attendees, Lu Xinqing enlisted Wen Shui's assistance to open connections between the adjacent dormitories. Yet space remained somewhat limited, requiring them to squeeze together. Lu Xinqing first informed everyone that they would soon be leaving the campus. The crowd voiced no objections. They had not heard news from the outside world in quite some time, and it appeared that the official channels had collapsed rapidly, with many having abandoned hope for external rescue, viewing Lin Ming's group as their true organization. Naturally, decisions rested with the organization, and they simply needed to follow along. As our group continues to grow, we will need to select additional leaders before our departure. Lu Xinqing surveyed the crowd, her gaze landing on the experienced fighters seated before her. The management positions would, as before, be chosen from among the fighters. Finally, it is time for Lu Ming to address you, she announced, turning her attention to him. Leaning against Huang Yuqian, Lu Ming had nearly dozed off. He stood to shake off the drowsiness, only to find the seated girls below him gazing at him with eager anticipation. They had previously seemed somewhat weary, but Lu Xinqing's lengthy speech had not captured their full attention. After all, following the larger group was all that mattered. Yet, the moment Lu Ming appeared, their interest piqued in this team. Who wouldn't want to catch Lu Ming's eye? Especially for the front-row fighters, as potential candidates for selection. They were determined not to be outshone by their peers. Liu Shixin was among them. She was one of the third batch to join Lu Ming's team. Learning that the leader shared her surname, she had long held admiration for him. Liu Shixin usually works diligently, hoping to be noticed by her family. When she was later promoted to fighter, she was overjoyed for several days. Unfortunately, there were dozens of fighters in the team, and not everyone had the opportunity to interact with Lu Ming. Upon realizing this, she felt despondent for quite some time. Thankfully, she adjusted quickly. If being a fighter was not feasible, she would strive to become a manager. She resolved to work even harder to attract Lu Ming's attention. This time, she saw it as her opportunity and eagerly anticipated being chosen by him. When Lu Ming announced the first name, Liu Shixin felt a wave of dizziness, for she was the first selected as a manager. She hurriedly rose to accept the peculiar scroll handed to her by Lu Ming, but her thoughts were consumed by memories of the previous evening's gathering. It was said that during that event, a girl named Zhang Yao had secretly given Lu Ming her room number, leading to rumors of an unusual relationship between them. Thinking of this, Liu Shixin felt a flush creep across her face. Stealing a glance at Lu Ming's profile, she mustered her courage, leaned close to his ear, and whispered her dormitory number before swiftly turning to flee. Liu Ming watched Liu Shixin dash away, momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. These young girls were indeed quite bold. However, when he selected the second girl, his amusement faded. The girl named Shi Ying leaned in close and whispered, "Lu Ming, room 307. My roommate will be out exercising tonight. She won't be in the dorm." Then came the third and fourth girls, all whispering their dorm numbers, and Lu Ming found himself inundated with a string of room numbers. Some consecutive. The reasons they provided were consistent. Their roommates would be out visiting or occupied elsewhere for long stretches, essentially leaving them unmonitored. Standing nearby, Lu Xinqing couldn't help but twitch her cheeks. With so many dormitory numbers being shared, would Lu Ming truly be able to visit them all? Chapter 74 Tangan Yen. This is not fighting at all. Enough already. Stop giving me room numbers. Lu Ming, unable to bear it any longer, addressed them. If I'm interested, I'll come find you directly. Upon hearing this, the girls who hadn't managed to share their dormitory numbers felt a twinge of disappointment. Although Lu Ming had stated he would seek them out if interested, those who had already provided their information would undoubtedly leave a stronger impression. It was a pity for those who missed their chance. The other attendees, witnessing this spectacle, deemed the girls overly eager, lacking in decorum. Thus, the evening gathering concluded amidst a cacophony of chatter. Standing by an unsealed window on the third floor, Lu Ming opened it to let in some fresh air. The laundry room from the event had been excessively crowded, causing an uncomfortable heat amidst the winter chill. Liu Ming felt the need for a moment of tranquility. The new selection process primarily consisted of martial artists. As for the 4 slots allocated for elementalists, he chose one wood elementalist to ensure future access to combustible materials for warmth and illumination. The remaining 3 slots he allocated to water elementalists, effectively selecting everyone capable of awakening to that profession, recognizing its critical importance. The water supply of the dormitory building was running low, and without additional water elementalists, they would certainly face shortages upon departure. After a brief spell of cool air, Lu Ming suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. Turning around, he spotted a young girl peering at him from inside a room, who waved and greeted him upon making eye contact. Liu Shixin profession, martial artist rank, first level advancement requirement, First level Crystal 0 100 potential. E rating. 75 loyalty. 91 it was her. Lu Ming remembered that she was the first to be selected as a first-level professional by him. Her loyalty was notably high, surpassing that of many who had previously followed him, with numerous individuals now boasting loyalty ratings above 90. Not shying away from his gaze, Lu Shixin greeted him and even winked. Mouthing something as she lingered by the dormitory entrance, waiting for him to enter, Lu Ming understood her unspoken message. She was indicating that her dormitory was unoccupied. Considering he had no other plans for the evening, he decided to step into Lu Shixin's dormitory. She was delighted, quickly turning to close the door behind him. Lu Ming assumed he would be spending the night there, as it was not her original dormitory. She had deliberately chosen an empty one to avoid disturbances from her unexpectedly returning roommates. However, shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from outside. Halting at their door with a loud bang, the door swung open. Lu Ming. I've been thinking about this for ages. The battle earlier was unsatisfactory. Come out and fight with me. The familiar voice of Tangan Yen trailed off abruptly as she caught sight of Lu Ming and Lu Shixin inside the room. She pouted in disappointment and exclaimed, "TSK, what's the point of this? It would be far more interesting to accompany me in a fight." Lu Ming felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, you crazy woman. Can't you ever knock before barging in? If I don't teach you a lesson. It seems you won't remember this. Comforting Lu Shixin, he strode towards Tangan Yen. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's intent to discipline her, Tangan Yen became excited. Great. It's definitely more fun to spar with me. This time, I won't go down so easily. Before she could finish, Lu Ming had already taken her to the adjacent dormitory, where the ensuing events left her in shock. From the neighboring dormitory, Lu Shixin heard Tangan Yen's peculiar shouts. Wait. Lu Ming, where are you hitting? This is not fighting at all. The following morning, Su Jingling had just concluded her night patrol and was preparing to rest when she noticed a figure limping down the corridor. It was Tangan Yen, a sight that had become routine for her. Tangan Yen seemed determined to persist until Lu Ming had thoroughly beaten her black and blue. After previous confrontations, she had always needed assistance to return. To see her walking back on her own was a pleasant surprise. However, as Tangan Yen drew near, Su Jingling noticed something was amiss. You're not bruised today, Su Jingling scrutinized Tangan Yen, her confusion deepening upon realizing she bore no injuries. Then why are you limping? What happened to you? Su Jingling inquired. Tangan Yen merely glanced at her, snorted disdainfully, and continued on her way without responding. Watching her retreating figure, Su Jingling buried her questions deep within. Shortly after, Lu Ming exited Lu Shixin's dormitory. After breakfast, he promptly requested a current map of the school from Lu Xinqing, a copy made by Song Xian. He intended to explore the campus on his own that day. Compared to Lu Xinqing leading a group on an expedition, he found solitary exploration more liberating and convenient, allowing him to evade conflicts with zombies when necessary. Upon hearing Lu Ming's plan to investigate the campus alone, Lu Xinqing cautioned him to be careful. She prepared a lunchbox and some water, placing them in a small shoulder bag before handing it to him and even adjusting his attire before he departed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Lu Xinqing would undoubtedly make a devoted wife. Lu Ming mused, contemplating how it would be wonderful to spend a lifetime with her. Yet, without the apocalypse and rebirth, he probably would never have crossed paths with her. In the morning, Lu Ming leaped out of the third-floor dormitory window. Touching the solid ground, he felt a sense of liberation from the confines of the dormitory. The sky outside was somewhat overcast, a constant in the apocalypse, where sunlight no longer shone as brightly, and the environment was increasingly overgrown with plants that appeared on the verge of mutation. Just as he descended, Lu Ming spotted a few wandering zombies nearby. They remained oblivious to his presence, as he had honed his ability to control his movements and eliminate sound. He had no desire to engage with these ordinary zombies. Swiftly maneuvering past them while studying the map and heading toward his destination, the fourth teaching building, which had partially collapsed. Along the way, he encountered a girls' dormitory, the sister building to Lu Xinqing's. The two structures bore a resemblance in both appearance and layout. Lu Ming slowed his pace, glancing up to observe a multitude of zombies swarming every floor. Lu Xinqing had not mismarked the map. It indicated a building completely overrun, and from below, it was evident that the interior had been entirely claimed by zombies. Nevertheless, he noticed movement on the sixth floor, a figure gesturing towards him, seemingly alert to his presence. As he looked on, the individual had been waving for quite some time. Chapter 75. The situation in other buildings. Lu Ming pondered. It appeared there were survivors in this building. Since he had encountered them, he decided to ascend and investigate. It would likely take several days for his team to rescue individuals from various dormitories, especially after Lu Xinqing cleared the surrounding zombies to prevent large-scale dangers. With this in mind, Lu Ming leaped into the second-floor window, disappearing from sight. The girl on the sixth floor, Zhao Xiaoxian, halted her gestures. Surprised that someone could leap into the second floor so effortlessly, she rubbed her eyes and, confirming that the person was no longer below, retracted her body and returned to the room. What greeted her was a cramped storage area, where 7 individuals were seated in a line on the floor, surrounded by towering cabinets and wooden boards that confined the 6 of them within this minuscule space, akin to being imprisoned. Yet, none of them dared to push against the cabinets before them. Outside lay a nightmarish scene reminiscent of hell, littered with severed limbs and entrails gnawed upon by zombies, a sight they had no desire to behold again. The cabinets before them had become their last bastion of defense. Occasionally, a trickle of dark red blood seeped from beneath the cabinets, indistinguishable as either human or zombie blood, flowing ominously toward them. A petite girl watched in horror as the blood approached, retreating incessantly in an attempt to evade this repulsive substance, but the wall behind her left her with nowhere to flee. She could only watch helplessly as the blood stained her skirt, tarnishing her clothing with this vile substance. The dark red stains left a mark on her leg, and the sensations of anguish and nausea engulfed her, prompting her to cover her face and weep uncontrollably. The other 6 girls cast glances at her, wishing to help but feeling powerless, resigned to silence. They had grown accustomed to such circumstances. After a month, their tears had nearly run dry, and they remained uncertain of when they might finally break. Perhaps a breakdown would bring some relief, but the few companions around them had shared life and death together, and they were unwilling to burden one another, enduring in silence. Zhao Xiaoxian glanced at the sobbing girl, opened her mouth to speak, yet hesitated at the distance between them, ultimately deciding against raising her voice. Soon, someone would come to rescue them. She hoped the girl wouldn't cry for long. Zhao Xiaoxian recalled the boy she had seen downstairs. He appeared exceptionally clean, unmistakably not an ordinary person, and upon their first encounter, she instinctively felt he was their only hope. Zhao Xiaoxian waved desperately at the boy, nearly calling out, and when she saw him stop and look toward her, she felt favored by fate. Then, the boy leapt into the second floor, and Zhao Xiaoxian was struck by his strength. Hope rekindled within her. She prayed fervently for him to come quickly and rescue them. She would do anything if he could ensure their safety. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, Zhao Xiaoxian understood that living steadily was the most precious thing, and nothing else mattered. Beside her sat a girl slightly taller than herself, her long legs curled against the cabinet, her figure remarkably shapely. She had been watching Zhao Xiaoxian since the beginning, and now, noticing her in a daze, Wei Qinghan couldn't help but softly ask her companion, "What did you see downstairs just now? Why is it so quiet?" The girls often engaged in quiet conversations to stave off mental collapse. Zhao Xiaoxian, typically the most talkative, seemed unusually silent at that moment, prompting Wei Qinghan to recognize her struggle. Hearing Wei Qinghan's question made Zhao Xiaoxian feel she had someone to confide in, and she hurriedly replied, "Qinghan, I just saw a living person downstairs. He was amazing, able to leap into the second floor in one bound. I waved at him, and he came toward our building. We are saved." Due to her excitement, her voice rose slightly, and the other 6 girls clearly heard her words. Instantly, they turned their gazes toward her. Even the weeping girl ceased her tears, straining to listen. Expressions of hope washed over their faces. Only Wei Qinghan frowned. Witnessing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, she felt reluctant to shatter it, merely pulling Zhao Xiaoxian close and whispering to her, "Are you sure he is human? I can't even jump to the second floor." Their team had managed to endure in the besieged building until today, which spoke to their strength. That strength resided entirely in Wei Qinghan, who was a Tier 1 professional. Although she didn't believe that being a Tier 1 professional made her invincible, otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. There were certainly others outside more formidable than herself. Even if the boy Zhao Xiaoxian had seen was significantly stronger, that didn't mean he would recklessly jump into a den of zombies without understanding the risks. The dangers of the apocalypse were manifold. What kind of confidence would it take for a boy to act so boldly? Wei Qinghan couldn't he help but caution Zhao Xiaoxian, do you know how many zombies are on the second floor? In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone rushed outside, and the first and second floors were the most infested with zombies. A normal person wouldn't he just leap into a zombie nest. He must be a living person. Zhao Xiaoxian pursed her lips, unwilling to relinquish her hope. Just as she spoke, a thunderous crash echoed from below, resonating through the 6 floors of their building. They felt the tremor beneath them. The girls brightened at the unexpected sound, having never heard such a commotion below. This occurrence confirmed Zhao Xiaoxian's claims. Indeed, someone was coming to rescue them. Wei Qinghan fell silent. If it truly was a living person, she too hoped that he could reach them safely. Who wouldn't he desire salvation? At that moment, even Wei Qinghan felt a flicker of hope, refusing to dwell on the number of zombies on the second floor, fearing that her hard-won glimmer of hope might vanish. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lu Ming had just employed a skill, exotic beast, to eliminate all the zombies that had entered the room. However, an unending wave of zombies, alerted by the noise, surged in from outside. It appeared that there were far more zombies here than in the building he had come from. Realizing that he could not clear them all alone, he abandoned the effort. He had entered the second floor merely to check for other survivors on different floors, but given the situation, it seemed unlikely that anyone was alive, prompting him to climb back out through the window. This time, he leapt from ledge to ledge, heading toward the 6th floor. The 7 girls on the 6th floor awaited him, and during the wait, someone couldn't help but ask Zhao Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian, what did the boy you saw look like? Was he handsome? Handsome, exceptionally so, Zhao Xiaoxian replied immediately. Although she hadn't gotten a good look, in this apocalypse, a clean, young, and capable boy was the epitome of attractiveness. Upon hearing this, the girl who had asked burst into laughter. That's great. When he arrives, I'm definitely going to take a good whiff of him. I haven't seen a man in a month. Hopefully, he is willing to engage in some other activities. Chapter 76, Wei Qinghan. This somewhat brazen remark elicited teasing laughter from the other girls. You shouldn't say such things. Xin Yan and the others haven't even had boyfriends yet. Look, she is blushing. Ha ha, Xin Yan. I say this isn't the time for shyness. Whether we survive is still uncertain. We've finally seen a boy. When he comes up, why don't you just take care of things right there? Before we die, shouldn't we at least experience what it feels like to be a woman? Otherwise, it would be such a pity to die like this, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of rescue. The atmosphere among the girls lightened considerably, and they rarely found the mood to joke. The girl being teased, Chen Xinyan, was the petite girl who had been crying earlier. At that moment, she hung her head, staring at the bruises on her legs, biting her lip. Though she listened to her companions, she did not smile, as if she had made a certain resolution. If that boy truly came to save them, she would willingly entrust herself to him, regardless of whether he had a means to rescue them. The girl who had first shared this news, Zhao Xiaoxian, now expressed a hint of admiration, saying, if that boy really comes to save me, I would definitely be willing to do anything for him. This was something she had already contemplated, and as she spoke, she glanced at Wei Qinghan beside her, suddenly expressing a tinge of regret. But if that boy is genuinely interested in us, it's probably because of Qinghan. Zhao Xiaoxian's words quickly garnered agreement from the others. Yes, Qinghan is always so popular. People used to say she could rival the school flower. Qinghan hasn't had a boyfriend yet, right? If we truly encounter someone willing to save us, shouldn't Qinghan seize this opportunity? With her companions saying such things, Wei Qinghan began to feel that perhaps in the next moment, a boy would indeed appear to rescue them. The terrifying monsters below faded from her mind. As they pondered this, they failed to notice the figure that had appeared on the windowsill behind them. Lu Ming had been climbing up for a while, listening to their conversation since the beginning. However, confronted with their bold words, he felt uncertain about how to interject. It seemed to him that the cramped space around them resembled a den of wolves. The first to sense something amiss was Wei Qinghan. Though she was somewhat flustered and distracted by the compliments from her companions, she was still a Tier 1 professional and quickly realized someone was behind her. She swiftly turned around, her heart racing at the thought of encountering a zombie climbing up from below. But when she saw Lu Ming's face, she froze. Zhao Xiaoxian immediately turned around as well. And upon recognizing Lu Ming, she exclaimed in delight, "It's you? You really came." Hearing this, the others turned to look as well. Upon seeing Lu Ming, The girls couldn't suppress the joy that spread across their faces. He truly possesses a remarkable charm, particularly with the aura of approachability that emanates from him, instilling a sense of comfort in everyone around. After feeling apprehensive in this building for so long, such a sentiment is a welcome change. Please, come in. Zhao Xiaoxian was the first to take action, unabashedly grasping Lu Ming's hand and guiding him into her limited space. Just how narrow was this space? It was quite challenging to even stand up. Once Lu Ming entered, Zhao Xiaoxian found it impossible to sit any longer. The two had to stand closely together to fit. They stood, gazing into each other's eyes, and Lu Ming could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Zhao Xiaoxuan's body. The other girls nearby observed the proximity of the two with a hint of regret, realizing they had missed an opportunity to react. It was not only Zhao Xiaoxian. Lu Ming's position was slightly askew, with his leg brushing against Wei Qinghan's, who was now seated on the ground, half embracing his leg. Wei Qinghan felt a bit flustered, questioning whether such a posture was overly intimate. Yet, recalling the remarks made by her companions, she found herself in a whirlwind of thoughts. It had been quite some time since she had encountered a male, let alone anyone outside of her companions. At this moment, seeing someone come to her rescue inevitably sparked a flight of fancy, and rather than loosening her grip on Lu Ming's leg, her hold on his pants tightened a little more. "Are you here to save us?" Zhao Xiaoxian finally spoke up, her bright eyes fixed upon him. Lu Ming sensed her subtly shifting her feet, her face nearly touching his. He gently ruffled her hair to calm her down before replying. "Yes, I saw you waving at me from below and came to check on your situation, hoping to assist in your rescue." "Thank you, but our situation here is quite perilous. You needn't push yourself. It's all right. There will always be a way to get you out." Lu Ming contemplated whether he should carry each girl down one by one. Although his initial purpose for coming out was not solely for these survivors, the potential of these girls was indeed remarkable. Among them, 3 had awakened professions, and all showed substantial promise. Zhao Xiaoxuan's potential was rated D with a score of 79 and loyalty of 72, while Chen Xinyan's potential stood at B with a score of 82 and loyalty of 80.1B, 1D. Especially the girl clinging to his leg, who was already a professional in a field his team did not possess. Wei Qinghan, a professional assassin, was ranked first tier with an A potential rated at 89 and loyalty at 70.as Lu Ming recalled. He remembered that the assassin profession was characterized by its stealth capabilities. While it might be somewhat weaker at the onset, this a potential assassin, if she mastered the skills associated with her profession, would greatly enhance her agility. A 6-story building could not contain her. It seemed she had not engaged in much combat. Otherwise, she would not be trapped here. A potential of A, the second highest after the S rank, was something he only possessed in Lin Shiyue. He felt an inclination towards this girl named Wei Qinghan. While Lu Ming was lost in thought, Zhao Xiaoxian assumed he was pondering how to rescue them. She then comforted him, saying, "It's all right, even if you cannot save us. We are already content to see someone willing to try. Not so, before you decide if you can rescue us, may I have a hug?" Zhao Xiaoxian spoke hesitantly, echoing her companion's sentiments. She did not wish to go through life without ever having had contact with a boy. Regardless of whether Lu Ming could save them, simply embracing this seemingly capable young man was already a significant gain. She could not fathom how handsome this man was. Opportunities like this were rare for her. Zhao Xiaoxian. Before Lu Ming could respond, the other girls, hearing her request, acted much quicker. "I want one too. Let me hug you." Unlike Zhao Xiaoxian, who awaited his consent, the others sprang up and rushed towards him. All of you." Seeing several girls surge towards Lu Ming, Zhao Xiaoxian felt a mix of exasperation and suffocation. Only Wei Qinghan remained seated, not moving. She was already inadvertently embracing Lu Ming's leg, convincing herself to maintain some decorum. Just as she thought this, Lu Ming was unexpectedly pushed and landed right on her face. Chapter 77. "May I also have a hug?" "Wow, Wei Qinghan, it's all on you now." A gasp arose from the side, nearly leaving Wei Qinghan breathless. "Was this my choice? It's not like I wanted this. You all went too far." Thankfully, Lu Ming managed to stabilize himself, preventing any harm to Wei Qinghan's neck, and with some difficulty, turned around amidst the girls' commotion. He extended his hand toward Wei Qinghan. "Sorry, are you all right? Please stand up. Sitting here is too dangerous. You might get trampled." Her face flushed. Wei Qinghan felt her irritation dissipate at Lu Ming's concern. He helped her to her feet, and in the confined space, The distance between their faces grew closer, causing her heart to race. It was all those companions' fault, urging her that it was time to date, suggesting that this boy who came to rescue them would be a splendid choice. Now, seeing how impressive he was, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She pretended to be nonchalant, brushing off her clothes, and then addressed Lu Ming. "I'm fine. It's just that they are too wild. I should be the one apologizing on their behalf." Upon hearing this, a girl named Xiaohong interjected. "You can't say that, Qing Han. We've been together for a month. We've shared so much. Haven't you lamented your lack of romantic experiences on multiple occasions? Why act so high and mighty now? But we must respect the feelings of the involved parties." Wei Qinghan replied helplessly, "You're not treating him as a person. If you wish to pursue something, it should come after proper interaction. Moreover, your reckless behavior has attracted the zombies. As they had been somewhat chaotic earlier. They hadn't heard the sounds from outside. Now, with quiet settling in, they realized the noise of zombies crashing against the cabinet before them. The faces of several girls turned pale, knowing they had momentarily lost themselves in the excitement of seeing a rescuer. Yet, Wei Qinghan did not display any fear. As an assassin, her profession not only excelled in stealth but also afforded her heightened perception. She could sense that there were only a few ordinary zombies outside, which she could handle. However, before she could act, Lu Ming spoke first. "Let me deal with the nearby zombies first." He pushed aside several heavy cabinets, revealing a handful of zombies that immediately lunged at them. Wei Qinghan, feeling anxious, contemplated whether she should assist, but the next moment, she saw Lu Ming merely wave his hand, swiftly dispatching the zombies with a few precise strikes. A look of astonishment crossed her face. Was the disparity between professions truly that vast? It was impossible for her as an assassin to eliminate those zombies so effortlessly. "Wow, you're amazing. Much more impressive than Sister Qinghan." After the zombies in the dormitory were cleared, Zhao Shaoxian bounced over, wrapping her arms around his, filled with admiration, eye in her eyes. Wei Qinghan, who had managed to survive in this zombie-infested building, was already formidable, yet she paled in comparison to the young man before her. She exclaimed, "No wonder you seem to be thriving. You even have the strength to save people like us." Wei Qinghan did not object. It was evident that he did not seem to be relying on luck for survival in this apocalypse, but possessed undeniable strength. "The zombies on our floor aren't too numerous." Zhao Shaoxian naturally began to explain their building situation, standing beside Lu Ming. "Most of the zombies are concentrated on the lower floors. After the apocalypse began, those people, in their desperation to escape, became what they are now." "Is that so?" Lu Ming pondered. "If there weren't many zombies on the upper floors, maybe there were other survivors. Just like when Lu Xinqing's group had encountered Song Xian on the first floor of her building." Lu Ming said, "Let me seal off the room for you, creating a safe haven, and then I'll check the upper floors for any other survivors." With that, Lu Ming employed his earth-based elemental manipulation ability to thicken and reinforce the surrounding walls, sealing the door as well. Wei Qinghan's expression turned even more incredulous. In her understanding of professions, abilities typically lean towards a single type. Yet Lu Ming had just demonstrated two entirely different abilities, leaving her bewildered. Although she was confused, she did not inquire further. To her, the prowess of the one who came to rescue them was astonishingly uplifting. After creating a temporarily safe space for Wei Qinghan and the others, Lu Ming intended to climb out the window to search for areas on the upper floors with fewer zombies and other survivors. However, a petite girl stood in front of him, blocking his path. Clutching her somewhat dirty little dress, she shyly inquired, "Before you leave, may I also have a hug?" Lu Ming lowered his head and discovered that it was the girl named Chen Xinyan, who exhibited considerable potential, ranking at B level, akin to Huang Yuqian. He recalled that when he was momentarily besieged by those girls seeking to embrace him, Chen Xinyan had been observing him intently, seemingly eager to approach, yet held back by the distance separating them. To his surprise, she mustered the courage to seek him out now. Lu Ming enveloped her in a warm embrace and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "I won't be gone long. I'll return shortly." Chen Xinyan nodded in his embrace, her eyes closed, appearing quite comfortable. It had been a long time since she had felt such warmth and reliance, and she found herself reluctant to let go. Only when Lu Ming released her did she return to her spot, a lingering sense of longing in her demeanor. Upon her return, she was met with teasing remarks from those around her. although Xin Yan usually cries a lot. She can be quite bold when it matters, much more so than Qing Han. Wei Qing Han, who was mentioned unexpectedly, felt somewhat speechless. Yet, her companion's words resonated with her. In these apocalyptic times, perhaps living more freely, like them, was indeed preferable. Especially when the specter of death loomed unpredictably. Chen Xinyan remained silent, clutching the hem of her clothing tightly as she felt the nauseating air tainted by the presence of zombies surrounding her. If she did not find someone like Lu Ming to rely on soon, she feared she might lose her sanity. After departing from Wei Qing Han and the others, Lu Ming indeed encountered 3 groups of people within the building. Though the numbers were few, merely around 10 in total, it was quite remarkable given the building's dire state. Having been classified as completely overrun, Lu Ming had not intended to search for survivors in such places. As afternoon approached, 17 individuals had gathered in the safe house occupied by Wei Qing Han and her group. Lu Ming confirmed that there were no survivors left elsewhere and climbed back through the window to rejoin Wei Qing Han and her company. Chapter 78. Inquiring about senior sisters, Wei Qing Han was busy attending to the girls whom Lu Ming had just rescued. They had stored some food in a cabinet meant for protection. Although it was not much, Wei Qing Han generously shared what little remained with the newcomers. Upon Lu Ming's return, she was feeding a girl with an injured arm. Lu Ming casually inquired, "How are they faring?" Upon his return, he voiced his concern. Wei Qing Han turned to him, her brow creased with worry. "Not too well. Some of them are injured. Although they are not infected, the scarcity of food and water exacerbates their plight." "Have you exhausted your food supplies?" "Yes, I've given out all that was left." While the newcomers were not numerous, their presence had depleted their rations. If things continued this way, they might not be able to endure much longer. Wei Qing Han glanced at him. Although she had put her faith in Lu Ming by sharing their resources, she bore no resentment if he could not save them. After spending so long in the building, it was the first time someone had attempted to rescue them. Even a glimmer of hope was enough to satisfy her, for she had long since come to terms with her situation. Rather than hoarding supplies for herself, she preferred to extend hope to others, a sentiment she shared with Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming could not bear to see them suffer from hunger. Casting a glance at the time outside, he surmised that it would be impossible to carry them all back today. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to. Wei Qing Han and her group would have to wait until tomorrow for Lu Xinqing to assist them or to venture out themselves. Fortunately, the makeshift safe house he had established was quite sturdy, and he had checked the nearby floors, finding no significant threats from zombies. Thus, even in his absence, he need not worry about Wei Qing Han and her group, provided he prepared adequate supplies for them. "Lacking food and water, I presume?" Lu Ming inquired, and without waiting for an answer, he gathered several empty bottles and utilized his water-based, elementalist, powers to fill them. To the astonishment of those present, he then employed his black box. The black box was an item he always carried, ensuring a steady supply of food should he find himself trapped outside. Regarding the crystals required for the black box, he only needed to defeat first-tier zombies, and he had already accumulated several from his recent excursion. As Lu Ming activated the black box, instant noodles began to cascade from it. Much to the delight of the girls who marveled at the seemingly magical manner in which he produced their necessities. Wei Qing Han felt a pang of envy. Had Lu Ming been at their building from the outset, perhaps many lives could have been spared, and they might have thrived as a group. Shaking her head to dispel such greedy thoughts, she reminded herself how fortunate they were that Lu Ming had crossed their paths. "Lu Ming, you are truly impressive." Zhao Shaoxian could not help but plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, inciting a flurry of excitement among the others. Fortunately, Wei Qing Han intervened in time to prevent Lu Ming from being besieged by affectionate gestures from the girls. Nonetheless, Lu Ming felt the soft touch of a kiss, likely from the girl named Chen Xinyan, who, upon his glance, shyly lowered her head. At that moment, Wei Qing Han had already organized the others to begin cooking the noodles. They had fire-starting tools, albeit only one set, allowing each person to take turns enjoying a meal, a luxury for them. While the noodles boiled, Wei Qing Han stared at Lu Ming for a while before moving to sit beside him, softly asking, "Lu Ming, are you alone? Or are you part of a survivor organization?" Lu Ming had only introduced his name to them, leaving his other background shrouded in mystery, which piqued Wei Qing Han's curiosity. He replied, "I have founded a survivor team." Upon hearing this, Wei Qing Han felt it was only natural, yet disappointment flickered within her. She thought that if Lu Ming could join them, he would undoubtedly establish a formidable organization. Alas, he was already part of a team. Most importantly, if Lu Ming had a team, a capable person like him would surely have a girlfriend. Observing the expression on Wei Qinghan's face, Lu Ming chuckled and asked, "What's the matter? Do you wish I didn't have a team?" Wei Qinghan quickly realized that having a team meant they could also join and benefit from its resources. As for the girlfriend issue, it seemed likely he had more than one, given the warm reception from the girls around him. Adjusting her mindset swiftly, Wei Qinghan shook her head and replied, "No, I was just being a bit narrow-minded earlier." Lu Ming refrained from probing further and lingered a while longer, observing the new arrivals for any issues. He noticed that Wei Qinghan had unconsciously shifted closer, resting against his arm. He regarded her cool demeanor. Realizing it belied a more passionate inner self, concealing her true feelings. Rather than dissuade her from leaning against him, he inquired, "Are there any members of the Kendo Club among you?" "The Kendo Club?" Wei Qinghan paused, then recalled the relatively rare club in domestic universities, shaking her head. "No, that club has only a few members. It's more of a hobby group." "Why do you ask?" "I've heard that their leader is quite formidable, and I wanted to invite her to join the survivor team I established," Lu Ming explained, knowing that the people he encountered now were unfamiliar faces from his past life, making it challenging to find anyone he recognized. He needed to gather more information. "You mean that person?" Wei Qinghan's mind conjured the image of a girl, and she informed Lu Ming she should not be at the school. She does not stay in the dorms. Given that the apocalypse began at night, she likely returned home. Wei Qinghan's response left Lu Ming feeling regretful. He knew that the senior sister had not actually returned home, as he had encountered her at school during his previous life, where she had been covered in blood after battling for survival for quite some time. He hoped that when he ventured to the fourth teaching building next, he might uncover some leads. Standing up, Lu Ming felt that everything was in order and addressed Wei Qinghan. "I must take my leave now. Someone will come to escort you all down later. I will visit daily until you all depart this place." Chapter 79. Tangan Yen? "Are you really leaving?" Wei Qinghan was taken aback, not expecting him to depart so soon. Even though she understood he was going out to rescue them, she still wished he could linger a little longer. Compared to their rescue, she preferred his presence. However, acknowledging that Lu Ming had his own responsibilities, she refrained from trying to keep him. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was leaving, Zhao Shaoxian and the others turned their attention to him. Several girls approached to embrace him for a moment before letting him go, treating the farewell with a sense of formality. Lu Ming had to assure them, "I'm merely stepping out for a bit. If no one arrives to rescue you tonight, I will return tomorrow. I will instruct someone to clear a safe path around the windows below." Carrying individuals down would prove cumbersome, and it was crucial to ensure Lu Xinqing cleared a safe route before attempting any rescues. After giving them his instructions, Lu Ming finally departed from the dormitory building. After leaping down from the window, Lu Ming utilized his extraordinary abilities to vault over the nearby horde of zombies. Traversing the playground while disregarding a cluster of undead marked in red, he first sought out the team led by Lu Xinqing that had ventured outside for exploration. He instructed Lu Xinqing to conduct a sweep near Wei Qinghan's dormitory building in an attempt to rescue any survivors before he resumed his search for the person he sought. Outside, there were no wandering survivors. Those capable of forming organized groups had likely chosen to take refuge indoors, particularly in the academic office building, which was devoid of any undead presence at night. It served as a relatively safe haven. However, Lu Ming's true destination was not there, but rather the number 4 teaching building he had resolved to visit from the outset. After gliding past a shaded pathway, Lu Ming finally caught sight of the remnants of the number 4 teaching building. Though call it a building was a misnomer. It had become a vast expanse of ruins. The collapse of the structure, along with an adjacent smaller building, had created an area filled with scattered bricks and stones, significantly larger than the playground. The main body of the number 4 teaching building was reduced to a small triangular fragment, precariously leaning on the edge of the debris. It appeared that only a corner of the second and third floors remained intact. Lu Ming ventured into this dilapidated corner, finding nothing within. No sign of zombies to be seen. He then conducted a cursory exploration of the ruins. Numerous zombies roamed the debris, and several internal spaces formed by massive stone walls posed a challenge. It was uncertain which contained zombies and which might harbor survivors, complicating the exploration considerably. By nightfall, Lu Ming had only managed to survey a quarter of the ruins, glancing at the remaining area with a sigh, lamenting the excessive time spent with Wei Qinghan earlier that day. Night had fallen swiftly, and he had yet to locate any living souls in the ruins. With a heavy heart, Lu Ming abandoned his exploration plans, resolving to return the following day. His primary base of operations was at Lu Xinqing's dormitory, and he couldn't afford any mishaps there. It was wiser to return for the night. After a long day without finding the person he sought, Lu Ming felt somewhat frustrated upon his return to the dormitory. Just then, he spotted Tangan Yen, who had just emerged from the first-floor water room after washing up. She was once again wasting water. Lu Ming waved her over and said, "Come here, let's have a fight." Tangan Yen turned back, her expression one of skepticism. "Are you really talking about fighting?" She had yet to recover from what Lu Ming had done the day before and had intended to avoid provoking him today. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's invitation, she couldn't help but glance back. Lu Ming nodded. "Am I in a position to deceive you?" Excited, Tangan Yen was about to pull Lu Ming outside, but he abruptly seized her and dragged her into the room. In that moment, Tangan Yen's expression soured slightly. The following morning, upon waking, Lu Ming brushed his fingers through Tangan Yen's long hair and posed a question to her. "Han Yen, do you know Bai Yuhan?" Bai Yuhan was the senior Lu Ming had known in his past life. Since his rebirth, he had been sheltering individuals known to Lu Xinqing, and this time he sought someone he recognized. Bai Yuhan was one of the few he felt regret over. She had once saved him while they were at school, and they briefly spent time together. During that period, Bai Yuhan would venture out during the day to hunt zombies and return at night to provide him with supplies. Reminiscent of a rich benefactor. Eventually, a small survivor team passed by the school, and Lu Ming acquired a professional scroll from them, leading to his separation from Bai Yuhan. He had invited her to join him, but she declined, expressing her dislike for that team and cautioning him about them. In hindsight, her words proved prescient. Even as that team grew into a survivor base, Lu Ming remained a mere tool serving the lord of the city. In his past life, every time Lu Ming returned to the base to recuperate, he would recall Bai Yuhan and ponder whether, had he been more assertive back then, she might have chosen to accompany him. If she had, given her talent, the lord of the base would likely have been replaced long ago. After all, Bai Yuhan could effortlessly utilize hyperstate while still in school, indicating her potential far surpassed that of their lord. Regrettably, he had failed to fight for her at the time, and subsequent inquiries yielded no information about her whereabouts. Later, he learned from the base's news that Lu Xinqing had mentioned their school was overrun by monsters, leading him to conclude that Bai Yuhan had perished. This time, Lu Ming wished to seek her out once more, to ascertain if she would be willing to join him. With this thought in mind, after inquiring with Wei Qinghan about Bai Yuhan the previous day, he turned to Tangan Yen today. However, Tangan Yen seemed more preoccupied with a peculiar detail rather than the essence of his inquiry. "Who is Han Yen?" "I did not permit you to call me that." This woman had swiftly regained her vivacity. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately bit down on his finger. After Lu Ming managed to shake her off, he continued, all right, my Tang senior. Do you know Bai Yuhan?" "What senior? Just call me Han Yen. Are you out of your mind?" Lu Ming felt somewhat stifled. Upon witnessing his discomfiture, Tangan Yen appeared pleased, contentedly nestling her head on his shoulder. Unusually docile as she asked, "Did you just ask me about Bai Yuhan?" "Yes, the captain of the swordsmanship club. She is in the same year as you. I thought you might know her." "I do know her." "But why are you inquiring about that crazy woman? How dare you call someone else a crazy woman?" Lu Ming shot a glance at Tangan Yen, but seeing her now adorably curled up against him, he refrained from countering her. This woman, superficially, was exceptionally beautiful. At times, Lu Ming found it hard to reconcile her appearance with the label of a crazy woman. Chapter 80. The information provided by Tangan Yen sought her own reasons for finding Bai Yuhan, and Lu Ming could hardly disclose that it was due to past events. He casually remarked, "I heard Bai Yuhan is quite formidable. She was skilled in swordsmanship even before the apocalypse. I thought I could bring her back, and it would be perfect to have someone to spar with you." This elicited a hearty laugh from Tangan Yen. "Spar with you? I believe you intend to bring her back to fight alongside you. Just like we are now." Tangan Yen's tone carried a hint of nonchalance, and Lu Ming found her mindset peculiar. Despite lying together, she could so openly discuss such matters. "Rest assured, I support your endeavor to bring that crazy woman back." A look of genuine interest adorned Tangan Yen's face. Her enthusiasm for Lu Ming's interest in Bai Yuhan evident. It was unclear what she was anticipating. In any case, Lu Ming inquired, "From your words, it seems you know Bai Yuhan quite well?" "Of course I do." Tangan Yen scoffed lightly, explaining, "You must not know, but during my freshman year, people often said I was one of the school beauties alongside her." Another school beauty. Lu Ming had grown numb to such claims. He had heard of several rare beauties in this school. It was evident that this institution was a veritable haven for talent. Blessed with numerous geniuses, yet tragically, they had all succumbed to calamity and perished. Lu Ming finally comprehended why he had been reborn. The losses among these geniuses were so great that the world could hardly bear to witness it. Curiously, Lu Ming asked Tangan Yen, "You say she was also a school beauty alongside you? How come I've never heard of that?" The acknowledged beauty of the school was Lu Xinqing, a widely known fact. The former school beauty was Tangan Yen, also known to many, but as for Bai Yuhan, Lu Ming had not encountered her name since his admission. Of course, this was not to imply that Bai Yuhan lacked the allure to be a school beauty. Recalling her cold, flawless visage from his past life, Lu Ming still found it breathtaking. He had assumed Bai Yuhan was simply less prominent, akin to Lin Shiyue, yet it appeared there was more to the story. "Do you know why I call her the crazy woman?" Tangan Yen posed this question to Lu Ming, who shook his head, prompting her to continue, "It's not a title I coined. Others have referred to her as such." Shortly after school began, Bai Yuhan once pressed a real sword against a boy's head, warning him to cease his commentary about her and to stop discussing her status as a school beauty. This incident escalated to the authorities, and the boy was charged with sexual harassment, facing expulsion. However, Bai Yuhan deemed the matter excessive and leveraged her connections to have it dismissed. Nonetheless, the story leaked, and people began to view her as dangerous, which is why no one dared to speak of her again, leaving you newcomers unaware of her name. Such an incident occurred. Lu Ming recalled Bai Yuhan from his past life, always wielding a sword, slaying zombies in the apocalypse, often stained with blood, her expression perpetually icy, fitting the profile of someone capable of such actions. She detested being scrutinized for her appearance, and her aversion to the team Lu Ming had joined stemmed partly from her distaste for how others regarded her. She was indeed a woman of strong character, Lu Ming queried Tangan Yen. "Given your understanding of her, where do you think I could find her?" "Anywhere is a possibility." Tangan Yen delivered a disappointing answer. "That woman dares to point a sword at living people. She is likely in the midst of slaying zombies. Wherever there are zombies, she could very well be there. With so many zombies in our school, there are countless places she might linger." Tangan Yen's words held considerable validity. In his past life, Lu Ming had also encountered Bai Yuhan after being ambushed by zombies on the road, indicating that she frequently roamed the campus. Thus, in order to devise a means to locate her, Lu Ming had no choice but to lie in wait at the 4th teaching building. However, in his past life, Bai Yuhan chose to establish a safe haven in proximity to the 4th teaching building solely because she had encountered him. In this life, without having met him, it remains uncertain whether Bai Yuhan would linger there for any length of time. The silver lining is that, for reasons unknown, Bai Yuhan would perpetually remain within the school, tirelessly combating zombies without ever departing from the campus. If he were to search gradually, he would eventually discover her. From Tangan Yen, Lu Ming gained a deeper understanding of Bai Yuhan. After failing to acquire any further useful information, he rose to commence his search for the day, while also intending to check on Wei Qinghan and her companions. Observing him stand, Tangan Yen lay back with a hint of mockery, saying, "Is the news of that madwoman making you so impatient? Ha! What a heartless man you are, not even considering who kept you company yesterday." Lu Ming glanced back at her and inquired, "Shall I linger a moment longer? Are you afraid of suffering another humiliating defeat like yesterday?" Tangan Yen immediately fell silent, wrapping herself in the blanket and turning away, fearful that he might approach her again. Upon leaving the dormitory, Lu Ming noticed that Lu Xinqing was absent that morning, having been dispatched early to clear the zombies near Wei Qinghan's dormitory building. The individuals attending to him were the sisters Wen Shui and Wen Yu. Lu Ming. "I've prepared this water, infused with super energy to keep it clean," Wen Yu said, stuffing several bottles into Lu Ming's backpack. Although Lu Ming could also create such water, consuming Wen Yu's would conserve his super energy. A necessity indeed. Subsequently, Wen Yu handed him a lunchbox, placing it in his bag for the day, and informed him, "This is a bento made by my sister this morning. Though the ingredients are limited, her culinary skills are exceptional, and it is quite delicious." Wen Yu praised, evidently having received considerable care from her sister. Wen Shui's face flushed at the compliment, yet she still expressed her concern for Lu Ming, saying, "This time, due to time constraints, I only prepared a simple meal. If you have any specific requests for tomorrow, do let me know in advance, and I will attempt to make it, provided the ingredients are available. Alright, I entrust the logistical needs of the dormitory to both of you while I am away. When you were now the leaders among the team's elementalists. These life skill practitioners would often repair buildings, reinforce walls, and manage the team's water resources, including gathering fuel from plants. In response to Lu Ming's instructions, the sisters nodded solemnly. Since Lu Ming had broken the ice between them, their relationship had evolved from mere reliance to a genuine fondness for his company, allowing them to act freely. Though they often sought out Lu Ming for leisure, Lu Ming also enjoyed playing cards with them, and after a brief farewell to the sisters, he exited the dormitory building once more. This time, he first headed to the location where Wei Qinghan and her group were situated. Chapter 81. Assistance for Wei Qinghan and others. Below Wei Qinghan's dormitory, Lu Xinqing was leading several of her friends, along with Song Xian and the other martial artists, excluding Tangan Yen, as they cleared zombies along the way. They aimed to create a safe passage between the two dormitory buildings. Above, the girls whom Lu Ming had rescued to a safe room had experienced a peaceful night. They had feasted heartily the previous evening and slept soundly for an extended duration, with many still not having risen in the morning. Only a few had awoken early, all remembering Lu Ming's promise to visit them today, thus brimming with anticipation. Zhao Xiaoxian had even perched herself at the windowsill, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Ming approaching again, just as he had the day before, and to wave to him. However, Lu Ming did not appear, but Zhao Xiaoxian saw Lu Xinqing and her companions instead. Rather than feeling disappointed, Zhao Xiaoxian excitedly exclaimed to those behind her, "Qinghan Jia, come look. The person Lu Ming said would come to rescue us has arrived." Yet soon after, Zhao Xiaoxian widened her eyes, scrutinizing below and uncertainly remarked, "Qinghan Jia, could you check? Is that commanding girl down there Lu Xinqing?" Lu Xinqing's name was well known. She was regarded as a formidable rival among both boys and girls. Wei Qinghan had initially been busy tending to the fire for everyone when she heard that Lu Ming had not yet arrived. However, upon hearing Lu Xinqing's name, she paused with the instant noodles in hand and immediately set aside her task to approach the window. As a practitioner, her eyesight was significantly superior to Zhao Xiaoxuan's, allowing her to quickly identify that the figure was indeed the renowned Lu Daxuewa from their school. Yes, that is Lu Xinqing, Wei Qinghan thought to herself, contemplating whether she was the woman Lu Ming had sent. Wei Qinghan's emotions became somewhat complex as she began to imagine the nature of the relationship between Lu Xinqing and Lu Ming. Zhao Xiaoxian, in her innocence, praised, "Wow, Lu Ming is truly impressive, even managing to win over someone as beautiful as Lu Xinqing." Wei Qinghan shook her head. In this apocalypse, beauty holds little value. What truly matters is capability. Wei Qinghan's gaze remained fixated on Lu Xinqing in the distance, as if attempting to discern the extent of her abilities. Below, Lu Xinqing, who was directing Huang Yuqian and others in clearing zombies, sensed the scrutiny. She lifted her head and immediately spotted Wei Qinghan's face. "What a stunning girl," was Lu Xinqing's initial thought, followed by the realization that there was a hint of competitiveness in Wei Qinghan's gaze. Lu Xinqing understood at once that it seemed Lu Ming was adding another beautiful woman to his circle. She slightly nodded in acknowledgement before returning her focus to the zombie situation in the area. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxian, unaware of Wei Qinghan's thoughts, asked her, "So, Qinghan Jia, will you also become one of Lu Ming's women like Lu Xinqing in the future? With your beauty, he must surely be fond of you. Just don't forget about me when that happens." Wei Qinghan was taken aback by Zhao Xiaoxuan's words, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, retracting her gaze from Lu Xinqing. Indeed, in the future, they would be companions alongside Lu Xinqing, and there was no need for such comparisons. Moreover, observing how the individuals below fought, each was undoubtedly stronger than her, and it was likely that Lu Xinqing, who could command them, was even more formidable. Why should she compare herself to her? She should be pleased to have such an impressive ally. Wei Qinghan turned back to continue cooking the noodles, dismissing such trivial thoughts, as her priority was to care for those whom Lu Ming had rescued. Simultaneously, she said to Zhao Xiaoxian, "If you like him, then go for it. You are quite adorable, so have confidence in yourself." "Really?" Zhao Xiaoxian beamed at the compliment from Wei Qinghan. Below, Lu Ming had now arrived and encountered Lu Xinqing. Upon seeing him, Huang Yuqian lost interest in fighting, darting to his side, hugging his arm, and pressing a kiss to his cheek while expressing her longing for him. It was Lu Xinqing who reluctantly advised her, "Yuqian, focus on clearing the zombies first. Haven't you completed the tasks Lu Ming assigned?" I just spaced out for a moment, Huang Yuqian replied apologetically, sticking out her tongue before returning to battle the zombies. Lu Ming stood still for a moment, surveying the situation regarding the zombies. He noticed that walking normally would attract a horde of zombies, particularly those emerging from the lower floors of Wei Qinghan's dormitory, which numbered significantly. Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, how long will it take to clear them? It may take 2 days, Lu Xinqing replied. For some reason, there seem to be more zombies today. It appears many creatures from within the building have emerged. Lu Ming speculated that it might be due to the beast he had released on the 2nd floor, which likely had drawn the zombies out. However, a 2-day delay was advantageous, as he could take the opportunity to enhance his rapport with Wei Qinghan and the others. The secure shelter he had fortified using his 2nd-tier Earth elementalist abilities would require little concern for their safety. No need to rush. Take your time, I will head up to check on them and bring them some supplies. Lu Ming instructed. At that moment, Lu Xinqing also had some combatants bring over bundles of supplies, placing them before him. These included blankets, clothing, and other essential items. Originally, she intended for Huang Yuqian and the others to devise a way to deliver these items. But since he was present, it would be better for him to deliver them personally, ensuring they would be even more grateful. Lu Xinqing understood well the importance of winning people's hearts, handing all the supplies over to Lu Ming. There was quite a bit, 10 or so blankets and a dozen sets of clothing, far exceeding what others would have. However, for him, a 2nd-tier practitioner, they were hardly cumbersome. He easily carried the supplies as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor windowsill, Lu Ming began to pass the items through the window one by one before finally jumping into the room. You've come. Upon entering the room, Zhao Shaoxian rushed to his side to greet him. The previously petite girl, Chan Xinyan, also hurried over to embrace him, indicating their warm welcome. Lu Ming scanned the room, relieved to see that everyone appeared to be well. He then instructed the 2 girls clinging to him, please help distribute the supplies I brought. It will take 2 days to clear the path below, and during that time, you will need these resources. Zhao Shaoxian and Qin Xinyan, upon hearing this, eagerly set to work, more than willing to assist Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming approached Wei Qinghan, who was cooking noodles. Wei Qinghan willingly made space for him, and after sitting next to her, Lu Ming asked, how was your night? Is the room I reinforced still secure? Wei Qinghan leaned against him and softly remarked, it is quite safe. The walls are now thick and sturdy. We did not hear any sounds of zombies last night.